Chapter 1. Are you telling me to sell my professional card? Goodness. Are you all familiar with Yi Zhe from Class 2? He has just awakened a Summoner Professional card. A Summoner? That's a rare professional card. It could fetch at least 8 to 9 million. Who is so fortunate? Yi Zhe, the top student in our grade, and you don't even recognize him? He previously suggested constructing a great wall to fend off the abyss, whatever that means. When I search for my rank, I always look from the back to the front. How could I possibly see the first place? Yi Zhe is incredibly fortunate. He probably won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. After selling the Summoner card, he could buy a Warrior Professional card along with a complete set of equipment and skills. Believe it or not, it seems Yi Zhe truly has no intention of selling. Is that for real? Has he lost his mind? Who plays the Summoner without funds? In the city of Linyuan, at the War Academy. Class 2. The entire floor was filled with hundreds of students, all tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the unfolding situation within. The center of attention was none other than Yi Zhe, who had just awakened the coveted Summoner Professional card. Even the vice principal came personally to advise him. Yi Zhe, please do not act impulsively. If you were to use this professional card, you would be unable to change your profession in the future. Your path ahead would truly be severed. The principal is aware of your exceptional academic performance, but in terms of family background and financial resources, it is indeed beyond your capacity to alter se. Summoner, each summoned beast must be equipped with skills, and every aspect requires expenditure. The higher the rank, the more challenging it becomes. Moreover, the number of summoned beasts that require nurturing is not limited to just one. In truth, this was not the first time the Vice Dean had offered such counsel to the students of the ordinary class. In this world where everyone can change their profession, each individual awakens a vocational card, which they may choose to utilize or forsake. Once employed, the vocational card vanishes, marking the official transition into a professional. Should one choose to relinquish their vocational card, it can be traded in the market. Higher-tier vocational cards attract the attention of various organizations and guilds. Consequently, the War Academy has established both elite and ordinary classes. The elite class, composed of affluent individuals with respectable backgrounds, predominantly opts for the acquisition of higher-tier, rare vocational cards. The focus of the instructor's teachings largely centers on these rare professions. Conversely, the ordinary class speaks for itself. Upon awakening a rare vocational card, the optimal choice is to sell it. One should then procure a card with a higher baseline that does not demand excessive expenditure, such as those for warriors or shield bearers, with prospects of eventually achieving higher ranks. Otherwise, should one become a summoner, the inability to sustain even their summoned beasts would render them significantly weaker than their warrior counterparts of the same level. If the Vice Dean could persuade Yi Zhe to sell the Summoner Vocational card to the elite class, it would undoubtedly be a most welcome outcome. The affluent students of the elite class would transition into summoners, while Yi Zhe could shift to a warrior or shield bearer profession. Everyone has a bright future ahead. Classmate Yi Zhe, this is the representative from the Zhao Guild, who will undoubtedly offer you a suitable price. The vice principal gestured towards Yi Zhe, and a professionally attired female secretary immediately smiled and said, "Rest assured, classmate Yi Zhe, we at Zhao are prepared to purchase this Summoner Profession card for 8 million. 8 million. In an instant, many onlookers from the ordinary class were filled with envy and jealousy. This awakening profession card was simply more exhilarating than winning the lottery. Most ordinary individuals never encounter such a sum of money in their entire lives. Yet, at the center of countless gazes, Yi Zhe remained remarkably composed, even sporting a hint of mockery on his face. Is that all? 8 million. The vice principal hurriedly added, "This is a guaranteed 8 million. Available immediately." Yi Zhe toyed with the Summoner Profession card in his hand. He had thoroughly researched various profession cards in advance, discovering that summoners were exceedingly rare. Although there were no trading records, they typically fetch prices of at least 12 million. Clearly, the lower the negotiation, the greater the kickback Zhao would provide to the vice principal. This was an unspoken understanding. If a younger student were in his place, they might very well be overwhelmed by such a vast sum of money. However, Yi Zhe was different. He was a time traveler. It had already been 18 years since then. Decades ago, a spatial realm known as the Eternal Abyss descended upon this world. Countless evils emerged, continually encroaching upon humanity's living space. This led to a world fraught with peril, In such an environment, it is strength that begets all. 8 million is utterly insignificant in the presence of formidable professionals. Naturally, under normal circumstances, abandoning the summoner class to choose an ordinary profession would indeed be the wisest choice for Yi Zhe, a man of humble means. However, the reason he clings to the summoner class is quite simple. Yi Zhe, profession, unassigned profession card. Level 1, talent. Infinite golden attribute allows the extraction of one golden attribute for every level gained, which can be bestowed upon any target. Once the attribute is granted, the summoned creature shall never betray. In addition to the summoner profession card, he has awakened an extraordinary talent. Golden attributes. 1 at level 1. In this digitized world, attributes are omnipresent. Professional attributes, summoned creature attributes, skill effects, equipment effects, and so forth are the most prevalent and crucial attributes. Moreover, attributes are categorized into 6 qualities: white common, green fine, blue rare, purple superb, orange epic, and gold legendary. Any item associated with the gold legendary quality is fervently sought after by countless high-ranking professionals. And now, with this talent, just the thought of it invokes terror. No money to play as a summoner? Then I shall unleash my potential. With such a talent, how could I ever forsake the summoner class? It is simply inconceivable. No other profession aligns with his talent as perfectly as this one, that a single individual cannot fully harness the effects of so many golden attributes. However, the summoner stands alone in their army. Each summoned creature can be enhanced to its utmost potential with golden attributes. At the moment of awakening one's innate talents, none are more resolute than Yi Zhe in his determination to choose the path of the summoner. Thus, even in the face of the vice principal, Yi Zhe resolutely declined, stating, "I wish to transition to the summoner class. I will not sell out." The vice principal, not yet ready to concede, presumed Yi Zhe was merely dissatisfied with the offered price. Student Yi Zhe, do not act impulsively. The price is negotiable. Yi Zhe, consider your future. If you cannot even afford to nurture a summoned beast, what purpose is there in becoming the weakest summoner? Neither any expedition team nor guild would seek a destitute summoner. The female secretary of the Zhao Guild maintained her smile, for she had engaged in such transactions on numerous occasions and was well aware of the thoughts of these ordinary class students. Once they grasped the harshness of reality, they would all obediently part with their vocation cards, without exception. At most, they would simply demand a little more money. Yet in the next moment, the secretary's smile vanished, replaced by astonishment. The vice principal and countless onlookers mirrored her disbelief that Yi Zhe, in that instant, activated the summoner vocation card. The vocation card shattered instantly, transforming into blue spiritual energy that flowed into Yi Zhe's being. You have transitioned to the rare vocation, Summoner. Your current level is 1, and you may select 1 golden attribute. Chapter 2. The Summoner of the Underprivileged. First entry, Master of Tai Chi. At this moment, the entire venue was astounded. Insanity. Once one changes their profession, they cannot revert. 800,000 is gone just like that? It is akin to winning the lottery only to use the ticket as toilet paper. The underprivileged transitioning to a summoner is indeed a moment worthy of the annals of history. No one anticipated that Yi Zhe would resolutely embark on this career change on the spot. A summoner is undeniably a rare vocation. Its potential is considered the highest among all existing professions, yet it demands exorbitant resources. A summoner can simultaneously call forth multiple summoned beasts, each possessing attributes that can rival those of professional players. Furthermore, each summoned beast has its own unique talents, skills, and equipment. A formidable summoner is comparable to an entire mercenary band. However, such immense combat prowess must be cultivated with resources and wealth. Without funds or resources, employing the most basic summoned beasts would render one incapable of even defeating minor dungeon monsters. Hence, no one truly believed that Yi Zhe would take the plunge into becoming a summoner. Particularly, the vice president was so enraged that he puffed his cheeks and glared. You. After a prolonged moment of shock, the female secretary of the Zhao Guild's expression turned exceedingly displeased. Foolish. What was initially a simple acquisition task had now encountered a bizarre circumstance. She might even face repercussions upon returning. With that, she clicked her heels and departed without a backward glance. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, all onlookers gradually dispersed. No one wishes to associate with the weak. The once vibrant Class 2 has been reduced to a solitary figure, Yizhe. Yet, he remains unfazed within. Recalling a phrase from his past life, others mock me for my madness, while I laugh at their inability to see. To explain himself to such people? A futile endeavor. Only by mastering strength can he truly slap their faces with reality. Just then, as the crowd disperses, a refined man in a green robe enters. Directing his gaze at Yizhe, should I scold you for acting impulsively, or commend you for remaining unfazed by 8 million? At last, a smile graces Yizhe's face. All thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. But I did not instruct you to become a summoner. The man in green is Lu Boyan, Yizhe's teacher and a comrade of his father. He takes a seat across from Yizhe, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. What led you to become a summoner? Yizhe's father had enlisted in the Chinese demon-suppressing army alongside him and was his most trusted comrade. After Yizhe's parents sacrificed their lives in battle, Lu Boyan regarded him as his own son. It could be said that regardless of how the future unfolds, he could pave a path for him. Yet, how could it be that he has chosen the path of a summoner? Yizhe declares, Teacher, I aspire to be the strongest summoner. Lu Boyan retorts, Nonsense. My retirement pension cannot support a summoner. The resources that a summoner must expend resemble an insatiable black hole. Apart from the military, conglomerates, and prominent guilds, scarcely anyone can afford such a burden. Nonetheless, Lu Boyan presented a skill book to Yizhe, stating, This is all I can offer you. From here on, you must fend for yourself. As Yizhe gazed at the skill book emanating a cerulean glow, he felt a wave of astonishment. A rare blue summoning skill book. Initially, a summoner can only conjure a white slime. To change their summoned creature, one must either forge a contract with a wild summoning beast or acquire a higher-level skill book. The former necessitates formidable strength, while the latter demands significant financial resources. It was evident that Lu Boyan, a retired veteran, had expended considerable wealth to procure this rare skill. Yizhe could hardly fathom that upon traversing into this world at the tender age of 7, after losing his parents in the line of duty, he would encounter such a benevolent mentor. Teacher. Lu Boyan feigned nonchalance but was suddenly taken aback by Yizhe's next remark. How about I become your daughter's husband? Lu Boyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he kicked out in response. You take my skill book and then have designs on my daughter. Yizhe quickly retreated to the back door, chuckling as he added, I'm not bad looking. Lu Boyan retaliated with a swift kick. This time with greater speed. Get lost. Let me make it clear, the skill book is merely on loan to you. Hurry and tackle the novice dungeon. If I fail the college entrance examination 10 days from now, then I shall toil for the Demon Suppression Army to repay my debts. This is a veteran of the Demon Suppression Army, and if I were to be beaten, it would likely render me unfit for any further endeavors. In a flash, Yizhe hastily made his escape, leaving behind a declaration, I am destined to become the most formidable summoner. Lu Boyan's anger dissipated as he muttered, You scoundrel. Aspiring to be a summoner, it would be a miracle if you even passed the exam. Upon exiting the classroom, Yizhe was pleasantly surprised by the skill book provided by Lu Boyan. Skill book. Iron-Eating Beast Summon Quality. Blue Rare Effect. Strength Type Summon Beast. Iron-Eating Beast. Once contracted, it can be summoned. If the summoned beast falls, it cannot be summoned again within 1 day. Pandas. The first summoned beast is indeed of great significance. If it were merely the original white slime, even with a golden attribute, its power would be questionable. Initially, Yizhe intended to expend all his savings to procure at least a green skill book. Unexpectedly, even under less than favorable circumstances, Lu Boyan still extended his utmost assistance. As Yizhe journeyed towards the novice dungeon, he let out a deep breath. I must not bring shame upon myself. Skill book, learn. Your current mental attribute allows for the contracting of only one summoned beast. Shall you replace the slime with the iron-eating beast? Yizhe glanced at his level attributes. Yizhe, level 1, 0, 100, attributes, strength 5, constitution 6, agility 7, spirit 10. Summoning beast space, 1, 3 slime. With only 10 points of spirit, he could contract but a single creature, and given his current profession level, he could at most bind 3. To summon more, he would need to advance his profession. Understanding the rules of the contract, Yizhe resolutely abandoned the slime. Replace. Ding. You have acquired the skill, Iron-Eating Beast Summon. You have obtained a new summon, Iron-Eating Beast, rare. After learning the skill, Yizhe sensed a transformation within the summoning space. A black and white, round-bellied Iron-Eating Beast materialized in the summoning space, establishing a spiritual connection with him. Iron-Eating Beast quality, rare level, 1, equal to the summoner's level. Attributes, strength 10, Constitution 8. Agility 6, Spirit 6 talent. Iron-eating beast bloodline. Rare, skills. Bite LV1, common. Bear roar LV1. Excellent. It is evident that only rare-level summons possess attributes comparable to those of ordinary warrior professions. This illustrates the immense difficulty faced by resource-strapped common summoners, who struggle even to clear novice dungeons of ordinary difficulty. Conversely, the higher the quality of the summoned beast, the greater the potential rewards it brings. This is also the reason why the Scions of Wealth possess formidable prowess. Upon their class transition, they are already able to procure high-quality summons. As for the rare tier, it scarcely even captures the attention of these affluent youths. At last, Yizhe cast his gaze towards the extraction button on the talent interface. With bated breath and focused mind, the difficulty level of the novice dungeon hinges upon the outcome of his talent roll. Extraction. With a mere thought, countless golden attribute frames swirled around him, flowing like a cascade of light. After a brief moment, one attribute frame came to a halt before Yizhe. Chapter 3. The addition of entries. Kung Fu Panda. The master of Tai Chi, the pinnacle of Tai Chi mastery, adept at overcoming rigidity with flexibility, excelling in both offense and defense. Tai Chi. A master. In this world, the existence of professionals has prevented the martial arts of national heritage from flourishing. However, Yizhe, possessing knowledge from a past life, is acutely aware of the formidable power embodied in authentic Tai Chi. Furthermore, this represents the pinnacle of mastery. Yizhe glanced at the entry box and then at the iron-eating beast resting in the summoning space. A bear practicing Tai Chi? Quite intriguing. He directly bestowed the entry upon the little iron-eating beast. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and two delightful messages emerged before Yizhe. Entry Master of Tai Chi successfully granted. Summoned Beast. Iron-eating beast, blue rare, evolves into Kung Fu Bear, orange epic. It could actually allow the summoned beast to evolve. An entry enabled a blue rare summoned beast to transcend the purple exceptional tier, evolving into an orange epic level. Remarkably, it was even an epic 1-star. Yizhe's expression was one of astonishment. What an extraordinary talent this was. And this was merely at the rare level. What would happen if a legendary tier summoned beast were to be endowed with a new legendary entry in the future? What might it evolve into? If the legendary entry were to merge, what miraculous effects could it unleash? Yizhe was filled with indescribable excitement as he turned his gaze once more toward the summoning space. There, he beheld the bear clad in a flowing Tai Chi robe, exuding an aura as gentle and warm as a spring breeze. Unfortunately, it still bore a rather foolish expression on its face. Indeed, after becoming a master of Tai Chi, I have transformed into a formidable bear. The panel for the summoned beast reappeared. Kung Fu Bear quality, epic level, 1 attributes, strength 28, constitution 25, agility 28. Spirit 23 talent, iron-eating beast bloodline, rare, Tai Chi inner strength, legendary, skills, 24 forms of Tai Chi LV10, legendary, for ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds EV. 10, legendary. I initially thought that evolving to epic rank 1 would be terrifying. Little did I expect that both the skills and talents are all legendary, all maxed out. It is only natural. After all, as a Tai Chi master, how could one lack mastery in the art of Tai Chi? Moreover, the attributes have more than doubled compared to before, embodying the true strength of an epic-quality summoned beast. Ding! The summoned beast you have contracted has experienced a tremendous enhancement and will bestow a portion of its attributes upon you. Your attributes have increased. Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10. Once a summoned beast's quality is elevated, it will reciprocate to the summoner. Yet, in reality, the chances of enhancing a summoned beast are quite rare. Cultivating the quality of a summoned beast is far less straightforward than simply acquiring a high-quality one. Thus, the scenario of a summoned beast benefiting its summoner often exists solely in textbooks. However, this time, it has directly granted Yizhe, the summoner, a physique and strength surpassing that of a warrior. Although there is no need for me to take action myself, the sensation of becoming stronger is undeniably gratifying. At this moment, Yizhe felt an increase in confidence as he approached the novice dungeon. This novice dungeon, a man-made instance, is found in various high schools and academies across the nation, accessible only to those below level 9. Its purpose is to provide a training ground for newly transitioned students with limited combat abilities. Even if one were to perish within the dungeon, the loss of experience would be minimal. However, the novice dungeon is not an inexhaustible resource. Rather, it functions like a machine, requiring energy for each activation. A minimum of 50 crystal stones is needed, with the required amount increasing alongside the difficulty level. Crystal stones can be obtained by defeating evil creatures, with a market value of 10,000 each. For those fortunate enough to have relatives engaged in high-tier professions, acquiring such stones is trivial. Yet for an orphan like Yize, devoid of wealth and influence, there exists but one opportunity, a complimentary access granted by the Chinese military for all newcomers. With no restrictions on difficulty, this chance is particularly significant for the majority of ordinary students, as it directly impacts their impending college entrance examinations in 10 days, determining whether they will gain admission to a university or be thrust directly into factory work. At this moment, at the entrance of the dungeon located in the southern campus, countless students gathered, either forming teams or seeking out allies. Creating a lively atmosphere, we have 4 newcomers with free attempts. Each of us can enter the dungeon once, allowing us to clear it 5 times today. We need 2 with attempts to tackle the harder dungeons, preferably those equipped with skills and advanced professions. Is there a seasoned player willing to lead? I'm a level 2 archer, and I promise to follow instructions in the dungeon. Wow, a summoner elite. Wait, why is he wearing the attire of a commoner class? Typically, summoners are affluent whales in this profession. At this moment, Yize approached, instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers. However, it soon dawned on them. Is he not the one who forsook 8 million just to become a summoner? Does he truly dare to venture into a dungeon with his slime? Consequently, no one dared to form a party with him, instinctively distancing themselves. Teaming up with a destitute summoner is akin to courting disaster, is it not? Yet, this turn of events brought Yize a sense of delight. The throng gathered at the dungeon entrance was so vast that latecomers like him could scarcely squeeze in. Now, as the crowd parted, a clear path lay before him. Thank you, Yize calmly remarked as he walked towards the dungeon entrance amidst the gazes of the onlookers. What a peculiar individual. Who does he intend to team up with? Could it be that he plans to tackle the dungeon alone? While the rest murmured amongst themselves, one voice rang out with particular audacity. Don't disgrace the summoner class. Individuals like you cannot afford to play. A young man adorned in lavish gear stood nearby, accompanied by the secretary from the Zhao family guild whom Yize had just encountered. The crowd's eyes brightened. Zhao Xian from the elite class. Now, that is a true summoner. Oh, how we wish to be led by him. Yize turned to look, and it became clear, Zhao Xian, the son of the guild leader of the Zhao family. Today, Zhao's family sent someone to acquire a professional card, precisely to facilitate his transition to a rare profession. Although Yize did not sell his professional card to him, others were willing to part with theirs. Thus, he transformed into the exclusive profession of a wealthy heir, the summoner. Roar! With a resounding cry, a colossal wolf shimmering with purple light was summoned by Zhao Xian. Astonishing! An exceptional grade summoning beast, the Wind Chaser Wolf. The Zhao family guild is indeed affluent, purchasing an extraordinary summoning beast worth 4 to 5 million right at the outset. Hearing the gasps of those around him, Zhao Xian smirked. Come on, Yize, summon your slime for everyone to see. Overwhelming Yize had long been a desire of Zhao Xian. As a standout in the elite class, he had persistently been overshadowed by Yize's academic prowess in the humanities before his transition. He had languished as the perennial second in the grade, remaining beneath the ordinary class, which had been a source of constant humiliation. Now, after his transition, his financial resources could finally be put to use. It was time for a turnaround. A sinister grin appeared on Zhao Xian's face, and Yize mirrored his smile. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. If he didn't seize the moment, how could he justify it to himself? With the attention of the crowd upon him, Yize, hands in his pockets, retorted unwaveringly, "You are so confident. How about we place a wager?" Chapter 4. The Hellish Gamble. 2 million. Gamble? Zhao Xian chuckled as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. The female secretary beside him whispered, "Young Master Zhao, I heard that Yize's mentor, Lu Boyan, purchased a rare summoning skill book at the exchange." As soon as the words left her lips, Zhao Xian's arrogance swelled even further. A rare summoning skill? With such meager credentials, he dares to challenge me? Yize, unfazed, retorted, "If you're afraid to gamble, then spare us your idle chatter." This type of wealthy heir was not unfamiliar to him. Having spent years as a subordinate, he was eager to prove his worth. There was no need for further discussion. He was ready to ignite the flames of competition. Sure enough, Zhao Xian's gaze was as fierce as a predatoress. Afraid? Me, Zhao Xian, afraid? I fear nothing except your inability to stake anything worthwhile. At that moment, the sounds of team formation dwindled at the entrance of the dungeon, and more eyes turned towards them. A wager between the ordinary class and the elite class was a rare spectacle, especially following their job transitions. Most students from the ordinary class came from modest backgrounds. It was uncertain whether they could even afford to place a bet. Yize remained calm, retrieving a card and reciting its balance effortlessly. 182,475, this is my wager. As the crowd witnessed Yize produce the card, realization dawned upon them. He truly intended to gamble. Wait, how could an ordinary class student possess over 100,000? I typically engage in part-time work daily to accumulate savings, and currently, I possess just over 30,000 yuan. It is rumored that Yize has provided numerous guilds with lucrative strategies, such as group purchases on platforms like Pinduoduo to acquire equipment, or working as a courier under the guise of a rogue, from which he has garnered considerable dividends. Remarkable indeed. Upon witnessing the wager presented by Yize, Zhao Xian furrowed his brow in astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that Yize possessed such wealth. Although the summoned beasts adorning Yize's arsenal were lavishly equipped with skills, they were merely provisions from his family. His allowance amounted to a mere 5 to 600,000. While the 200,000 remaining in his account was allocated by his family for the purchase of crystal stones and expenses for entering dungeons today. However, upon further reflection, he realized he possessed an exceptional quality Windwolf, alongside the additional mastery of 2 extraordinary level attack skills. Yize, at most, had a single rare level summoned beast. The advantage lies with me. He promptly produced a card, dismissing the notion of counting his funds as Yize had done. This card contains no less than 2 million. How would you like to compare? Upon seeing the figure of 2 million, Yize's eyes sparkled with excitement. Simple, the novice dungeon. Let us see who can clear it faster. While the monetary aspect is one matter, he remained steadfast in his primary objective, to conquer the dungeon and grow stronger. He intended to make the most of his time to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming college entrance examination in 10 days. Zhao Xian scoffed, huh? You expect me to waste time grinding through a standard difficulty dungeon like you? I have no intention of squandering my time. My first copy must be completed at the nightmare level. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were instantly filled with envy. The difficulty levels for novice copies are categorized as normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, catastrophe, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the greater the experience and rewards. However, aside from Zhao Xian, who possesses luxurious starting equipment and a complete repertoire of skill books as a privileged heir, ordinary individuals would never contemplate attempting high-difficulty copies. Yet, in the next moment, Yize's words astonished everyone once more. I will compete with you on the speed of solo clearing the hell-level copy. Hell level? Has this person lost his mind? The crowd instinctively glanced at the hell copy's clearing records. Hell copy. No clearing records. To compete on clearing speed? Solo? Let us see if you can even complete it successfully. Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. I understand now. You choose a difficulty that is utterly insurmountable, thinking that if we all fail, you won't lose? How naive. Truly naive. He immediately dispatched his female secretary to summon the notary robot. This is a unique creation of the Academy's mechanical masters, capable of notarizing the bets between 2 parties. The War Academy does not prohibit students from gambling. Since this is a challenge of dungeon copies, the one who endures longer in the hell copy shall be the victor. Now, you cannot back out. A glint of madness flickered in Zhao Xian's eyes. He was eager to finalize the wager. This time, not only would he be able to vanquish Yize on the spot, leaving him utterly humiliated, but he would also secure an additional 180,000 as pocket money. Although it meant squandering an opportunity to enter the dungeon, the gains far outweighed the losses. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, the round, penguin-like notarization robot emitted a cold, emotionless mechanical voice. Bet confirmed. Solo challenge in the Hell Dungeon. Betting parties. Zhao Xian, Yize? Even if both parties were to fail entirely, the victor would be determined by who could endure longer within the dungeon. The winning side would claim all stakes. What a remarkable turn of events. They truly placed their bets. Yize found himself in a rather pitiable situation. He had thought that selecting an insurmountable challenge would suffice, but he overlooked the fact that they also needed to compete based on endurance. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed any unusual expression on Yize's face. Rather, he appeared particularly elated. 2 million. After the sacrifice of his parents when he was merely 7, he had sought every possible means to earn money, recalling various ideas from his past life. Alas, this was the realm of professionals. Mere ideas without strength only served to benefit others. For more than a decade, he had tread carefully, and now he found himself with this 180,000. Fortunately, It had finally found its purpose. There was a chance for his savings to double. With the bet established, Yizhe was determined not to waste any more time. He directly approached the last of the 6 dungeon entrances, the hell-level, blood-red portal to another dimension. The mere aura emanating from it caused many students to retreat in trepidation. Ding! You have selected a hellish-level dungeon, a challenge of great magnitude. Are you certain you wish to enter? Please consider this carefully. Confirm. This dungeon strongly recommends forming a team. You are currently in solo mode. Would you like to proceed to the team interface? No, spare me the trivialities. Let me in at once. Perhaps the nation, concerned for the well-being of its students, has set multiple warnings for the hellish difficulty. However, Yizhe is not a fool. He has never engaged in ventures without assurance. Furthermore, initiating a hellish-level dungeon requires 300 crystal stones, valued at 3 million. Such a rare opportunity to enter for free must not be squandered. Yizhe stepped forward into the blood-red entrance of the dungeon, observing his unwavering resolve. Several students even felt a twinge of admiration. Yizhe truly dares to venture in. If it were me, I would likely hesitate for an eternity. Not just you. Did you not notice that Zhao Xian from the elite class hesitated as well? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian, lingering at the entrance to the hellish dungeon, felt a momentary stiffness in his expression, inwardly cursing. Is it not normal to prepare oneself psychologically when faced with the blood-red hellish difficulty? Yet, in stark contrast to Yizhe's earlier decisiveness, he appeared somewhat apprehensive. Summoning his determination, Zhao Xian then stepped into the hellish dungeon. The onlookers began to buzz with excitement. Not merely a wager between ordinary classes and elite classes. The total stakes approaching 4 million can indeed be deemed unprecedented in the annals of the War Academy. The notarization robot once again made its proclamation. Chapter 5, Taiji, Catching the Sparrow's Tail. I, Zhao Xian, shall not be disgraced. You have entered the hellish-level dungeon, the Beastmaster Mountains. In a desolate valley at the heart of Yi's, surrounded by ominous black mountains, a chilling wind howled, devoid of life. The Beastmaster Mountains? He recalled from his studies, the abyssal polluted lands. The malevolent aura of the abyss had tainted this once diverse and ecologically sound mountain range. A feat that the military had expended tremendous resources to cleanse. The hellish difficulty artificial dungeon replicated the scene of that time with astonishing accuracy. With a flicker of thought, Yi summoned the Kung Fu bear. A Taiji formation swiftly expanded from the ground. Moments later, a bear over 2 meters tall, clad in a Taoist robe and somewhat endearing, emerged at the center of the formation. Upon its entrance, it struck a pose reminiscent of white crane spreads its wings. Well, Yi smirked. Knowing full well that the panda possessed martial skills, he and the bear prepared to venture deeper into the mountains. The bear's average attributes hovered around 25 points, significantly surpassing those of warrior classes, and coupled with its max-level legendary skills, it instilled a profound sense of security. The sole drawback was that they currently possessed no equipment whatsoever. It was not a matter of reluctance to purchase, rather. Yi's meager funds were insufficient to afford a set of high-quality gear, especially considering the poor cost-performance ratio. It was far more prudent to delve into the dungeon and farm there. Crack, as they stepped onto the narrow path at the valley's entrance. The surrounding rocks suddenly emitted a sound of cracking, for colossal black shadows shattered the rocks as they charged forward with alarming speed. Resembling deep gray rhinoceroses encased in heavy stone shells, the stone armor beast LV-3, a creature of the ordinary class, possessed skills such as stone armor and charge. 4 of these level 3 beasts appeared as the initial wave of adversaries. Indeed, they were a testament to the hellish difficulty of this dungeon. The dungeon's creatures adjusted in level according to the adventurer's rank. With Yizhe at merely level 1, he found himself besieged by 4 level 3 monsters. Despite their immense size, the stone armor beasts had a unique foot structure enabling them to sprint upon cliffs, akin to massive rolling boulders hurtling towards Yizhe. Such force was enough to severely injure even a fully armored shield warrior upon receiving a direct hit, and this was merely the greeting gift of a hellish dungeon. However, Yizhe remained unfazed, his legs unmoving. Kill, he commanded. The Kung Fu bear stood before Yizhe, adopting a poised stance. Hu. The 2 black bear paws moved fluidly, weaving through the air like water, as an invisible aura flowed around them. The 24 forms of Tai Chi, grasped the bird's tail, were initiated, entering a defensive state to deflect the oncoming attack while executing a counterstrike through borrowed force. Tai Chi was not merely a singular skill. Each technique held its own formidable effects. In an instant, the full-force charge of one stone armor beast was effortlessly neutralized by the grasp the bird's tail maneuver. Subsequently, the bear deftly redirected its force towards another foe, unleashing a surge of energy. With a thunderous crash, both stone-armored beasts were embedded into the mountainside, creating a substantial crater. Their forms reduced to a bloody pulp. Instant annihilation. The two magical beasts yielded a remarkable 18 experience points. The enhancement from the hellish dungeon, coupled with the advantage of slaying foes beyond his level, rendered the efficiency of experience acquisition exceedingly high. Yizhe could not help but revel in the prospect. At this pace, he would ascend to a higher level in no time. In the next moment, the bear pivoted towards the remaining two stone-armored beasts. Given their speed, they posed no threat to the epic tier bear. With another swift maneuver, it executed a sweeping attack, effortlessly dispatching both adversaries. Kill count, Stone-Armored Beast X2. Level 1, 36,100. With a third of the experience gained, the next golden achievement was within reach. The four stone-armored beasts, ordinarily capable of plunging a novice team into dire straits, or even leading to their downfall, were vanquished without a scratch upon the bear. It concluded the encounter with a graceful gesture to withdraw. Oh, what a bountiful reward! Yizhe gazed upon the remains of the four stone-armored beasts. The dungeon creatures were manifestations of crystalline energy, and upon death, their bodies vanished, leaving behind the spoils of battle. For crystals, a skill book, and a piece of equipment. The crystals consistently fetched no less than 10,000 in the trading market. Thus, at least 40,000 was already secured. Rockfall Technique, Common Earth-type skill book, usable by mage classes. Giant Rock Armor, common, increases health by 50, physical defense by 5, agility -2. Equipment requirement, level 1. The drop rate for ordinary monsters was originally around 5. It seems that the Hell difficulty dungeon has significantly increased this rate. Skill books can be retained for selling. The Giant Rock Armor was immediately donned by Yizhe. Although it reduces agility, survival capability is paramount for a summoner. If a hasty retreat becomes necessary, it can always be removed. Yizhe continued forward with the bear along the narrow path at the valley entrance. According to the textbooks, the Beast Mountain range is divided into 3 stages: the base connected to the valley entrance, the mid-slope where monsters are more formidable, and the boss's lair, the Shadow Valley. Level 3 ordinary beasts should be abundant at the base. However, a problem has arisen. Perhaps the commotion caused by their defeat of the stone-armored beast alarmed the lower-tier monsters, prompting them to hide. This is a show of weakness, preparing to allow Yizhe passage to the realm of higher-tier beasts. Yet Yizhe remained unhurried. As the difficulty of the dungeon increases, so does the intelligence of the monsters. At Hell difficulty, they exhibit cunning indistinguishable from real-world beasts. Historical texts recount a cautionary tale. A naive female mage, during a raid, spared a seemingly adorable beast, only for it to seize the opportunity to ambush and slay the priest and her party from behind. Chaos ensued, and ultimately, none of the team survived. Thus, when confronting beasts and fiends, one must exhibit neither leniency nor hubris. Search the mountain. With Yizhe's commanding voice, Xiongdo was filled with determination, his gaze sweeping across the foot of the mountain. Search thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. Outside the dungeon entrance, though the circumstances within remained hidden, a throng of onlookers had gathered, eager to witness this grand gamble and to see who would falter first. I suspect Yizhe will emerge shortly. I doubt he will even surpass the first minor creature. That's for certain. He thinks he can solo it? Even the elite from the advanced classes struggle to get through. Young Master Zhao should be able to endure a few more rounds, though. 10 minutes passed, and if Yizhe could last that long, I thought he had already surpassed my expectations. The wager's time dragged on. Another 20 minutes elapsed. Whether it was Zhao Xian or Yizhe, their endurance had exceeded everyone's predictions. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the dungeon entrance. A frail figure collapsed onto the ground. The crowd erupted in excitement as they rushed forward. Who is it? Did Yizhe come out? Lasting 30 minutes is quite impressive. What the hell? It's young Master Zhao. Zhao Xian lay on the ground, observing the exhilarated crowd around him. Feeling a sense of secret satisfaction, I managed to endure for 30 minutes in hellish difficulty without tarnishing the Zhao family's reputation. Yet in truth, during the first wave against the stone-armored beast, his wind chaser wolf had sustained heavy injuries while attempting to shield him. He then fled in a frenzy, seeking refuge in every possible hiding place. It was only when the beast caught his scent that his attempts were utterly thwarted. Although the experience was somewhat humiliating, what mattered most was victory. Only triumph could validate everything. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, skepticism, and disbelief. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a smirk. His eyes partially closed, savoring the sensation of being the center of attention. Unbeknownst to him, his female secretary appeared visibly flustered. Zhao Xian casually inquired, "When did Yize emerge?" 10 minutes, or perhaps 5. The secretary pressed her lips together and whispered softly, "Yize, he hasn't come out yet." In the next instant, Zhao Xian shot upright, his previously narrowed eyes now wide open, resembling two glistening bronze bells. His voice escalated by several octaves. "What?" Chapter 6. Second entry. What you eat is what you supplement. Tai Chi Cloud Hands. Has Yize not emerged yet? What does it mean that he has not come out? Zhao Xian's mind momentarily faltered. He found it utterly incredulous that, relying solely on his exceptional summoned beast, he had managed to evade for a mere 30 minutes. How could Yize possibly last until now? At this moment, he finally discerned the discussions around him. Incredible. Zhao Xian is the first to emerge. Does that not mean he is lost? Yize has triumphed once more. It seems that no one from the elite class has ever bested him. Surely, he must have been hiding. He might emerge at any moment. Although the fact that Zhao Xian had lost was undeniable, no one dared provoke the ire of this privileged heir from the elite class. Instead, it was Zhao Xian himself whose composure had shattered. Not only had he been defeated by Yize again, but he had also squandered over 2 million from his family. That was the very sum he had intended to use for 3 dungeon runs today. Now, he had even forfeited a single opportunity to enter the dungeon for free. A catastrophic loss. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, seething as he glared at the dungeon entrance. Damn it. How can he still be hiding? Why haven't those beasts come looking for him yet? Why haven't these beasts come to find me yet? Inside the dungeon, Yize and his bear were conducting a thorough search. Not a single beast escaped their vigilant gaze. It is indeed surprising that no one has ever contemplated the possibility of conquering a hellish dungeon in such a manner. At this moment, the backpack contains 9 crystals, a tome of falling stones, a manual on full force strike, and a colossal axe. Level 1, 81-100. During this period, 5 stone-armored beasts were vanquished at the foot of the mountain, yielding bountiful rewards. Yet, Yize persists in his endeavors to ensure a cautious approach. He intends to ascend to level 2 before venturing into the advanced monster zone halfway up the mountain. After all, given the infernal difficulty, it is prudent to exercise a degree of respect. He wonders how Zhao Xian is faring. Yize is oblivious to the external circumstances, speculating that Zhao cannot possibly be progressing more swiftly than he. At that moment, 3 beasts materialized before him. Gray-maned beasts, LV3, type, ordinary beast skills, bite, severe injury. Yize discerns that the positioning of these creatures indicates a nefarious plot. They intend to ambush him in collaboration with advanced monsters as he enters the mid-mountain region. A treacherous scheme indeed. Unfortunately for them, they failed to anticipate Yize's decision to scour the mountain instead. Their cunning plans thwarted. They are compelled to confront the bear. The bear, akin to a seasoned enforcer, dispatches both the stone-armored beasts and the gray-maned beast with ease, executing them in mere moments under the prowess of Tai Chi. The latter proves to be even less formidable than the former, lacking any significant impact, rendering the use of the technique known as grasping the sparrow's tail unnecessary. The bear possesses more than double the attack power of a typical warrior, delivering a punishing blow with each strike. Upon defeating the gray-maned beast, Yize gains 9 experience points. Upon defeating the 3 low-level beasts known as the gray-maned beasts, I finally amassed enough experience, 27 points, to achieve a level up. Ding. Your level has risen to level 2. Your attributes have been enhanced. Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5. You have also received 5 free attribute points. Talent. You have gained 1 opportunity to draw from the infinite golden attribute pool. This is precisely what I awaited. I collected the spoils from the gray-maned beasts, 3 crystals, and a gray hat. All free attribute points were allocated to Spirit. Spirit is the most crucial attribute for a summoner, influencing the contract and growth of summoned beasts, as well as the damage of skills. Eagerly, Yize proceeded to draw. Once more, he was surrounded by a familiar cascade of golden light, with countless golden attribute frames swirling around him. This time, he reached out with intent. 1 golden attribute frame settled into his grasp. You have drawn a golden legendary attribute. You are what you eat. You are what you eat, capable of digesting any item. Each consumed item grants its corresponding attribute enhancement. A growth type attribute? Yize's eyes gleamed. In comparison to combat-type attributes, acquiring growth-type attributes early on proves to be more cost-effective. Yet, what exactly can this attribute be utilized for in terms of consumption? Yizhe decided to bestow this attribute upon the bear. The You Are What You Eat attribute has been successfully conferred. Summoning Beast, the Kung Fu Bear, Orange Epic, is upgraded to Orange Epic. This time, it does not possess combat-related attributes like Tai Chi Master. Hence, the immediate enhancement will be somewhat less. However, growth-type attributes still require development, which essentially means consumption. Yet, Yizhe found his backpack devoid of sustenance. After pondering for a considerable time, he produced a crystal stone and inquired of the bear, "Can you consume this?" After receiving the crystal, the bear contemplated for half a second before promptly tossing it into its mouth. Crunch. The adage "You are what you eat" rings true. Upon consuming the crystal stone, it gained 1 spirit and 20 maximum mana. The bear. BD, is this even possible? Witnessing the bear's evident delight, Yizhe felt an overwhelming joy. The crystal stone belonged to the realm of energy crystals, thus augmenting both spirit and mana. But what else? Could weapons also be consumed? Yizhe's imagination soared. He immediately retrieved a large axe, an item dropped by the stone-armored beast, pondering whether it could be eaten. Without a moment's hesitation, the bear bit off the iron axe head in 2 swift motions. Crunch. The principle of You Are What You Eat applies again. Upon consuming the giant axe, it gained 1 strength. The bear. Incredible. Consuming weapons to enhance strength. This attribute is certainly not inferior to that of the Tai Chi Master. Yizhe continued rummaging through his backpack and retrieved a skill book titled Full Power Strike. Although the skill book is an item, it comes with usage restrictions. Yet, at its core, it is fundamentally a book. The bear seized the skill book, rolling it up like a tortilla and swallowing it whole. You are what you consume. By devouring the skill book, Full Force Strike, it gained 1 in strength. Remarkable, indeed. Knowledge is power. However, due to the diminutive size of the skill book, the bear scarcely savored its flavor. The bear exclaimed, "Oh!" Yizhe, undeterred, produced the final skill book, choosing not to sell it, but rather to allow the bear to consume it. "Oh woo. You are what you consume." By ingesting the skill book, Rockfall Technique, the bear acquired 3 in Earth Element Control. Astonishingly, it could even enhance Elemental Mastery. Yizhe was once again astounded. Elemental Mastery not only amplifies the effectiveness of elemental skills, but also mitigates the damage taken from elemental attacks. It is the most challenging attribute for mages to elevate and simultaneously a bane to them. Yet, with the ability of You Are What You Consume, perhaps it could maximize the bear's elemental control. A nightmare for mages. Yizhe's anticipation grew once they ventured outside. He resolved to procure several skill books for the bear to devour. Noticing that his bag was entirely devoid of items, he and the bear departed from the foot of the mountain, ascending towards the mid-slope. This was the domain of high-level magical beasts, the location where exploration teams faced the greatest failures. Each magical beast here could even serve as a boss in a low-difficulty dungeon. The cliffs surrounding the mid-slope were steep and narrow, with a cold wind stirring a faint chill in the air. The density of monsters here is not particularly high, yet each one poses an extraordinary danger. As Yizhe took merely a few steps, a sharp cry resonated from the heavens. Caw! A silver-blue hawk swooped down, its wings shimmering with faint lightning. Thunderous Hawk, LV5, type, elite-level magical beast skills, Thunder Wings, Electric Shock, Claw Strike. To his surprise, Yizhe encountered a flying magical beast so swiftly. Flying magical beasts are evidently far more challenging to contend with than their terrestrial counterparts. If an expedition team lacking aerial combat capabilities encountered this creature, a devastating annihilation would be inevitable. Moreover, this was merely an elite-level beast, comparable to the green-quality summoned beasts, boasting nearly double the combat power of ordinary magical creatures. Xiong scratched his head and glanced at Yizhe. "We can't hit it." Unfazed, Yizhe replied, "No worries, I'll bring it down." He meticulously positioned himself and lay flat on the ground. With a defiant gesture directed at the thunderous hawk, he raised his middle finger, an international sign appreciated by both refined and common folk alike. The hell-level dungeon monsters, akin to their real-world counterparts, inherently possess the wildness and temperament of beasts. The stronger the creature, the more pronounced these traits become. Confronted with such a dismissive and provocative demeanor from his adversary, the thunderous hawk could hardly contain its fury. It surged forward at an astonishing speed, descending like a bolt of lightning. Yet Yizhe remained composed. "Xiong, If you can't stop it, it would reflect poorly on me. Though he uttered these words, his demeanor remained unflustered. Yet he had already comprehended all of the bear's Tai Chi techniques, and his mind was resolute. Although the bear did not fully grasp the concept of face, it displayed no lack of prowess in its strikes. Its hands alternated, deftly twisting and turning, as if tracing an arc through the air. The 24 forms of Tai Chi, cloud hands, ensnared the surrounding adversaries in an unceasing flow of energy, rendering their movements sluggish and diminishing their agility and strength. The thunderclap falcon's speed rapidly waned, as if it had become ensnared in a quagmire. It sensed something amiss, but it was too late. The bear's massive paw struck the delicate bird's head. Crack! The elite-level magical beast, Thunderclap Falcon, was slain, earning 15 experience points. Level 2, 23,300, perfect. Yizhe rose from the ground, observing as the corpse of the Thunderclap Falcon transformed into a skill book. The drop rate for hell difficulty indeed proved to be remarkable. Lightning Strike, excellent, a lightning-type skill book, available for learning by assassin class professions. This excellent skill surpasses the previous rockfall technique in full force strike and quality. Yizhe handed it over to the bear, which rolled the skill book and swallowed it whole. Chapter 7, The Second Summon Beast. Seeking the City Lord? Eat what you supplement. Consuming Thunder Strike grants. Agility 3, Control of Lightning Element 6. Indeed, the higher the quality of the consumable, the more attributes it enhances. At this rate, the bear's attributes will be far superior. As for the attributes of an epic quality summon beast, they may even surpass those of legendary quality. However, Yizhe is destined to find no comparative counterpart. For decades, not a single summoner has managed to possess a legendary quality summon beast below level 10. Even epic quality beasts are exceedingly rare. This is due to the stringent requirements that these two qualities impose on the summoner, necessitating either exceptional financial resources or formidable strength. Unless one is able to promote the summon beast as Yizhe has, training a summon beast is, as previously mentioned, an arduous endeavor. Yizhe examined the bear's attributes. Kung Fu Bear quality, epic level, 2 attributes, strength 41, constitution 35, agility 41, spirit 34, talent skill. When the summoner levels up, the summon beast similarly advances. An epic quality summon beast increases its 4 primary attributes by 10 points with each level gained. The remainder of its enhancements is derived from the principle of eating what you supplement. Currently, it boasts attributes equivalent to 3 times that of a warrior of the same level. Terrifying indeed. The higher the quality of the summon beast, the more exponentially its power escalates. No wonder so many consortium guilds spare no expense in providing high-quality summoned beasts for their juniors. Yizhe couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. If he could summon 1 or 2 legendary beasts during the college entrance examination. With the exam taking place 10 days after the class change, most candidates are still below level 10, with a few prodigies barely reaching level 10 after their first class advancement. The expressions of other candidates would surely be quite spectacular. The entrance examination for professionals determines whether one can enter prestigious institutions of higher learning and enjoy government subsidies. Securing a position among the top 50 in the nation could even lead to renowned universities willing to cover most of one's professional expenses. As for rankings beyond that, they would entail confidential benefits. This underscores Yizhe's immense emphasis on the entrance exam. It could save a significant amount of money. Of course, the prerequisite remains rapid leveling up. 10 days is neither too much nor too little. Currently, advancing from level 2 to level 3 requires 300 experience points. And with the hellish difficulty experience bonus, it seems a short distance away. Yizhe snapped back to reality, preparing to move forward. However, before he could take a few steps, 6 or 7 dark figures loomed before him, watchful and predatory. High-level magical beasts differ from their lower counterparts. They possess a strong territorial awareness and a fierce desire to battle. No creature is permitted to tread upon their domain. Perhaps the bear has yet to subdue them. Shadowback Wolf, EV5, Type, Elite Magical Beast Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Wolf Howl, Resilient Hide. Pack of Wolves. A pack of 6 or 7 formidable black wolves. Their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, fixated intently on Xiong and Yizhe. Each of these beasts rivaled a level 5 warrior in strength. Even more perilous was the wolves' propensity to attack in unison. A haunting howl resonated through the valley's rocky walls. Should there be any lurking shadowback wolves on the mountainside, they would soon converge to join the fray. It was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Delay would only allow more wolves to gather. Yizhe, after all, had only a single summoned beast at his disposal. If the number of wolves proved overwhelming and their assault too fierce, he would find himself in grave peril. Receiving the command, Xiong acted decisively, launching an immediate offensive. Utilizing the Tai Chi technique of cloud hands, he surged forward, enveloping the entire pack in a wave of energy that significantly diminished their speed. Following this, he unleashed the soul area attack of Tai Chi, the 24 forms, twin peaks piercing the ears, employing the internal strength of Tai Chi with both hands. He inflicted damage over a wide area ahead and momentarily stunned the wolves. Tai Chi is truly a comprehensive martial art, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, encompassing both internal and external techniques, and even including area of effect skills. Naturally, such an extraordinary effect comes from a fully leveled legendary quality skill. High-quality skills, like high-quality summon beasts, are both rare and formidable. It is said that the Lord of Lin Yuan City, where Yi Zhe resides, was originally a hunter of lesser prowess in combat. However, by fortune's grace, he acquired a legendary quality skill within the abyss, ultimately rising to become one of the 10 most potent 6th-tier practitioners in China. Revered as the Hunter King, it is evident that the bear, endowed with legendary skills, possesses a combat prowess that far exceeds mere epic levels. A resounding gust of wind heralded its arrival as the dual peaks of internal Tai Chi energy erupted, striking the wolf pack ahead with precision. Half of them, caught at the center of the skill, were instantly obliterated, while the other half fell victim to his stunning effect. Swiftly, the bear advanced, delivering powerful blows, one paw for each foe. The spectral wolves were vanquished, granting an experience boost of 15. This wave of wolves caused the experience bar to surge by a third. At this pace, before entering the boss zone, reaching level 3 was within grasp. Yi Zhe silently calculated, then turned his gaze to the spoils of the wolf pack. The yield was quite satisfactory. 5 crystals, 2 pieces of equipment, and a skill book. One of the items, the agile wolfskin boots, which increased agility by 3 points, was promptly donned by Yi Zhe. The other, a finely crafted archer's weapon, was fed to the bear. You are what you consume. The wolf tendon bow granted a boost of 1 agility, 1 strength, and a critical hit rate of 3%. The skill book, however, brought a glimmer of surprise to Yi Zhe. It was a finely crafted summoner skill. The drops of skill books are entirely random and fortuitously. The third one he acquired was one he could utilize. Indeed, luck was on his side. The Ghost Tail Squirrel Summon finally crafted an agility-based contract beast, available for summoners to learn. As for the quality, Yi Zhe felt no need for concern. Even low-quality summon beasts can become formidable after the addition of attributes, and they can significantly enhance various properties. The focus lies on agility, positioning them as potential assassins in the future. This complements the warrior-type bears, allowing Yi Zhe's summon beast team to become more comprehensive. It's you. Currently, Yi Zhe possesses 30 points in spirit attributes, sufficient to contract a second summoned beast. Ding! You have acquired the skill, Ethereal Tail Squirrel Summon. You have obtained a new summon beast, Ethereal Tail Squirrel. Excellent. A new figure has appeared in the summon beast space. A small, agile squirrel with sharp and dexterous claws. Its distinct jet black tail standing upright behind it. Come forth. A beam of light illuminated, and the squirrel appeared on Yi Zhe's shoulder. Their large eyes met in a moment of wonder. Ethereal Tail Squirrel Quality. Green Excellent Level. 2 Attributes. Strength 9, Constitution 8, Agility 11, Spirit 7 Talents, Energy Reserve, Excellent. Keen Perception, Excellent. Skills. Camouflage LV1, Excellent. Yi Zhe originally held modest expectations for skills of excellent quality. To his surprise, he discovered a highly practical one. Keen Perception, capable of detecting distant and hidden enemies and traps, enhancing reconnaissance abilities. Thus, the speed at which he locates monsters has significantly improved, and he is no longer fearful of ambushes. Satisfied, Yi Zhe set off with the bear and squirrel, determined to continue battling and strive for a level up within the hour. On the other side, outside the entrance of the dungeon, the onlooking students from the academy were beginning to feel a sense of dread. It had already been an hour, yet Yi Zhe had still not emerged. Could it be possible for a hell-level dungeon to conceal someone for such an extended period? It seemed implausible, for the monsters within a hell-level dungeon actively sought out adventurers. Zhao Xian was a testament to this. The voices around him gradually dwindled, their gazes drifting towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, with a grim expression tinged with confusion, contemplated the situation. He was experienced enough to know that even if one attempted to hide, the beast would hunt them down, making survival for such a duration utterly impossible. He had a superior level summoned beast providing cover, but what did Yi Zhe have? At that moment, someone boldly speculated, "Do you think the dungeon might be malfunctioning? Perhaps the individuals inside cannot escape?" "Impossible," came the retort. "The dungeon was crafted by the city lord and other elite adventurers. How could it possibly fail? It has been ages since anyone dared to tackle a dungeon of such difficulty. A malfunction is not out of the question, since it is man-made. There exists a possibility of failure." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, it must be a malfunction. Otherwise, with Yi Zhe's capabilities, how could he survive in a hell-level dungeon for so long? "I have not yet lost." The female secretary beside him, noticing the change in Zhao Xian's demeanor, let out a sigh of relief and promptly echoed his thoughts. The onlookers found it difficult to ascertain the situation. Some believed that Yi Zhe was indeed still holding on. Yet, another hour passed, and Yi Zhe still had not emerged. At this moment, the crowd suddenly sensed that the matter had become rather complicated. It was undoubtedly a malfunction within the instance. What should be done now? We must find a way to summon the city lord or the dean. Chapter 8. The Inaccessible Hell Instance. Shadow Squirrel. In Lingyuan City, at the Lord's Manor. "What did you say? The novice dungeon of the War Academy has encountered a malfunction? This must be a jest. I personally crafted it, utilizing only the finest items that emerged from the abyss, imbued with the power of the laws. Do you think it is some antiquated television set? Malfunctioning, indeed. What? A newly transitioned summoner, lacking equipment, possessing at most a rare-level summon beast. Enters a hell difficulty dungeon alone, and hasn't he emerged for 2 hours? Hiss. The lord of Lingyuan City, Hunter King Wan Faping, fell into deep contemplation. His tousled dark brown hair framed a face marked by several faint scars, where a hint of confusion emerged. It has already been over 2 hours. The lord's assistant, who had just reported the situation, added a remark and speculated. Could it be that he concealed his true strength? Lord Wan Faping grinned. If it were those privileged second-generation students from the elite class, I might entertain that notion. But the ordinary class, where would they acquire the strength to conceal? The assistant suddenly realized, indeed, it is the ordinary class. Wan Faping began to rise, preparing to set off, muttering to himself, moreover, when I initially designed the hell difficulty, my primary intention was to curb the arrogance of those elite second-generation students. To make them aware that there are realms beyond their comprehension, and that the horrors of the abyss are truly terrifying. To prevent the elite class from becoming too overconfident. The assistant suddenly comprehended the situation. Under such circumstances, how could anyone possibly clear the level? If one could clear it, how could they be apprehended? Now then, it was imperative to quickly retrieve the items and materials with restorative effects from the warehouse. Wan Faping grasped the warehouse key and departed from the office. If the dungeon truly required repairs, it would necessitate my direct involvement. Within the dungeon, Yi Zhe remained completely oblivious to the events transpiring outside, instead finding himself effortlessly dispatching monsters. His only prior concern had been the potential for ambush by the beasts. However, with the squirrel's reconnaissance, he faced no sudden encounters and certainly no possibility of being besieged. The squirrel adeptly discerned the enemy's movements and lured them deeper into danger. With its formidable attributes, the bear could easily fell foes with a single strike, even without utilizing skills. If one strike proved insufficient, then 2 would suffice. Slaying the Thunderclap Falcon granted him 15 experience points. Defeating the Shadowback Wolf yielded 30 experience points. Conquering the Stone-Armored Beast King provided a whopping 40 experience points. Amidst this relentless slaughter, the high-level monsters in the mountainside area fell without a hint of suspense. The experience bar surged rapidly. Furthermore, the spoils collected along the way were generously fed to the bear, enhancing its attributes by an additional 7 or 8 points. What has the little squirrel discovered now? Yi Zhe inquired, observing the small squirrel scurrying towards him. The squirrel raised its tail, standing before Yi Zhe, with its left paw clutching a short knife and its right paw holding up a delicate blue flower. The short knife, a newly emerged exquisite-grade weapon, was bestowed upon the squirrel by Yi Zhe. However, given the squirrel's modest size of over 30 centimeters, the weapon seemed somewhat ill-suited. Yet, Yi Zhe was pleasantly surprised by the small flower in its right hand. The windbell flower, a green-quality herb capable of storing a small amount of wind elemental power. Useful for alchemy. What a splendid find. Numerous plants have evolved under extraordinary powers, transforming into a variety of rare flowers and herbs, each with distinct properties. However, such specimens are scarce in dungeons, making their discovery a rare stroke of luck. To his astonishment, the petite squirrel possessed an additional function. Quite impressive, Yi Zhe remarked. taking the windbell flower with the intention of offering it to the bear. If equipment and skill books can be consumed, surely this genuine herb would pose no problem. The windbell flower was so diminutive that it barely filled the bear's gaps between its teeth. The consumption of the windbell flower granted an increase of 10 to speed and 7 to wind elemental control. Indeed, everything could be ingested. It seemed that after exiting the dungeon, procuring more herbs for the bear would be a viable plan. As Izay contemplated this, the bear suddenly charged forward, confronting a solitary shadowback wolf. Perhaps it had been napping during the wolf pack's charge, leading to its isolated appearance here. Without a hint of hesitation, the bear swiftly dispatched the creature with a single blow. Defeating the shadowback wolf, experience increased by 15. Ding! Your level has risen to level 3. Attribute enhancement achieved. Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 5, Spirit 10. Additional attribute points 5. Talent acquired. You have gained one opportunity for an infinite golden attribute draw. It is time to draw for the next attribute. Yizay, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together. The level 5 monster area had been nearly cleared. Leaving no room for hesitation, he immediately commenced the draw. Familiar golden attribute frames surrounded Yizay. From his previous experience, he discovered that in addition to the random draws, he could also actively select attributes himself. It all depended on whether he believed in his luck. This time, Yizay extended both hands, attempting to draw 2 attributes simultaneously from the sea of attributes. However, in the end, only one attribute frame remained in his grasp. You have drawn the golden legendary attribute, Shadow Master. Shadow Master, manipulate shadows, become one with the darkness, an assassin lurking in the shadows. Undoubtedly a combat-oriented attribute. Yizay was overjoyed, as it seemed comparable in strength to the Tai Chi Master. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the bear was suited for direct combat, utilizing softness to overcome strength, leveraging power against power. In contrast, the Shadow Master was more fitting for an assassin role. Without hesitation, Yizay assigned this second attribute to the Ghost-Tail Squirrel. Thus, he now possessed 2 golden elite fighters. The attribute Shadow Master has been successfully assigned. Summoned Beast, Ghost-Tail Squirrel, green quality. Evolved into Shadow Squirrel, orange epic. The second epic Summoned Beast. Although it ranks lower than the bear in terms of star level, the squirrel is of exceptional quality and can transcend 2 tiers to evolve directly into an epic form. This truly highlights the formidable nature of the Shadow Master trait. At this moment, the little squirrel's fur is as dark as the night, shimmering with an eerie glow. Its aura is markedly different from before. Shadow Squirrel quality, orange epic level, 3 attributes, strength 43, constitution 38, agility 49, spirit 40 talent, enhanced perception, rare, shadow stealth, legendary, skills, shadow clone, LV8, legendary. Shadow binding LV8, epic, shadow strike LV8, epic, remarkable. It has certainly exceeded my expectations. 3 skills and a talent, with attributes that are equally formidable. Although all skills are only at level 8, which is somewhat inferior to the Tai Chi Master that starts at full level, their effectiveness is by no means diminished. Particularly noteworthy is the Shadow Clone skill that Yizay has high hopes for. Shadow Clone consumes 20 points of mana to summon a Shadow Clone with 80 of the main body's attributes, lasting for 4 hours with no cooldown. With the squirrel's current 40 points in spirit, it possesses 800 points of mana. Theoretically, it could summon up to 40 Shadow Clones with similar attributes simultaneously. How terrifying. Of course, the Shadow Clones cannot use the Shadow Clone skill themselves, or it would become a recursive situation. Ding. Your summoned beast has experienced significant growth, resulting in a portion of its attributes being reflected back. Your attributes have been enhanced. Strength 8, Constitution 8, Agility 12, Spirit 8. Once again, a remarkable feedback of attributes. Who would have imagined that Yizay, a summoner, would possess a physique nearly comparable to that of a warrior of the same level? A level 3 summoner commanding 2 epic summoned beasts. It would be hard for anyone to believe such a feat filled with newfound confidence. Yizay, accompanied by a bear and a squirrel, made his way directly to the final stage of the Hell Dungeon, the Abyssal Valley. Chapter 9, Tactical Deception Skills. A feather to move a mountain. Though referred to as a valley, this place harbors no semblance of tranquility. Instead, it is strewn with scorched rock fissures and surrounded by charred remnants, scattered bones littering the ground. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the illustrations found in history books. As Yizay surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but speculate. If it resembles the past, then the final boss. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Unlike other dungeons where various creatures populate the boss phase, here there were none. No minions or elite foes. Only a figure exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy emerged slowly from the valley. Upon catching sight of this boss, Yize gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! A numerical monstrosity. Beast King. Crimson Demon Lion type. Final boss of the Demon Beast Mountain quality. Rare level. 10 attributes. Strength 145, Stamina 140, Agility 105. Spirit 68 skills. Demonic Flame Breath, Shattering Impact, Scorching Claw Strike, Lion King's Bloodline. A rare 5-star. Beyond the rare quality, each quality tier has additional star ratings, with 5 stars representing the pinnacle of rarity. Gazing at the opponent's attribute panel, Yize finally comprehended why no one had ever conquered the hellish difficulty. The boss's statistics were simply insurmountable. In the novice dungeon, the only classes permitted to enter were those below level 9. Confronted with such a formidable boss, high in attack power, robust in health, and swift in movement, even a quartet of level 9 professionals might struggle to withstand a single strike from the Crimson Demon Lion. In an instant, Yize comprehended the designer's intent behind the dungeon. It was never meant for players to prevail. Historical records reveal that this Crimson Demon Lion was the Beast King during the campaign against the Demon Beast Mountains in China. To attain the status of Beast King, its combat experience is not to be underestimated. Humph! The Crimson Demon Lion exhaled heavily, sending forth a wave of heat. Only one challenger? As the ultimate boss of hell difficulty, it had not encountered a challenger in quite some time, let alone a solitary one. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yize formulated a plan. This is rather tricky. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Anyone who had previously attempted the hell difficulty would undoubtedly scoff at the audacity. A single breath from the Crimson Demon Lion could obliterate both you and your summoned creature. What audacity does a level 3 summoner have to even consider such a feat? However, Yize was equally aware of this. He summoned a total of 20 shadow duplicates of the squirrel to charge at the boss's face. 20. This required 400 points of mana, consuming half of the shadow squirrel's current mana reserves. No textbook would ever advocate such a strategy. Yet, upon hearing Yize's command, without hesitation, the squirrel unleashed its skills, summoning an instant 20 shadow squirrels before Yize. Charge! Yize commanded, momentarily restraining the bear and the squirrel, instructing them not to rush in just yet. As his words fell, the 20 shadow clones of the squirrel surged towards the Crimson Demon Lion. However, the latter regarded them with utter disdain, unleashing a breath of demonic flames. Whoosh! Half of the mana consumed by the shadow clones was entirely incinerated. Yet, Yize's face revealed a glimmer of delight. Success. What appeared to be a ludicrous act of self-sacrifice was, in fact, a commonly employed strategy from his previous life in gaming. Deceiving skills. As the foremost scholar of the War Academy, Yize possessed profound knowledge of the recorded abilities. The demonic flame breath was the sole area of effect skill of the Crimson Demon Lion. Unlike the shadow clones, this skill had a cooldown period. Faced with a multitude of shadow squirrels, the Crimson Demon Lion would not bother to eliminate them one by one. Employing an area of effect skill was undoubtedly the optimal choice. With the area skill expended, the opportunity for Yize to claim victory had arrived. Go forth, Panda, squirrel. Yize commanded. The squirrel swiftly burrowed into the ground, merging with the shadows. This was his innate skill, shadow evasion. It allowed him to meld his body into any shadow, enabling stealthy movement. A premier stealth skill. However, in the presence of the two epic summoned creatures, the bear and the squirrel, the Crimson Demon Lion exhibited not the slightest interest. To dare to take the initiative in attack is indeed a display of courage. The deep voice of the Crimson Demon Lion resonated. It was not uncommon for certain teams of adventurers to withdraw from dungeons upon witnessing his attributes. Yet, he remained unfazed. With his formidable combat prowess, he believed that a single swipe of his claws would suffice to obliterate these two adversaries. Die. The Crimson Demon Lion, disliking the notion of wasting time, swiftly lunged at the bear, intent on concluding the battle instantaneously. However, to his astonishment, his strike seemed to land upon a cushion of cotton, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The bear deftly maneuvered its arms, effortlessly parrying his lethal claws and mysteriously dissipating the onslaught. Yize's expression brimmed with excitement. This was the essence of using minimal force to redirect immense power. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds. Level 10 allows one to employ ingenious gravity and soft strength to neutralize and counter powerful attacks with minimal exertion. When faced with an assault not exceeding 10 times one's own strength, one can retaliate with a staggering 200 of the enemy's damage. Crack. The bear countered with a forceful push, channeling tremendous power into the crown of the Crimson Demon Lioness head. A faint sound of splintering bone echoed. Stars danced before his eyes as blood gushed forth. Under ordinary circumstances, such an attack would not have caused such grievous harm. Yet, 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds ingeniously utilized the Crimson Demon Lion's own strength, amplifying the damage substantially. Striking at the head rendered the blow particularly lethal. This is the tactical focal point of Yizhe. Using a feather to displace 1,000 pounds is ineffective against magical attacks, area damage, and similar skills. However, if one can bait out these area skills, the remaining attacks from the Crimson Magic Lion fall prey to the bear's natural advantage. A numerical monstrosity of a boss? Then I shall turn your own damage against you. Roar. The Crimson Magic Lion lies gravely wounded, consumed by rage. As the sovereign of the Warcraft Mountains, he has never been so cunningly outmaneuvered. Yet, even in such a dire state, with but a breath left, the Crimson Magic Lion still possesses the strength to fight. Alas, in the very next moment, just as he prepares for a vengeful retaliation, his body becomes utterly immobilized. The Shadow Squirrel's binding effect takes hold. By manipulating the enemy's shadow, it achieves the effect of incapacitating the opponent. If in full health, the binding would have no effect on the immensely powerful Crimson Magic Lion. However, now, gravely injured, he is defenseless. Die. This is the final utterance of the Crimson Magic Lion in this dungeon. Once immobilized, how can he resist? The squirrel manifests a shadow blade in its grasp and thrusts it fiercely toward the lion's eye. Despite this, the bear and squirrel continue to deliver blows for over a minute before the Crimson Magic Lion finally exhausts his last ounce of strength. Slaying the ultimate boss, the Crimson Magic Lion, yields an experience gain of 500. Congratulations, as the first to conquer the hellish difficulty dungeon. You shall be ranked first on the Chinese Hell Level Completion Leaderboard. Congratulations on conquering the Demon Mountain Range for the first time. You have been awarded the Hell Level First Completion Prize, an experience boost of 1,000. Additionally, you have received an exclusive First Completion Treasure Chest 1. As the dungeon concludes, the spoils of the boss battle will be automatically collected for you. Ding! Your level has now ascended to Level 4. Chapter 10. The City Lord. Then I must go there even more. Meanwhile, outside the instance, the crowd had already swelled to enormous proportions. Upon learning of the potential malfunction of the dungeon, even the vice president of the War Academy had arrived. Zhao Xian's expression finally brightened, and whispers began to circulate among the crowd. What do you think will happen to those inside if the instance is malfunctioning? Will they be repeatedly slain by the beasts? How unfortunate. And what of the wager? Given Yizhe's usual performance, he probably cannot surpass young Master Zhao. It seems the more than 180,000 they amassed over the years is likely lost. Hearing the murmurs, a smile crept across Zhao Xian's face. The vice president couldn't help but shake his head. Yizhe had become accustomed to being the top of his class, completely oblivious to reality. How could he dare to gamble against the elite class? Amidst the cacophony, the enormous blue screen above the entrance of the instance began to change. This screen was supposed to display team formations and leaderboard information, but all the characters vanished, transforming into a striking announcement. Congratulations to the Huadong region, Linyuan City, War Academy's Yizhe for being the first to complete the Hell Difficulty Novice Dungeon, Monster Mountain. He ranks first on the national leaderboard for Hell level clearances. The announcement on the instance interface was dazzling, yet the entire venue fell into a profound silence, as if time had frozen for over 10 seconds. Zhao Xian, Vice President. All the onlooking students were utterly bewildered, their faces reflecting confusion and stupor. They could scarcely believe it. A destitute summoner, lacking the means to nurture summoned creatures, possessed combat abilities inferior even to those of a warrior. Yet, he had conquered the hellish difficulty dungeon? Who could accept such a notion? In the next moment, every gaze turned unison towards the leaderboard beside them. This was the completion ranking for novice dungeons. Prior to this, the list had only showcased records for the ordinary, advanced, difficult, nightmare, and calamity difficulties. Now, however, the leaderboard for Hell difficulty displayed a singular name: Hell difficulty, novice dungeon completion ranking 1. Yizhe, completion time, 2 hours and 13 minutes. The vice dean adjusted his glasses, beginning to question whether he was succumbing to presbyopia. As for Zhao Xian and his female secretary beside him, their complexions paled to an ashen hue, devoid of any color. This was a nationwide leaderboard, immortalizing Yizhe's name. There was no room for disbelief. It was madness. To solo a hell difficulty dungeon. It must be a bug, undeniably a bug. Moreover, it had taken merely over 2 hours. I recall that the record for calamity difficulty took at least 4 hours to achieve. At that moment, if anyone were to learn that the most formidable boss in hell difficulty was the very place where Yizhe had spent the least amount of time, one could only wonder what their thoughts would be. However, there were those who suddenly speculated. Could it be that this is the true strength of the commoner summoner? Is it possible that the affluent, in their endeavors as summoners, are not as formidable as their less fortunate counterparts? What nonsense! Even if they were strong. It was evident that they could not compare to the prowess of the esteemed Yizhe. Indeed, the shift in the crowd's attitude was palpable. Zhao Xian's gaze dimmed, devoid of any glimmer of hope. It was over, truly over this time. Yet, the one who felt the greater dread was the professional secretary beside him from the Zhao Guild. Had she not, just today, called Yizhe foolish? She had insulted a practitioner who had conquered a hellish difficulty. The thought sent a shiver through her body. She was not a practitioner herself. Her current standing was solely due to the backing of the Zhao Guild. Thus, she instinctively sought to contact Zhao Xian's father, the president of the Zhao Guild. To her surprise, the president was the first to send her directives. Are you at the War Academy? The Academy has produced the nation's top hell-level dungeon conqueror. You must make his acquaintance promptly and cultivate a favorable relationship. Such a nationally recognized practitioner, once they emerged, would undoubtedly attract the attention of major guilds and corporations. Even if they could not recruit him, they would strive to express goodwill. But now, oh dear. The secretary's scalp tingled with anxiety. What was she to do? Who could have foreseen that a commoner summoner could achieve such remarkable success? Must she inform the president? The professional you wish to cultivate a good relationship with was just reprimanded by me this morning? Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Lord's mansion, Lord Wan Faping had just gathered all the materials necessary for repairing the dungeon. His assistant rushed in, flustered and anxious, exclaiming, "My lord, there's no need for you to go. The dungeon is not malfunctioning." What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? Wan Faping's face began to reflect his displeasure. The assistant continued, "It's not that the student couldn't exit. Rather, they successfully cleared the dungeon. They have conquered the infernal difficulty novice dungeon. An announcement has been made nationwide." Wan Faping? The sturdy 6th-tier hunter seemed to experience a momentary lapse in cognition. The infernal dungeon, the very one he had meticulously designed to challenge the wealthy elite, was cleared? How could anyone possibly conquer the final boss I crafted? The clearance record had indeed surfaced. It was genuine. The assistant added, "You truly need not trouble yourself." Before he could finish his sentence, Wan Faping seized the assistant's collar with his muscular arm, exclaiming, "Damn it, that makes it all the more imperative for me to go. The first nationwide clearance of the infernal difficulty occurring in my Lingyuan city is far more significant than the matter of repairing the dungeon." At this moment, the assistant finally seemed to regain his composure. Yes, indeed, Wan Faping was exceedingly exhilarated. "You returned all the repair materials to the warehouse. I must depart early." With that, the speed of the 6th-tier hunter became evident. With a loud crash akin to a tank, he shattered the mayor's office door and dashed outside. The assistant left in the office seemed to be accustomed to such occurrences and let out a resigned sigh. "My lord, the War Academy is located to the north, yet you are heading south." Within the dungeon, Yizhe remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside, still astonished by the multitude of notifications he had received. Truly, the rewards for achieving a hellish difficulty first clear were abundant. After the boss's demise, the dungeon could only be sustained for an additional 10 minutes. Yizhe prepared to examine his spoils. 3 items dropped by the Crimson Demon Lion, all stored in his backpack. 10 crystals brought his total to 26, worth at least 260,000 on the market. Yizhe couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly a professional could amass wealth. The remaining items consisted of 2 level 4 equipments, the loot from a novice dungeon corresponding to the professional's level, Crimson Demon Blade, rare, with a damage multiplier of 140, adding 10 to strength and 10 to agility, and an equipment level of 4. Special effect, ignores 30 of the enemy's defense upon attack. Crimson Spirit Bracers, rare, damage multiplier, 125, strength 10, constitution 5, agility 5. Equipment level, 4. Special effect, increases attack or skill release speed by 40. 2 pieces of top-tier rare equipment, almost indistinguishable from the superior grade. Moreover, the equipment effects are exceedingly practical. They hold significant value. Even Zhao Xian, backed by one of the top 10 guilds in East China, is merely clad in ordinary rare gear, at most 1 or 2 stars. This is because rare equipment with excellent attributes is incredibly difficult to obtain, with scarcity prevalent in the market, often leading to competitive bidding. The market price for a single piece starts at no less than 1 million, with a high demand but low supply. However, considering that these two pieces were dropped by the Crimson Demon Lion, it is hardly surprising. Should they be sold? It would be sufficient for Yi Zhe to attempt a hellish difficulty dungeon once more. Yet, it is unnecessary. Yi Zhe decisively equipped the two summoned beasts. The Crimson Demon Blade was given to the Shadow Squirrel, while the Crimson Spirit Bracers were bestowed upon the Kung Fu Bear. Summoned beasts can don equipment just like professionals. This is one of the reasons why summoners possess such high potential, but it also signifies an extravagant expenditure. Equipping each summoned beast with a complete set of gear is an endeavor that would be unfeasible for an ordinary person. Subsequently, Yi Zhe glanced at the treasure chest in his backpack. The exclusive treasure chest for completing the dungeon for the first time, Hell Level. Yi Zhe held great anticipation for this chest. According to the textbook Social Practice Course, Strategy Guide, opening the treasure chest has a high probability of yielding a piece of equipment exclusive to a particular profession. Chapter 11. A Bountiful Harvest. The fourth entry. How did it turn into a press conference? Yi Zhe eagerly opened the treasure chest. Crimson light shimmered around the chest, resembling a lion's mouth as it unlocked. You have unlocked the exclusive reward for the first completion of the dungeon. Congratulations! You have received 100 crystals. Congratulations! You have received accessory, Hell's Rookie Badge. Congratulations! You have received exclusive equipment, Spirit Contract Ring. 100 crystals. 1 million. Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel elated. The value of the first completion at Hell level was indeed on the rise. He then turned his attention to the first accessory, Hell's Rookie Badge, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. A testament to your courage and will when facing the challenges of Hell difficulty. This was, astonishingly, something straight out of a textbook. The commemorative badge could only be obtained under very specific conditions and held special value in the eyes of the military. However, for Yi Zhe, the equipment attributes alone were remarkably impressive. Moreover, this type of badge did not require wearing to provide its attributes. Yi Zhe placed it in his backpack and looked at his exclusive equipment. Spirit Contract Ring exclusive to summoners. Quality, exceptional attributes, Agility 10, Spirit 20, Mana 200. Special effect. When a summoned beast is nearby, movement speed increases by 100. Accompanying skill dash, Spirit Pact. Temporarily replicate a skill from a contracted summoned beast. The skill vanishes after a single use but can be stored. It requires a cost of 100 mana and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Spirit Pact set, 1-2. What the heck? Yi Zhe exclaimed in astonishment, having initially believed that the equipment's attribute of a 100 speed increase was already formidable. He was taken aback by the unexpected revelation, the ability to duplicate a skill from a summoned beast. The value of this equipment's accompanying skill was immensely significant for Yi Zhe. For others, it might be of limited utility, as summoners typically rely on quantity, rendering a single copied skill less impactful. However, Yi Zhe's summoned beasts predominantly possess top-tier epic and legendary skills, particularly the highly functional Shadow Escape and Shadow Clone. Who wouldn't wish to personally experience the Shadow Clone technique? For the summoner, this represented a substantial enhancement in life-saving capabilities. Furthermore, this was part of a set equipment. Should he manage to find another piece of the set, it could activate a remarkable set effect. Yi Zhe adorned the Spirit Pact ring upon his finger, elevating his mental power to an impressive 88 points. This was equivalent to double that of a mage of the same level. Subsequently, he chose to first replicate Shadow Escape for safekeeping. In the event of an ambush after exiting a dungeon, he could effortlessly transform into a shadow to evade or counterattack. Spirit Pact, you have successfully copied the talent skill Shadow Escape from the Shadow Squirrel. Success. Yi Zetian was suddenly overwhelmed by a compelling urge to embody the shadows. However, he managed to suppress it. Ultimately, he checked his experience points. Level 4, 805, 1300. He had gained 500 experience points for defeating the Crimson Demon Lion and received a bonus of 1,000 for completing the dungeon, totaling 1,500 points. The experience required to ascend from level 3 to level 4 was 700. This significant influx of experience was sufficient for him to advance from level 3 to level 4. And he was on the verge of leveling up once more. He also had the opportunity to draw a new attribute. Without hesitation, Yi Zhe decisively initiated the draw. A golden luminescence swirled around him, and countless attribute boxes dazzled his vision. This time, Yizhe did not proactively select. Instead, he waited for 2 or 3 breaths. Until one attribute box came to a stop before him. You have drawn a legendary golden attribute, Treasure Scent. Treasure Scent, able to accurately detect the presence of nearby treasures, discerning their value and location. The ability to sense treasures in the vicinity. Such an attribute exists? Undoubtedly, it is a top-tier treasure hunting skill. Moreover, this could prove immensely beneficial for his next destination. Just as Yizhe was contemplating this, his expression suddenly changed as he realized something. There are only 5 minutes and 14 seconds remaining until the dungeon automatically closes. After defeating the boss, the dungeon could only be sustained for an additional 10 minutes. Yet, there may still be numerous herbs and treasures within this hellish dungeon. Previously, due to a lack of treasure hunting skills, Yizhe had not spent much time searching. But now, there was still a chance for redemption. Yizhe swiftly took action, endowing the agile and keen-nosed squirrel with the Treasure Scent ability. Treasure Scent successfully bestowed. Summoned Beast, Shadow Squirrel, Orange Epic, evolved into Shadow Treasure Squirrel, Orange Epic. The squirrel's appearance remained largely unchanged, yet its quality had gained an additional star. This indicated a dual assessment of combat prowess and potential. However, unexpectedly, after the evolution, the squirrel began to incessantly sniff around Yizhe. Enough with the sniffing at me, go and scent those unclaimed treasures, Yizhe remarked helplessly. Upon receiving the command, the squirrel quickly twitched its nose, adjusted its target, and then, with a swift motion, darted off in a certain direction. Yizhe further urged, use Shadow Clone. Time was of the essence. Bring back as many items as possible. After his words, the squirrel split into 4 clones, each dashing off in different directions. Employing Shadow Clone for treasure hunting was indeed a masterful synergy. Yizhe felt quite satisfied, though regrettably, the remaining time in the dungeon was limited. 5 minutes 01. 4 minutes 39. 3 minutes 16. Approximately 2 minutes passed, and the squirrel's original form returned with a red fruit. It was important to note that Treasure Scent could discern the value of treasures. Thus, the item retrieved by the squirrel itself was undoubtedly of considerable worth. Yizhe was filled with anticipation for the flame fruit, blue rare spirit fruit thriving in an environment tainted by magical energies, abundant in fire elemental energy. It is suitable for juicing, potion making, and even bomb crafting. This rare grade spirit fruit possesses extraordinary elemental powers. Rare grade is currently the highest level accessible. Higher grades, such as exceptional, are typically only found in esteemed academies or military establishments. As for the subsequent uses, Yizhe chose to overlook them, deeming them too cumbersome. Instead, it was far simpler and more convenient to feed it to the bear. The adage "you are what you eat" rang true. Consuming the flame fruit would grant an increase of 6 in strength and a 15 enhancement in fire elemental control. Upon ingesting the flame fruit, a faint explosive sound emanated from the bear's mouth. Shortly thereafter, the bear opened its mouth and expelled a cloud of black smoke. With the elevation of its level 4 attributes and the "you are what you eat" bonus, its strength surged to an impressive 83 points. Truly formidable. Not long after, as the dungeon's time dwindled to mere seconds, the squirrel's 3 shadow clones returned in succession, each bearing a bellflower previously encountered, perhaps fortified by prior experience. The squirrel promptly tossed them into the bear's mouth upon arrival. The scene was undeniably comical. The 3 bellflowers provided a boost of 27 in speed and an 18 enhancement in wind elemental control. This led Yizhe to a revelation. The more one consumes of the same item, the lesser the incremental benefits derived. Just like the bellflower. Upon consuming the second and third blooms, the attribute enhancement of "you are what you eat" diminished somewhat. This left Yizhe rather disheartened. He had initially intended to purchase 100 weapons for the bear to consume. However, that now seemed implausible. Beep, the countdown for the dungeon had reached 0. Yizhe retracted his 2 summoned beasts and was subsequently teleported out of the dungeon. The wager of 2 million should be mine, he mused. Preoccupied with thoughts of that substantial sum of money, yet he was oblivious to what awaited him. As he emerged from the dungeon entrance, cameras and other equipment from long gun and short cannon were already set up, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Flashing lights bombarded Yizhe as he was met with the fervent gazes of his peers and several local media reporters from Linyuan City. In that moment, Yizhe comprehended the situation. What the heck? He exclaimed. I merely completed a dungeon. How did it turn into a press conference? Chapter 12, Tactical University Special Recruitment. A lucrative opportunity. Since the news of Yizhe successfully completing the hellish difficulty dungeon spread, the quickest to respond were the journalists. primarily from local publications such as the Yuan City Daily and Professionals News. In the perilous environment of Blue Star, where external threats loom large, the emergence of such a prodigy is precisely the kind of story that captivates the press. Congratulations, Yize. Could you share your feelings after conquering the hellish difficulty? As a student from a regular class who transitioned to a summoner, have you discovered a new approach to your profession? Is it true that you undertook this challenge due to a wager? The reporters, accompanied by an even larger contingent of photographers, nearly encircled Yize completely. This marked the first time he truly grasped the daunting nature of fame. However, the onlooking students felt none of this trepidation. Among the outer layer of reporters, students from both advanced and regular classes looked on with varying shades of envy. What an extraordinary opportunity for recognition. These journalists, subsidized by the military and under its management, are not easily accessible even to those with affluent backgrounds. Yet now, over a dozen media outlets were simultaneously interviewing a single individual. Even if Yize's future college entrance examination results were less than stellar, this newfound notoriety could pave the way for a career as an internet celebrity. At the very least, he would no longer need to worry about his livelihood. Before Yize could utter a word, a young man dressed in formal attire hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the uniform adorning the young man, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is he from the East China Tactical University? Which university is that? I have never heard of it before. This institution is renowned for cultivating talents in tactics and command. Such specialized students are typically found only among elite professional teams. Goodness, what brings him here? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the formally dressed youth approached Yize with a beaming smile. Greetings, Yize. I am an admissions officer from East China Tactical University. May I inquire if you have ever studied tactics independently? There exists but one tactical university in all of East China. Yet its admissions officers are strategically positioned in various cities to promptly discover talent. In his perspective, how could an ordinary class student conquer a dungeon of hellish difficulty? The answer was undoubtedly tactics. Our tactical team triumphs over the strong with the weak. Is that not the norm? Mused the admissions officer. In truth, there have been prodigies of tactics. There was once an individual who incited chaos among beasts in a nightmare dungeon, leading them to self-destruction, and subsequently gained direct admission to the tactical university. However, Yize appeared utterly perplexed. Tactics? He had indeed delved into the study of tactics, which involves multifaceted analyses of battlefields, professionals, and enemies, alongside the construction of strategies, all of which hold immense significance in high-stakes arenas. Yet, as he reflected upon the nature of the dungeon, his mind raced. Was his reckless charge, indiscriminately slaying any creature in sight, truly tactical in nature? He shook his head and said, "No, I have not studied tactics." To his astonishment, upon hearing this, the admissions officer not only remained undeterred but actually beamed with delight. A genius. Despite lacking formal training in tactics, he could intuitively maneuver through challenges, triumphing over the formidable trials of the underworld. What else could this signify but a prodigious tactical mind? Should he receive systematic tactical instruction, the future of China could very well gain another master of strategy. Radiating enthusiasm, the officer exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Classmate Yize, as long as you participate in an assessment with me, I can grant you a special admission to the East China Tactical University. Furthermore, you will receive the benefits of an exceptional freshman scholarship." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly of students erupted in astonishment. Special admission? And a scholarship for outstanding students? Such privileges had been bestowed upon scarcely 3 individuals in the entire city of Linyuan last year. This is simply exhilarating. The East China Tactical University offered special admission? Surely it must be a lesser institution. There are only 5 tactical universities nationwide, with East China Tactical ranked second. How can it be dismissed as inferior? If one can navigate the underworld with tactical prowess, they too could qualify for special admission. If I were to receive such an honor, my father would undoubtedly host a grand celebration, inviting the entire city. Certainly, the elite would require their own table. If the initial completion of the dungeon could be accepted by the students, then the notion of being specially admitted to a tactical university was truly beyond belief, especially for Zhao Xian among the crowd, whose jealousy was palpable. However, when faced with the enticing invitation from the prestigious tactical university, Yize shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I have no intention of pursuing a specialization in tactics." Drawing from his experiences in his previous life, although he possessed the capability to become a tactician, he yearned for the thrill of battle instead. After all, how could one level up or draw attributes without engaging in combat? Upon hearing this, those around him were enveloped in a complex mix of emotions, though primarily astonishment reigned. To refuse such an opportunity, Yizhe was indeed a formidable individual. Meanwhile, the admissions officer began to ponder, how could such a tactical prodigy be so misguided? Nevertheless, he did not relinquish hope. For he was aware that Yizhe belonged to the ordinary class and was a summoner. Given this combination, how could he possibly succeed in the entrance examination? Perhaps after failing, they might have a legitimate opportunity to recruit him. The admissions officer nodded. Very well, here is my business card. Should you reconsider? Feel free to reach out. With that, he prepared to return and swiftly contact the school authorities. Once the entrance examination concluded, they must act quickly to secure candidates, lest they be swayed by other tactical universities. At that moment, however, the vice president of the academy, Zhou Wei, grew anxious. If Yizhe were to be specially recruited, it would reflect remarkably on the academy's achievements. How could that be allowed to slip away? Zhou Wei immediately stepped forward and, in front of the gathered reporters, earnestly proclaimed, Ahem, Yizhe, given your profession and capabilities, perhaps Tactical University would be a more fitting choice for you. He adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a concerned mentor. Yet Yizhe merely cast a glance and dismissed him with the words, Who are you? He held no favorable impression of the vice dean whatsoever. In terms of personal competence and guidance for students' career planning, his abilities were virtually non-existent. His continued position was merely a result of seizing the spotlight, claiming unwarranted credit, and exhibiting mindless favoritism towards privileged classes, reminiscent of certain toxic elements in the workplace from a previous life. Observing Yizhe's blatant disregard for him in front of the reporters, the vice dean's expression froze, yet he still managed a forced smile. Ahem. I am Vice Dean Zhou Wei. Oh. Yizhe feigned realization, saying, then, having completed the hellish dungeon first, I trust the vice dean will provide a reward for the record I set for the academy? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei appeared momentarily choked. There were no stipulated rewards for the record in the novice dungeon. He had initially intended to brush it off. However, with reporters present and all eyes upon him, he had no choice but to concede. Of course. That is splendid. Satisfied with this response, Yizhe was not inclined to linger and promptly turned to leave. Yet, a penguin-like notarization robot obstructed his path. It projected a luminous screen announcing the conclusion of the wager. Wager concluded. Zhao Xian, dungeon time, 29 minutes and 36 seconds. Result, failure. Yizhe, dungeon time, 2 hours and 13 minutes. Result, completed. Wager outcome. Yizhe is victorious. You have received the opponent's wager, a silver savings card valued at 2.37 million. Yizhe received the card, his heart soaring with joy. 2.37 million. At that moment, when Zhao Xian placed his bet, he merely stated that there was at least 2 million in his account. To his astonishment, the amount exceeded an entire 370,000. Indeed, the affluent seemed to regard money with a casual indifference. One wonders if he will reclaim the excess. Of course, Zhao Xian must feel too embarrassed to show his face again. As expected, upon hearing the notarization by the robotic verifier regarding the wager, the reporters, like sharks sensing blood, frantically began to search for Zhao Xian amidst the crowd. Zhao Xian? The scion of the Zhao family. Where is he? This marked the first instance of a historical bet failure between the elite class and the commoners. What are Zhao Xian's thoughts on this? Where does he believe he faltered? At such a moment, how could Zhao Xian possibly muster the courage to address the reporters? With this throng of journalists present, whatever he might say would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Initially poised to deliver some cutting remarks, he turned his back and departed without a glance. The female secretary from the Zhao family following suit. After receiving instructions from President Zhao, she had prepared to do whatever it took, even if it meant groveling, to retrieve Yizhe. Yet now, with reporters around, she felt utterly constrained, unable to showcase her myriad skills, and could only hastily exit. Meanwhile, Yizhe seized the opportunity to vanish into the crowd, making his way directly to Lu Boyan's office. Not only to share the good news, but also to strategize his next steps before the impending college entrance examinations. Chapter 13. Teacher, I am eager to improve. Yizhe arrived at another old teaching building. He stood before the secluded office of his homeroom teacher, Lu Boyan, marked with a sign indicating the Abyssal Biological Investigation Department. As the name suggests, its duty was to conduct an in-depth investigation into all malevolent creatures residing in the abyss, encompassing their habits, skills, abilities, and more. Yizhe pushed the door open and found Lu Boyan engrossed in reviewing reports. Upon noticing Yizhe's entrance, He could not help but jest. Have you completed the novice dungeon so quickly? Surely, you haven't failed to clear it? At this, Yizhe felt a tinge of exasperation. His teacher, having retired from military service, spent most of his time handling investigative matters for the armed forces, rarely concerning himself with other affairs of the academy. This singular focus was likely the reason he remained merely a homeroom teacher without ascending further. Yizhe then remarked, "Teacher, a student in the academy has achieved a hellishly difficult first clear. Is there truly such talent among us?" Lu Boyan immediately set aside his work, intrigued. A hellish difficulty was no small feat. It required not only strength, but also tactical thinking and the ability to adapt on the fly. As he spoke, he noticed a peculiar expression on Yizhe's face, as though he were stifling laughter. "Could it be that you know this individual? You know him too," Yizhe exclaimed. "He is an outstanding student, distinguished in both character and studies, possessing an elegant demeanor, striking good looks, exceptional strength, and remarkable intelligence, a paragon of talent. Truly a dragon among men." Lu Boyan stared blankly at Yizhe, rendered speechless for several moments. Suddenly, an utterly incredulous thought crossed his mind. He knew Yizhe all too well. This student of his could never lavish praise upon anyone but himself. Yet, he found it hard to believe. "Wait, it seems I am unfamiliar with this kind of student." "Ah, teacher, it is truly me." Yizhe offered no pretense and urged, "Please check your phone. The major media outlets should have reported it." Upon hearing this, Lu Boyan promptly opened his phone and indeed found Yizhe gracing the headlines of various media platforms. Some reports even mentioned the name of his mentor, Lu Boyan. "How did you accomplish this?" Realizing the truth, Lu Boyan's gaze reflected a mix of astonishment, admiration, and a profound joy for Yizhe's success. Just as Yizhe was about to speak, Lu Boyan raised his hand to interrupt. "You must have experienced some extraordinary fortune that enabled you to conquer such formidable challenges, which undoubtedly holds immense value. Do not discuss it with me, nor with anyone else." Yizhe smiled serenely, a warm current flowing through him. "I understand, teacher." Lu Boyan let out a long sigh, his heart still unable to settle from the news of Yizhe's triumph. However, Yizhe's next words sent his blood pressure soaring. "Indeed, esteemed teacher, I aspire to venture beyond the city into the polluted lands as a temporary scout for the Demon Suppression Army. Please grant me your approval." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Boyan erupted in vehement admonishment. "Have you lost your senses? Do you wish to seek death?" Outside the city of Linyuan lies the pollution zone, more accurately referred to as the abyssal frontier. This is no mere dungeon. It is a realm of the abyss, which incessantly taints the land of Blue Star with malevolent energies, creating a perilous environment. There are no dungeon monsters here. One must confront the terrifying and unknown true evils directly. A single misstep could be fatal. However, Yizhe's motivation was straightforward. The greater the peril, the greater the reward. Slaying a single abyssal demon could yield experience 3 to 10 times greater than that of dungeon creatures. Moreover, the pollution zone falls under military jurisdiction. If the scouting mission is executed splendidly, there are rewards from the Demon Suppression Army to be earned. In addition, the treasures found in the pollution zone far surpass those in dungeons. After all, treasures in dungeons are generated through the energy of crystals, whereas the pollution zone operates under a different paradigm. At present, he possesses the treasure-sensing ability of a squirrel. According to regulations, any treasures acquired during scouting expeditions are rightfully his to keep. The mere thought exhilarates him, rather than toiling like other students accumulating crystals for dungeon runs. He prefers this thrilling existence where risk and reward coexist. Yet, Lu Boyan resolutely rejected the notion, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. Do not even entertain the thought." The scout serves as the vanguard of the military, tasked with confronting genuine malevolence. Even though the fiends from the polluted lands are predominantly of the lowest tier, they are not something one can easily manage at levels 2 or 3. "Teacher, I am already level 4, and soon to be level 5. Yizhe retorted. The vast experience from the hellish dungeons left Lu Boyan astonished as he glanced at Yizhe. But he quickly corrected himself. Level 4 or 5 is still insufficient. A scout must be at least level 10 or above. The teacher understood your eagerness to level up, but urged you to be patient. Lu Boyan spoke earnestly. "I will provide you with crystal stones. Go run the novice dungeon a couple more times. In 2 days, the nation will offer another complimentary opportunity to enter a super large dungeon. At that time, the entire grade will participate together, yielding ample experience. This way, before the college entrance examination, you should be able to reach the standard for a level 10 promotion." Yizhe sighed. he was reluctant to accept the teacher's assistance. He did not wish to barely reach level 10 just before the examination. It is worth noting that last year's top 50 practitioners were all at least level 12 or higher. He felt compelled to argue, "Teacher, think back to your time. How did practitioners level up without the novice dungeons?" Upon hearing this, Lu Boyan fell silent. The novice dungeon was established several years after the nationwide class transition, constructed from materials seized in the abyss by a few high-ranking practitioners. Before that, Lu Boyan seemed to drift into a reverie. Indeed, back then, there were no instances. Level 1 practitioners had to venture into the polluted lands with unwavering determination. There was no alternative. Without relentless effort, one could not level up, acquire equipment, nor fend off the malevolent forces threatening our homeland. It was precisely this reason that allowed China to trade a survival rate of less than 5 among practitioners for the secure defenses and structures we possess today, including instances. The level of safety is unparalleled in the world. I understand your perspective, Lu Boyan sighed. Why was it possible then but not now? Noticing his mentor's softened stance, Yizhe pressed on, "Teacher, you must understand my predicament. I cannot afford to repeatedly enter instances to achieve remarkable results in the college entrance examination. I must employ unconventional strategies." Lu Boyan glanced at him, his expression akin to that of someone suffering from a toothache. Yet he still shook his head. To enlist as a scout, one must be at least level 10. I understand, teacher. But you are the head of the Abyssal Biological Investigation Division. Yizhe immediately interjected. If you could grant me special approval as an investigation officer, I would be able to join the scout team directly. Lu Boyan was taken aback. How do you even know about this? Teacher, I am eager to progress. After Yizhe spoke, he noticed Lu Boyan once again enveloped in a prolonged silence. 10 minutes later, Yizhe received his identification as an investigation officer. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Proceed to the southern gate of Linyuan City. That is where the temporary reconnaissance team will assemble. Remember, it is the southern gate, not the northern. Lu Boyan instructed. Understood, Master. Yizhe replied cheerfully. I will bring you a gift upon my return. Just don't mention that I am your student when trouble arises. With that, Yizhe hummed a little tune. As long as he could smoothly enter the contaminated area to hunt monsters, his experience points would undoubtedly soar. This would enhance his competitive edge in the upcoming college entrance examination. Perhaps he might even use Treasure Sniffer to bring back a few rare artifacts. Suddenly, the melody came to an abrupt halt. Before Yizhe stood a man with brown hair, a scarred face, and somewhat disheveled clothing. It was Wan Feiping, the Lord of Linyuan City. Yizhe recognized him instantly and surmised the situation. After all, with Linyuan City having garnered some notoriety, it was only natural for Lord Wan Feiping to make an appearance. But why had he arrived so late? Chapter 14. You will look dashing in that. What a fine young man. At last, I have found you. Wan Feiping displayed a self-satisfied smile, which, when coupled with his somewhat disheveled attire, indicative of someone who had just vanquished a monster, rendered him more akin to a bandit. Fear not, I am the lord of the city. Not a villain. These two identities seem rather incongruous, thought Yizhe silently, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Despite being one of China's premier 6th-tier practitioners, Wan Feiping's roguelike demeanor instilled a sense of unreliability. He leaned in, wrapping his arm around Yizhe's shoulder like a mountain chieftain. Well done. To conquer the hellish difficulty I devised speaks volumes of your prowess. Moreover, you've brought some renown to Linyuan City. Here, I reward you with the privilege to select any item from the treasury of Linyuan City. Yizhe, initially maintaining a facade of amiable indifference, was instantly invigorated upon hearing the words treasury and reward. Choose any item? Truly? Once I, Wan Feiping, have made a promise, it is as unyielding as the steed. Let us go. After you. The treasury of Linyuan City, also known as the Lord Esh Treasury, harbors the greatest wealth of the entire city, an abundance of items, equipment, and rare treasures. Accessible solely by the lord of the city. Yizhe had anticipated receiving a reward, yet he was unprepared for the magnitude of the lord's generosity, allowing him the freedom to choose from the treasury at his discretion. Yizhe, it has been quite some time since our city of Linyuan has produced any remarkable talents. Wan Feiping brought Yizhe to the city lord's mansion, his indignation palpable, especially in these past 2 years. We have been relentlessly mocked by those from Wei and Wu. Damn it. They claim that Linyuan lacks talent solely because I, as the city lord, am unrefined, though there is some truth to that. Yizhe couldn't help but smirk internally, while pondering further. Wei, Wu. If memory serves him correctly, these must refer to the regional heads, Wu Ming of East China and Wei Zheng of Central China. In this world, Due to the crisis of the Abyss invasion, China has been divided into 5 major regions: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China. And Linyuan is merely a small city within the East China region. How audacious of the city lord to openly insult the heads of 2 major regions. Indeed, with power comes a certain audacity. While Yizhe was lost in thought, Wan Feiping once again playfully draped an arm around him, activating the camera on his phone. "Come, let us take a picture. It will surely vex them." Yizhe's lips twitched, yet he still posed with a peace sign, eliciting a broad grin from Wan Feiping. With a snap, the moment was captured. Wan Feiping, brimming with fervor, began to edit the message for sending. Yizhe cautiously inquired, "City Lord, what about my reward?" "Here you go." Wan Feiping casually tossed a golden card over, proclaiming it to be the key to the treasury, instructing assistant Xiaochen to guide you there. To his astonishment, Yizhe realized that the key to the city lord's treasury was so nonchalantly bestowed. Clutching the golden card, he felt no foolish greed. After all, a 6th-tier hunter could extinguish a life in mere seconds. Subsequently, accompanied by the city lord's assistant, Yizhe approached the grand entrance of the treasury of Linyuan City. The expansive treasury, spanning hundreds of square meters, was brimming with an array of equipment and artifacts, most of which were of rare quality or higher, each emitting a dazzling array of colors that captivated Yizhe's attention. The assistant remained outside, offering a reminder, "Student Yizhe, you may select any one item." Yizhe acknowledged this and summoned the shadow squirrel. "Go forth, squirrel. Let us choose the most expensive one." Little did Wan Feiping anticipate that Yizhe's summoned beast possessed the ability to discern the value of objects. Faced with an overwhelming abundance of treasures, it was prudent to simply seek the most valuable. Upon its arrival, the squirrel seemed to flourish as if a fish returning to the sea or a bird returning to its nest, utterly enchanted by the myriad of treasures. Eventually, the squirrel fixated on a singular target. "This is." Yizhe gazed at the box the squirrel indicated, revealing a dark crystal adorned with purple veins, an enigmatic gem from the abyss, a substance yet to be deciphered, with its purpose remaining a mystery. The data panel, although a remarkable product of the era of universal job transitions, cannot perceive all that exists. For instance, within the abyss, there lie numerous unknown entities. This is precisely the purpose of Liu Boyan's investigative department. What is the most precious among these items? Yizhe harbors no doubt. Yet such things are utterly useless to him and cannot be sold. Never mind, he shall seek the next one. An ecclesiastical sculpture from a long-extinct world within the abyss. Its function remains a mystery. Void meteorite, originating from beyond the plains, its purpose is unknown and cannot be touched by non-void beings. How on earth did these items come to be? Yizhe displays a face of helplessness. Perhaps it is due to the proximity of Abyssal City to the abyss that the treasures within are so peculiar. The most valuable items here are either functionally ambiguous or entirely unusable by humans. Damn. Yizhe once again sets down a crystal. Yet suddenly, around the corner, he glimpses a cloak, radiating a familiar aura. The cloak possesses a dark luster, with intricately embroidered silver contract motifs adorning its center back. Spirit Contract Cloak, exclusive to summoners, quality, exceptional attributes, agility 20, spirit 20 special effect. When a summoned creature is nearby, attack speed increases by 50. Accompanying skill dash, Spirit Shield, generates a permanently existing passive shield that automatically restores itself after being broken in 1 hour. Shield value, Summoner's Spirit, all summoned beast constitution, 1000. Spirit Bond set, 1-2, another piece of the Spirit Bond set, along with the Spirit Bond ring obtained from the first treasure chest. They belong to the same set. Furthermore, it is an exclusive set for summoners. The value of such an exclusive set is unparalleled, unique in the entire world. Once it appears, it can never be reproduced by anyone else. Initially, Yizhe held little hope for assembling the set, as the odds were exceedingly slim. To his surprise, he encountered it in the Lord's treasury. It was undeniably meant to be. Yizhe no longer hesitated. Such opportunities, if missed, may never present themselves again. He removed the cloak and donned it. Ding. You have activated the Spirit Bond set. Spirit Bond set, 2-2 your summoned beast's attack damage coefficient is increased to 150. The damage coefficient has surged by 1/3. At this moment, Yizhe's resolve to choose the Spirit Bond cloak was further solidified. Moreover, the equipment also grants a permanent shield. After donning the gear, Yizhe's spirit attribute stands at 108. Combined with the bear's constitution of 67 and the squirrel's constitution of 48. Multiplied by 1000, the shield value reaches an impressive 2230. Perhaps, If it were another summoner, such a high intensity might not be attainable. However, Yizei's attributes are remarkably elevated, and his summoned beasts are all of epic caliber, possessing exceptionally high constitution attributes, which culminates in the current shield value. Yizei departed from the treasury, thoroughly satisfied. Upon his exit, he encountered the city lord, unbeatable, whose countenance radiated delight, seemingly relishing the opportunity to impress others due to Yizei's presence. Observing Yizei's emergence, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You have chosen this cloak? Indeed, it suits you perfectly." Yizei was taken aback. "You are aware of my spirit bond set?" He had not anticipated that one of the items freshly acquired from the treasure chest would be known by others. Could it be that this piece of equipment was intentionally reserved for him by unbeatable? What set? What set? Unbeatable inquired, his expression one of confusion. He clarified, "What I mean is, if you don this black cloak, you will look quite dashing." Yizei responded, left momentarily speechless. Chapter 15. Zhao Xian. How dare he leave the city? Although unbeatable appears unreliable, he is quite generous with rewards. After receiving his reward, Yizei can leave without any unnecessary trifles. The time has now reached 7:30 in the evening. Alone at home, Yizei uses a trading app to purchase food. Bears consume bamboo, while squirrels feast on pine cones. Tomorrow morning, he must venture outside the city to the polluted land and needs to stock up on provisions. Despite the summoned beasts being able to absorb energy in the summoning space, they still prefer to eat something from time to time. Much like in cultivation novels. Even if one has achieved fasting, the sight of delectable food still evokes a desire to indulge. Suddenly, a text message pops up. Your savings account has received a deposit of 1,000,000. Source: Reward for outstanding students from the War Academy. Current balance: 5,194,750. This is the Academy reward promised by the Vice Principal. Another million has arrived. However, Yizei feels a tad stingy about it. Perhaps it is because he has recently acquired an exceptional piece of equipment from the city lord. Well, it is money he has obtained for free. Subsequently, he spent 60,000 to purchase a considerable amount of bamboo and pine cones. Just as he intends to buy some equipment to feed the bear, he discovers, what the heck? A rare piece of equipment costs at least 700,000 to 800,000. Why not just go rob someone? He had thought that possessing over 5 million would make him quite wealthy. To his astonishment, he found himself in a state of financial destitution. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to invest, purchasing no less than 5 rare-grade weapons. After all, the polluted land awaiting him the next day demanded thorough preparation. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. His bank account now held a mere cold sum of over 1 million. Yet, he believed that with enhanced strength, the money lost would eventually be regained. Before long, a rogue knocked on his door, delivering a package. Your trading order has arrived. Thank you. In order to augment the bear's monster-slaying efficiency, he had chosen exclusively weapons for his purchases. The weight of these items would have proven burdensome for an ordinary person. With a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Ah!" Roar. Yizei stuffed the 5 weapons into the bear's mouth. It must be said that, although the expenditure was painful, the boost in attributes was exceedingly gratifying. Consuming the Titan Hammer 2 granted 8 strength. The Windwalker's sword provided 2 strength and 2 agility. The warrior, twin daggers, in merely 4 levels. The Kung Fu Bear's attributes had become remarkably formidable. Kung Fu Bear attributes: Strength 103, Constitution 67, Agility 82, Spirit 54. Astonishingly, these figures surpassed those of a fully equipped level 10 warrior. With this newfound assurance, tomorrow's expedition into the polluted land seemed far more promising. Content: Yizei retired to bed, ready for sleep. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Guild, the president of the Zhao Clan Association, Zhao Tian, has just unleashed a tirade against his son Zhao Xian and his female secretary, Chen Qian. The nation's foremost talent in the realm of hellish challenges has been slighted by these two, and he wonders how he can possibly win them over. Yet at this moment, Zhao Xian's previously sullen demeanor began to transform into one of burgeoning confidence. "Father, please do not be upset. Yizei is truly of little concern. He is merely a summoner of humble origins. The more summons he commands, the less he can support them. His future accomplishments will only diminish. Even if he has access to a premier dungeon, I can still make him serve my interests." Oh, the anger in Zhao Tian's eyes waned slightly, signaling his son to continue. Zhao Xian elaborated, "The hellish difficulty dungeon requires an entrance fee of 3 million crystal stones. To level up, Yizei must enter the dungeon. However, he lacks the funds. I could cover the cost of his entry. If he refuses to take me with him, he would have no opportunity to level up at all. As Zhao Xian spoke, his smile grew increasingly audacious. In this way, he will merely serve as my laborer to conquer the dungeon, while I will reap the benefits of the hellish experience and swiftly ascend in levels. The remaining thoughts left unspoken by Zhao Xian were understood by Zhao Tian. Once Zhao Xian's level increased, the penniless and powerless Yi Zhe would find himself lacking in gear, skills, and summons. How could he ever stand as Zhao Xian's rival? When the time for the college entrance examination arrives, and after attaining a first-tier profession, the chasm between them will be as vast as the heavens and the earth. Excellent. Zhao Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration, truly worthy of being my son. He possesses ambition. Tomorrow, you must arrive early at the dungeon entrance and devise a way to team up with Yi Zhe. Zhao Xian, filled with pride, replied, "Rest assured, father. Yi Zhe has no other option." Zhao Tian cautioned, "By the way, I've heard that he has caught the attention of the city lord. Before you surpass him, you must maintain a FAAD of competence." Understood. Early the next morning, Zhao Xian stood at the entrance of the novice dungeon. Yet he could not find Yi Zhe anywhere. After waiting for a grueling 5 or 6 hours, his once confident smile twisted into a grimace. Damn it! Where's Yi Zhe? It was only when a student from the ordinary class mentioned that he had seen Yi Zhe leave the city that Zhao Xian realized Yi Zhe had no intention of leveling up in the dungeon. He had already made plans to venture outside the city. How foolish of Zhao Xian to think he could rely on a dungeon ticket for Yi Zhe to act as his substitute in training. Not only did he fail, but he also squandered 5 or 6 precious hours of leveling time. In a fit of rage, Zhao Xian let out a furious roar. Damn! How dare he leave the city? Meanwhile, Yi Zhe remained blissfully unaware of Zhao Xian's farcical antics. Cloaked in his spirit contract cape, he arrived at the southern gate of Linyuan City. The majestic city walls stood as a barrier, separating the thriving life within from the lurking dangers outside. In the southern part of Linyuan City, one finds the human habitation area that is theoretically closest to the abyss. Here, weapon shops, blacksmiths, apothecaries, and various other establishments are conveniently situated along the streets. Yi Zhe entered the apothecary and purchased several vials of blood potions and antidotes. Beyond the city, there lay no safe zones for quests, but rather an expanse filled with endless unknowns and the terrifying taint of evil entities. Known as the Polluted Lands, as he approached the city gates, he was immediately intercepted by 4 guards of the Demon Suppression Army. High school students are not permitted to leave the city unaccompanied. You may seek your parents or a teacher to escort you. Fortunately, Yi Zhe had prepared in advance, producing the identification approved by his instructor, Abyss Investigation Division, Special Investigator, Yi Zhe, on a mission. The expressions of the 4 guards turned solemn at once. They formally saluted Yi Zhe. Understood. We hope for your safe return. 2 of the guards acknowledged him, while the remaining 2 opened the southern gate of the city for him. Yi Zhe exhaled softly and stepped through the gates of Linyuan City, hurrying towards the rendezvous point designated by the scouts. Chapter 16. Entering the Land of Contamination. Experience Surge, Level 5. Outside Linyuan City lies a realm that can only be described as another world. The endless expanse of wilderness is accompanied by a faint mist in the distance, creating a sense of oppressive air. Yi Zhe traverses an unknown ruin, moving further away from the gates of Linyuan City. After several minutes, he arrives at a concealed encampment. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary training ground. However, as he crosses a stretch of sandy terrain to reach the depths, he encounters a commanding insignia, the Demon Suppression Army. This special force was established by China to combat the abyss. The reconnaissance camp Yi Zhe intends to visit is one of its divisions. The contaminated land lies not far from the military camp, firmly obstructed by the encampment of the Demon Suppression Army. Stop. 2 guards from the Demon Suppression Army halt Yi Zhe, demanding to see his identification. The verification process is far more detailed than that at the city gates. It begins with iris recognition, followed by voice verification. Finally, there is a capability assessment. Yi Zhe, a summoner. Level 4? A high school student? Special Investigation Officer? Upon examining Yi Zhe's credentials, the 2 guards exchange incredulous glances. With each statement, their tone reflects increasing disbelief. Please demonstrate your professional skills. Yi Zhe nods and summons his squirrel. After confirming the authenticity of his summoning skills, the guards complete the verification and direct Yi Zhe into the reconnaissance camp of the Demon Suppression Army. Subsequently, the 2 could not help but exclaim, Level 4 dares to venture into the polluted lands. Are the youth of today truly this audacious? Upon entering the scout camp, Yi Zhe beheld dozens of youths, each adorned in diverse attire, representing various professions. It seemed they were all, like him, participating in a temporary scouting mission. In recent years, the emergence of polluted lands had accelerated significantly. When the demon suppression army found itself understaffed, it turned to all professionals in society to recruit temporary scouts. These scouts, according to the army's arrangements, would venture into the polluted territories for exploration and reconnaissance. The coexistence of uncertainty and opportunity ensured a steady influx of participants. Yizhe surveyed the crowd. Half were first-year university students, while the other half comprised members of private guilds. Only one high school student was present, Yizhe himself. This audacious level 4 professional immediately became the focal point of attention upon his arrival. As he began to speak, a seasoned soldier clad in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army approached. "I am Su Feng, the captain of the scout camp. First and foremost, I welcome you all to the exploration of the 19th polluted land." Upon hearing this, the previously scattered individuals rose to their feet. It was time to engage in serious business. Subsequently, everyone received a package. Yizhe opened his to find a distress signal, a description of the 19th polluted land, and a temporary identity badge. The commander Su Feng elucidated. Upon entering the polluted zone, should a high-ranking demon be detected, immediately employ the distress talisman. Either I or other members of the 3rd and 4th tiers shall confront the formidable demon. Your task is to eliminate all low-level demonic soldiers. All spoils and gains may be claimed by you or exchanged for military merit points. Upon hearing this, many individuals' expressions began to ignite with fervor. Meanwhile, Yizhe swiftly perused the description of the 19th polluted zone. The demonic aura of the abyss would taint the land of Blue Star, transforming it into a polluted area. The various polluted zones are designated numerically from 1 onward, according to the order of their contamination and their strength. The 19th zone is the most recent and weakest among them. It is quite suitable for leveling up. Yizhe mused silently. Commander Su Feng's address was succinct, concluding with the announcement, "You may now set forth. Whether in teams or solo, feel free to accept bounty missions beforehand, all of which count towards military merit." As soon as his words fell, the crowd began to assemble their groups. The majority were just over level 10, as teaming up for exploration proved to be the most effective and safest approach. However, Yizhe found himself alone. No one was willing to join him. A level 4 practitioner here is deemed the weakest. Some whispered among themselves, "Is this person suffering from some grave illness? A level 4 in a polluted zone? Perhaps it is some oblivious second-generation heir, seeking to rebel. Level 4. Could it be that they entered through the back door? Have you ever encountered anyone who would take such a route only to meet their demise in the polluted lands?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yizhe approached the bounty task point. Teaming up? That thought had never crossed his mind, nor did he feel the need. On the contrary, the bounty tasks from the scout camp piqued his interest. Scout camp bounty list: collect faceless demons and blood skeleton demon corpses, 20 military merits, no upper limit. Search for lost supplies in the 19th polluted land. 500 military merits available. Create a map of the 19th polluted land. 300 military merits, the more complete the map, the higher the merits. With dozens of bounty tasks listed, Yizhe perused them all. Whether he could complete them was another matter. For now, it was prudent to retain some impressions. However, he was uncertain how to exchange these military merits for rewards. After searching for quite some time, he could not uncover the method for utilizing the military merits. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air brushed past him. A girl clad in black approached. Her figure tall and well-proportioned, her steps light and assured, exuding vitality. Yet, when she spoke, her demeanor was decidedly that of a domineering sister. "Little brother, you don't even know how to use military merits, yet you dare to come here?" Yizhe turned his head to meet a delicate, charming face adorned with a playful smile. She appeared to be just a year or two older than him, likely a student from some university. Yizhe raised an eyebrow, questioning why she referred to him as little brother when she was hardly much older. The girl in black continued, "With 1,000 military merits, you can access the first level of the Demon Suppression Army's treasure vault and select a single artifact. With 2,000 military merits, you can ascend to the second level, and with 4,000, the third level, and so forth. Of course, you may also exchange military merits for currency." Yizhe's eyes sparkled at the prospect of selecting treasures for himself. The artifacts of the Demon Suppression Army were undoubtedly far more abundant than those possessed by the Lord of Linyuan City. This reward was indeed quite enticing. After speaking, the girl in black smiled with her eyes narrowed and said, "Do you understand now? Little brother. Without allowing Yizhe a chance to retort, she swiftly turned and departed after accepting the bounty task of searching for lost supplies. Yizhe stood there, bewildered, as the girl left after her teasing remark, leaving him utterly perplexed. Moreover, he found it curious that he could not discern her level through his investigation panel. He could usually detect levels within a 20-level difference. Could it be that she was equipped with a cloaking item? Yizhe murmured to himself, deciding not to dwell on it further. He dismissed her as merely a passing university student who had playfully teased him. Subsequently, he ventured alone into the contaminated area number 19. Despite it being the location with the least pollution, at this moment, the scene is one of desolation and gloom, with the sky seemingly shrouded in a blanket of gray clouds, allowing only faint beams of light to penetrate. It is said that this place was once a scenic area. Yizhe sighed, lamenting that it has now been utterly tainted by the aura of the abyss. Upon entering this polluted realm, he promptly summoned the shadow squirrel. "Scout ahead," he commanded, and the squirrel promptly split into two shadowy duplicates, commencing a thorough reconnaissance of the area ahead. If one were to serve as a scout, the capabilities of the shadow squirrel would surely secure a formal position in any reconnaissance unit. Its skills are perfectly suited for this role. Moreover, in a place devoid of light, engulfed in shadows, the shadow squirrel thrived. Not long after, the squirrel swiftly relayed information. There are malevolent entities lurking to the left ahead? Yizhe fixed his gaze on the target location, discovering a decayed, gray-green body. Its features twisted and grotesque. Corpse demon, LV10, type, ordinary demon soldier attributes, strength 50, constitution 45, agility 47. Spirit 1 special trait, undying form. Even the remnants of any body part retain the capacity for movement and will launch attacks against foes. Skills, corruption. Embrace of the dead. This creature is significantly more formidable than the beasts encountered in the instance. Not only does it possess higher levels and attributes, but it also harbors the peculiar traits unique to malevolent entities. The traits of such demons are akin to the talents of humans, powerful and multifaceted. Some demons possess traits that remain entirely unknown. Only when slain by professionals and recorded will such traits manifest on the data panel. This is one of the reasons why the Abyss and the malevolent entities prove to be formidable adversaries. There exists an overwhelming multitude of unknown fiends. Nevertheless, at present, this corpse demon presents a manageable challenge for Yizhe. Summon the bear. Employ the internal energy of Tai Chi. Ideally, deliver a strike that shatters it to pieces. Let not a single limb remain, for I refuse to believe it can survive. The bear, agile and swiftly extends its paw. With the enhancement of Yizhe's two spirit-bound items, the summoned beast's movement speed surged by 100, and its attack speed increased by 50. The strike was as rapid as the wind. With a resounding smack, the Tai Chi internal energy accompanying the blow obliterated the corpse demon, comparable to a level 10 warrior. The demon was instantaneously vanquished. Not quite. Half a hand remained. The remnants of the corpse demon, shattered and rendered to pieces. Yet due to its raised hand, persisted with half a hand intact. That half hand writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to grasp at the bear and Yizhe. Alas, the attributes were insufficient. This strike had failed to deliver a fatal blow. Yizhe felt a twinge of regret. However, from a distance, an 11-level archer cast a glance and gasped, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens! Surely I must be mistaken. That level 4 professional summoned beast just annihilated a level 10 corpse demon? The other members of his party, lacking the archer's far-reaching vision, remained oblivious yet utterly incredulous. To slay a level 10 corpse demon? That is but a fanciful dream. Who among us is unaware of the formidable challenge posed by such foes? We are merely level 10 practitioners ourselves. If that individual is capable of dispatching a corpse demon with such ease, would they not be equally capable of vanquishing us? It is absurd. My friend, the notion of a level 4 defeating a level 10 is indeed preposterous. The archer scratched his head, gradually beginning to doubt his own perceptions. Meanwhile, the squirrel, noticing that a severed hand lay upon the ground, decisively struck the finishing blow. With 2 swift strokes of the crimson demon blade, the hand was reduced to mere powder. At long last, the experience was finally within reach. Defeated a corpse demon, EV10, gained 90 experience points. 90 experience points. Indeed, the journey was not in vain. The experience here surpassed that of dungeons by several folds. The rate of leveling up was truly remarkable. Yizhe glanced at the experience bar. Level 4,895,1300. Just 5 more corpse demons, and he would ascend to the next level. A sudden, efficient thought struck him. Squirrel, you shall utilize your shadow clone to attract the monsters. First, draw 5 of them together. Bear, once the corpse demons are gathered, unleash your area of effect damage to annihilate them. Though a single punch might not suffice to slay a corpse demon, a well-placed area attack would undoubtedly obliterate many. The shadow squirrel nodded obediently. Drawing aggro was a task he could perform with ease. His only concern was the possibility of insufficient monsters nearby. Half a minute later, 5 corpse demons, lured from different directions by the shadow clone, collided together. Bear cracked his knuckles, the winds of his palms whistling through the air. Taiji, twin peaks piercing the ears. The extensive damage accompanied by the internal energy of Taiji utterly obliterated 5 undead creatures, reducing them to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Defeated undead creatures, 5. Experience gained, 450. Ding. Your level has risen to level 5. Chapter 17, the 5th entry, Battlefield Legend. Evil Elite. Within a mere 10 minutes of entering the polluted land, I accrued several hundred experience points and ascended to level 5. The rapidity of this advancement would undoubtedly evoke envy among students preparing for their college entrance examinations. I allocated 5 attribute points to my mental prowess, as was customary. Subsequently, I initiated the extraction of a new entry. In an instant, a dazzling sea of golden entries enveloped me once more. I hoped for a combat-related entry, for the polluted land in which I currently resided was characterized by peril and uncertainty. No one could predict the crises or fortuitous encounters that might arise in the next moment. The stronger one's combat prowess, the greater the confidence in facing the ever-changing circumstances. With this thought in mind, I reached into the sea of entries. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Battlefield Legend. Battlefield Legend, a legendary figure renowned for remarkable achievements in battle. Their combat experience is unparalleled, and their techniques have reached a transcendent level. I felt a surge of excitement. How fortunate I am. The Battlefield Legend before me is undoubtedly a premier combat-related entry. Experience gained in the throes of battle is often the most challenging to enhance. Why are the demon-slaying army generally more formidable than practitioners in society? One reason is their countless tribulations on the abyssal battlegrounds. Just like Captain Su Feng of the scout camp, who is clearly a seasoned veteran of numerous battles. In comparison to these newcomers, even when at the same level, their superiority stems from the advantage of experience and skill. The prowess of a battlefield legend is evidently more formidable than that of a seasoned warrior. After some contemplation, Yizhe resolved to bestow the title of Battlefield Legend upon his bear. Engaging in direct combat necessitates an enhancement in battle experience and technique. The bestowal of the Battlefield Legend title was successful. The summoned creature, Kung Fu Bear, ascended from Orange Epic to Orange Epic. It now boasts a 6-star epic status. With rarity and excellence classified, 5 stars represent the pinnacle. However, within the realm of epic quality, 6 stars reign supreme, mere steps away from the golden legend tier. Should other summoners become aware of such a rapid ascension, they would likely be overwhelmed with envy. Simultaneously, the resultant attribute enhancements are substantial. Strength, 113-153, Constitution, 77-127. Agility, 92-142, Spirit, 64-114. It acquired 2 innate abilities, Battle-Hardened and Legendary Reputation. Although it did not evolve, the addition of these 2 innate skills is noteworthy. Yizhe took great interest in examining each ability. Battle-Hardened, Legendary reduces skill cooldown by 50, skill consumption, and stamina expenditure, while diminishing the impact of negative effects by 80. Legendary Reputation, Legendary enhances the attack of all teammates, including itself, by 25, boosts attack speed by 40, and significantly raises morale. The consumption of all attacks is notably reduced by 50. The enduring combat prowess of the bear has effectively been doubled. Originally, the Taiji skill imposed a cooldown of 1 minute, but now it requires merely 30 seconds. Moreover, an additional aura skill effect has been bestowed. As Yizhe glanced at his own and the squirrel's status bars, he indeed discovered a new addition, Legendary Renown, Aura. The aura effect persists for all targets within a specific range. Suddenly, an idea struck Yizhe. Perhaps he could utilize the Spirit Contract Ring to replicate the bear's aura skill. Imagine the possibility of having the 2 auras overlap. If feasible, it would result in a double dose of legendary aura, an exquisite delight. He raised his hand to activate the Spirit Contract Ring, duplicating the bear's innate ability, Legendary Renown. Spirit Contract. You have successfully replicated the Kung Fu Bear's innate ability Legendary Renown. The previously copied skill Shadow Escape has been replaced by Legendary Renown. The replication was a success. Yizhe once again scrutinized the status bar. Legendary Renown, Aura, from Kung Fu Bear. Legendary Renown, Aura, from Summoner Yizhe. A remarkable 50 increase in attack power and an 80 boost in attack speed. Indeed, it is possible. A double enhancement. Yizhe's face lit up with joy. With such a substantial increase in both attack power and speed, the rate of monster slaying accelerated immensely. Let us continue leveling up. He aimed to reach 2 more levels within the day. The temporary scout's pioneering tasks would not persist indefinitely, lasting at most 2 to 3 days. Yizhe must hasten to defeat monsters and level up. However, drawing from the experience of the previous wave, his efficiency in slaying monsters has markedly improved this time. The squirrel's shadow clone lures the monsters, while the bear delivers devastating area damage with a single blow, perhaps due to the low mental attribute of the corpse demon. Its consciousness remains somewhat clouded, resulting in a successful monster lure. Meanwhile, the bear, with its heightened attributes, effortlessly annihilates groups with a single strike. Yizhe's experience points soar continuously. The only concern is that the number of corpse demons is gradually dwindling. Meanwhile, at the scout camp, camp leader Su Feng oversees the operations, assigning several clerks to monitor anomalies in the polluted lands. Before them are numerous life sign monitoring devices. Although these instruments cannot detect the fluctuations of the evil spirits, they can observe the scout's conditions, recording the progress and issues in real time. On a virtually constructed sand table model, dozens of light points representing the scouts steadily advance. The pace of their progress varies, some swift, others languid. Su Feng muses to himself. The difficulty of Area 19 is unexpectedly high. This is merely the first wave of evil spirits, and the advancement is twice as slow as that of Area 18. He observes the light points. Some are impeded, causing delays, while others are even being relentlessly pursued by the evil spirits. Su Feng shakes his head and shifts his gaze elsewhere. In the next moment, he is utterly stunned. An indescribable shock evident in his eyes. He sees the light point representing Yizhe galloping ahead with unmatched speed. The remaining scouts had only advanced a few hundred meters, while Yizhe, in merely an hour, had penetrated 4,000 to 5,000 meters into the contaminated zone. This pace was an astonishing 7 to 8 times faster than that of other teams. Moreover, observing that solitary light, it was evident that he was alone. This indicated that his solo progress surpassed that of others working in tandem. Su Feng rubbed his eyes and took another look. He was not mistaken. The advancement of that light continued unabated. This speed was truly comparable to the most adept scouts of the Demon Suppression Army. Su Feng widened his eyes and pointed at the light. Who is this person? Find out about this individual S insignia. Who on earth are they? The light represented vital signs, and by relaying the insignia back to the military camp, the corresponding target could be identified. A clerk from the scout camp checked the report and stated, "It is that senior from the War Academy, Yizhe." Upon hearing this, Su Feng was left utterly astonished, for he recognized that name. Was he the one with the lowest rank, a level 4 summoner? Indeed, a level 4 summoner. And now he was already at level 5. The clerk glanced at the information relayed from the insignia and confirmed it. Su Feng gasped sharply. A summoner? Isn't that a late-game profession? At level 5, he is this formidable? Whose subordinate is he? Could it be that a wealthy scion from a family renowned for exceptional summoned beasts has entered the fray? Yet, such prowess seems improbable. Su Feng was utterly perplexed. Damn it, when I first saw this level 4 summoner, I assumed he must have leveraged some connections to embellish his credentials. Participation in the expedition to the polluted lands is indeed a merit-enhancing endeavor in various universities. Previously, many affluent offspring had come to the scout camp to polish their resumes. However, those individuals, despite possessing equipment and skills, exhibited dismal combat proficiency and psychological resilience. They could never possibly demonstrate such solo prowess. Su Feng mused inwardly. What a promising talent. He then instructed the clerk to pay special attention to him. He is currently contending only with ordinary magic soldiers. However, given his low level and limited battlefield experience, should he encounter an elite-level foe, he might face dire consequences. Be sure to inform me promptly. Clerk, understood. The experience has surged to over 80% in such a short time. Within the dungeon, after an hour of relentless monster hunting, Yizhe felt elated as he observed the rapidly rising experience bar. Beside him, Bear effortlessly crushed the last surrounding corpse demon with a single strike, utilizing his current attributes. Upon vanquishing the corpse demon, he gained 90 experience. Level 5. 1755-2100. There simply aren't enough monsters in the polluted lands. Yizhe couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. However, for him, it seemed that if there were more monsters, he might have been able to level up directly at this moment. After all, for a bear seasoned in battle, the consumption of stamina remained at an absolute minimum. As if fatigue were a foreign concept, Yizhe barely needed to lift a finger, and he even felt a hint of drowsiness. At that moment, a squirrel shadow clone returned with intelligence, invigorating Yizhe considerably. An elite-level demon appeared at the 8 o'clock position to efficiently scout the location of the monsters. Yizhe dispatched 12 squirrel shadow clones in all directions, conducting a comprehensive search. Should there be any disturbances nearby, he would be notified immediately. With determination, he set forth, following the guidance of the shadow clones, stealthily approaching. Indeed, it was a small boss, a skeletal creature towering over 2 meters, its body composed of countless blood-red bones. With cold blue flames flickering from the eye sockets of its skull and sharp bone spikes protruding from its fingertips. Blood Skeleton Demon, LV-15, Type, Elite Demon. Chapter 18. Can you defeat an elite monster? Is this really a high school student? Indeed. It is evident that this creature surpasses the ordinary magical soldiers by a significant margin. Observing the attributes of his opponent, Yizhe could not help but exclaim. The classification of monsters mirrors that of summoned beasts. However, the categorization of evil spirits diverges entirely from the former, bearing a striking resemblance to the titles used by ancient humans. They are divided into ordinary, elite, general, commander, king, and emperor, also referred to as magical soldier, magical officer, magical general, magical commander, magical king, and magical emperor. The origins of these classifications remain a mystery. What is known is that they unequivocally represent power and status. Before Yizhe stood a blood skeleton demon, which was in no way comparable to an ordinary corpse demon. Blood skeleton demon, LV-15, Type, Elite Magical Officer Attributes, Strength 116, Constitution 99, Agility 108, Spirit 30 Traits, Blood Magic Frenzy. When the enemy is injured, the blood skeleton demon goes into a complete frenzy, doubling both its attack and attack speed. Skills: Blood Poison Spike, Bone Shield. Just a mere level 15 elite possesses combat prowess not inferior to that of a warrior of the same rank. Yizhe suddenly comprehended why, since the emergence of the Abyss, countries worldwide, including China, have faced continuous defeats and their survival environments have been relentlessly compressed. This is merely an elite evil spirit. There exist even stronger magical generals, magical kings, magical lords, and even magical emperors. Their power must be utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, for the moment, Yizhe remained undeterred in his confidence. If a 2-star epic bear were to confront the blood skeletal demon, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. However, the bear now boasts an impressive 6-star rating, with a mere 2 slaps at most, no more. Yet, as Yizhe stealthily approached, he discovered that others had already taken the initiative. Rather than being outpaced by another, it seemed the blood skeletal demon had found its prey amidst the rubble below. The blood skeletal demon and 3 corpse demons were mercilessly hunting down a scouting party. The party, consisting of 4 members, comprised level 11 and 12 adventurers. Yet, against the blood skeletal demon, they were utterly helpless. The blood skeletal demon possessed the ability to conjure a bone shield and extract its own bones to unleash bone spikes, making it a formidable adversary. Moreover, the presence of the difficult-to-defeat corpse demons only complicated matters. Let us focus all our firepower on the blood skeletal demon, urged the party leader, a first-tier greatsword fighter. However, apart from him and a lone assassin, the remaining 2 members were ranged fighters, a female archer and a female priestess, who were both psychologically and physically disturbed by the grotesque corpse demons. "We can't ignore it. We're about to be overrun," exclaimed the archer, referring to the priestess at the rear. The already fragile priestess, with her low agility, was being relentlessly pressured by the corpse demon from the side. Particularly unsettling was the sight of the injured corpse demon, its severed arm twitching grotesquely on the ground. "I'll handle the corpse demon." The archer girl was in the midst of releasing a flurry of 3 arrows to alleviate the priestess's predicament when she suddenly heard the captain's urgent call, "Lin Fei. Take cover." Before her eyes, the blood skeleton demon extracted a rib from its body, transforming it into a bone spear that shot towards the rear ranks with a swift whoosh. Fortunately, Lin Fei, the agile archer, evaded the critical strike, but the bone spear grazed her, tearing her denim trousers. With a rip, A small patch of her fair skin was exposed through the torn fabric, marred by a crimson stain, a clear sign that she had sustained an injury from the bone spike. It's over. The faces of the team turned ashen. They observed the chilling blue fire within the eye sockets of the blood skeleton demon morphing into a terrifying blood-red hue. With a furious roar, the blood frenzy was activated. Once any adversary was wounded, the blood skeleton demon's attack and speed doubled in an instant. The battle, already challenging, had now escalated to an insurmountable level. Yet, the captain, a giant sword fighter, refrained from further words, resolutely defending against the malevolent creature while shouting, "Quick, use the distress signal." The distress signal, once activated, would send a call for aid to the military camp, summoning the elite scouts to arrive post-haste. However, this remained merely theoretical. The scouts were already stretched thin, and it was uncertain if any proficient fighters were available at this moment. Moreover, given the current combat prowess of the blood skeleton demon, whether they could endure until reinforcements arrived was another matter entirely. This encapsulates the inherent peril of reconnaissance missions. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the situation could turn fatal? Although Yizhe was unfamiliar with these individuals, he was not inclined to remain a mere spectator. After all, acquiring the experience of this malevolent elite was imperative for him. Squirrel, subdue the Bloodbones demon. Bear, deal with them one by one. Yizhe commanded. In an instant, the Bloodbones demon, initially poised for a frenzied slaughter, found itself immobilized as if grasped by the throat. The warrior captain, having assumed a defensive stance before it, experienced a momentary cognitive lapse. What had transpired? Meanwhile, in the rear, 3 corpse demons were preparing to confront 2 female students when Bear unleashed a powerful strike from a distance. The fluid energy of Tai Chi erupted within the confines of the corpse demon's range. Boom! 3 corpse demons were vanquished, yielding 270 experience points. A single blow had annihilated 3 corpse demons. Such formidable strength. The eyes of the 2 ranged female professionals widened in astonishment. Initially prepared for a desperate struggle against the corpse demons, they suddenly glimpsed hope. Reinforcements of great prowess had arrived. Defeating the corpse demons was not an insurmountable task. Yet to obliterate them in one strike demanded considerable power. The bear before them had accomplished this with apparent ease. Was there a summoner among the ranks of this reconnaissance team? Just as Lin Feifei was about to cry for help, she relinquished her distress signal and found herself lost in contemplation. Yet, no matter how long she pondered, she could not recall. In truth, she had some recollection of Yizhe. However, she never associated this formidable bear summon with Yizhe, the level 4 summoner at that time. Yet, in the next moment, Yizhe emerged from the shadows. The 4 members of the team before her appeared as if they were about to pop their eyes out in astonishment. It's him. I remember him. That level 4 high school student, who indeed seems to be a summoner. Are high school students today truly this terrifyingly powerful? The reason they recalled him so vividly was that there were hardly any level 4 individuals venturing into the polluted lands. Someone like Yizhe, who came alone, was exceedingly rare. However, Yizhe paid little attention to these individuals. His gaze was firmly fixed on the blood skeleton demon. Attack. By vanquishing this blood skeleton demon, Yizhe would earn just enough experience to level up. Moreover, the corpse of the blood skeleton demon seemed to offer a chance to exchange for military merit points. Upon hearing Yizhe's intent to confront the blood skeleton demon, the 4 members of the team urgently cautioned him. Be careful. That blood skeleton demon is in a frenzied state. Before they could finish their warning, their expressions turned utterly dazed. The bear swiftly charged towards the blood skeleton demon. At that moment, endowed with dual legendary titles, a 50 increase in attack power, and an 80 boost in attack speed, the bear swung its paw, seemingly leaving behind an afterimage. Infused with the overwhelming energy of Tai Chi with a resounding crack, the skull of the blood remnant demon shattered, scattering fragments of bone across the ground, while the crimson flames within its eye sockets were extinguished in an instant. In that moment, Lin Feifei and her companions felt a surge of disbelief. The elite malevolent creature that had nearly plunged them into a perilous predicament was vanquished by a mere level 5 summoner's familiar? It was one thing to dispatch an ordinary level 10 corpse demon, but to annihilate a frenzied elite demon as well? They collectively screamed in their minds, is this truly a high school student? Chapter 19, the 6th entry. Shall we join forces with my sister? Slaying the malevolent elite, blood skeleton demon. You have gained an experience of 375. Ding. Your level has risen to level 6. Talent. You have acquired an additional chance to draw from the infinite gold entry. Although Lin Feifei and the others were taken aback, Yi remained unfazed. Given Xiong's current strength and attack power enhancement, it would indeed be surprising if he could not vanquish a blood skeleton demon that was immobilized. Upon the demon's demise, for crystals and a piece of blue equipment emerged from its corpse. Yi promptly stowed everything into his backpack, including the remains of the blood skeleton demon. After all, it could fetch 20 military merits at the scout camp. It would be a waste not to capitalize on it. The 4 members of the nearby squad, despite having participated in the battle, exhibited no intent to share the spoils. Their efforts had merely depleted at most 10 of the blood skeleton demon's health. Had it not been for Yi, their survival would have been uncertain. The captain of the great sword fighters in the squad approached Yi with a respectful gesture, saying, "Young sir, no, esteemed master, thank you for your timely rescue." Despite Yi being younger and of a lower level, no one dared to underestimate this young man after witnessing his recent prowess. To possess such combat capability at merely level 6, one could only imagine the terror he would embody if he were of their level. Thus, at present, a group of Tier 1 professionals at level 10 refer to a level 6 as a master, and not a single individual finds this perplexing. "Are you from the East China Hunter Guild?" Yi inquired, noticing the emblem on the captain's attire. The Hunter Guild ranks among the top 10 of the grassroots guilds in East China, closely rivaling the Zhao family. Their operations encompass accepting commissions, hunting, and conquering outdoor dungeons, among other activities. Yi had previously contemplated that if he were to fail in his university entrance exams, joining a grassroots guild might be a favorable alternative. However, that consideration has now become moot. The captain replied, "Indeed, I am a formal member of the East China Hunter Guild, Hu Shan. The 3 other teammates are also affiliated with the Hunter Guild. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us." It was evident that these 4 individuals belonged to the same organization and had collaborated as a team before. Otherwise, they could not have arrived here so swiftly. Unfortunately, they found themselves grappling with the formidable blood skeleton demon. Contemplating the substantial experience points offered by the blood skeleton demon, Yi could not help but inquire further. "Have you encountered any other elite evil spirits?" Defeating an elite grants a whopping 375 experience points. That is several times more than that of the corpse demon, and not far off from the final boss of a hell dungeon. If they could slay a few more, leveling up would be within reach. Yet, Hushan's expression shifted to one of bitter amusement as he responded, "If we had encountered elite evil spirits earlier, we likely would not have made it this far. The malevolent elite poses a significant threat to most temporary scout teams, given that the majority of these scouts are only slightly above level 10. Confronted with a level 15 malevolent elite, they risk total annihilation with a single misstep." What truly perplexes Hushan is that this seemingly ordinary high school student, at level 6, is audaciously intent on hunting the malevolent elite. The disparity between individuals is indeed striking. Upon seeing Yi nod in acknowledgement without further comment, Hushan wisely refrained from further interruption, preparing to lead his team back to continue their battle against the corpse demons. As they departed, the archer girl, her legs skillfully bandaged, waved and said, "Skilled brother, my name is Lin Feifei. If you ever need assistance, feel free to call me." Of course, it was evident that Yi preferred to tackle challenges solo. Lin Feifei, however, was undeterred. It was far more important to leave a lasting impression on a master than to form a party. Yi politely declined her offer. After their departure, he resumed feeding his summoned creature with bamboo and pine cones, taking a moment to rest. He continued to send the shadow clone of his squirrel to scout the surroundings. His attention then shifted to the item that had dropped, bloodbone armor, rare piece of equipment for assassins, providing a fixed defense of 10, strength 25, constitution 25, with 20 of the damage dealt converted into a shield. Level 10. The assassin's armor also boasted a rare attribute for fixed defense. The equipment's effects were undeniably enticing. Yet the indicated level of 10 was a significant consideration. Yi felt helpless. This was not a dungeon. The 15-level elite demon could only yield equipment of level 10 or 15. Faced with the choice of feeding the bear or saving provisions for the squirrel, Yi opted for the latter. He needed to level up quickly. Otherwise, the equipment dropped here would be unusable. Alas, it was a consequence of farming monsters that were too high in level. Subsequently, Yi stowed away the gear and activated a stat draw obtained at level 6. What would this draw yield? Before him, a swirling sea of golden attributes emerged, visible only to Yi. After a brief moment, a golden eye-shaped pattern came to rest in front of him. "You have drawn the legendary golden attribute, Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. capable of discerning information about all targets, analyzing the surrounding circumstances, and seeing through enemies' concealments or disguises. This seems particularly suited to me. For a professional, this attribute is remarkably fitting. Among professionals, aside from class and level, it is challenging to discern other information. If one could utilize the Eye of Insight to ascertain an opponent's talents and skills before battle, it would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage. Moreover, the effects of the Eye of Insight extend beyond this. Yuzei attempted to bestow the attribute upon himself. Eye of Insight attribute bestowed successfully. Indeed, it can be granted to oneself, though regrettably, it did not enhance other attributes. Yuzei glanced at his talent panel and discovered the addition of Eye of Insight. Suddenly, a deeper understanding of this ability surged within his mind. So this is the effect of being bestowed with a new attribute. Let us test it out. The ability to analyze the surroundings. Yuzei was quite eager about this effect. His gaze focused on the ground, particularly on a small pit created by the explosive force of a bear-ass Tai Chi Eye of Insight. In an instant, his pupils transformed into a shimmering gold. Streams of data flowed through his vision, resembling golden threads that unfurled from the depths of his eyes. The next moment, an information box materialized beside the small pit within his sight. A small crater left by the residual energy of the battle, analyzing the surrounding circumstances. So, this is how it works. The ordinary scout skills of typical practitioners could only be used on other practitioners and monsters. However, the Eye of Insight allows him to analyze even the minutest details of nature itself. With this ability, nothing that transpires around him can escape his notice. He turned his head and surveyed the ground. Signs of battle. A blood skeleton demon had clashed with a human practitioner, resulting in the demon's demise. Yuzei's expression brimmed with excitement. He felt like the most formidable detective. If I could visit the Lord's treasury again, I should be able to effortlessly identify those unknown artifacts. This ability has left Yuzei thoroughly satisfied with this new attribute. Intuition whispered to him that this ability would prove invaluable in the future, whether on the battlefield or in contaminated lands. Possessing intelligence was tantamount to seizing the lifeblood of one's adversary. Yuzei's gaze shifted once more. However, the intelligence before him momentarily stunned him. A reconnaissance spirit, an occupational dark spirit assassin, had deployed a reconnaissance skill just half a minute ago. A dark spirit assassin? Others have arrived. Yuzei closed his Eye of Insight, only to suddenly hear a melodious laughter from behind him. Little brother, you're quite impressive. Able to slay elite demons. Would you like to join me, dear sister? Chapter 20. What malicious intent could a wealthy woman have? Upon hearing that familiar laughter, Yuzei instinctively turned his head. It was the black-clad girl he had encountered previously. She stood alone, her figure elegantly enveloped in dark attire, accentuating her alluring curves. Her features were strikingly delicate and vibrant, exuding the essence of youth, while her lively, peach blossom eyes were filled with mirth as they scrutinized Yuzei. Should he consider partnering with the sister? Although she was relatively young, she referred to herself as sister with such familiarity. Yuzei remained silent. Realizing an unsettling fact, he had dispatched a shadow clone of a squirrel for reconnaissance, yet he had completely failed to detect the presence of this girl. She had evaded all forms of surveillance. Quite impressive indeed. Moreover, when he previously utilized the reconnaissance panel, he could not even discern her level or class. Noticing Yuzei's silence, the black-clad girl chuckled again. You must be leveling up in preparation for the college entrance examination, right? I've discovered a lair of evil creatures. At least 10 elite demons. 10 elite demons. If he could vanquish them all, not only would he level up, but he would also garner nearly 1,000 experience points. Yuzei could almost envision the exhilarating surge of experience filling his bar. He nearly blurted out, "Where are they?" The black-clad girl paused for a moment, then with a playful grin remarked, "I may be considered a beauty, yet you pay me no heed. But when it comes to the news of elite demons, you become so fervent." She sighed helplessly. Alas, how will you find a girlfriend in the future? The words of the girl in black were somewhat modest. She was not only beautiful but could easily rank among the top 2 of all the girls Yuzei had encountered. Yet, surrounded by a tainted environment. And with her enigmatic prowess, he had to remain vigilant. However, at this moment, with the Eye of Insight at his disposal, Yuzei could delve into her true nature. In an instant, the Eye of Insight activated. It focused on the girl in black before him. A remarkably detailed personal profile materialized before his eyes. Wan Xiaoyu occupation, rare class, dark spirit assassin level, 19, first stage, attributes, strength 186, plus 80. Constitution 152, plus 60. Agility 206, plus 105, Spirit 174, plus 10, parentheses denote equipment attribute bonuses, skills, Dark Spirit Assault, LV6, exquisite, Phantom Step, LV4, exquisite. Equipment, Shadow Dagger, epic, Shielding Ring, exquisite. Potential assessment, excellent personal information, age, 19 affiliation, freshman, assassin department, East China University of Science and Technology father, Wan Pingqiu, mother, Lu Mei mentor, Wan Pingqiu Awards, ranked 79th in the last national professional examination. 10th in the East China Genius Training Camp, champion of kindergarten jump rope, life skills, crafting explosives, setting traps, making fried rice. Preferred colors, black, gray, white. Measurements, 86, 69, 90. Upon seeing the measurements, Yi Zhe's lips twitched, prompting him to deactivate the Eye of Insight. He had not anticipated such detailed information. It was as if it was about to reveal the color of the other party's undergarments. The Eye of Insight utterly eclipsed all reconnaissance skills Yi Zhe had encountered. The inability to see her information previously was indeed due to her possessing reconnaissance blocking equipment, the shielding ring. However, under the Eye of Insight, nothing could remain concealed. Yet, Yi Zhe found himself perplexed. Wan Xiaoyu, a level 19 Shadow Spirit Assassin with exceptionally high attributes. Furthermore, she was merely a task away from advancing to the second tier of her profession. With such a high level, coupled with her status as a top student from East China University of Martial Arts, why would she venture into a polluted area? East China University of Martial Arts is renowned as the pinnacle of institutions in the East China region. It offers various training types, abundant resources, trial dungeons, and substantial government subsidies for higher education. With such advantageous conditions, where else would one train? What is the matter with you? Noticing Yi Zhe's somewhat unnatural expression, Wan Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with an inquisitive gaze. Why was he staring at her sister? Did he wish to know her profession? Having been too engrossed in the information from the Eye of Insight, Yi Zhe decisively shifted the topic. Cough. Never mind. Shall we discuss the matter of the demon stronghold? The young girl dressed in black, Wan Xiaoyu, inquired with curiosity. Have you agreed to team up so swiftly? The rationale behind Yi Zhe's decision was rather straightforward. Individuals who ranked among the top 100 in the previous National College entrance examination were unlikely to be dangerous, antisocial personalities. Moreover, her exceptional equipment and skills indicated that she was evidently a wealthy individual. What malevolent intentions could a wealthy person possess? Furthermore, considering Wan Xiaoyu's level 19 capabilities, she sought assistance to form a team. The evil lair must surely be formidable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wan Xiaoyu, but you may call me sister. The girl in black said with a radiant smile, her eyes gleaming. Yi Zhe chose to disregard the latter part of her statement and replied, I am Yi Zhe, a summoner. The fact that Yi Zhe did not address her as sister prompted Wan Xiaoyu to pout slightly. You can single-handedly defeat elite demons, correct? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhe deduced that Wan Xiaoyu's scouting spirit had likely witnessed him collecting the remains of the blood skeleton demon. He conceded, indeed. Wan Xiaoyu beamed with satisfaction. That's excellent. We simply need to find another who can also single-handedly eliminate elites. We need to find another? Yi Zhe pondered. She was a level 19 class holder, fully equipped with exceptional gear and skills, yet she still felt the need for additional assistance. Moreover, it was clear that they required at least one more capable of defeating elite demons. Was this evil lair truly so daunting? Yi Zhe could not help but inquire. The stronghold of malevolent beings is a subject discussed in the textbook Exorcism and Resistance, the polluted land. This phenomenon primarily arises from the emergence of a certain energy entity within the polluted realm, which instinctively attracts these dark creatures toward it. As more malevolent beings converge, it ultimately transforms into a stronghold. The energy entity can take various forms, such as high-quality crystals or superior artifacts, among others. However, given that the 19th polluted land has only recently manifested, it is theoretically improbable that a formidable stronghold of malevolent beings would form. Wan Xiaoyu clasped her hands before her chest and explained that location is a large temple which has already been occupied by these malevolent beings, with layers of them both inside and outside. As an assassin, I am not adept at facing multiple foes. Even if I were to confront the strongest among them, there would still be no fewer than 6 elite malevolent beings remaining. She emphasized the number 6. In her assessment, An individual capable of single-handedly defeating an elite malevolent being would likely be able to contend with 3 adversaries of a similar caliber. If Ise were to stand alone against 6 malevolent beings, it would pose a grave danger. Thus, she felt the necessity to seek an additional ally to alleviate the pressure on Ise. After articulating her concerns, she cast a teasing glance at him. Do you intend to take on 6 by yourself? Facing 6 elite malevolent beings simultaneously is a perilous endeavor. Even a level 16 practitioner could find themselves in dire straits. Ise remained silent for a moment, then suddenly recalled a famous saying from a master in his previous life, and declared, "No, I shall face 10. Upon hearing such an audacious remark, Yuan Xiaoyu refrained from mockery. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with amusement. You certainly possess a bold spirit, little brother. However, upon observing Ise's expression, her countenance transformed into one of astonishment. You cannot possibly be serious? The challenge of confronting multiple malevolent entities simultaneously is undeniably more formidable than tackling them one by one. Not to mention, facing 6 elite-level fiends at once presents an insurmountable difficulty, especially for a level 6 practitioner. Yuan Xiaoyu couldn't help but reminisce about her own experiences at level 6, when she was merely progressing through the novice dungeon during her high school years. The thought of simultaneously challenging 6 elite fiends was far beyond her capabilities. Even a one-on-one confrontation was a daunting task. Upon hearing Yuan Xiaoyu's inquiry, Ise found himself deep in contemplation. After reaching level 6, the bear's strength had surged to 163. In a one-on-one encounter with an elite fiend, delivering a decisive blow was hardly an issue. Employing the technique Wan Ke Wei could even facilitate taking down 2 at once. Yet, the odds would indeed diminish when contending with 6 simultaneously. I would estimate a 99% chance of success, he replied. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoyu extended her delicate hand to rest upon Ise's forehead. A level 6 practitioner attempting to handle 6 elite fiends of level 15. What Ise proclaimed was not merely a suggestion of it could be attempted, but rather a declaration of a 99% likelihood of success. He did not claim 100% assurance. Should she commend him for his humility? Yuan Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to one of skepticism. Do not say that she lacks faith. Even her 6-year-old niece from her second uncle's family is not to be trusted. She huffed, little brother, if you cannot do it, do not force yourself. Ise chuckled. If I am capable or not, you may as well try for yourself. Yuan Xiaoyu, with her hands clasped before her chest and her enchanting peach blossom eyes wide open, instantly became intrigued. Let us give it a shot. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a sudden cacophony of desperate cries erupted from afar. Help! Help me! The two immediately turned towards the sound. There! They beheld 2 frail girls, their tattered clothes clinging to their pale forms, seemingly struggling to run as if their legs were too weak to support them. Blood stained their ragged garments as the girls pleaded feebly, "Please, save us. There are monsters behind us, many of them." Monsters? Many? Yuan Xiaoyu thought. Could it be that the evil beings from the stronghold have emerged? Her heart ached at the sight of the 2 girls, and she immediately resolved to step forward, exclaiming, "I shall rescue them. If you wish to prove your strength, this is the perfect opportunity to practice against the pursuers." Just as her words fell, she felt Ise's hand firmly resting on her shoulder, preventing her advance. Confused, she turned to look at him. Ise's expression was strikingly calm, and within his pupils, a glimmer of golden light flickered. He had discerned the target. The facade's identity, Luo Qing, temporary scout of the Human Demon Suppression Army. The true identity, an elite demon, skinning demon, Evi. 20. Chapter 21. The Skinning Demon. Journey to the Fiend's Lair. Upon sensing a hint of anomaly, Ise promptly activated his Eye of Insight. Indeed, he uncovered a troubling revelation. The 2 young maidens before him had, without exception, fallen victim to foul play. Standing in their midst were 2 cleverly disguised fiends, the Skinning Demons. Level 20 elite fiends, the Skinning Demons. The very name evokes a sense of uncanny dread regarding their elusive capabilities. Skinning Demon, LV20, Type, Elite Fiend Attributes, Strength 100, Constitution 70, Agility 70. Spirit 140 Special Ability, Skinning. Shedding the skin of the deceased, they seamlessly integrate into the guise, perfectly mimicking the appearance of their target. Skills, Shell Smash, Skin Restoration. Mimicry. Although their combat prowess may seem average compared to other fiends, the data released by the military indicates that the casualties inflicted by the Skinning Demons surpass those of all other elite fiends. Their ability to assume deceptive appearances is exceedingly potent. Furthermore, the Skinning Demons possess the highest intelligence among elite fiends, excelling in the art of imitating humans. For unwary newcomers, it is all too easy to be lured into proximity of the skinning demons, only to suffer a devastating blow while caught off guard, resulting in either death or grievous injury. At that moment, the two skinning demons continued their performance, portraying injured women, frail and helpless. "Help me, I implore you. Save me." Yuan Xiaoyou's response was far from sluggish. As a mere freshman, she lacked considerable experience in traversing polluted territories. The moment she was intercepted by Yi Zhe, a sense of foreboding washed over her. How could two girls, both grievously injured, have managed to escape from several malevolent, elite demons? She turned to glance at Yi Zhe, only to find him approaching the two girls without a hint of caution. "Hey, you stopped me, yet you proceed without armor?" Yuan Xiaoyu silently fumed. Quickly, she grasped a shimmering blue dagger, bracing herself for any eventuality, ready to offer swift assistance should the need arise. Yi Zhe calmly approached the two girls, speaking in a soothing tone. "Rest assured, I am here to assist you. May I examine your injuries?" The sight of someone coming closer seemed to alleviate the girls' distress, as they exhaled in relief. Upon hearing Yi Zhe's request to inspect their wounds, they anticipated treatment without the slightest surprise. One of them turned slightly, lifting her clothing to reveal her waist. "This wound here, it hurts so much. Please come and take a look." She urgently beckoned Yi Zhe closer. However, Yi Zhe shook his head, countering, "No, no, no. Your injury is not there." The two skinning demons paused, seemingly attempting to comprehend his words. Yi Zhe pointed at her neck, stating, "Your wound is here." As soon as the words left his lips, a shadowy squirrel emerged from the figure of the skinning demon. "Initiate Shadow Strike." The crimson glow of the blood demon blade in the squirrel's grasp flashed brilliantly, and a streak of crimson flowed from where Yi Zhe's finger had been. In the next moment, the head of the skinning demon was severed. Slaying the evil elite, skinning demon, experience gained, 500. Level, 6710-3100. The entire process unfolded with remarkable swiftness. It was as if Yi Zhe had merely placed an order, having just pointed at the opponent's neck. The next instant, the demon's head was separated from its body. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Was the kill executed with such decisiveness? Did he not fear making an erroneous judgment and slaying the wrong target? Moreover, judging by appearances, it truly seemed like he was confronting a living, breathing person, and a delicate young woman at that. Yet, Yi Zhe showed no hesitation in his lethal actions. She had encountered many capable of dispatching skinning demons. But someone as resolute as Yi Zhe was a rarity, save for seasoned veterans of the demon suppression army with decades of experience. Furthermore, the prowess exhibited by Yi Zhe's summoned beast was beyond her belief. Launching an assault from within the shadows was nothing short of an assassin's divine skill. The quality of the skill was undoubtedly at least of epic tier. As an assassin herself, she understood the value of such skills, and for a moment, she felt a pang of envy, one possessed of a summoned beast with abilities surpassing the epic tier. Is this the trump card of Yi Zhe? His strength is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, after vanquishing one of the skinning demons, the other had yet to react. It was all too sudden. Just as words were exchanged, action was taken. Who was the true fiend here? However, it found no further opportunity to strike back. After the squirrel made its move, two shadow clones emerged from the shadow of the remaining skinning demon. Although the squirrel's shadow clones could not utilize the shadow clone skill, they were still capable of employing other techniques, such as shadow strike. The shadow clones possessed only 80 of the original's attack power. To ensure absolute certainty, Yi Zhe had secretly instructed the squirrel to conceal two shadow clones in this location. Yet, this concern proved to be somewhat excessive. After all, with two legendary prestige auras in play, the shadow clones could equally benefit from the enhanced attack power. Furthermore, the unprepared skinning demon, with a mere 70 points in vitality, fell like withered wood. One slash was all it took. Upon defeating the skinning demon, an experience reward of 500 was granted. Truly, as a level 20 elite fiend, each yielded an experience bounty of 1,000. The experience bar surged to nearly half. This was precisely the upgrade velocity he sought in the polluted lands. As the headless corpses of the two skinning demons collapsed, their true forms emerged, resembling that of rubbery beings. Yuan Xiaoyu approached, and despite having anticipated the outcome, she was still somewhat astonished. Both were indeed skinning demons. However, how did you discern that? Subsequently, her captivating peach blossom eyes fixated intently on Yi Zhe, resembling a small black creature fixated on its prey, perceptive yet curious. It was only natural to pose such a question. Yize's ability to see through the facade was astonishingly swift, akin to a seasoned veteran of a demon-slaying battalion. The true techniques, the Eye of Insight, were not something he could disclose. He had yet to become intimately acquainted with Yuan Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, prior to employing the Eye of Insight, he had indeed noticed some anomalies. Demons do not flee. Thus, when they masquerade as fleeing humans, they exhibit significant flaws. The movements of their legs while escaping, the emotions of distress, and so forth, all diverge markedly from those of humans. These were lessons imparted during Liu Boyan's lectures. Naturally, this could only serve as a basis for 50 of his judgment. Yet, upon confirmation through the Eye of Insight, his certainty soared to 100. It was akin to knowing the answer beforehand and responding with newfound confidence. Who would he be able to replicate an answer if they already possessed it? However, the mere articulation of these anomalies by Yize piqued Yuan Xiaoyu's profound interest. Yize rose to his feet and inquired, "Do you have fire?" He glanced at the two deflated human skins on the ground. Yuan Xiaoyu comprehended his intent and retrieved a flame stone from her backpack, tossing it atop the skins. Instantly, flames erupted, incinerating the two skins. Yize waved his hand and said, "Let us go. Shall we test our skills?" "No need." Yuan Xiaoyu replied with a gentle smile, "I have already witnessed the prowess of your summoned beast. Further competition would be rather unjust for you. I, as your elder sister, do not indulge in bullying. Your summoned beast abilities are commendable, although the attributes could use some enhancement. You must strive harder, dear Yize." She patted his shoulder in a reassuring manner, leaving him with a rather exasperated expression. The burden of being a year older, he thought. However, to assume that he possessed only a single summoned beast would be a grave miscalculation. At that moment, Yuan Xiaoyu gestured forward, "Let us proceed. The two of us shall venture to the demon stronghold. It is rather challenging to find a companion capable of soloing the demon elites." Having witnessed the squirrel's duplication skill, her confidence in Yize had significantly increased. She silently assessed the situation. With the duplication skill at his disposal, Yize could indeed hold off the other 6 demon elites. The prospect of conquering the stronghold seemed promising. Yize shared her enthusiasm for the demon stronghold. Following Yuan Xiaoyu, they departed from their current location, making their way deeper into the polluted area, heading towards the depths of Zone 19. Chapter 22. Addressing his sister? A request for assistance in overseeing students? As one delves deeper, the air becomes increasingly laden with a faint gray mist. The ground, devoid of vitality, presents a desolate tableau of decay. Navigating through a shadowy grove, Yize follows Yuan Xiaoyu to a temple steeped in malevolent energy. The area, once a scenic spot known as Pollution Area 19, has now transformed into a stronghold for dark forces. The temple itself is of considerable size, with several lowly corpse demons wandering near the entrance. In a hushed tone, Yuan Xiaoyu recalls a previous bounty task concerning the search for lost supplies, which she had accepted at the bounty point. Yize, with a sharp memory, nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Xiaoyu then articulated the primary objective of this expedition. The lost supplies were originally meant for transport to Dongwu City, comprised of special items. During transit, they encountered the spreading pollution, and the transport personnel fell victim to the attack of malevolent beings, resulting in the items becoming lost in this very location. Upon hearing this, Yize's expression shifted to one of alarm. Special items destined for Dongwu City? Dongwu City, the largest, most resource-rich, and militarily powerful central city in the East China region. It could be aptly described as vast and abundant, far surpassing Linyuan City by several magnitudes. Moreover, the esteemed East China University of Martial Arts, the finest institution in the region, is situated in Dongwu City. Thus, what manner of special items could possibly warrant such a transport from distant lands to Dongwu City? Moreover, this endeavor has been issued a reward of 500 military merit points by the military. Yize's curiosity was instantly piqued as he inquired, "Is that batch of lost supplies located within this temple?" Yuan Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. What is contained within those supplies?" Yize was certain she possessed the knowledge. The reward task merely mentioned lost supplies, yet she seemed to be well versed in their origins. Furthermore, being a student from Eastwu University and hailing from Dongwu City, Yize suspected that she had come for this very reason. A mischievous smile suddenly graced Yuan Xiaoyu's exquisitely charming face. "Call me sister and I shall divulge the information to you," Yize retorted. A true man born of heaven and earth cannot compromise his dignity over such trivial matters. Surely a little more should be added. Simply knowing the contents of those supplies can be achieved once I enter and utilize my insightful eye, Yize declared with righteous indignation, Not a chance. Are you truly not curious? Wan Xiaoyu attempted to further entice him, but Yizhe remained steadfast, leaving her unperturbed. Subsequently, she gestured towards the temple. Behold. Upon entering the main gate of the temple, there are 2 courtyards. Each houses more than 6 elite demons, along with some ordinary fiends. Following her direction, Yizhe indeed observed that the demonic energy within the 2 courtyards was far more potent than outside. It was evident that he and Wan Xiaoyu would each have to confront one side. Wan Xiao earnestly advised, "If you believe you cannot hold out until I arrive to assist, it would be prudent to retreat now. We still have the opportunity to seek another ally." Given the formidable prowess of the shadow squirrel she had encountered, it would indeed be challenging for Yizhe to single-handedly contend with a horde of malevolent entities. Yet, upon hearing of that very horde, Yizhe felt an exhilarating surge of enthusiasm. These were walking repositories of experience. If such a multitude of elite adversaries truly existed, then his prospects for gaining experience in the next level were brightened. Eagerly, Yizhe exclaimed, "If I leave now, I shall be compelled to wake in the middle of the night and chastise myself." Huh. Wan Xiaoyu stifled a laugh. "All right, let us give it a try." Once the decision was made, she shifted into a serious demeanor. With a swift motion, she produced a dark gray energy orb and hurled it directly towards the entrance of the temple. "I will go left, you go right." No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished, reappearing instantaneously at the location of the energy orb at the temple's entrance. It was a teleportation spirit. Yizhe, having witnessed the abilities of the shadow spirit assassin, recognized the nature of that energy orb. As long as the teleportation spirit remained intact, the shadow spirit assassin could expend mana to teleport multiple times within its vicinity. Demonstrating the strength of her rare class, Wan Xiaoyu brandished a short dagger, and with a flash of eerie light, she cleaved several corpse demons into countless thin slices at the entrance. Subsequently, she cast Yizhe an encouraging glance before charging towards the left courtyard. In the 2 courtyards, the malevolent aura was notably stronger on the left side. She proactively chose a formidable opponent. Yizhe did not hesitate, rising to approach. Bear, a Tai Chi pattern magical array illuminated, and a diminutive figure clad in a black and white robe, the Kung Fu bear, materialized. This was the true embodiment of Yizhe's combat prowess. Meanwhile, over a dozen malevolent entities in the right courtyard were hastening toward the left, intent on encircling the advanced participant, Wan Xiaoyu. However, the bear stood resolutely in their path, displaying the opening gesture of the white crane spreading its wings. Among the throng of malevolent beings, 6 elite entities emerged. Yizhe felt a sense of reassurance, for all 6 were blood skeleton demons. As long as he could prevent the blood skeletons from inflicting harm, they posed little threat. Yizhe commanded the squirrel to refrain from engaging, instructing it to send out a doppelganger to search for any treasures in the vicinity. The squirrel, elated, raised its tiny paws and triumphant cheered. For reasons unknown, ever since acquiring the treasure sensing trait, the squirrel had exhibited a pronounced enthusiasm for treasure hunting. It seemed as though combat was merely a duty, while treasure hunting was the essence of life. Subsequently, the squirrel dispatched 4 shadowy duplicates, racing toward the direction of the temple. In the courtyard, a fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. As the 6 blood skeletons and 8 corpse demons prepared to encircle the bear, their movements suddenly slowed. Despite the bear's rotund form, its techniques were remarkably agile. The 2 bare paws swayed gracefully, reminiscent of flowing clouds and flowing water. First, they executed the cloud hands, enveloping the blood skeleton demons in a languid, powerful energy. Then, with a forceful clap, the shockwaves reverberated, unleashing a potent internal energy of Tai Chi snap. The 4 foremost corpse demons were obliterated, their bodies reduced to a mushy mass. The demon slaying yielded a bounty of 360 experience points. Level 6, 15, 70, 30, 100, and effortless annihilation. Among the elite demons, only 3 remained unscathed, while the other 3 were severely injured by the shockwave. Regrettably, the injuries sustained by their kindred did not trigger their frenzy trait. The bear, facing 6 adversaries, held a definitive advantage. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. The blood skeleton demons began a surprise attack, wielding rib bones to conjure a bone spike aimed at the bear. Yet, the bear, a legend of the battlefield, possessed unparalleled battlefield experience. The arena was rife with ambushes. Such maneuvers were merely child's play. The bear deftly dodged and seized the bone spike, using its momentum to hurl it at another wounded blood skeleton demon. The speed was so swift that the latter had no time to react. Crack! The skill of the blood skeleton demon was ironically turned against its own kind. Slaying the blood skeleton demon, EV-15, granted an additional 375 experience points. Blood skeleton demons that could not trigger frenzy were akin to toothless tigers. The bear, with its black and white form, surged forward into the throng of demons, actively engaging in the fray. With a resounding clap, a powerful strike, accompanied by a bone shield, brought a grievously wounded blood skeleton demon to its demise. The remaining evil creatures, enraged, retaliated fiercely. Yet, the bear-like figure met their onslaught with effortless grace, adorned in a spiritual contract-exclusive ensemble. His attack damage coefficient soared to an impressive 150, coupled with dual legendary auras, which granted a 50 increase in attack power and an 80 boost in attack speed. Even facing a level 15 foe as a level 6 warrior was akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. In less than 2 minutes, 6 elite demons and 8 corpse demons were reduced to mere remnants of flesh. Ding! You have ascended to level 7. Talent. You have gained 1 opportunity for infinite gold attribute extraction. Meanwhile, within the reconnaissance camp's monitoring division, a dozen military clerks diligently scrutinized the data from the monitoring instruments, documenting the progress of the cultivation in the contaminated zone number 19. Beside the sand table model, Camp Commander Su Feng wore a troubled expression. What on earth was happening in this contaminated zone number 19? The cultivation progress was astonishingly half that of zone 18. Dozens of scouts had spent nearly a day, yet the advancement was barely 30. The only solace for him lay in Yizhe, who, unlike others, had surged ahead, penetrating deep into the contaminated territory. At that moment, the clerk responsible for monitoring Yizhe exclaimed, "Commander, come quickly." Su Feng's expression tightened. Was there trouble? Had Yizhe encountered an elite demon? Give me his location. I will head over immediately. The clerk shook his head, yet his expression was one of astonishment, as if the situation were more bizarre than encountering a malevolent elite. Su Feng immediately strode over. The clerk swallowed hard and said, "Look, according to the nameplate, Yizhe has reached level 7. Su Feng was somewhat at a loss for words and reprimanded, "Don't be so startled. I thought it was something serious. So what if he's level 7? Level 7. Just as he spoke, a sudden realization washed over him, and his complexion changed dramatically. Level 7. Hadn't he just been level 5 the last time they discussed it? Su Feng pointed at the clerk, nearly questioning whether there had been a mistake in the report. It had only been a couple of hours, and he had leveled up twice? During his own preparation for the college entrance examination, achieving 2 levels in a single day was considered remarkably efficient. The clerk, looking aggrieved, reiterated, "I assure you, it's correct." When Yizhe arrived at the scout camp, he was at level 4. After the first hour of exploration, he reached level 5. And now, more than 2 hours later, he has leveled up twice more. He is now at level 7. Su Feng inhaled sharply. Good heavens. Were it not for the unwavering accuracy of the instrument, he might have doubted the data. Over 3 hours, and he had ascended 3 levels. The efficiency of this leveling. Wait. Su Feng suddenly gasped again. Could it be that he had indeed encountered a malevolent elite? The clerk chuckled ruefully. At this rate of leveling, not only has he encountered one, but he has likely slain more than one. The expression on Captain Su Feng's face hardened. The clerk began to explain the situation. If the elite demon was not eliminated, he would have to defeat 58 ordinary demons to advance 2 levels. However, given the stamina of the summoned beasts, such an intense grind was unfeasible. Furthermore, based on the density of demons, I suspect he has already slain over 7 elite demons. Upon hearing such astonishing news, the clerks nearby could not help but cast furtive glances. Su Feng found himself at a loss for words and let out a long sigh. How could someone at such a low level possess such combat prowess? Where did this prodigy come from? With this thought in mind, Su Feng immediately contacted the personnel responsible for the temporary scout registration. Quickly, find out where he came from. The scout registration officer replied, Yizhe? Yes. Investigate his identity and who approved his entry. Understood. Su Feng was increasingly suspicious that this was a genius disciple secretly nurtured by some influential figure. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. A military officer in his 50s entered, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Su Feng was taken aback. Commander, what brings you here? The visitor was Chang Jinping, the commander of the Northern Expeditionary Corps of East China. Although not part of the same system as the Scout Battalion, he was nevertheless one of the prominent figures in the East China Army. Su Feng immediately rendered a military salute. Chang Jinping waved his hand repeatedly, indicating it was a personal matter. The two found a tranquil spot to sit down, and it was only then that Chang Jinping continued, an old comrade of mine, who retired due to injury, has never sought my assistance before, But today he suddenly asked me to keep an eye on his student. Thus, I hurried over. Upon hearing this, Su Feng immediately grasped the situation. Is he in the Scout Battalion? Chang Jinping nodded. It is not uncommon in the military to assist younger comrades. While it does not violate discipline, there are limits to how much help one can provide, at most, ensuring their survival. Chang Jinping had this intent, in the squad currently exploring the polluted lands. My old comrade mentioned that his student is only at level 4. A young man who is ambitious and reckless, and he might encounter trouble. He urged me to ensure his safe return. Upon hearing this level, Su Feng's previously calm demeanor suddenly ignited with excitement. Level 4, could it be a mere coincidence? He cautiously inquired, may I ask, what is the name of this student? His name is Yi Zhe, a senior student in the regular class of the War Academy. Chang Jinping replied, then added with concern. He hasn't encountered any mishaps, has he? Su Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, as round as copper bells. It truly is him. Chapter 23, At least a rookie king. The 7th entry. Upon noticing Su Feng's unusual demeanor, Chang Jinping's expression changed drastically. Is something truly amiss? He had hurried over after receiving a message from Lu Boyan, fearing he might have arrived too late. Su Feng, at a loss for words, could only reply, please, come and see for yourself. With that, he led Chang Jinping back to the monitoring department. As they passed by the personnel in charge of identity registration, Su Feng remarked, there is no need to investigate Yi Zhe's background. I've found it. Upon hearing this, Chang Jinping furrowed his brow. Investigating backgrounds? ISNT that a procedure typically followed only after the demise of soldiers, when one needs to contact their families. Could it truly be? The once commanding presence of Chang Jinping was instantly replaced by a sigh of self-reproach. As he pondered this, Su Feng brought him to the monitoring ceremony, prompting the clerk to retrieve Yi Zhe's information. Yi Zhe, Summoner, Level 7. Chang Jinping was momentarily taken aback and waved his hand dismissively, saying, that is not the one I'm looking for. The individual I seek is Level 4. Su Feng thoroughly comprehended his reaction. In less than half a day, ascending 3 levels, who would believe it? He solemnly confirmed, Commander, it is indeed him. Just 3 hours ago, he was at Level 4, a senior from the War Academy. Chang Jinping fell silent, staring wordlessly for quite some time. Solo grinding in the polluted lands, leveling up 3 times in 3 hours? Is it truly my responsibility to attend to such a prodigy? It cannot be, for he is merely at Level 4. How could he possibly contend with the vile creatures of the polluted lands? Have they formed a team? The clerk reported accurately. For the most part, he has been undertaking solo endeavors, only recently teaming up with another individual. Su Feng became exhilarated. Indeed, Commander, he is, without a doubt, a genius among geniuses. Please, do share. What sort of extraordinary companion must her comrade be to cultivate such talent? Chang Jinping was somewhat bewildered. His former comrade, Lu Boyan, after being injured and retiring, had taken to teaching at a high school, and his position had scarcely advanced. How could he have quietly nurtured such a remarkable individual? Old Lu, this Su Feng, recalling something, directed his attention to the map. Commander, look, Yi Zhe is soloing, and his progress in exploration far surpasses that of all others. He has already advanced deep into the 19th polluted area. This is the pinnacle of a vanguard scout. As the commander of the Eastern China Army, Chang Jinping was acutely aware of how astonishing such a pace of exploration was. In a military context, he would be regarded as a rookie king with utmost ease. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Chang Jinping's eyes, and he excitedly clapped his hands. I understand now. This is not old Lu seeking my guidance for a student. This is old Lu delivering talent to our Eastern China Army. Chang Jinping paced excitedly, pondering how old Lu knew that our regiment was in dire need of talent. Indeed, old Lu had been keeping us in his thoughts. Su Feng, sensing the gravity of the situation, whispered, Commander, this is a talent discovered by our reconnaissance battalion. In an instant, Chang Jinping's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What are you saying? He retorted. Setting aside which battalion or regiment was involved, the paramount concern was that this individual must not be allowed to slip through our fingers. Exactly. Su Feng wholeheartedly agreed. Yet, internally, Chang Jinping mused, thank goodness I arrived today. Otherwise, where would we find such talent? He owed old Lu a debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, the newly promoted Yi Zhe gazed happily at his experience bar, which read, Level 7, 1084,300. The recent batch of demons had not only been sufficient for his upgrade, but had also granted him an additional quarter of experience. Simultaneously, the squirrel returned with the spoils of battle, astonishingly revealing a rare skill book, Steel and Iron Bones, a warrior skill book usable at level 15. It significantly enhances defense, and theoretically, the bear could learn it upon reaching level 15. However, that milestone was still a long way off. Yizhe remained confident that by the time he reached level 15, he would not lack rare skills. Thus, he chose to feed the skill book to the bear. Although the book was meant for level 15, it could still be consumed before reaching that level. The bear eagerly opened its mouth, chewed, and swallowed the book whole, eating what one lacks. Consuming Steel and Iron grants a boost of 4 to one's physique and reduces damage from weaponry by 15. Noticing that the bear seemed somewhat disinterested in its food, Yizhe offered a few bamboo stalks as an alternative. Subsequently, Yizhe commenced the extraction of a level 7 attribute. After a brief interval, a radiant golden attribute frame materialized before him. This time, however, the attribute elicited a sense of concern in Yizhe. You have drawn a legendary golden attribute, Void Creature. Void Creature, residing in the boundless void. It possesses unparalleled adaptability and uniqueness, capable of traversing the emptiness. Note, the Void Creature embodies uncertainty, resulting in significant variations in effects across different targets. Void. Even the most comprehensive textbooks offer only scant descriptions of the void. The most frequently mentioned aspect is the endless void originating from beyond the world. As mysterious and formidable as the eternal abyss, yet humanity has never encountered a true creature of the void. This left Yizhe momentarily hesitant, uncertain of whom to bestow the attribute. Coupled with the note regarding potential uncertain outcomes, he found himself in a quandary. The bear's role was already distinctly defined, a warrior, the mainstay of melee combat. The squirrel, on the other hand, could evolve into an assassin or focus on support, reconnaissance, treasure hunting, and more. With these two summoned beasts already proving effective, it seemed unnecessary to gamble on an element of uncertainty. At last, Yizhe cast his gaze upon his sole remaining resource, the summoning beast space 2-3. He still had the capacity to contract another summoning beast. Where could he find such a creature? After much contemplation, he ultimately pinpointed the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. For every 1,000 military merit points accumulated, he could select items from a higher-level treasury of the Demon Suppression Army. Given that it was a military treasury, there must be an abundance of formidable summoning beasts. If he could amass enough military merit, perhaps he could directly choose a suitable third summoning beast. With this thought in mind, Yizhe momentarily set aside the notion of void creatures and began to ponder methods for earning military merit. However, the immediate priority was to clear this evil stronghold first. After deliberating, Yizhe resolved to venture into the left courtyard to assist Wan Xiaoyu in eliminating the demons there. Indeed, he could also gain some experience. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, Wan Xiaoyu had already dispatched half of the demons. Her pace was quite swift, yet she yearned to be even faster. She couldn't help but wonder how Yizhe was faring. It would be best if he could hasten his efforts to prevent any complications from arising on his end. The greatest flaw of an assassin lay in their limited area of effect skills. Confronted by the encirclement of corpse demons and the assaults of elite demons, she could only strike as swiftly as possible, one blow at a time. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of a squirrel. The shadowy squirrel was nearby, quickly twitching its nose, seemingly sniffing for something. Wan Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Isn't that Yizhe's summoned beast? Why isn't it fighting with all its might and instead is here?" Wait a moment. Wan Xiaoyu furrowed her brows in confusion. Could it be that Yizhe is unable to hold on any longer and has sent the squirrel for help? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yet, to her surprise, the squirrel disregarded her entirely and dashed straight into the depths of the temple. Wan Xiaoyu. She never imagined that the shadow squirrel, which she perceived as Yizhe's strongest summoned beast, was merely sent by him to seek treasure. Chapter 24. Did you find the weakness with just a glance? At that moment, outside the eastern courtyard gate, a commotion arose. Wan Xiaoyu repelled the malevolent creature before her, remaining vigilant to the movements outside. Were other malevolent beings attempting to surround her? But the next instant, the figure entering through the courtyard gate made her exclaim in astonishment. Yizhe? How did you get here? How could he have arrived in just over 2 minutes? Was Yizhe neglecting the battle against the malevolent creature on the right? That seemed implausible. She had clearly heard the sounds of combat from that direction. Could it be? A bold and incredulous hypothesis emerged in Wan Xiaoyu's mind. She leaped into the air, her form as light as a feather, landing gracefully beside Yizhe in just a few steps. In response to her query, Yizhe smiled and said, "I finished them off, and then came over." Hearing her audacious speculation confirmed, Wan Xiaoyou's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Finish them off. How could that be possible? In the next moment, she noticed the kung fu bear beside Yi Zhe. Judging solely by its aura of power, it was no less than epic. Besides that epic squirrel, he had another epic summoned beast. To possess two epic summoned beasts before reaching level 10? Even with Wan Xiaoyou's experience, such a configuration could be deemed among the elite of summoners. Was this truly a student from the ordinary class of the War Academy? Wan Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon Yi Zhe, akin to a predator that has spotted its prey. However, with a multitude of over 10 malevolent creatures present before them, she ultimately relinquished her intention to delve deeper, prompting a sigh of relief from Yi Zhe. Following Yi Zhe's arrival, the duo swiftly eradicated the foul beings besieging the courtyard. Wan Xiaoyu moved with the grace of a swallow, her strike swift and incisive, while Xiang's formidable fists targeted the elite malevolence of higher rank with ferocity. Initially, Wan Xiaoyu alone could have vanquished the malevolence. It was merely a matter of time. With Yi Zhe's participation, the fiends found themselves increasingly incapable of resistance. In less than a minute, all adversaries were annihilated. Xiang, leveraging his immense strength, was the first to slay 3 level 15 blood skeleton demons, garnering a remarkable 1125 experience points, propelling Yi Zhe's experience bar to nearly half of level 7. The pair then proceeded to scour the battlefield. All spoils, which included 2 pieces of level 15 equipment, a skill book, and various materials, were entirely disregarded by Wan Xiaoyu. Yi Zhe, unhesitant, collected them all into his backpack, fully aware that a wealthy lady adorned in exceptional gear would find little value in such trinkets. However, he simultaneously discerned that the lost supplies were not located within either of the courtyards. Wan Xiaoyu cast her gaze deeper into the temple, declaring, "Let us proceed." Just as Yi Zhe was about to respond, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. 2 squirrel shadow clones had been vanquished. Though mere shadows of squirrels, they possessed attributes exceeding 80. Coupled with their shadow evasion capabilities, the ability to vanquish shadow clones certainly indicates that the adversary is no ordinary elite fiend. Observing the situation, Wan Xiaoyu cautioned. Even the elite fiends are merely stationed in the outer courtyard. The foes within should not be underestimated. Allow me to scout the interior. Yi Zhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of her suggestion. In the Tainted Lands, the unknown looms large, and a preliminary reconnaissance could prove invaluable. Wan Xiaoyu produced a scouting spirit and cast it deep into the temple. This was also a unique skill of the shadow assassin, akin to a drone, capable of displaying real-time reconnaissance footage on a personal interface. The scouting spirit soared into the courtyard, traversing a lengthy staircase, ultimately arriving at the heart of the temple. At first glance, they beheld a trove of lost supplies. The containers that once held the materials lay shattered, with countless items and resources piled into a small mountain. In the next moment, a colossal silhouette of a black cavalryman came into view. Yi Zhe's brow furrowed, a special elite. The image revealed a towering, robust black cavalryman clad in tattered, decaying armor, wielding a long spear, with a helmet obscuring his face, leaving only his crimson eyes visible. Particularly striking was the bizarre beast upon which the cavalryman rode, resembling a salamander, exuding a grayish magical aura. It appears that this is the boss of the stronghold. Yi Zhe immediately initiated reconnaissance. Curse Knight, LV30, Type, Special Elite Attributes, Strength 280, Constitution 260, Agility 180, Spirit 80 Trait, Soul of the Curse, upon striking an enemy. It generates an indelible curse that cannot be dispelled at random. Skills, Dark Charge, Sweeping Army, Lance Penetration, a Level 30 Special Elite. Special Elites are entities that surpass even the formidable demon elites. They are the Blue Star practitioners who perished in the polluted realms after succumbing to the abyss. This abyssal corruption behaves like an acute illness, spreading through biological parasitism, toxic erosion, or the inadvertent activation of artifacts tainted by demonic power. If not addressed promptly, death is inevitable. Upon dying from the corruption, one transforms into a special demon, forever stripped of their memories and condemned to wander the polluted lands. It seems he was once a knight practitioner from the East China region. Wan Xiaoyu speculated. Perhaps he was the escort of this batch of supplies. Having escorted the materials of East China in life, even in death, devoid of reason, he continues to guard the supplies. Had he not been tainted by the abyss, he might have ascended to become a high-ranking knight. Alas, he has succumbed to demonhood. Yi Zhe then pointed to his steed. That too is a level 25 demon elite. Corrupted Behemoth, LV, 25, Type, Demon Elite Attributes, Strength 180, Constitution 150, Agility 200. Spirit 50 skills, tail whip, crushing strike, full speed charge. Even the mount is a level 25 demon elite. The combination of knight and mount results in a synergistic strength that exceeds mere addition. As the two were observing, the Cursed Knight suddenly detected a scout spirit and thrust forward with a lance. The scouting vision was abruptly severed. Yuan Xiaoyu furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at Yi Zhe, and remarked, "Such a special elite of level 30 should theoretically be able to summon reinforcements with a distress signal. A level 30 special elite, when considering the amplified attributes of its mount, would be instantaneously lethal for the vast majority of scouts." Even Yuan Xiaoyu, herself, felt the odds were not in her favor. The disparity in levels was too vast. Moreover, both the knight and his mount were comparable to a boss, and with the Cursed Knight's attributes, a mere brush would cost half of one's health. However, should a distress signal be employed, the rewards and military merits would undoubtedly slip from our grasp. Undeterred, Yi Zhe's fighting spirit remained resolute, his pupil shimmering with golden light. "I can defeat him. I have already discerned his weakness." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "You've only glanced at him once. How could you possibly identify a weakness?" Chapter 25, The Annihilation of the Corrupted Beast. The ferocious monster hidden in the shadows. With just a glance, one can discern its vulnerabilities, akin to a humanoid scanning device. Throughout history, the most adept scouts may not possess such an extraordinary capability. Yi Zhe cleared his throat twice, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he remarked, "I am simply a specialist from the investigation department, endowed with considerable experience." Although slightly perplexed, upon hearing the mention of the investigation department, Yuan Xiaoyu acquiesced. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What are the weaknesses of the Cursed Knight?" In that fleeting moment, Yi Zhe had already utilized his eye of insight to glean detailed information and analyze its weaknesses. He succinctly summarized, "The weakness lies within his steed. The corrupted beast is a transformation of the Cursed Knight's original mount. However, upon becoming a monster, its memories from the living world dissipate. This means that the synergy between the mount and the knight is not as harmonious as it once was in life." Oh, Yuan Xiaoyu's rosy lips parted slightly, adorably resembling a devoted student attentively listening to a lesson. Yi Zhe placed a squirrel atop a bear's head to demonstrate the interaction between the Cursed Knight and the corrupted beast. "Once the battle commences, you and I shall position ourselves on either side, attacking the knight and the mount respectively. When the knight is struck by your assault, he will seek vengeance upon you. Conversely, the corrupted beast, upon receiving my attack, will prioritize striking me. This is the instinctual reaction of a demon that has lost its intellect." Yi Zhe spoke, and the squirrel and the bear, serving as teaching tools, promptly separated, standing apart, one to the left and one to the right. Yuan Xiaoyu grasped his strategy, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Just like this, when the knight and steed are divided, their combat effectiveness diminishes drastically. Yi Zhe nodded, stating, at that moment, "You will handle the knight while I take on the colossal beast, defeating them one by one." "Absolutely," Yuan Xiaoyu responded eagerly. Yet a hint of doubt crept into her gaze as she regarded Yi Zhe. "Wait, can you truly contend with a level 25 elite demon alone?" Yi Zhe smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry." He had observed that the corrupted colossal beasts relied purely on physical strength and melee skills. In the presence of the bear, all power-based melee attacks were rendered inconsequential. After confirming their tactics, Yi Zhe and Yuan Xiaoyu ascended the steps together, arriving at the heart of the temple. Surrounding the entire edifice, only the Cursed Knight and his steed remained. Not even the demons dared approach this vicinity. With just a glance, they found themselves ensnared by the Cursed Knight's gaze. Any further encroachment would result in certain death. The Cursed Knight's voice was deep, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. As he pointed his battered lance toward them, Yi Zhe sighed and quickly declared, "I will take the left, you take the right." Yuan Xiaoyu nodded, and the two positioned themselves on either side, confronting the Cursed Knight, executing their strategy flawlessly. "Those who approach shall perish," the Cursed Knight roared, charging fiercely at the most formidable among them, Yuan Xiaoyu. The corrupted behemoth charged forth with great ferocity, causing the very ground surrounding the temple to tremble. While fragments of stone tiles were sent flying, Yi Zhe swiftly commanded, "Engage. Constrict the attack range, target only the mount, and do not strike the Cursed Knight." Following the directive, Xiong unleashed a powerful blow that pierced the air. The essence of this strategy lay in avoiding simultaneous assaults on both the mount and the knight, for such folly would inevitably draw the ire of both, rendering any subsequent efforts to regain favor futile. With a resounding crash, the attack was refined in scope, precisely striking the tail of the corrupted behemoth. As anticipated, the creature let out a furious roar, attempting to pivot. At that moment, Yuan Xiaoyu unleashed a trio of throwing knives, solely hitting the cursed knight without provoking the behemoth's wrath. The cursed knight, now intent on hunting Yuan Xiaoyu, descended from its steed in a fit of rage, pursuing her relentlessly. Both knight and beast, having risen from death as malevolent entities, had long since lost their sanity. Acting purely on instinct, this divergence of focus ignited a conflict between them. The cursed knight, fueled by fury, abandoned its mount, transforming into a solitary combatant. Meanwhile, the corrupted behemoth successfully redirected its attention toward Yi Zhe, charging ferociously. Triumphantly, Yuan Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, confirming the efficacy of Yi Zhe's stratagem. Now bereft of its steed, the cursed knight was akin to a mere gunfighter. With its movements considerably slowed, Yuan Xiaoyu, endowed with the heightened agility of a shadowy assassin, could effortlessly evade and even eliminate her foe. All that remained was for Yi Zhe's side to remain unscathed. After all, Yi Zhe was about to confront a level 25 corrupted behemoth, while he was merely at level 7. With the immense power and size of the corrupted beast, a single blow could potentially inflict severe injury. However, in the next moment, as Yuan Xiaoyu elegantly maneuvered, she instinctively cast a glance towards Yi Zhe, her pupils widening in astonishment. She beheld the corrupted beast roaring as it charged towards the bear, its colossal form shaking the very ground. The beast unleashed its claws with tremendous force, executing a crushing strike. Yet, the bear neither dodged nor retreated. With a graceful sweep of its hands, it summoned an invisible force of Tai Chi, causing the claw of the corrupted beast to strike nothing but air, instantly losing its balance. Tai Chi, using a featherweight to deflect 1,000 pounds. By leveraging the enemy's strength, the bear retaliated with a formidable counterattack, a veritable nightmare for all close combat adversaries. The bear swiftly rotated its body, harnessing the force to strike back. In a flash, its left palm struck the chest of the corrupted beast. The ferocious energy combined with the force of the crushing strike astonishingly sent the corrupted beast crashing to the ground, rendering it motionless. Instant kill. In that moment, Yuan Xiaoyu truly felt she had underestimated Yi Zhe. Initially, she believed that his ability to obliterate a level 15 corrupted elite was already impressive. Facing a level 25 corrupted behemoth, she thought it would at least require a prolonged struggle, a war of attrition. To her surprise, a level 25 adversary could be dispatched just as swiftly. Nevertheless, Yuan Xiaoyu was, after all, among the top 100 candidates of the previous national examination and a student of East China University of Science and Technology, possessing extraordinary insight. He quickly discerned Yi Zhe's methods. It was not merely his strength, it was a unique skill. Such abilities are often not feasible for continuous use and are reserved as a last resort. Yet, the capability to annihilate opponents across so many levels indicates a skill of extraordinary quality. Is it epic, or perhaps legendary? How could Yi Zhe, a mere level 7 summoner, possess such an abundance of high-quality skills? Yuan Xiaoyu came from a well-off family, being the sole daughter and never lacking for money. However, she had only one skill of epic rank or higher. In contrast, Yi Zhe had already demonstrated at least 3 such skills in her presence. Was he truly an ordinary high school student? At that moment, Yuan Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to peel back his facade and examine his true strength. Yet, with the cursed knight still alive, she had no choice but to continue confronting this exceptional elite. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe exhaled deeply. He had slain the corrupted elite, the corrupted beast, earning 625 experience points. Upon observing that the corrupted beast relied solely on brute force attacks, he had anticipated this outcome. What surprised him was the unexpectedly high damage boost that allowed him to defeat the beast in a single blow. On the ground lay a level 25 great axe and a level 25 armor, both of rare quality. The level was too high for him to equip, but they could still be consumed. Until he reached level 25, he could not utilize the attributes of the gear, yet consuming them would still enhance his attributes. Yi Zhe entrusted the task to Xiong, who began to exhibit the characteristics of the iron-eating beast, crunching on iron blocks as if they were mere snacks, producing a satisfying crackle. Consuming such items fortifies one's abilities. The 2 pieces of equipment augmented his strength by 8 points, his physique by 8 points, and his defense by 15 points, akin to the enhancement provided by a rare-grade equipment piece. A worthy exchange. With the knight's steed eliminated, the threat diminished significantly. In the distance, Yuan Xiaoyu moved gracefully like a swallow, agile as the wind, effortlessly evading the attacks of the cursed knight, her movements akin to a dance. Yet, The marks of battle increasingly adorned the cursed night. The combat was a spectacle of beauty. Yizhe could not help but marvel. Witnessing a beautiful woman vanquishing foes was indeed a delightful experience. Without the steed, the knight posed no threat to Yuan Xiaoyu. After approximately 5 minutes, she had secretly positioned 10 black energy orbs. With a swift motion, she distanced herself significantly and then snapped her fingers. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted like a column of magma, engulfing the cursed knight in flames, obliterating him utterly. Rest in peace. The supplies you escorted shall return to East China. Yizhe murmured softly upon witnessing the scene. Yuan Xiaoyu beckoned him, urging him to come quickly. Bring this corpse back. Yizhe stepped forward, utilizing a slot in his built-in backpack to stow away the body of the cursed knight. Yuan Xiaoyu cautioned him. A corpse of a special elite is worth at least 300 military merits. Is it truly worth that much? Yizhe was taken aback. However, he soon came to the realization that they were once warriors from East China. Even in death, they yearned to return to their roots. Yuan Xiaoyu then began to inspect the batch of lost supplies and casually remarked to Yizhe, 300 military merits for the corpses. And 500 for the search of supplies, all yours. Yizhe was astonished. What? Without your strategy, I would have had to resort to a distress signal. Before he could finish, Yuan Xiaoyu continued, besides, I have no need for the meager rewards from the Demon Suppression Army. I am here to fulfill the Academy's mission and ensure that these supplies return to Dongwu City. The rewards from the Academy far exceed those of the Demon Suppression Army. Upon hearing this, Yizhe gained a deeper understanding of her motivations. No wonder she, with such high attributes, would venture into the polluted lands. Her primary goal was indeed this batch of supplies. It made perfect sense now. He had inadvertently benefited from a few hundred military merits, for without Yuan Xiaoyu, he would have certainly been unable to defeat the cursed knight. Yuan Xiaoyu seemed to sense his thoughts and teased, if you feel guilty, just call me sister and let me hear it. Yizhe's lips twitched. How could his dignity be bartered for a mere few hundred military merits? Never mind. He would find a way to repay her later. He decisively shifted the topic. Cough. Most of these supplies are materials for dungeon development. Yuan Xiaoyu was taken aback. You recognize these? The superconducting crystal, the illusionary magic core, and the stardust. Naturally, Yizhe was unfamiliar with these, as they were merely feedback from the Eye of Insight. In the hands of individuals, these materials held little significance. However, in the possession of the esteemed researchers at the Institute, their value was immense. It was no wonder that even East China Wu University had issued a mission to retrieve them. After surveying the surroundings, Yizhe's attention was drawn to a fragment, a cultivation chamber fragment, once a vessel designed to nurture a formidable beast, now shattered. Could it be that this batch of supplies encompassed more than mere research materials? Upon observing the cultivation chamber fragment in Yizhe's hand, Yuan Xiaoyu furrowed her brows. Her expression grave. It had managed to escape. Yizhe curiously inquired, what was housed within? Yuan Xiaoyu replied, it was a beast of considerable ferocity, capable of being contracted as a summoned creature. There are 2 methods for contracting a summoned beast. First, through a skill book. Second, by forming a pact with the wild creature using one's own abilities. However, beasts suitable for summoning are rare, and I never anticipated encountering one today. Yuan Xiaoyu then added, yet, due to its extreme ferocity, no summoner in the entire East China region has been able to contract it. Consequently, the city of Qifeng, having captured it, sought to deliver it to East China Wu University in hopes of tempering its ferocity. Who could have imagined that it would end up here and manage to escape? No one in the entirety of the East China region could form a contract? Yizhe was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of a summoned beast so difficult to contract. Consequently, the ferocious creature that Qifeng City so desperately sought to bind must possess formidable strength. Alas, it had already escaped. As Yizhe pondered this, he suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting in alarm as he gazed in a particular direction. Wait, it seems it hasn't fled yet. Just moments ago, a notification appeared before Yizhe. Your dispatched Squirrel Shadow clone has been defeated. The last 2 Squirrel Shadow clones have also been vanquished. That ferocious beast is lurking nearby. Chapter 26. The Extreme Blade Menace. The Successful Contract of the Fearsome Beast. Upon seeing this prompt, Yizhe instantly realized that the 2 squirrel avatars he had encountered earlier were likely not slain by the Cursed Knight. Upon reflection, there were indeed inconsistencies. The Cursed Knight, with its slow attack speed and penchant for charging, could hardly have caught and killed the elusive squirrel avatars. Now, with the last 2 avatars having been dispatched in mere moments, the matter was undoubtedly clarified. The creature hunting nearby was an extraordinarily lethal beast, possessing an astonishingly rapid attack speed. Yizhe and Ruan Xiaoyu suddenly turned their gazes to a specific location. In the temple's main entrance, a figure about the height of a person emerged. Its head was triangular, with two enormous compound eyes glinting ominously, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Its carapace shimmered with a dark luster, and on its back were two pairs of wings as delicate as those of a cicada. Its forelimbs were particularly striking, large and sharp like scythes, glinting with a chilling light. The aura it radiated was ferocious and perilous, although its level was not particularly high. The sense of oppression it emanated felt even greater than that of the cursed knight. Yizhe inquired, "Is this the beast destined for Dongwu City?" Exceptional summoned beasts allow one to gauge their potential merely from their aura. The creature before them was undoubtedly a naturally predatory, high-potential summoned beast. Indeed, it was he. The extreme blade mantis. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded in affirmation, but upon meeting the creature's gaze, she could not help but sigh. What a pity. It has been tainted by the abyssal aura. It is doomed. Tainted by the abyssal aura? The cause of the cursed knight's demise was the corruption of abyssal essence. Throughout the entirety of Blue Star, there have been no successful cases of salvation. Yizhe promptly activated his eye of insight to examine the information of the adversary. Extreme blade mantis quality. Excellent level. 12 attributes. Strength 150. Constitution 140. Agility 178. Spirit 130 traits. Hunting. Upon slaying an enemy, absorb their nutrients to permanently enhance the attributes, wisdom, and damage coefficient of the extreme blade mantis. Talents. Compound eyes, excellent. Stealthy assault, rare. Skills. Gale/EV6, excellent. Rapid movement LV3, rare. Potential assessment. Unique status, corrupted by the abyss. Indeed, it had been tainted by the abyss, and remarkably, it possessed a trait. The ability to permanently augment attributes upon slaying foes. Such a trait would be considered elite even among fiends, at least of general rank, if not kingly status. Yet now, it was wielded by a ferocious beast. No wonder it received a unique potential assessment. Regrettably, after being corrupted by the abyss, it could survive no longer than a week. Yizhe could not help but sigh, while Ruan Xiaoyu, armed with a sharp blade, prepared to eliminate the mantis directly. My mission, aside from retrieving supplies, is to bring back this mantis. However, since it has already been tainted, I must execute it on the spot and transport its remains away from this accursed place. Yizhe comprehended her implication. Should the corpse remain in the tainted land, it would inevitably transform, akin to the cursed knight, into a mindless abomination. Coupled with this malevolent essence, it could potentially evolve into a new warlord of darkness. The threat must be addressed promptly. Ruan Xiaoyu shook her head in resignation. Tragically, before reaching Dongwu City, they had already succumbed to the corruption of the abyssal forces. What began as a mere observation unexpectedly prompted the tainted blade mantis to retort, pitiful. Its voice resonated like metal scraping against metal, sending shivers down one's spine. How mistaken. In this world, it is the weak that truly evoke pity. No sooner had the words been uttered than shadows darted like lightning. The blade mantis and Ruan Xiaoyu commenced their fierce duel as hunter and assassin. Remarkably, it could even articulate words. Yizhe realized belatedly, it was the hunting trait that had augmented the mantis's intellect. The ability to grow infinitely through slaughter was indeed formidable. However, on the battlefield, Yizhe had initially believed that with Ruan Xiaoyu's attributes and combat prowess, she could effortlessly subdue the blade mantis. Yet, to his astonishment, they were frequently locked in a stalemate. On one hand, Ruan Xiaoyu had just vanquished the cursed knight, suffering considerable fatigue and depleting much of her skills. On the other hand, the blade mantis fought with reckless abandon. Its offensive was fiercely relentless, with each strike delivered with utmost vigor, growing increasingly savage and ferocious as the battle raged on. The prowess in combat is truly formidable. Even Ruan Xiaoyu, hailed as a prodigy of East China, couldn't help but acknowledge this fact. No wonder Qingfeng City exerted such effort to forge a contract. She attempted to salvage the situation, saying, "Praying mantis, why not return with me to Dongwu City? I can find someone to help suppress the tainted aura enveloping you." The praying mantis retorted, "Suppress? Why should I suppress it? Otherwise, you shall perish." Although it may not be possible to eradicate it entirely for now, suppressing the tainted aura could grant you a reprieve, perhaps even a chance for complete eradication in the future. Ruan Xiaoyu willingly ceased her actions. It would be a waste to eliminate a creature of such caliber. Upon hearing this, The praying mantis erupted into a hoarse laughter. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of mirth, perhaps aware of its imminent demise, it began to narrate as if recounting a tale. The blood-red plains, home to myriad creatures, the mantis, is the most diminutive and lowly being within the food chain. What? It even comprehends the food chain? Despite the solemnity of the occasion, Yizhe couldn't restrain his sarcasm. How many foes has it hunted to acquire such wisdom? The voice of the praying mantis resonated once more. Due to its frailty, the mantis race is devoid of sustenance, lacking nourishment. When the female mantis breeds, she must consume the male to replenish her nutrients, ensuring the health of her progeny. He narrated his ethnicity almost from the perspective of an observer. Thus, from the moment of his birth, he understood that weakness is the original sin. Now, possessing the essence of the abyss, I can feel freedom. I can feel power. Even if death were to come tomorrow, I would embrace it willingly. With the utterance of his final words, the mantis surged forth with deadly intent once more. However, this time, it was not Ruan Xiaoyu who advanced, but Kung Fu Bear. Yizhe blocked her, explaining, "You should first regain your strength. His fighting style is reckless. Even if you win, injuries are uncertain." Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu cast an odd glance at Yizhe, ultimately nodding and beginning to recover her stamina. Meanwhile, for the bear, bolstered by the battlefield legend, his energy remained above 70% at this juncture. The ferocious mantis was perfectly countered by the bear's gentle yet formidable approach. Nevertheless, Yizhe had previously instructed, "Be merciful. Do not kill." Such a potential summon with extraordinary capabilities is something no summoner would wish to overlook. Judging solely by combat talent and potential, the Extreme Blade Mantis is undoubtedly among the finest in the East China region. The fact that nearly all summoners in East China have attempted to form a contract with it speaks volumes. Therefore, Yizhe, too, wished to try. He addressed Ruan Xiaoyu. "Do not strike to kill. Grant me a chance to attempt a contract with it." "Contract? Are you out of your mind?" Ruan Xiaoyu furrowed her delicate brows, acutely aware that he had already succumbed to the corruption of the abyss, and death was inevitable. Moreover, since his capture, not a single summoner had succeeded in forming a contract with him. Regardless of their strength or wealth, all had met with failure. Yizhe chuckled nonchalantly. "Since so many have attempted, it wouldn't hurt for me to try once more." Ruan Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon Yizhe, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern. "You." Yet, upon seeing Yizhe's handsome visage, his bright, star-like eyes radiating confidence, she swallowed her words. Never mind if he fails to form the contract. It would not be too late to strike him down afterwards. She turned her attention to the battlefield, where the bear and the mantis were still locked in combat. Though the latter was gradually losing ground, Ruan Xiaoyu drew her dagger, ready to act the moment the contract faltered. Yet, Yizhe's confidence was not without foundation. From the revelations of the Extreme Blade Mantis, its desires were unmistakable: power, the most common yet the most challenging of demands. It all depended on the summoning beast's yearning for strength, and the mantis's obsession was self-evident. However, Yizhe had already conceived a method to break through. Chapter 27. The third summoned beast of the contract. Evolution? At this moment on the battlefield, the deeply tainted compound eyes of the Extreme Blade Mantis glowed in increasingly vivid crimson as its battle intent surged. The aura of the abyss relentlessly devoured its vitality, a corruption that gradually eroded life force and sanity, ultimately leading to complete demise. Yet, the Extreme Blade Mantis showed no fear of impending death. It only reveled in a frenzied dance. Its sole regret lay in the fleeting nature of this power. Suddenly, a voice resonated across the battlefield. "Do you wish to possess this power forever?" The Extreme Blade Mantis abruptly lifted its head to find Yizhe gazing at it with an air of indifference. "I can offer you a chance." The mantis scoffed disdainfully. "Humph! How dare a mere human speak so boldly? I would never submit to you frail human summoners." Yizhe remained unfazed by such a vehement response and retorted, "But do not forget, you cannot even defeat my level 7 summoned beast. What gives you the audacity to claim I am weak?" This provocation ignited the Extreme Blade Mantis's fury. Yet, the reality was undeniable. With its current power, it stood no chance against the epic 6-star bear. Furthermore, the bear's mastery of Tai Chi, a technique based on yielding to overcome strength, effectively countered its aggressive attacks. The Extreme Blade Mantis fell into a contemplative silence. Then, Yizhe's next words shocked both it and Ruan Xiaoyu to their core. "I grant you a singular opportunity to forge a pact with me. Should you find yourself dissatisfied with your abilities in the future, the contract may be dissolved at any moment." The iridescent compound eyes of the Extreme Blade Mantis shimmered ominously. stirring a tempest within despite its silence. Yuan Xiaoyou's countenance shifted dramatically as she abruptly intercepted Yi Zhe, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Such terms imply he could betray you at any moment. Is this the manner in which one binds a summoned beast? Could he be toying with the summoner?" The audacity with which Yi Zhe proposed this stemmed from his unwavering confidence. The enhancements bestowed by the golden attributes were undeniably more intoxicating than the allure of the abyssal power. Furthermore, upon the successful binding of the contract, the addition of attributes would undoubtedly elevate the creature's loyalty, ensuring its unwavering allegiance. For Yi Zhe, the true challenge lay in enticing the mantis into this agreement, along with resolving the corruption of the abyss. However, after Yuan Xiaoyu suggested that the aura of the abyss could be suppressed, a novel idea blossomed within him. If suppression were possible, could adaptation not also be achieved? If the extreme blade mantis could acclimate to the taint of the abyss, would it not permanently retain its abyssal characteristics? He gazed at his solitary remaining attribute, void creature, existing within the boundless void, endowed with unmatched adaptability and uniqueness. Capable of traversing the emptiness, he resolved to take a gamble. Should it not succeed, so be it. It would merely indicate that this summoned beast was not destined to be his. In that case, he could accumulate military merits to exchange for other summoning skill tomes in due time. Upon this thought, he first offered some words of comfort to Yuan Xiaoyu. "I understand your urgency, but please do not rush." Subsequently, he launched a vigorous assault on the extreme blade mantis. "Form a pact with me, and the enhancement of your strength will rival that of abyssal power. Behold, the level 7 Kung Fu bear serves as a prime example." He gestured towards the bear, whose demonstrated prowess at level 7 was undeniably persuasive. The extreme blade mantis, having experienced its might firsthand, found it impossible to doubt Yi Zhe's words. It felt a surge of intrigue. Yi Zhe continued, "If your abilities are formidable enough, I shall elevate you to become the mightiest hunter." The extreme blade mantis let out a low growl. "Of course I possess such capabilities." "Very well." Yi Zhe and the extreme blade mantis locked eyes, the latter rasping. "Yet you must first eliminate the pollution from the abyss." "I can attempt it, though the likelihood of success is not high," Yi Zhe candidly admitted. This honesty only served to bolster the extreme blade mantis's belief in him. Had Yi Zhe claimed a guaranteed purification, it would have raised suspicions. After all, this was the corruption of the eternal abyss. Who could confidently assure total eradication? Yuan Xiaoyu, however, grew skeptical. The abyssal aura that can only be momentarily suppressed worldwide. And he claims there is a chance to resolve it? Is he deceiving us? Yet, she refrained from voicing her doubts, wary of the possibility that Yi Zhe might indeed be truthful. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe summoned the space for his summoned beasts through his mental prowess, forging a contract. The aforementioned words spoken by Yi Zhe have been inscribed, witnessed by the extraordinary powers of the blue star. 2 radiant sheepskin scrolls, glowing with a silvery light, descended before Yi Zhe and the extreme blade mantis. Yi Zhe swiftly placed his hand upon one, while the extreme blade mantis, after a moment's hesitation, touched it with its scythe-like limb. "Ding! You have successfully contracted the exceptional summoned beast, extreme blade mantis." The instant the contract took effect, the extreme blade mantis was absorbed into Yi Zhe's summoning space. Simultaneously, due to the high quality of the contracted extreme blade mantis, his mental energy was abruptly depleted by more than half. Were it not for my mental energy of 128 points, I truly would not have been able to forge this contract. The higher the quality of the summoned beast, the more demanding the conditions for the contract. Even utilizing a skill book, particularly a high-tier summoning skill book, requires substantial mental energy. Upon witnessing the successful contract, Yuan Xiaoyu nearly gasped in disbelief. Is it truly successful? A summoned beast that nearly all summoners across East China have failed to contract has, against all odds, been successfully contracted by Yi Zhe. However, upon further reflection, which summoner would dare to impose the condition of contract may be revoked at any time if one does not meet their own strength. And how many summoners possess the capability to earn the trust of the extreme blade mantis? Yet, as this realization dawned upon her, she understood that the true challenge was only beginning. What are your next steps? Setting aside the need to enhance your strength, how do you intend to address the abyssal corruption? Yi Zhe comforted her with a smile. Rest assured, I will lead him out of the polluted land. By then, even if he meets his demise, it shall not be within the tainted territory, and we will have accomplished our mission without shedding blood. Yuan Xiaoyu chuckled softly. You are rather cunning. In this scenario, the worst outcome would still be the successful capture of the extreme blade mantis, leaving them unscathed and preventing a desperate counterattack from the opponent. With this in mind, having completed the mission, she decided it was time to return to Dongwu City. The day was growing late, and she had no intention of lingering any longer. On another note, an inexplicable premonition lingered within her. Perhaps Yizhe truly possessed a hidden card. Could he genuinely resolve the abyssal pollution? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Should she report such an extraordinary ability to the research institute if she witnessed it firsthand, or should she refrain? Perhaps it was better to remain ignorant, to consider that the extreme blade mantis was already dead. With this thought, she chose to depart without further ado. Before leaving, she playfully pinched Yizhe's cheek, saying, "If you ever decide to apply to East China Martial University, remember to come find your sister in Dongwu City." Yizhe's face darkened, enduring the playful squeezing. He silently murmured, "I'll think about it." Wan Xiaoyou's lips curled into a smile as she gently blinked before transforming into a striking shadow, gracefully vanishing. However, Yizhe had no time to ponder this moment, for at that instant, the extreme blade mantis in the summoning beast space had begun to stir restlessly. Due to the fact that Yizhe, as a summoner, is only at level 7, his own level has likewise diminished to 7 from 14, with attributes plummeting to an average of less than 100 points. Having just formed a contract, the strength of the extreme blade mantis has already halved, resulting in a natural restlessness. Do not fret, let us proceed to test this. If successful, your future will undoubtedly surpass the limitations of this mere level 7, Yizhe declared, as he attached the void creature attribute to the mantis. The effectiveness of the void creature's adaptability against the pollution of the eternal abyss remains uncertain to Yizhe. However, should he forego this opportunity, it is likely he may never encounter such a favorable chance again. Within the confines of the summoning beast space, a surge of violet luminescence erupted suddenly, enveloping the extreme blade mantis like a colossal violet egg. The attribute of void creature has been successfully bestowed. Chapter 28, The Void Hunter. Is it truly necessary for the evolution of the entry to consume time? In the past, evolution occurred instantaneously. Yet this indicates that the interaction between this entry and the mantis is far from ordinary. Perhaps it is in the process of assimilating the powers of the abyss. With this thought in mind, Yizhe decided to wait here. Should an anomaly arise upon completion of the evolution after his return, he would find himself at a loss for an explanation. After all, this is no ordinary power. Endless void and eternal abyss, these are realms beyond human comprehension. Immensely powerful and terrifying. If anyone were to discover that Yizhe dared to merge the former with the latter, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Chinese academic community. Countless troubles would ensue. Yizhe leaned against the entrance of the temple, utilizing his mental prowess to peer into the summoning space. The stronger the mental force, the larger the spatial area and the more potent the auxiliary effects. Currently, Yizhe's summoning space resembles a modest campsite spanning over 100 square meters. The dark purple colossal egg encasing the extreme blade mantis pulsated rhythmically, as if it were breathing. After 2 or 3 hours passed, with anticipation in his gaze, the giant egg began to crack. Has it succeeded? Can it truly adapt to the pollution of the abyss? Should it fail, it would signify the inevitable demise of this extreme blade mantis, with no remedy in sight. The fissure in the dark purple egg widened, and a figure emerged from within. Before one's eyes, the once greenish-gray body of the mantis transformed into a profound blend of dark purple and black. Its wings resembled the very essence of a black hole, with violet energy waves undulating along the edges. The compound eyes glowed a striking crimson, akin to shooting stars. Its blade-like limbs reflected the somber crystals of a nebula, symbolizing annihilation and destruction. The mantis exuded an aura that was no longer ferocious and frenzied. Instead, it harbored a repressed, killing intent, imbued with an ineffable air of mystery and terror. Simultaneously, 2 notifications emerged: evolution complete. This marked humanity's first encounter and successful capture of a void creature, earning you the distinguished title, Initiate of the Void. Summon Beast, Apex Blade Mantis, Exemplary, Evolution Void Hunter, Legendary Gold. Yizhe could not suppress his elation. This is a successful evolution. Moreover, it is a legendary gold. He hastily examined the mantis's attribute panel, eager to ascertain whether the abyssal traits remained intact. Void Hunter Crimson-Eyed Mantis Quality, Legendary Gold Level, 7 attributes: Strength 165, Constitution 155, Agility 173, Spirit 145. Trait: Hunter, upon vanquishing formidable foes. may evolve any body part of the Void Mantis, acquiring corresponding attribute enhancements. Talent: Void Creature, Legendary. Void Traversal, Legendary. Compound Eyes, Exemplary. Skills: Void/LV6, Legendary. Void Stab, LV4, Legendary. Status: Exhilarated. The taint of abyssal aura has indeed been adapted to. Moreover, the original characteristics have been significantly enhanced. Were it not for the bear's ability to absorb attributes through consumption, the attributes of the mantis would have nearly surpassed those of the bear in this evolution. To my astonishment, I have acquired my first golden legend. In all of China, there are no more than 10 individuals who possess a golden legend summoning beast. The few who do are seasoned high-tier summoners with years of experience. Theoretically, a summoning beast of golden legendary quality possesses abilities and growth values equivalent to a 5th-tier professional. This implies that a level 50 summoner would reasonably contract a legendary summoning beast. However, who could have anticipated that Yizhe was merely at level 7? Having 2 epic and 1 legendary summoning beast is something no one would dare to believe. Furthermore, the capabilities of the mantis far exceed those of the legendary beasts Yizhe has seen in his compendium. Its innate talents and abilities are truly unparalleled. Among them, the skill Void Traversal stands out as the most formidable displacement, attack, defense, and phasing skill he has encountered. Void Traversal. It allows for free movement between the void and the current plane, enabling swift relocation. It can leave a projection in the current plane while traversing to the void, rendering the body ethereal. There is no cooldown. It only slightly depletes mental energy. Were it not for Yizhe's non-void nature, which makes traversing the void perilous, he would have been tempted to replicate this skill. It is incredibly overpowered. Besides Void Traversal, the remaining skills are purely high-burst damage. The singular skill devoid of legendary status, Compound Eyes, possesses an irreplaceable significance. Compound Eyes, composed of thousands of minuscule lenses, offers a 360 field of vision, unaffected by the darkness, enabling the precise capture of swiftly moving or concealed targets. The configuration of the mantis's abilities can only be described as a killing machine, an entity capable of continual evolution. Observing its predator panel reveals 4 components: arm blades, shell, compound eyes, and wings, each capable of evolution. Yet, the outcomes of such transformations remain uncertain. As Yizhe watched the void mantis reveling in its newfound power, he teasingly inquired, "So, are you pleased with your strength?" The void mantis, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I adore this power, Master." At this moment, its level 7 attributes surpassed those it held at level 14. This exemplifies the advantage of high-quality summoned creatures. A smile graced Yizhe's lips, yet another golden-tier fighter. Simultaneously, an energy surged back into Yizhe's being. Ding. The summoned creature you have contracted has experienced a tremendous enhancement, which will grant you a portion of its attributes. Your attributes have increased. Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20, Spirit 20. Thanks to elevating the mantis to Golden Legend status, the attribute feedback was considerably abundant. With his attributes soaring, Yizhe began to ponder. Initially, his goal for the college entrance examination was to place within the top 50. This is indeed an exaggerated goal. For the higher one ranks, the more one must contend with elite classes and the offspring of affluent families. These individuals not only possess remarkable talent and high levels, but are also well-equipped and skilled. Even matters such as equipment combinations and career advancements are meticulously planned by dedicated professionals, resulting in immense competitive pressure. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that with my summoning beast capability, achieving the status of a top scorer in the college entrance examination should not be too far-fetched, right? Yet, with only 8 days remaining before the examination, he still needed to level up. At the very least, he should reach level 12 after his first job change to bolster his confidence. Moreover, there are rumors that due to the escalating threat from the abyss, this year's entrance examination for practitioners will undergo significant reforms. It remains uncertain how it will change. As dusk approached, Yizhe resolved to first submit his military merit task and to depart from the polluted land. Tomorrow, there would be a chance for a massive team raid, sponsored by the state, allowing the entire grade to participate free of charge. Another excellent opportunity for leveling up. As Yizhe retraced his steps back to the bounty point of the scout camp to submit his task, he noticed the scout camp commander and a higher-ranking officer peering out at the entrance of the polluted land. Upon spotting Yizhe, the two displayed expressions of excitement, as if they had been waiting for him for quite some time. Chapter 29. The Settlement of Military Merits and Awards. Have you come to seek me out? Observing the expressions of the two before him, Yizhe suddenly felt as if he were a sheep entering a den of tigers. However, being in the camp of the Demon Suppression Army, he sensed that there should be no imminent danger. As Yizhe approached, he was greeted with broad smiles by Su Feng, the commander of the scout battalion, and another officer. "Greetings, Yizhe. I am Commander Su Feng." The commander extended his hand for a shake, and then gestured toward the other officer. "This is Commander Chang Jinping of the Eastern China Army's Northward Regiment." "Commander?" Yizhe was momentarily bewildered. A commander held significant authority within a military district. Why would he seek me out? Chang Jinping wore a warm smile and said, "My dear nephew, rest assured. I am an old comrade of your teacher, Liu Boyan. He asked me to look after you." Originally, Chang Jinping intended to refrain from mentioning this unless he needed to intervene. However, now that a prodigious talent lay before him, it was certainly worth fostering a relationship. Beside them, Su Feng wore a pained expression, regretting that he did not know Yizhe's teacher. "Ah, I see. Thank you, Commander Chang." Upon hearing this, Yizhe understood the reason behind their visit and mused that his teacher was indeed still concerned for him. Unexpectedly, Commander Chang Jinping's eyes sparkled with admiration as he remarked, "It is the youth who rise as heroes. We owe you our gratitude." "Gratitude to me?" Captain Su Feng seized the opportunity to speak. "You alone have significantly accelerated the exploration pace of the polluted land on the 19th. Yizhe remained unaware that with each elite demon he vanquished, he reduced the threats faced by other scout teams, thereby enhancing their exploration speed considerably. Just as Hushan and Lin Feifei's team, whom he had rescued, would not struggle to explore unless they encountered an elite foe. However, upon facing one, they could suffer severe injuries or even annihilation. Consequently, the military's exploration mission could proceed smoothly. What excited Su Feng and Chang Jinping even more was the fact that Yizhe was merely at level 7, yet his combat prowess was astonishing. One could only imagine the heights he would reach as he ascended to higher ranks. Such a prodigy was not someone anyone wished to overlook. Su Feng eagerly led Yizhe back to the camp. "Come, Yizhe, let us first settle your military contributions for the exploration of the polluted land." Yizhe nodded. Although he currently had no need to accumulate military merit for summoning beasts, who would ever reject an excess of merit? Upon reaching level 10, he would gain an additional space for summoning beasts, perhaps allowing for further exchanges at that time. Upon being escorted back to the scout camp, Yizhe found himself flanked by a captain and a regiment commander, both smiling broadly beside him, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Nearby, a temporary scout could not help but mutter in frustration, "Who is this person? Why does he get to settle his military achievements without queuing? And have the captain personally come to receive him?" The speaker stands amidst two lengthy lines. After a day of arduous tasks, all temporary scouts must calculate their military merits at the two designated points in the camp, inevitably resulting in a queue when the crowd swells. Unless one, like Wan Xiaoyu, chooses to forego military merits entirely and simply departs after the task, few would be willing to do so, especially since one military achievement can be exchanged for at least 5,000 coins. Nearby, a temporary scout of the archer profession remarked with a hint of jealousy. Perhaps he is some illegitimate child of a significant person, a wealthy second generation. A disdainful voice interjected, "Humph. The number of elite demons he has slain undoubtedly surpasses the ordinary demons you have taken down." The speaker was Lin Feifei, a leggy beauty from the Hunter-S Guild, defending Yizhe. Having witnessed Yizhe's prowess firsthand, she was hardly surprised by his preferential treatment. If you could annihilate elite demons, you wouldn't need to stand in line. The two individuals retorted skeptically, "Annihilate elite demons? Just him, a level 7 summoner? Dream on." At that moment, Hushan, the captain of Lin Feifei's team, interjected. "It's true. The blood skeleton demon that was defeated in an instant was right before my eyes, struck down by his summoned beast with a single blow." This scene had left a profound impression on Hushan. His words instantly startled those around them, igniting a flurry of discussions. Due to the esteemed reputation of Hushan from the Hunters Guild within the circles of freelance professionals, he is regarded as a person of integrity, and his words are deemed trustworthy. Coupled with the exceptionally unique treatment afforded to Yizhe, news of a formidable figure emerging from the polluted lands of No. 19 spread rapidly. The two individuals who initially felt displeased with Yizhe fell silent, for if he could obliterate the elite of malevolent entities with a single punch, dispatching them would likely require little effort. Within the ranks of the scout camp, Yizhe was being guided by Su Feng and Chang Jinping towards a massive control console adorned with a luminous screen, where he placed his insignia. A distinctive route map unfolded, seemingly piercing through the polluted lands of number 19. as if to showcase Yize's historical achievements. Nearby, a clerk observed and calculated. Your individual progress in the exploration accounts for approximately 30 of the polluted lands of number 19, resulting in a military merit of 900 points. Su Feng added, do you have any objections? Yize shook his head. This outcome aligned closely with his expectations. And the military merit of 900 points was indeed quite substantial. On Yize's left, Chang Jinping's admiration grew as he exclaimed, ha ha ha. If old Lu were to learn of your accomplishments, he would surely be astonished. With a beaming smile, he continued, Nephew Yize, might you have an interest in the Northern Expeditionary Corps? However, Su Feng promptly interjected, Ahem, Commander, the tally of military merit has not yet concluded. Meanwhile, the brain raced with thoughts. How could one secure a prodigy for their reconnaissance battalion in front of a regiment leader? The reconnaissance battalion holds a unique position within the Demon Suppression Army, enjoying independent organization and exclusive brigade-level benefits, yet it remains under the purview of a battalion. Nevertheless, as a battalion, they lack the confidence to compete for personnel against a regiment leader. A nearby clerk cautiously spoke, Yize, you have slain elite demons, haven't you? The evidence of defeating elite demons counts towards military merit. Yize nodded and produced 9 blood-soaked demon corpses from his storage space. Although anticipated, the sight of such a number still astonished everyone. To defeat 9 elite demons at level 7. Such combat prowess. Yize, dear brother, might you have an interest in the reconnaissance battalion? After being once again awed by Yize's formidable strength, Su Feng could no longer contain himself. Clearing his throat, Chang Jinping immediately interjected, the military merit settlement. Su Feng waved his hand dismissively. No worries, let the clerks handle that. Yet before he could finish, Yize interjected, I possess even more formidable elite corpses, but it seems there isn't enough space here. At these words, Su Feng and Chang Jinping's expressions froze momentarily more. Moments later, several individuals found themselves in a spacious area outside the camp. Even Su Feng, with his wealth of experience in wilderness exploration, could not help but feel that the situation had surpassed his expectations. Yize thoroughly emptied the storage space. The corpse of the cursed knight, the remains of a decayed behemoth exceeding 7 meters, and a batch of lost supplies. For a brief moment, the surroundings seemed to fall into silence. Yize added, I did not slay the level 30 cursed knight. It is only the decayed behemoth that I defeated. Upon hearing that the level 30 cursed knight was not vanquished by Yize, the two men felt a sense of relief. Su Feng's mind echoed with a fervent thought. If a level 7 were to kill a level 30 special elite, the captain would surely take notice. Yet, even the slaying of the decayed behemoth left the two officers exchanging glances. After a series of confirmations, Su Feng quietly departed, seemingly to seek guidance on some matter. Meanwhile, a group of clerks diligently recorded all the details, ultimately calculating Yize's military achievements, 2,150 points. This sum included rewards from tasks and the remains of the special elite, proving to be exceedingly generous. If converted to currency, it would amount to over 10 million. Yize watched with great pleasure as the clerks entered his military accomplishments into his file. With 2,000 military points, if not exchanged for money, he could redeem items from the second level of the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. He had inquired about the quality of items on the second level, which ranged from rare 5-star to exceptional 5-star. However, Yize chose to postpone his redemption, opting to save up for the selection of his 4th summoned beast later. At that moment, Su Feng returned, accompanied by 2 deputy battalion commanders, one of whom held a red square box in his hand. Su Feng spoke with earnestness. Yize, on behalf of the Demon Suppression Army's Scout Camp, I hereby confer upon you the Bronze Merit Medal for your contributions in combating the Abyss and the malevolent forces. Yize was genuinely taken aback. He had never anticipated that he would be honored in such a manner. The Merit Medal is a distinguished award bestowed by the military to those who have made remarkable contributions in the fight against the Abyss and evil entities. Its honor and significance are immense, comparable to the third-class merit of a previous life. Chang Jinping patted him on the shoulder, saying, Do not be surprised. Your contributions in this expedition are indeed exceptional. This corrupted behemoth is a mount of a level 30 special elite. Without your efforts in slaying it, capturing the cursed knight would have been nearly impossible. This remark indicated that they had also investigated Yuan Xiaoyu's strength and background, while gaining further insight into the defeat of special elites. The deputy camp leader beside Su Feng opened a red square box, revealing a bronze medal. Bronze medal, Vanguard of the battlefield. Su Feng said with a smile. Accept this. It is rightfully yours. With the demise of the Level 30 Special Elite, the losses in the expedition at the Cursed Land number 19 will be significantly reduced. Yize's achievements in the expedition were already commendable, and coupled with the slaying of the corrupted behemoth and assisting in the defeat of the Special Elite, along with his mere level of 7 and identity as a high school student, it compelled Su Feng to directly apply for the bronze medal on his behalf. Do not underestimate the simplicity of the medal's conferment. This is the front lines of battle, where everything is kept straightforward. Su Feng took out another piece of paper and remarked, of course, if you wish to hear a commendation speech, I could recite 800 words more. No, please don't. Yize quickly interjected, for in his previous life, nothing irked him more than leaders delivering lengthy, meaningless speeches. He unceremoniously tucked the medal away. The medal was exquisite, gleaming with a brass luster, adorned with intricate patterns, and inscribed with Yize's name and the date of the award. This was not merely a token of commemoration. In many places, it conferred tangible privileges, even discounts on purchases through military subsidies. Yize had encountered such information in textbooks. The merit medals came in 6 varieties: bronze, silver, gold, starfall, lunar eclipse, and solar radiance, each crafted from a distinct special material. Moreover, they possessed certain capabilities for reconnaissance evasion and surveillance protection. To his astonishment, the items he had once only seen in textbooks were now firmly in his grasp. Upon witnessing Yize receive the medal, Su Feng suddenly let out a sigh. He sensed that his reconnaissance battalion would struggle to retain Yize. Chang Jinping glanced at the time and said, Dear nephew, you are to participate in the grand raid at Chifeng City tomorrow, correct? I shall escort you back on my way. Su Feng cast him a disdainful look, unwilling to expose his pretense. Your northern expedition team is situated to the south, while the War Academy lies to the north. What route is that? The sky had indeed darkened. The wait for the mantis's evolution, coupled with the time spent settling military merits, had consumed a considerable amount of time. Even Yeja, despite his resilient constitution, felt a tinge of fatigue and was fortunate to catch a ride. In Linyuan City, at the War College's investigation department, Vice Dean Zhou Wei asserted bluntly across from teacher Lu Boyan, I command you to summon Yeja back immediately, by whatever means necessary. Students nearing their college entrance examinations should remain steadfastly within the confines of the school. Who granted him the audacity to leave the city? Lu Boyan furrowed his brow and replied, I have already arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. He will return shortly. Vice Dean Zhou Wei snorted derisively. He had intended to reach out to Yeja today, hoping the student would speak favorably of him in the media, yet Yeja had completely disregarded him. This left the vice dean feeling utterly humiliated. He then warned Lu Boyan, with the exams approaching, leaving the city without my explicit orders is a breach of regulations. If he is not back by noon today, I will contemplate revoking his opportunity to participate in the team dungeon. Lu Boyan, who had initially remained silent, was instantly incensed upon hearing the threat to revoke the dungeon opportunity. Vice Dean Zhou, have you lost your senses? You dare to cancel the chance of a genius student who has conquered the hell-level difficulty in Eastern China? I must correct you, Teacher Lu. Vice Dean Zhou Wei retorted with a dismissive smirk. He is merely a genius from the ordinary class. He emphasized the words ordinary class, the implication as clear as day. Had there not been geniuses emerging from the ordinary class in the past? Talent, or perhaps fortune, will inevitably reach its limits one day. As professionals ascend the ranks, they will find themselves increasingly burdened and powerless, ultimately blending into the crowd, including Yize. He emphasized the name Yize, clearly expressing his disdain. Lu Boyan rose to his feet, his gaze fierce. The presence of the retired soldier compelled even the vice dean to take a step back. According to your reasoning, should the ordinary class not seek their own path, but rather wait for you to make arrangements? Even if they lack the funds to enter the dungeons within the academy, must they remain trapped here? Listening to Lu Boyan's inquiry, Vice Dean Zhou Wei replied coolly, I am the head of the advanced class. I have no jurisdiction over the ordinary class. However, venturing outside the city is a violation of school regulations. You may handle it as you see fit. With that, he disregarded Lu Boyan's expression and turned to leave. At that moment, a teacher rushed in from outside. Lu teacher. Ah, the vice dean is here too. Commander Chung from the Huadong Town Demon Army has arrived. He said that your student has been honored with a commendation. Chapter 30. The office worker of the investigation department heads to Chifeng City. Upon hearing these words, both Lu Boyan and Zhou Wei were momentarily taken aback. A student awarded a medal? While the two terms are easily understood in isolation, Their conjunction seemed almost incredulous. Zhou Wei quickly interjected. Could you repeat that? The teacher delivering the message replied timidly. Commander Chang stated that Professor Lu's student has been awarded the bronze medal. He also mentioned that we should feature this on the campus headlines. Who was that student? Zhou Wei inquired urgently. A vague answer began to form in his mind, yet he was reluctant to accept it. The teacher responded, It's Yizhe. At that moment, it was as if a thunderclap reverberated in Vice Dean Zhou Wei's mind, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Just then, the robust Chang Zhengping burst in, his face radiant with enthusiasm. Old Lu, you've introduced me to quite a talent. Following Chang was Yizhe, yawning. Lu Boyan's expression was exaggerated, his gaze peculiar as he regarded his old comrade. What on earth happened? What award? I merely asked you to keep an eye on Yizhe. Who authorized you to bestow an honor upon him? Can it get any more absurd? Chang Zhengping, amused by Lu Boyan's astonishment, let out a hearty laugh. As if he had anticipated this reaction all along, he beckoned to Yizhe, saying, Come, let your teacher have a look. Yizhe retrieved the bronze medal from his pocket and placed it before Lu Boyan. Upon witnessing the scene, Vice Dean Zhou Wei swiftly approached, fixated on the medal. The bronze medal, awarded by the Scout Battalion, recognizing Yizhe's outstanding contributions to the reclamation of the polluted land on the 19th. Lu Boyan held the medal, examining the inscription, his initial confusion transforming into uncontrollable excitement. This was indeed the bronze medal bestowed by the Demon Suppression Army. In the entirety of Linyuan City, with a population of hundreds of thousands, fewer than 20 individuals possessed a bronze medal. Furthermore, most of them were seasoned veterans of the Demon Suppression Army. Yet now, a mere high school student had been awarded such an honor? Chang Zhengping patted Lu Boyan on the shoulder, saying, Old Lu, don't get too excited. You have one too, don't you? Lu Boyan took a moment to compose himself, shaking his head slightly. His own bronze medal had been granted only as he was about to retire, whereas Yizhe had received his while still in the third year of high school, which held an entirely different significance. Should Yizhe perform moderately in his college entrance examinations, this medal alone could secure him a place among the top 100 candidates. At the very least, it provided a safety net. Lu Boyan exhaled deeply, preparing to articulate his thoughts, only to realize that Yizhe sat on the bench, drowsy and entirely oblivious to the momentous medal. This kid. In stark contrast, Vice Dean Zhou Wei appeared utterly astonished, having just contemplated rescinding Yizhe's opportunity to join the team instance, to cancel a student with a bronze medal who has contributed to combating the abyss. What benefits should they originally possess? How does this differ from forcibly demolishing the military family compound? Yet, in merely a moment, Zhou Wei transformed his expression into one of radiant joy, exclaiming, I knew it. A student capable of overcoming hellish challenges is bound to achieve greatness in the future. As you all know, I am the staunchest supporter of students embarking on practical training in polluted zones. Lu Boyan scoffed softly. Chang Zhengping, noticing this, furrowed his brow and remarked, Who do you think you are? Zhou Wei's smile instantly froze. Lu Boyan, unabashedly, retorted, Vice Dean Zhou. Perhaps you should focus on managing your elite class. With no one paying him any heed, Zhou Wei's countenance turned exceedingly awkward, prompting him to leave in defeat. Subsequently, Lu Boyan returned the bronze medal to Yizhe's pocket and called out, Wake up, you can sleep on the high-speed train. Yizhe was not asleep. He merely had his eyes closed, and upon hearing this, he expressed confusion. High-speed train? Surely, I don't need to take the high-speed train to go home? Lu Boyan, with a look of exasperation, clarified, We are heading to Qingfeng City. Surely, you haven't forgotten about the colossal raid? Isn't that tomorrow? Yizhe was taken aback. It was nearly dawn, and they were still in Linyuan City. Taking the high-speed train would require 5 hours. Goodness, having never traveled to other cities, Yizhe almost overlooked that Linyuan City is the most remote city in the East China region. The students bound for Linyuan City typically embarked on their journeys to other cities for assessments in the early hours of the morning. Chang Zhengping, unfazed, remarked, It's no trouble. If he wishes to sleep, let my nephew Yizhe rest a bit longer. I shall personally escort him there. Nephew. Lu Boyan cast a dubious glance in his direction, but ultimately concurred. That indeed seems reasonable. Yizhe promptly waved his hand, declining the offer. No need. I prefer to go together. Throughout the journey where Captain Chang had delivered him, he had been incessantly regaled with tales of the Huadong army and the exemplary qualities of the Northward Regiment, to the point where he felt he was developing immunity to the repetition. The thought of enduring another journey under Captain Chang's enthusiastic guidance was almost unbearable. Yizhe casually inquired, Teacher, are you not heading to Qingfeng City? Lu Boyan sighed deeply and gestured towards the mountain of documents on his desk on the 17th. An anomalous phenomenon emerged in the polluted land. The section chief has taken a team to investigate on-site, and now all their duties have fallen upon me. I am essentially a corporate slave for the investigation department. Yize couldn't help but scoff at this predicament before hastily making his exit towards the high-speed railway station in Linyuan City. At that moment, Yize's form transformed into a wisp of shadow, gliding through the streets of Linyuan City. In order to expedite his travels, he had directly replicated the squirrel's shadow escape skill. The sensation of shadow escape was reminiscent of swimming, akin to floating in the air, yet unnoticed by any onlookers. Little did he expect that he was on his way to the ancestral homeland of the Mantis. However, his memories of this hometown are likely not very pleasant. Qingfeng City, known as the city where the extreme blade mantis is captured, is also the sole location of a level 10 colossal team dungeon in the East China region. The blood-soaked plains, the birthplace of the extreme blade mantis, lie over 100 miles beyond the city. Yet, given the current state of the mantis slipping into the void, it is evident that it has become indifferent to this hometown. The high-speed train station has arrived. In this world, with the existence of technological professions like mechanics, transportation is highly developed. However, advanced means of transport require substantial energy, leading to increased costs. The high-speed train, on the other hand, is economical and practical. Moreover, the academy covers 2 train rides for the students, sparing them from any expenses. Upon reaching the platform, one can see the ordinary third-year students from the War Academy. As for the elite classes, they naturally possess their own unique modes of transportation, even when engaging in dungeon raids. Once inside the carriage, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Wow! Yize, it really is him. I hadn't seen him all day and thought something might have happened." There were even speculations that Zhao Xian had lost money and sought revenge on him. With a record of conquering hellish difficulty dungeons, Yize remains a figure of legend among the students. However, after a day of cooling off, it is clear that the crowd has regained their composure. Had it been yesterday, a considerable number of individuals would have surged forward seeking autographs. Yize surveyed the surroundings, noticing that most students hovered around level 3, with level 4 individuals standing out as the CR de la CR among the ordinary classes. His gaze ultimately settled on a 24-year-old female student. Xia Qing, age 22, served as a trainee teacher in Class 3 and was also one of the chaperones for this trip. In contrast to the high school girls in the vehicle, her well-proportioned figure was particularly striking, complemented by her gentle features and a light green dress that accentuated her elegance. As Yize approached, Xia Qing noticed him as well and waved in greeting. "Teacher Xia, where should I sit?" "Ideally somewhere I can rest in peace," he said, revealing an innocuous smile. Xia Qing hesitated for a moment, then, after glancing at Yize's refined and handsome face, replied, "Well, you can sit here with me." The high-speed train was divided into several compartments, accommodating 4 to 6 individuals, allowing for group seating arrangements. Yize had no close friends to join him, merely desiring a peaceful journey. Thus, the least disruptive spot would undoubtedly be next to the teacher. "Content," he expressed. "Thank you, Teacher Xia." Upon witnessing Yize enter Xia Qing's compartment, numerous male students began to feel a pang of envy and admiration. As a soon-to-graduate university student, Xia Qing embodied the image of a delicate beauty with a gentle voice and charming appearance, earning her considerable popularity among the budding hearts of young male students. Gazing upon a realm that seems forever out of reach for the masses, yet Yeja has ventured into it, one cannot help but feel a pang of heartache. In a nearby compartment, 2 men and 2 women engage in spirited discussion, the subject still revolving around Yeja. "You know, considering he was able to solo the hellish difficulty dungeon just yesterday, he must be extraordinarily formidable now. Come now, he hasn't even entered the dungeon today. Perhaps he's already grown complacent." The speaker, a slender young man clad in assassin soft armor, appears to be level 4, clearly having spent the day grinding dungeons, exuding confidence. Opposite him, a female priest counters. "Yeja achieved the first clear of the hell difficulty. I dare say no one in the entirety of Huadong High School surpasses his prowess." "Who claims that?" retorts the level 4 young man immediately. "I've heard from my uncle that today, a truly formidable individual appeared in the scout camp. Just in the polluted land of the 19th, he could effortlessly annihilate even level 15 elite demons." Chapter 31. Comparing myself? Do not spy on the void beings. Annihilating level 15 evil elites? Upon hearing this, the other 3 individuals in the compartment were instantly taken aback. In their eyes, The concept of evil beings felt so distant, and the notion of an elite among them was nothing short of a terrifying legend. However, the female priest named Lin Ku, sitting in the compartment, expressed her displeasure, stating, "Lu Qi, I am referring to high school students. Who among them could possibly annihilate a level 15 evil elite? It must be the elite of the Demon Suppression Army." In response, Lu Qi, the level 4 assassin, wore a confident expression. "I am indeed talking about high school students. My uncle participated in today's expedition into the polluted lands, and he mentioned that this formidable individual is only level 7, roughly our age. Yet, his summoned beast can easily obliterate a blood skeleton demon with a single punch. My uncle and his team refer to him as the Rookie King of the Scout Camp." Lu Yong continued to speak animatedly, his tone growing increasingly fervent. Sitting beside Lin Ku, a slightly plump girl couldn't help but inquire, "Which is stronger, the blood skeleton demon or a boss of hell difficulty? Is that even a question?" Without waiting for anyone else to respond, Lu Qi immediately interjected, "Evil beings are far more formidable than magical beasts." The priestess Lin Ku merely pouted, not disputing this, as it was indeed a widely acknowledged fact. "See? I told you, this Rookie King is far more powerful than Yi Zhe." As Lu Qi spoke, a subtle hint of pride surfaced on his face, as if he were the esteemed figure himself. Upon witnessing Yi Zhe enter Xia Qing's compartment, his anticipation for surpassing Yi Zhe intensified. "From now on, I shall take that esteemed figure as my guiding star." Lin Ku retorted without hesitation, "You? TSK, besides, Yi Zhe managed to conquer the hellish dungeon yesterday. Who knows how much stronger he has become today? It's entirely possible that Yi Zhe can now slay the blood skeleton demon, not falling short of that Rookie King." Lu Qi waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hearing the commotion, several students from the adjacent compartment leaned in to join the discussion, sharing their own insider information. "Yi Zhe? He's far inferior to the Rookie King of the Scout Camp. I heard that this Rookie King has already been awarded a medal to be honored as a senior in high school." A bespectacled boy next door lowered his voice mysteriously as he uttered the last sentence, yet the ripples of excitement were even greater. In both compartments, some unsuspecting students gasped in astonishment. "Awarded a medal? Is that true? My sister works as a clerk in the Scout Camp. She witnessed it with her own eyes." The bespectacled boy asserted confidently he received the bronze medal while still in his senior year, personally bestowed by the commander of the Scout Camp. It is said that the Rookie King can already slay level 25 evil elite. Had it not been for him, the clearing of the polluted land on the 19th would have claimed numerous lives. Upon hearing the detailed explanation, the students could not help but express their astonishment, with a few young ladies even displaying admiration. At that moment, Lin Ku also felt that Yi Zhe's brilliance had been somewhat overshadowed. Lu Qi, filled with satisfaction, remarked, "See? Yi Zhe pales in comparison to a true leader. The Rookie King is the idol I, Lu Qi, aspire to follow." The clamor from the two compartments grew increasingly louder, eventually reaching Xia Qing's space. With a sigh, she rose to close the doors and windows of her compartment, the frosted glass partition significantly enhancing the soundproofing. She aimed to shield Yi Zhe from the potentially detrimental influence of others' words. In her compartment, it was just the two of them. However, as soon as Yi Zhe entered, he leaned back in his chair, his cap pulled low over his face, exuding an air of utter tranquility. Xia Qing's bright almond-shaped eyes couldn't help but steal glances at him. How was Yi Zhe so composed? Despite being compared to others by his classmates, he seemed utterly unfazed. This alone marked him as far more composed than many students she had encountered. In this environment, Yi Zhe, who did not possess a habit of deep slumber, naturally heard the commotion outside. Yet, his emotions were complex. Comparing himself to others, he found himself at a loss for words. It seems as if one is disparaging oneself while simultaneously extolling their own virtues. Nevertheless, I shall simply continue to rest my eyes, replenishing both my physical and mental energies. For I have spent the entire day in a polluted environment, which has indeed taken its toll. At that moment, the door to the compartment was suddenly knocked upon. Knock. Knock. Xia Qing rose to her feet, and outside stood a man and a woman clad in the uniform of the Guard Corps, two third-tier professionals. "Greetings, Teacher Xia Qing. I am Qin Sheng, the captain of the Qingfeng City Guard. This is Zhou Huahua, who serves as the vice-captain." Xia Qing was rather taken aback by the professions and ranks of the two before her, a level 30 gunfighter and a level 30 psionicist. Each year during the team-based events, Qifeng City dispatches personnel to escort students. However, it was unprecedented for third-tier professionals to be sent out in a year such as this. Perhaps sensing Xia Qing's astonishment, Captain Qin Sheng elaborated. The beasts of the blood-red plains have been particularly agitated this year, frequently attacking humans and urban facilities. Rest assured, we from Qifeng City have already sent individuals to address the situation. Today, we shall escort you all to ensure that no unforeseen incidents occur. Upon hearing this explanation, Xia Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was not a combat-oriented professional, and with the presence of two third-tier professionals, the burden she carried was significantly alleviated. Then I shall trouble you both, she responded warmly. Noticing that there were 2 available seats in the compartment, Qin Qing decided to sit down alongside Zhou Huahua. Upon seeing Yi reclining and resting, a sense of curiosity arose within her, prompting her to inquire, "Who is this?" However, before she could finish her sentence, the once lively and spirited Zhou Huahua suddenly trembled, her complexion paling drastically as she clutched tightly onto Qin Sheng. As a spirit perceiver, she possessed the ability to sense others on a mental level. Yet, at that very moment, as she instinctively tuned into Yi Zhe's essence, it felt as though she had been ensnared within an infinite void. Darkness, desolation, and terror enveloped her, akin to a small vessel adrift in an immense, unfathomable sea. It was only when a pair of crimson compound eyes materialized from the abyss, fixating upon her, that her spirit disintegrated in an instant. Danger! Qin Sheng furrowed his brow, yet he perceived no signs of anomaly. What? Zhou Huahua glanced around at the tranquil surroundings and then at Yi Zhe, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, seemingly benign. A wave of perplexity washed over her. Years later, when Zhou Huahua reflected upon this memory, she would come to realize that throughout the annals of human history, she was the first individual, aside from Yi Zhe, to perceive the existence of the void creatures. Furthermore, she unearthed a valuable insight. One should never dare to probe into the realm of these entities lightly. This revelation would bear monumental significance in the future. Alas, she remained blissfully unaware of this profound truth at present. Chapter 32. If I am not allowed to go outside, lives will be at stake. Upon witnessing Qin Sheng brandish a long gun, Xia Qinghua's countenance paled, and she hastily clarified, "This is Yi Zhe, a student from our academy. He is not a villain." Qin Sheng, somewhat exasperated, sheathed his weapon and turned to Zhou Huahua, stating, "They are merely high school students. What danger could they possibly pose?" Zhou Huahua harbored grave doubts about the integrity of her spiritual perception, as that unsettling feeling had only manifested for a fleeting moment. Resolving to dismiss her concerns, she took a seat alongside Qin Sheng. Meanwhile, the high-speed train was en route to Qifeng City. For most students, this marked their inaugural departure from Linyuan City, and their spirits were exuberant. Some congregated to engage in games, while others leaned against the windows, captivated by the scenery. As the supervising teacher, Xia Qing cast a wary glance at the terrain outside, fretting, "We are nearing the wasteland. I hope we won't encounter any wild beasts." Given her non-combatant profession, Xia Qing had limited experience venturing beyond the city, and her apprehensions were only natural. The captain of the escort team, Qin Sheng, chuckled heartily, "Do not worry. We are traveling on a high-speed train, and most wild animals tend to fear such modes of transport, so they will not approach us. Our escort team is merely taking precautions. Under ordinary circumstances, we should encounter no issues." Before he could finish his sentence, the group was abruptly thrown forward, the cacophony of collisions and the piercing sound of emergency brakes intertwining. Screech. Fortunately, the train's velocity was not as staggering as in previous lives. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. What has transpired? Countless students struggled to rise, some even bearing minor injuries, amidst an incessant clamor of panic. Yi Zhe's rare moment of respite was abruptly interrupted as golden arcs danced within his pupils. Suddenly, a startled exclamation resonated from the front. What a colossal beast! An armored rhinoceros. Wind wolves, giant pythons. Is this a dungeon? Several students, gazing at the scene outside, trembled both in voice and in their legs. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng and Zhou Huahua immediately peered outward, their expressions drastically altered. Dozens of beasts, varied in type, with several magical creatures among them, including those of level 30. Indeed, the majority of the beasts were intimidated by the high-speed train. However, the beasts that were unperturbed by the train were certainly formidable. What on earth is happening? Why have so many species of beasts launched a simultaneous assault? Beasts in the wilderness rarely heed the commands of other races, let alone join forces with magical creatures. Such an occurrence as today could warrant a dedicated page in any textbook. An epiphany struck Qin Sheng as he bellowed, "Why has the train stopped? Continue onward." At that moment, A red alert flashed on the train's ceiling. Encountered a stone-armored beast ahead, unable to proceed. Zhou Huahua furrowed her brow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they could even obstruct our path. Once the high-speed train collides with the armored beast, although the beast will perish, the entire train will be overturned. Qin Cheng decisively commanded, "All guards, disembark with me. All students, remain calm. Quickly contact the nearby city defense or the demon suppression army." The last remark was directed at Xia Qing. Subsequently, Qin Cheng, Zhou Hua, and over a dozen second-tier guard members swiftly exited the train. Xia Qing, who was leading her first internship and had unexpectedly encountered a minor beast tide, appeared somewhat flustered as she hastily grabbed her phone. Yizhe activated his inside eye, gazing through the window. In the hazy night, a battalion seemingly composed of wild beasts surged forth. Flame lizard, iron-armored rhino, gale wolf, earth-splitting boar king, and demon python. Most of them were beasts of level 15 or above. In this day and age, even wild beasts are restless. Yizhe couldn't help but comment as he observed the guards of Qifeng City engaging in combat with the beasts. The guard unit was a formidable armed force unique to each city. Under the leadership of 2 third-tier captains, they had already withstood the first wave of the beast tide's onslaught. "Yizhe, stay here and do not move. I will manage the other students." Xia Qing's voice reached Yizhe's ears. Although Xia Qing was not a combat profession and had limited battlefield experience as a teacher, she felt compelled to step forward in this situation to stabilize the panicked students who might act recklessly. In fact, just moments ago, a group of fervent male students, eager to form a team to combat the beasts, included Lu Qi among them. However, upon witnessing the tank-like armored rhinoceros, their faces turned pale, and they hesitated to step out of the vehicle. The disparity was insurmountable. This was no mere instance of a game. A single encounter could result in genuine peril. Upon hearing Xia Qing's words, Yizhe shook his head in defiance. Xia Qing, in a state of urgency, furrowed her brows and implored, "Yizhe, this is not the time for recklessness." Her tone grew firmer as she attempted to invoke the authority of a teacher to intimidate him. Unfortunately, her gentle and serene demeanor, even when laced with assertiveness, lacked the imposing effect she sought. "Miss Xia, please hear me out," Yizhe replied earnestly, gesturing towards the outside. "If you do not allow me to go out, lives may be lost out there." A few students continued to gaze outside, their expressions devoid of color. The second wave of beastly onslaught had brought forth 6 elite level 25 beasts, along with 2 equally formidable magical creatures. Qin Cheng faced 4 adversaries alone, his blood surging with determination, yet the onslaught of other beasts managed to breach the rear lines. Accompanied by Xia Qing, Yizhe made his way to the corridor of the carriage. Xia Qing, unsure of her own reasoning for trusting Yizhe, perhaps feeling a tinge of fear herself, was moved by his calmness and confidence, wishing to bolster her own courage by his side. Upon seeing their teacher, the students within the carriage began to find a semblance of solace. Yet the beasts outside the vehicle were far from tranquil. As a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted, the creatures had breached the barriers established by the psychic master. Within the realm of summoned beasts, the crimson-eyed mantis was already brimming with restlessness. However, Yizhe hesitated to release the mantis into the fray, his heart laced with trepidation. He feared that, should the mantis be unleashed, it might indiscriminately slaughter the members of the guard. Given the mantis's current lethal disposition, such an outcome was merely a matter of course. As Yizhe prepared to step out of the vehicle, he was confronted by the psychic master, Zhou Huahua, who stood vigil at the door. "Return at once," she commanded urgently. Yizhe's gaze was drawn to the 2 formidable level 25 elite stone-armored beasts charging towards them. Given Zhou Huahua's prowess, evading their assault would surely be within her capabilities. Yet, behind her was a train car filled to the brim with high school students. And now there was Yizhe as well. "Yizhe," Xia Qing exclaimed, her eyes momentarily shimmering with arcane brilliance. A deep blue arcane shield enveloped Yizhe, a manifestation of her vocation as a scholar. Her 2 combat skills, of which this was the sole defensive technique, were all she could offer. In the blink of an eye, a black and white figure emerged, a gust of energy rushing forth as it surged towards the oncoming stone-armored beasts. Tai Chi, grasping the sparrow's tail, with a resounding crash. The 2 beasts were instantly driven into the ground, obliterated in a single strike. Chapter 33. You all know that Yizhe has always been my idol. Yizhe couldn't help but sigh. What a familiar scene. When he was at level 1, he used the bear's claw to deal with the armored beast. At level 7, He was still using the bear's claw against the armored beast. When will the bear acquire more skills? Ise complained. Yet he failed to notice that everyone inside and outside the carriage was gazing at him with expressions akin to that of observing a monster. The students from the War Academy, in a state of stupor, murmured, "Who does this astonishing iron-eating beast belong to? Let me guess." "No need to guess. There is only one summoner among us, Ise." Xiaqing's beautiful eyes began to tremble as she looked at Ise as if he were a deity. Ise. You? Is he a senior from her neighboring class? What a joke. Even many graduates she had encountered lacked the prowess to annihilate 2 level 25 elite armored beasts in an instant. How could someone like him have been sleeping so quietly beside her just moments ago? On the other side, the priestess Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with admiration as she boasted to Lu Qi and others. "Look, I told you Ise must be extraordinary." Zhou Huahua was left bewildered. Ise replied earnestly, "Can I join the battlefield now?" Although the beasts and monsters here yield less experience than the evil spirits, yet it was sufficient for him to level up. Who could resist the temptation of gaining an extra level before a colossal raid? Unexpectedly, Zhou Huahua firmly declined, exclaiming, "No, you are merely a senior in high school. It is not your place to risk your life on the battlefield. Moreover, you are already quite formidable, and you will undoubtedly grow even stronger in the future. You must survive. There is no need to take such perilous chances." Although Zhou Huahua and her companions were merely a protective escort, their mission was to safeguard the students. Ise sighed in resignation. He longed to retort, believing that such an extent of danger was unnecessary for him to confront. Yet Zhou Huahua continued, "Since your abilities are commendable, do your utmost to protect yourself." While her words acknowledged Ise's prowess, she still deemed him insufficient to alter the tide of battle. There was little benefit in further discussion. Ise had come to this realization. He rummaged through his backpack, discovering only a single identification from the investigation department. It was tucked in his pocket. He called out to Zhou Huahua, revealing a bronze medal in his hand. In that instant, Zhou Huahua's expression was one of profound astonishment. The same could be said for Xiaqing, Lin Ke, and the other students in the compartment, but none were as dramatically affected as Lu Qi and his companions. Ise affixed the medal to his chest and stated, "I need not elaborate further, do I? Where does the military bestow the bronze medal with the utmost privilege? Naturally, it is in the ranks of the military and on the battlefield. This signifies the military's recognition of one's abilities and strength on the battlefield. It can replace rank and even grant temporary command over troops. Certainly, the authority bestowed by the bronze medal is not particularly vast. Yet, for the members of the guard, it suffices." In a state of astonishment, Zhou Huahua immediately rendered a precise military salute. "Understood. This bronze medal serves as a testament to Yise's combat prowess on the battlefield, positioning him as a warrior of the same caliber as the Demon Suppression Army. In terms of rank, he even surpasses the guards by half a level." Yise smiled, returning the gesture, "You stay here and keep watch. I will address the beast tide." With that, he departed the carriage and plunged into the fray. At that moment, the carriage fell into an eerie silence. Dozens of students exchanged glances, their expressions nearly frozen in disbelief. Xiaqing, Lin Ke, and especially Lu Qi exhibited expressions of utter bewilderment, almost comically exaggerated. The bronze medal, the high school student rumored to have been honored by the military, the so-called rookie king of the scout battalion, was none other than Ise. Xiaqing was utterly stunned, at a loss for words to describe the situation. On his first day of transitioning, he tackled hellish difficulty, and by the second day, he received military commendation. Is this truly the achievement of an ordinary class student? Lin Ke, Lu Qi, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Just moments ago, they had been comparing themselves to Ise. Is this something a mere mortal could accomplish? After a brief moment of silence, Lu Qi suddenly erupted with fervent enthusiasm. "That's absolutely incredible. You all know that Ise has always been my idol." Upon entering the battlefield, Ise was immediately beset by 4 elite magical beasts, seemingly targeting him specifically. However, there was no hesitation. Ise summoned a bear and swiftly charged forward. Utilizing the Tai Chi Cloud Hands technique, he unleashed a powerful strike. With his exceptional attack power, the surrounding elite beasts were obliterated in an instant. First, he needed to free Qin Sheng from his encirclement. With this thought in mind, Ise dispatched in Shadow Squirrel to assist in rescuing the besieged gunfighter, Qin Sheng. "Is it you?" Qin Sheng recognized Ise through his cloak, recalling the student he had seen moments ago in the adjacent compartment. Yet, upon noticing the bronze medal adorning Yise's attire, he suddenly found himself uncertain about the identity of the person before him. Are you truly a high school student? Before Yizhe could respond, two formidable presences surged onto the battlefield, two level 30 elite beast kings. Their overwhelming aura was far more intense than that of the previous beasts. Qin Sheng furrowed his brow, exclaiming inwardly, "Is this never-ending?" Even as the captain of the guard in Qingfeng City, he felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious. If this continued, it would undoubtedly escalate into a massive beast tide. Yet, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Yizhe reassured Qin Sheng, "Do not worry. I have identified the root of the problem." Through his insightful eye, he discerned a peculiar condition afflicting each beast that approached. They were being driven. The means to forcibly control the beasts. The mastermind behind the scenes, utilizing this formidable ability, lurks in the shadows, ensnaring them all. Qin Sheng, brimming with impatience, inquired, "What shall we do?" His trust was not placed in the high school student Yizhe, but rather in that bronze medal. Yizhe, devoid of pretense, promptly began to arrange matters, stating, "You should return to defend the Beast King. I can manage on my own." Qin Sheng was taken aback and then awkwardly replied, "I cannot fend off two Beast Kings alone. It is feasible to confront two, but safeguarding the train complicates matters." Yizhe understood this and assured him, "I will have the bear accompany you. But what about you?" Qin Sheng questioned, perplexed. "Without your summon beast, how will you manage?" To him, the bear clad in a white robe was undoubtedly the strongest of summoned beasts. How could one confront the source of the beast tide without even the mightiest of summons? Yizhe smiled nonchalantly, "Rest assured. As of now, the strongest has yet to make its entrance." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng ceased his prattle and swiftly returned to defend against the level 30 Beast King. Meanwhile, Yizhe finally summoned his third summoned beast, the Void Hunter. "Manus, locate the leader among the surrounding beast tide." With that command, the crimson-eyed Manus materialized from the air beside Yizhe, as if conjured from thin air. The pair of crimson compound eyes, seemingly pent up for an eternity, swiftly surveyed the entirety of the battlefield. As the foremost predator of the present age, coupled with the unique compound eyes of the mantis, its assessment of prey was remarkably precise. Moments later, those bloodthirsty eyes fixated upon a silhouette lurking in the shadowy grove beyond. Nightshade Jackal, level 30, type, rare grade magical beast. I found you. Chapter 34, Slaying the Beast Tide Leader. Level 8. Within the confines of the train carriage, as two level 30 Beast Kings breached the defenses, Qin Sheng and Xiong each faced one, successfully holding them at bay. Observing this, Zhou Huahua's expression shifted from delight to alarm. "Captain Qin, how did you return alone?" Qin Sheng felt a twinge of helplessness. As the captain, he was deprived even of a modicum of concern from his teammates. Nevertheless, he understood the context of Zhou Huahua's inquiry and relayed Yizhe's arrangements to her. To his surprise, the usually gentle Xia Qin grew anxious. "Captain Qin, Yizhe is merely a student. How could he possibly confront the Beast Tide leader alone?" "Indeed, Captain Qin." Zhou Huahua's face darkened, especially considering that Yizhe had left his summoned beast behind for defense. A summoner without teammates was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. After repelling the level 30 Beast King before him, Qin Sheng found himself at a loss for words. He had harbored similar thoughts. Thus, prior to his retreat, he had decisively turned to assist Yizhe, believing that at least two of them could provide mutual support. Yet, as he turned, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Yizhe, a fierce, defiant, and violent presence. It was as if a long-dormant beast was now on the prowl for prey. In that moment, he realized Yizhe's hidden power was far more formidable than anything they had previously encountered. He wished to convey to Zhou Huahua, "Your instincts are remarkably accurate. The danger you sensed earlier is likely not an illusion." Moreover, whether Yizhe will suffer losses remains uncertain, but the leader of the Beast Tide is bound to incur significant losses. The jackal, a rare and intelligent beast. Upon spotting the figure in the distance, Yizhe instantly recalled pertinent information. The jackal resembles a wolf, yet possesses mediocre attributes aside from its intelligence, which is notably high, and its population is scarce. The rare nightshade jackal ranks among the top 5 most elusive species in the vast wilderness surrounding Huadong. Yizhe instinctively activated his inside eye. Nightshade jackal, LV30, type, rare magical beast attributes, strength 140, constitution 140, agility 160, spirit 270. Skills, shadow strike, night cloak, venomous claw, mind invasion. Just as he was absorbing the information, he noticed that the pitch-black-furred nightshade jackal had turned to flee. It intends to escape. Such keen spiritual perception. Yizhe remained unfazed, even expressing admiration. The stronger the mental power, the heightened the awareness and premonition of danger. Clearly, this nightshade jackal had sensed the impending peril and sought to abandon the beast horde in favor of escape. Yet, prey marked by the void hunter cannot evade capture. Intercepted. With a single command from Yizhe, the figure of the crimson-eyed Mantis vanished in an instant. Nearly 1,000 meters away, within the dense woods, a slender, dark purple-furred creature known as the nightshade jackal was desperately fleeing. Yet, in the next moment, it abruptly halted. Before it stood a monstrous Mantis, as if it had emerged from a rift in space. An invisible pressure enveloped the nightshade jackal. Its two eyes, resembling deep purple orbs, suddenly constricted, and its protruding claws and jaw assumed a warning posture. This appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a blue venom beast. Simultaneously, Yizhe arrived. With a poised squirrel perched on his shoulder, surrounded on both sides, the nightshade jackal emitted a peculiar sound. Moments later, two night wolves charged in from either side. Night wolves, LV-30, type, elite-level beasts. This nightshade jackal had the audacity to arrange for a couple of bodyguards? Yizhe, astonished, felt a twinge of doubt. How could a nightshade jackal, with its limited mental prowess, command so many level 30 beasts? Even if the nightshade jackal was of slightly superior quality, it seemed rather implausible. Yet at that moment, the nightshade jackal spoke. "Human, depart now, and we shall coexist peacefully." Its voice was obscure and resonant. Seemingly emboldened by the presence of its two allies, it believed it had gained a slight advantage and spoke with newfound confidence. Yizhe chuckled. He was concerned that his opponent might be too weak to accurately gauge the true prowess of the Void Stalker. With a mocking gaze fixed upon the Night Howler, he taunted, "Come, let me witness what surprises you still have in store for me." Anger flared in the Night Howler's eyes. As an intelligent being, he had sought a peaceful resolution, yet was met with such disdain and provocation. "Then you shall perish." Empowered by the cloak of night, the Night Wolves gained an extraordinary advantage, their speed and lethality multiplying exponentially. Two level 30 Night Wolves, shrouded in darkness, would undoubtedly inflict grave injuries upon any third-tier professional they ambushed. However, in this moment, their target was the Mantis. As the two wolves brandished their razor-sharp claws, ready to strike, the Mantis's form shimmered and became ethereal, as if it had been transported to another realm, leaving merely a projection in its wake. Void traversal. Just as the attack was about to connect, the Mantis slipped into the void dimension, deftly evading the oncoming assault. What an extraordinary skill! Even Yizhe couldn't help but comment, lamenting that humans may not survive in the void. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to replicate it. The claws of the two night wolves slashed through empty air, their momentum carrying them forward, before they could comprehend the situation. The Mantis reappeared in its original position. Slash, the side-like blades of its arms sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of crimson. The two night wolves, one on the left and one on the right, were instantaneously bisected. The night wolf was not an earthworm. After being cleaved in two, its divided body swiftly lost all vitality. The Night Howler's confidence evaporated in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. For it, the Void Mantis had effortlessly dispatched two level 30 night wolves in the blink of an eye, its methods so bizarre that they were entirely beyond its expectations. Even it had no understanding of the void creatures. A plan was imperative. With a flicker of determination in its eyes, the Night Howler prepared to lunge at Yizhe. There was no escape, no chance of victory. It seemed that seizing the summoner was its only glimmer of hope for survival. Yet Yizhe remained unfazed. Before him stood the ethereal shield of the Spirit Contract Cloak, its protective barrier ever present. Shield value, Summoner's Spirit All-Summon Beast Constitution, 1000. With 3 Summon Beasts at his command, the shield value soared to an impressive 320 points. The Night Howler would have to strike for an eternity to inflict any damage. However, it was unfortunate that the Night Howler never even had the chance to trigger the shield. The moment it lunged at Yizhe, the Mantis swung its right arm blade, unleashing the Void Slash. In that instant, the fabric of space appeared to be torn asunder. A violet fissure cleaved through the air, distorting the space it traversed and emitting a deep, resonant hum. If the bear of Tai Chi was invincible in close combat, then the Mantis, wielding the power of the void, stood as the ultimate assassin and hunter. With a resounding thud, the body of the Shadow Howler, cleaved into 2 halves, collapsed to the ground. Rare beast slain, Shadow Howler, experience gained, 750. Ding. Your level has risen to level 8. Talent acquired. You have gained 1 infinite gold attribute draw opportunity. Chapter 35, The Mark of the Demon General. The evolution of the Mantis Blade. A series of prompts echoed, yet Yizhe refrained from glancing at them. instead fixating intently on a particular area of the Nightshade Beast's corpse. He uncovered an unexpected dilemma: the soul control mark, originating from the malevolent demon general, the soul-siphoning fiend, designed for the remote manipulation of its target's actions. This insidious mark, concealed beneath the fur at the nape of the Nightshade Beast, eluded the naked eye. It became evident that a sinister force was at play. Astonished, Yizhe commanded the mantis, "Please inspect the surroundings for any remaining foes." The mantis's compound eyes flashed with crimson light, affirming, "There are none, my master." Having said that, it obediently positioned itself beside Yizhe, awaiting its own evolution. Yizhe nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that a single Nightshade Beast could command so many level 30 beasts. The true puppeteer lay elsewhere. Even the Nightshade Beast itself was merely a pawn, utilized by this formidable demon general as a smokescreen. Recalling the words of Captain Qin Sheng from the escort team, who mentioned the recent unrest in the Qifeng City wasteland, it became apparent that the malevolent entities were likely implicated. Had another individual been in his place, they might have mistakenly identified the Nightshade Beast as the mastermind. Yet, unexpectedly, a greater villain lurked behind the scenes. Even the demons had resorted to cunning stratagems. All demons had been rigorously monitored by the Demon Suppression Army, confined as much as possible within the abyss. They were likely attempting to breach the human defenses through deception and treachery. However, contemplating these matters now serves little purpose. Enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance. Otherwise, when confronted with a formidable foe of the demon general caliber, it would be too late to recognize the impending threat. Yizhe first stowed away the two pieces of equipment dropped by the Nightshade Beast, the Nightshade Dagger and the Nightshade Armor. Both were rare 4-star items, level 30, which he had no use for and intended to feed to his bear upon returning. He then examined the evolution panel of the mantis, hunter, capable of evolving the following body parts: blade arms, exoskeleton, compound eyes, and wings. According to the description of its talents, each evolved part would bestow corresponding enhancements. However, the specific effects of these enhancements remained unclear for the time being. Fortunately, he could choose any part at will. Yizhe pondered the mantis's preference. Where would you like to evolve first? Upon hearing this, the mantis excitedly raised its two blade arms, the message unmistakable. As a hunter, it was particularly concerned with the body parts that symbolized aggression. Yizhe nodded. "Very well, let us proceed with the evolution of the blade arms." With a thought, a flash of purple light enveloped the mantis's blade arms, and in an instant, they radiated an even more extraordinary brilliance. Visually, the blades appeared elongated, and the energy oscillation of their surface intensified, exuding a darker, crystalline essence. Ding. Evolution successful. Current level: Blade Arms 1. Blade Arms 1. Strength 20, Damage Coefficient 20. Critical Hit Rate 20, Ignoring Defense 20, Skill Void /level 1. Yizhe was astonished. The enhancement was remarkably significant. The augmentation from a single evolution surpassed that of an equivalent rare-grade weapon. After evolving the arm blade, the mantis's strength surged to 195 points, surpassing that of the bear by 4 points. Furthermore, the legendary skill void / advanced from level 6 to level 7. The skill's damage escalated from a formidable 1200 of strength to an impressive 1400. The overall enhancement was substantial, and this was merely at the first level of evolution. When facing the colossal raid dungeons, there would undoubtedly be numerous formidable foes within. The prospect of evolving then would be exhilarating. Yizhe felt a heightened anticipation for the raid dungeons in Qifeng City. Meanwhile, the mantis gazed at its newly evolved arm blade with great satisfaction. However, it suddenly sensed something, swiftly vanishing into the void. Just as Yizhe was about to extract the attributes, he heard a familiar, somewhat rugged voice approaching from behind. "Has the beast-tide leader been defeated?" Yizhe turned to see a robust man, approximately 1.9 meters tall, with deep brown curly hair, casually dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. He was instantly taken aback. "Lord Wan City? Hey, Yizhe, my boy." The newcomer was none other than Wan Faping, the lord of Lin Yuan City, a 6th-tier hunter. With his prowess, addressing such a level of beast-tide assault was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Feeling rather idle, Wan Faping casually remarked as he approached Yizhe. Yizhe trusted his words, for Wan Faping's position as the city lord was grounded in his formidable strength, with daily affairs managed by his assistants. Yizhe informed him about the situation regarding the leader of the beast-tide. Wan Faping glanced indifferently at the corpse of the Nightshade Jackal and scoffed. "I thought it was something significant, just a smart beast. It had the audacity to attack a train. Incidents of intelligent beasts launching assaults were not uncommon in the wilderness, and Wan Feiping dismissed the matter entirely. "No, my lord," Yizhe interjected, pointing out the hidden soul control mark, indicating it was being manipulated by a demon, although he was unaware of the sinister plot of the demon general. The soul-devouring fiend, it was best to report it. Rather than harboring secrets himself, it was wiser to disclose them to capable individuals who could address the issue. Engaging in a battle of wits with demons was the last thing Yizhe wanted. He preferred to invest his time in leveling up and becoming stronger, ready to crush any opposition when his power was sufficient. Upon noticing Yizhe's observation, Wan Feiping's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A mark of the demon general's level? Could these damned demons not remain docile in the abyss? Realizing the involvement of a demon general's scheme, even Wan Feiping could not help but regard the situation with newfound gravity. If mishandled, a malevolent general could potentially annihilate a small to medium-sized human city. Wait a moment. As Wan Feiping pondered, he suddenly realized something and turned sharply to Yizhe. "Did you single-handedly slay these level 30 night shadow jackals and night wolves? And did you discover this mark as well?" Concealing his own prowess was futile, and Yizhe nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding the discovery of the mark, he unabashedly shifted the blame onto his mentor, the investigative officer Lu Boyan. Quite a reasonable excuse. To Wan Feiping's surprise, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. By heavens, a true genius has finally emerged from Linyuan City. He once again adopted his familiar rogue-like demeanor, slinging an arm around Yizhe's shoulder. In that moment, even the matter of the malevolent general seemed trivial. To single-handedly slay 3 level 30 magical beasts, all of elite rank or higher, without even reaching the first tier, wasn't that superior to the talents of the affluent central China region? "Brother, you must agree to one thing," Wan Feiping exclaimed joyfully, though hesitantly added, "No, it's still lacking a bit." He glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, grinning broadly with a carefree smile. "Yizhe, my dear brother, today I shall grant you military merit for your accomplishments. If you can grow even stronger after the dungeon run, I will take you to a wonderful place." Yizhe? Chapter 36, the 8th entry, Bloodline Reversion. A good place? Observing Wan Feiping's demeanor, reminiscent of a mountain tyrant's roguish expression, one might easily mistake his intentions for a mere invitation to a foot massage parlor, were it not for the formidable power and status he possessed. Nevertheless, Wan Feiping refrained from elaborating further, merely uttering those words before hoisting the corpse of the nightshade beast and departing. The speed of a 6th-tier hunter surpassed that of a high-speed train by severalfold. Clearly, the emergence of a general-level fiend compelled him to take matters seriously. Yizhe, feeling a sense of helplessness, pondered if he needed to amplify his strength yet again. However, the prowess he had showcased thus far amounted to less than half of his total combat capacity, a terrifying prospect that even Wan Feiping had not contemplated. Who would believe that a 7th-tier summoner could engage a level 30 rare beast without exerting even half of their fighting potential? Yizhe shook his head and returned to the vicinity of the train. The reinforcements from the city defense army had arrived, and the beast tide was thoroughly quelled. The area surrounding the high-speed train lay strewn with the carcasses of countless beasts, a scene of utter devastation, with the stench of blood permeating the air. Upon seeing Yizhe, Qingqing and Zhou Huahua, who were waiting outside the train, were left in a state of shock. "Yizhe, did you really slay the leader of the beast tide?" Yizhe nodded calmly. The body had been taken away by Lord Wan Feiping, and there was no cause for concern. He removed the bronze medal and summoned the previously captured bear into his beast space, then re-entered the carriage, leaving Qingqing and Zhou Huahua in speechless astonishment, exchanging glances in silence. With a lone strike, he vanquished the beast tide's leader. Are high school students truly this formidable now? Upon returning to the carriage, all the students aboard the train instantly turned their gaze towards Yizhe. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if Yizhe had transformed from a mere classmate into a celestial being. As they watched him walk back to his compartment, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted. He single-handedly defeated the beast tide leader. Goodness, is he even human? Should I have asked for an autograph in advance? Who knows if I'll ever get the chance again? Listening to the discussions behind him, Yizhe entered the compartment where he found Xiaqing, dressed in a light green dress, reporting the details of the recent ambush to the academy. Upon seeing Yizhe return, she appeared somewhat anxious, uncertain of how to approach him. At least for the moment, it was difficult for her to regard Yizhe as an ordinary student. Yet, Yizhe merely smiled calmly and said, "Teacher Xiao, I'll rest for now. Call me if you need anything." With that, he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest as though nothing had transpired. Xiaqing leaned in to observe Yizhe, her expression a mixture of emotions. This was her first time leading a team, and she had encountered a beast-type attack. Even now, the memories sent shivers down her spine. How could Yizhe remain so composed as to sleep peacefully? However, this was a misunderstanding, for Yizhe was actually concentrating to refine his attributes. After reaching level 8, there was still one attribute yet to be drawn. Fortunately, the process of extracting entries was entirely concealed from others, allowing for a direct extraction within the compartment. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Ancestral Bloodline. Ancestral Bloodline. It ignites the power of one's bloodline, rekindling the glory and heritage of ancient times. Upon seeing this entry, Yizhe's spirit nearly faltered under the weight of its significance. To awaken the bloodline power of antiquity, he was immediately reminded of the legends from Earth. Qi Yu and his formidable steed, the iron-eating beast. Being chosen as a mount by Qi Yu surely represented the pinnacle of the iron-eating beast's prowess. Moreover, among his summoned beasts, only the iron-eating beast possessed a bloodline, making it evident to whom this power should be bestowed. Yizhe turned his gaze towards the summoning space of the iron-eating beast. It was a realm of natural beauty, a self-contained landscape where a bear was gnawing on a half-eaten bamboo. The entry was conferred upon the bear. Ancestral Bloodline entry conferred successfully. Summoned Beast, Kung Fu Bear, Epic, evolves Jiuli War Beast, Golden Legend. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the bear, causing its form to grow significantly taller. Its black and white fur intertwined, resembling armor, while its claws gleamed with an intensified sharpness. Apart from that, the transformation was not overly pronounced. Behold, the second golden legendary summoned beast. Moreover, it surpassed the mantis by an additional star. Yizhe eagerly examined the attributes. Jiuli Battle Beast Kung Fu Bear Quality, Golden Legend Level. 8 attributes: Strength 251, Constitution 206, Agility 225. Spirit 189. Talents: Jiuli Bloodline, Legend, Taiji Inner Strength, Legend, Battle Hardened, Legend, Legendary Renown, Legend. Skills: Jiuli Edge LV8, Legend, Ancient Phantasm LV8, Legend. Taiji Fist LV10, Legend. 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds, LV10, Legend. Equipment: Crimson Spirit Bracers, Rare. Aside from Strength, all other attributes have increased by 45 points, while Strength has surged by an astonishing 60 points. Gazing upon this attribute panel, one can only feel a sense of intimidation. In addition, 2 new combat skills have been acquired. Jiuli Edge. The attack of the Jiuli Battle Beast inflicts sharp golden damage, disregarding defenses, and is utterly unstoppable. Ancient Phantasm. By condensing spirit and inner strength, it materializes into the phantasm of ancient ancestors, embodying both offense and defense, significantly enhancing damage and protection. A purely damaging skill. If the previous bear relied on softness to overcome hardness, now it has achieved a harmonious blend of strength and flexibility. Particularly with Ancient Phantasm, it provides comprehensive defense while expanding the range of attack, greatly enhancing combat prowess. Previously, when faced with a horde of dozens of beasts, coupled with 2 level 30 Beast Kings, the bear appeared somewhat overwhelmed. However, at this moment, the ancient phantoms awaken. That recent wave of beasts could be easily subdued by a single bear. With such a significant enhancement, Yizhe felt considerably more confident, whether facing the hidden demon general or the colossal raid dungeons. Meanwhile, the high-speed train continued its journey unabated. Regardless, one could not afford to delay in large-scale raids. As Yizhe opened his eyes, he realized that Qin Qing and Zhou Huahua had already vanished, leaving only himself and Xiaqing in the compartment. The latter was intently typing on the keyboard, her expression fraught with concern as she composed something. Yizhe cast a glance and noted the title, Internship Conversion Application, Xiaqing, now in its 4th revision. Xiaqing bit her lip. Writing encountered an attack while leading an outing, managed to maintain student order in the personal achievements section, followed by a detailed elaboration of several dozen words. A wave of familiarity washed over him. Yizhe could relate, thinking to himself, I often do the same when trying to meet word counts in essays. The unexpected remark slipped out. Xiaqing's fair face instantly flushed crimson, her small hand awkwardly covering the notebook screen as she exclaimed in embarrassment, You? How could you peek? The matters between students and teachers cannot be deemed as peeking. Yizhe donned an innocuous smile, expressing a desire to learn from her. But you have no need for it. Xiaqing sighed, her tone laced with resignation. What teaching achievements could a mere intern like me possibly have? Indeed. Every additional word penned is a step forward, Otherwise, it may take 2 or 3 years to achieve formal recognition. Furthermore, although Xia Qing did not articulate it, Yizhe comprehended the underlying sentiment. The attainment of academic success is significantly influenced by the achievements of the students. Otherwise, the associate dean would not be so eager to become Yizhe's nominal mentor. As for Xia Qing's ordinary third class during her internship, the likelihood of achieving notable results is exceedingly slim unless fortune smiles upon her. Relying solely on her own efforts, her capacity to effect change is regrettably limited. This line of thought inevitably led her to ponder. If only she had students whose abilities could rival even half of Yizhe's, she would not be burdened with such concerns regarding her formalization. Before long, the high-speed train gradually decelerated, and a somewhat impersonal announcement resonated through the carriage. Chapter 37. Dare to enter? Venture into the team instance. Is this Qifeng City? It feels quite similar to Linyuan City. As Yizhe disembarked from the train, he felt invigorated. The two cities share a common trait. Scarred by battle, Linyuan City lies near the abyssal border, while Qifeng City is adjacent to the Blood Plains, making neither particularly safe. The students from the War Academy exited the train and boarded a luxurious bus that whisked them away to the expansive team instance. At that moment, a hovering vehicle nearby drew gasps of admiration from the crowd. This vehicle, with its sleek silver aerodynamic design, exuded a sense of advanced technology, a creation of a high-level mechanic. What kind of vehicle is that? Incredible! It belongs to the first high school of Dongwu City. 8 out of the top 10 in last year's Eastern China College entrance examination hailed from this institution. I've heard they are fully equipped this time. They must be aiming to break the team instance record. Yizhe, too, had done his research. Such a hovering vehicle consumes between 80 to 120 crystal stones per 100 kilometers, a true plaything for the affluent. Amidst the astonished exclamations, the emblematic hovering vehicle of Dongwu First High School took off with remarkable speed, swiftly vanishing from sight. An hour later, a vast plaza unfolded before them, dominated by a towering black stone door adorned with intricate carvings, marking the entrance to the team instance. This is an ultra-large team instance of level 10. It is said to be crafted from fragments of a world shattered by the abyss, though the precise details remain shrouded in mystery. At the entrance of the square, a checkpoint was registering the crowd. Not far away, Yizhe observed the elite class, seemingly having completed their group mission early due to their timely arrival. To his astonishment, Vice Dean Zhou Wei was berating several students, with one girl from the elite class even brought to tears. It was rare to witness Zhou daring to criticize the elite class. Yizhe stroked his chin, adopting a spectator's demeanor. A sentiment echoed by Xia Qing. It appeared that the group's performance was far from satisfactory. She spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to Yizhe, both of them embodying the role of mere onlookers. Indeed, there is an undeniable allure in observing the unfolding drama. Moments later, a level 4 assassin named Lu Qi approached with an expression of eagerness to take credit. Zhe, I've gathered some intel. Upon learning that Yizhe was the rookie king, Lu Qi's demeanor shifted instantly, revealing unabashed admiration. It was Zhao Xian who had learned 3 exceptional summoning skills, his confidence soaring, leading him to impulsively challenge a difficult group mission. The result was a complete team wipe. However, the Vice Dean refrained from reprimanding Zhao Xian directly. Instead, he criticized the others for failing to intervene. Hearing this, Yizhe found himself amused yet perplexed. Xia Qing whispered, "A failed group mission could severely impact the Vice Dean's performance evaluation. No wonder he is so furious." Yizhe responded with surprise. Is there such a silver lining? The performance evaluation is indeed one of the criteria for position assessments across all colleges. If the evaluation results are poor, the vice president is certainly not irreplaceable. At this moment, the elite class was preparing to leave, their expressions dark as thunderclouds. Particularly, Zhao Xian wore a scowl while Zhou Wei's face was flushed, creating a rather comical contrast. As they passed by Yizhe, Zhao Xian shot him a cold glare. However, the intensity of his coal-black expression made it difficult for Yizhe to suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Xian questioned with a frown. "Nothing," Yizhe replied. "I am professionally trained and usually refrain from laughter." Sensing the teasing tone in Yizhe's words, Zhao Xian snorted dismissively, retorting, "Laugh? Just wait until you realize your teammates are nothing but a bunch of useless drags. Then we shall see how you can still laugh." This proclamation left the other elite students speechless, unable to refute his claim. Having been meticulously groomed by the War Academy, they found themselves branded as the useless burden Zhao Xian described after the challenging group task. This stark reality underscored the terrifying difficulty of the task they faced. Even the onlooking students from the ordinary class found little amusement in the situation, for Zhao Xian's words were, in essence, a scorn directed at them as well. If even the elite class had become a hindrance, what could be said of their own standing? Yet Yizhe remained unfazed, even jesting, "If you are incapable, must you blame others? You chose a high-difficulty challenge, yet lacked the strength to lead your teammates to victory, and now you cast blame upon them?" Upon hearing this, many elite students displayed palpable excitement, nearly bursting into applause for Yizhe's audacity. They initially intended to engage in a high-level challenge, but Zhao Xian, with unwavering confidence, insisted on tackling the most difficult mode, only to subsequently blame others for his failures. Had their capabilities not paled in comparison to Zhao Xian's, they would have retorted by now. Enraged, Zhao Xian exclaimed, "Do you even understand what a team dungeon is? No matter how strong one individual may be, it is of little consequence. This dungeon is designed for a 100-member team." Observing Yizhe's calm demeanor and silence only fueled Zhao Xian's indignation. "Fine. If you think you can do it, then step up. I want to leave today. I'm eager to see how you manage a total defeat. If you have the guts, don't choose the normal difficulty." The difficulty levels for team dungeons, akin to beginner dungeons, are categorized as follows: normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, catastrophe, and hell. Even the elite class led by Zhao Xian could only tackle the advanced team dungeon at most. According to Xia Qing's strategy, their regular class had but a single chance to succeed, which lay solely in the normal difficulty. Thus, she gently tugged at Yizhe's sleeve, signaling him to remain composed. Just then, their registration was completed, and it was the turn of the regular class from the War Academy to enter the team dungeon. Arriving at the central plaza before the imposing black stone gate, Xia Qing meticulously recounted various strategies and precautions. Yet, Yizhe had already familiarized himself with these details long ago. Meanwhile, he curiously activated the Eye of Insight at the dungeon entrance. Dungeon entrance, the Fallen Dragon. Background: under the relentless assault of the Abyss, the Storm Dragon clan, retreating to the canyon, could not escape death. Difficulty and completion method. Additional rewards. Refreshing the completion record of normal difficulty or above, rewards will be based on individual performance. Achieving MVP in the dungeon grants an MVP chest for the raid. Remarkably, there are 2 additional opportunities for rewards. Yizhe felt quite tempted. Subsequently, after finishing her instructions, Xia Qing approached Yizhe and earnestly said, "Yizhe, please be steady." Yizhe replied cheerfully, "Rest assured, Teacher Xia, I am quite composed." Xia Qing nodded in satisfaction and then watched as everyone entered the raid entrance. Naturally, Yizhe assumed the role of captain. "Please select the difficulty your team wishes to challenge." Yizhe declared. Hell. Chapter 38. The Fallen Dragon Valley. Experience from raiding dungeons alone. As the moment of selecting the hellish difficulty approached, the entrance to the dungeon was suddenly drenched in crimson. Xia Qing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The blood-red dungeon entrance. Had he really chosen the hellish difficulty? Had Yizhe made a grave mistake? With 4 years of university life behind him, Xia Qing was acutely aware that the challenge presented by a raid was exponentially greater than that of a novice dungeon, by dozens of times. In fact, particularly concerning the hellish difficulty, no team had successfully cleared it to this day. Moreover, he was not entering with an elite team, but rather with a typical high school class. Beside him, 2 instructors from the War Academy were equally taken aback. The head teacher of Class 1, an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, trembled as he removed his reading glasses, incredulous as he exclaimed, "How could this happen just before retirement?" The emotions of the crowd varied greatly. Zhao Xian, witnessing the situation, was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, doubling over as he exclaimed, "Ha! I reckon we can already call for the Academy's transport, Teacher Xia. If they manage to last 10 minutes, that would be an extraordinary feat for Yizhe." At that moment, a man bearing the title of Raid Administrator approached. "Who selected the hellish difficulty?" "First High School of Dongwu City." "Were they not scheduled for the disaster difficulty?" Nearby, there was a monitoring station, and the administrator entered to verify the situation, only to emerge speechless at the results. The War Academy of Linyuan City? A regular class? The esteemed Dongwu High School dares not undertake the trials of hellish difficulty. Yet here comes an obscure team, boldly selecting the infernal challenge, a disparity that is truly astonishing. Moreover, initiating a hellish difficulty dungeon incurs a tremendous expenditure of crystal stones. Given that the military sponsors these complementary attempts, such costs are naturally attributed to the military. a waste of crystal stones. Within the dungeon, as a flash of white light envelopes the surroundings, the scene transforms instantaneously in the ears of Yizhe and his companions. An introduction resonates. In this realm, the human race coexists harmoniously with the storm dragon tribe. However, when the abyss descended, humanity fought valiantly, yet could not withstand the malevolent forces. In their hour of desperation, they sought the alliance of the storm dragon tribe. Yet, the storm dragons hesitated to confront the evil. They believed that a mere concession would ensure peace within their ranks. 2 years passed without aid from humanity, leading to their obliteration by the malevolence. With humanity extinguished, can the storm dragons endure? The iron hooves of the abyss shall not spare any inch of the myriad realms. Ding! You have entered the hellish difficulty team dungeon, the fallen dragon valley. Conditions for clearing hellish difficulty. Repel the army of malevolence. Note: the Dragon Valley is home to all members of the Storm Dragon tribe. If successfully persuaded, they may serve as allies. Countdown to the arrival of malevolence in the Dragon Valley, 9 hours and 59 minutes. This encapsulates the background of the dungeon. As for the original tale's location, it remains shrouded in mystery for now. As Yizhe pondered, the remaining students erupted in chaos. Among the 3 ordinary classes, nearly 100 students found themselves devoid of the inclination to listen to tales, their hearts burdened with varying degrees of despair. What on earth, brother? Did you really choose hellish difficulty? Surely, you haven't made a mistake, have you, Yigo? I reckon I'd perish within 2 seconds if I attempt this. Farewell. Mother, for tonight I shall meet my demise. The mere thought of the hellish difficulty, with its ominous blood-red sky, seemed to suffocate the crowd. Amidst their fervent discussions, the assassin student Lucci stepped forward, exclaiming in anger, "What are you all fussing about? Yigo must have his reasons for this." Nearby, the priestess student Lin Ku, who had been on the train, chimed in, "Have you all forgotten the hellish dungeon that Yizhe conquered first? What is wrong with him attempting another team dungeon clear?" Following the aftermath of the Beast Tide incident, many classmates harbored a profound trust in Yizhe. In no time, numerous voices rallied to support him and restore order. Lucci leaned in, cautiously inquiring, "Yigo, you have a plan, right?" The crowd's gaze naturally gravitated towards him. Yizhe contemplated for a moment before affirming, "Indeed." Lucci's expression instantly brightened. "Truly, Yigo, even a plan for hellish difficulty?" At that moment, he felt emboldened, ready to face any challenge. Even if Yizhe asked him to face certain death without a trace of hesitation. The priestess Lin Ku quietly approached, her expression brimming with excitement. Ye good. What shall we do first? The demonic presence will arrive in just over 9 hours. We must devise a strategy to persuade the Storm Dragon clan. I have perused the guides, and it is said that the leadership lineage of the Storm Dragons is more amenable to discussion. Yizhe shook his head, halting her words. He replied calmly, "My plan is not so intricate. Within 9 hours, we will eliminate all the Storm Dragons. Then, we shall eradicate all the demons, and that will be the end of it." Lin Ku and Lucci? All the students? Is this what you call a plan? Lin Ku suppressed her tumultuous emotions and stepped forward to offer counsel. "Brother Yi, even if we must confront the demons, there is no necessity to engage the Storm Dragons. In a time when the very survival of the world hangs in the balance, a race that refuses to fight or stand alongside humanity deserves no mercy." Yizhe replied without hesitation, "If we spare them, we might have to worry about these foolish dragons turning against us." While this answer ignited a fervor among the students, the reality remained stark. Lucci hesitated. "Brother Zhe, attacking the storm dragons will yield no reduction in their health, no matter how many times we strike them. On hellish difficulty, if they could be weakened, that would indeed be a rarity." Yizhe responded nonchalantly, "The difficulty is chosen by me. There is no need for you to intervene. Of course, without engaging in battle, not a shred of experience can be gained. If that were the case, it would mean that all the experience from the dungeon raid would be consumed solely by Yizhe. This is also the reason why Yizhe willingly undertakes the task of monster farming." Yet everyone remained utterly exhilarated. For if they could indeed amass the experience of conquering a hellish difficulty, it would far surpass the effort of battling through the ordinary levels. "So, Zeej, what shall we do?" "Indeed, Zeej, since it is a raid, let us contribute in some manner." Listening to Lucci and the others express their eager intentions, Yizhe fell silent for a moment. In his heart, he mused that a raid requires at least 80 participants to commence, and that alone could be deemed their contribution. Without further ado, he led the group forward. "Follow me." Upon hearing this, the crowd synchronously and orderly formed several lines, trailing closely behind him. Yizhe arrived at the forefront of Dragon Valley. This valley seemed to be the ancestral home of the Storm Dragons. much like humans. It even had guards stationed at its entrance. Upon seeing Yi Zhe and his companions, two towering dragon men, each over 2 meters tall, raised their hands to block their passage. Their tone cold as they declared, "Humans, keep your distance. We storm dragons shall never assist you." Simultaneously, the attributes of the dragon men became visible to all. Storm Dragon Guard, LV10, type. Elite monster of exceptional grade attributes, Strength 130, Constitution 130, Agility 100. Spirit 80 skills, Lightning Breath, Thunder Charge. Right from the outset, they faced an elite monster of exceptional caliber. Lu Qi, Lin Ku, and the others turned pale. Is this the strength of a hellish difficulty raid? The highest level among them, Lu Qi, had attributes that were scarcely a quarter of their foes. If they were to be struck by a certain skill, it would undoubtedly result in a multitude of casualties. Suddenly, Yi Zhe felt a wave of nostalgia. It had indeed been a long time since he had encountered such low-level opponents. He spoke this aloud, his voice resonating clearly, provoking the fury of the Storm Dragon Guardian who heard him. "What do you mean by that?" Before he could finish his sentence, a dark purple void instantly severed the necks of the two dragon men. Their heads fell with a thud. Witnessing this scene, the students' pupils trembled in shock. Observing the experience bar rise with 2 small increments, Yi Zhe pressed on without hesitation. "In the Dragon Valley, if they dared not confront the evil, then I shall ensure they never lay eyes upon it again." Chapter 39. The Ancient Phantom Reveals Its Might. The 9th entry, Reaper. By the heavens. Lu Qi and Lin Ku exchanged glances, each reflecting an overwhelming astonishment. Is Yi Zhe truly a student from our high school? They had barely comprehended how swiftly Yi Zhe's summoned beast engaged in battle. At that moment, Yi Zhe stood at the mouth of Dragon Valley, addressing the crowd. "Who possesses skills or items for luring? Bring the surrounding storm dragons over here." His strategy was both simple and classic: gather the foes and eliminate them. The terrain of Dragon Valley was intricate, with numerous mountain passages. Searching for each enemy individually would be overly cumbersome. Upon hearing his words, the over 90 students behind him hesitated for but an instant before springing into action. Having witnessed Yi Zhe's formidable prowess, who could afford to hesitate? Skills of various kinds began to attract the beasts: the hunter's hunting falcon, the archer's patrol arrow, the mage's elemental spirit, and more. With so many participants, efficiency soared. In a mere moment, the roars of an impending enemy attack echoed through Dragon Valley. Over 20 storm dragons surged forth with ferocity. This was the primary defensive force at the forefront of the valley. Even these alone would pose a significant challenge to 99% of exploration teams. "Humans, you dare to slay the kin of the Storm Dragon clan? Such tedious banter." Upon hearing the adversary's furious outcry, Yi Zhe smirked. "Kill them all. Leave none alive." Although these Dragon Guard warriors were exceedingly formidable in combat for an average high school student, Yi Zhe remained undeterred. However, in the present context of the 9 lead battle beasts, these storm dragons are but the younger siblings. With a mighty roar, the Kung Fu bear plunged into the dragon horde like a meteor crashing to the earth, unstoppable. Within its fists and palms lay the sharp brilliance of the 9 Li. Striking with breathtaking speed, it vanquished the Storm Dragon Guard, earning 580 experience points and acquired materials, 2 Storm Dragon bones, and a suit of dragon scale armor. Although the 2 level 10 Dragon Guards yielded only 580 points of experience, the abundance of monsters here allowed Yi Zhe to swiftly ascend in levels. Nonetheless, the Dragon Guards were no mere pushovers. Upon witnessing the bear charge forward, over 20 Dragon Guards encircled it, forming an impenetrable barrier. This provoked Lu Qi to grimace, exclaiming that it was futile to face such overwhelming odds. The other students shared similar sentiments. Their previous dungeon strategies had typically involved a slow, methodical approach, tackling one adversary at a time. Yi Zhe's approach was simply outrageous. Yet, in the next moment, they were once again confronted with a scene that shattered their worldview. Yi Zhe calmly declared, "Use the ancient phantasm. The sooner, the better for cooldown." Subsequently, he concentrated his spirit and internal energy upon the surface of the bear's body. Just as the surrounding dragon guards were about to pounce, a massive iron-eating beast, clad in bronze armor and nearly 10 meters tall, materialized above the bear, exuding a terrifying aura. At the mere moment of its manifestation, the residual force sent countless storm dragon guards hurtling away. From the ethereal silhouette, one could faintly perceive an overwhelming power. This is a true instrument of war. Yi Zhe couldn't help but remark, if Chiyu had written this back in the day, I might have understood. The bear, now embodying the ancient phantom form, confronted the towering dragon guards, resembling mere chicks in its presence. With the might of the ancient illusion, the bear struck down with a massive paw, sending shards of rock flying across the 6 to 7 meters in front. In a single swipe, storm dragon guards, unable to flee, were instantly vanquished. Defeated storm dragon guards. 4. Experience gained, 1120. Level, 8, 2,400, 5,700. The experience bar surged to nearly half full, and this was merely the beginning. The bear, having unleashed the ancient shadow, resembled a war deity. At that moment, the storm dragons, who had initially encircled the bear, found themselves gripped by trepidation. How could they contend with this? The bear swept through the center, while the mantis executed precise strikes from the periphery. A few dragons, attempting to escape the battlefield and wait for the bear's phantom form to expire, were swiftly dispatched by the mantis's blade. The entire forefront of the Dragon Valley resembled a slaughterhouse. In this grim comparison, it turned out that the assassin mantis was slower in dispatching foes. This was due to the cooldown of its Void Slash not being particularly swift, and the Void Traversal requiring a modicum of mental energy, necessitating conservation for the ensuing battles. In contrast, the bear's casual paw strikes equated to a formidable area attack, instilling terror. The duration of the ancient phantom's manifestation lasted approximately 5 minutes. In less than 2 minutes of combat, under an overwhelming offensive, more than 20 storm dragon guards were utterly annihilated. Merely a few minutes into the instance, Yizhe had already garnered over 5,000 experience points. A radiant glow enveloped him, signaling his level up. Ding! Your level has risen to level 9. Talent. You have gained an additional opportunity for infinite gold attribute extraction. Approaching level 10. At level 10, one qualifies for promotion to the first tier, unlocking additional space for summoned beasts and even exclusive summoner skills. Concurrently, the growth attributes for both the summoner and summoned beasts will also be enhanced. Yizhe was confident that reaching level 10 within this raid was an attainable goal. Lu Qi continued leading the team to attract enemies. Upon hearing Yizhe's command, Lu Qi responded with excitement. Understood. The other students, witnessing Yizhe's prowess, felt an increase in both confidence and admiration. Meanwhile, Yizhe immediately began to extract attributes. Unseen by others, a sea of golden attributes swirled around him. You have drawn a legendary golden attribute, Reaper. Reaper, upon delivering a one-hit kill, all skill cooldowns and mental energy consumption are refunded. The moment Yizhe beheld this skill, he decisively bestowed it upon the mantis. It was simply perfect. The Void Slash, instantaneous and immensely damaging, was nearly impossible to counter, its sole drawback being its cooldown. Now, with the Reaper attribute, he was virtually invincible. The seamless combination of Void Traversal and Void Slash creates a synergy reminiscent of a perpetual motion machine. There is no longer any concern regarding the consumption of mental energy. As long as the mantis inflicts sufficient damage, everything becomes manageable. The Reaper attribute bestows success. The summoned beast, Void Hunter, Golden Legend, has ascended to Golden Legend. Upon reaching legendary quality, the difficulty of star enhancement is doubled compared to epic quality. However, the effects are notably pronounced. The level 9 mantis has seen its power surge to 225 points, equivalent to that of a level 25 combat specialist. The only lamentation is the absence of a formidable adversary to facilitate the evolution of the mantis form. Meanwhile, Yizhe organized the newly acquired equipment, 2 pieces of excellence and 4 rare items. He fed 3 unused pieces of mage gear to the bear. You are what you eat. By donning the storm robe, mental power increased by 10, and mastery over the lightning element soared by 20. As the storm dragon tribe is primarily associated with the lightning attribute, most of the equipment dropped enhances mastery over this element. After a hearty meal, the bear's mastery over lightning surged to an impressive 51. This equates to immunity against half of the lightning damage. If this continues, I am quite curious whether the final storm dragon boss can withstand the bear's might. This prospect fills Yizhe with anticipation. Just then, Lu Qi suddenly exclaimed, Zhe, it seems a minor boss has appeared. Chapter 40. Who is the boss? Another one approaches. A minor boss? The Storm Dragon Valley is divided into 3 branches, theoretically housing 2 minor bosses and 1 final boss. Typically, bosses are positioned defensively at the rear, so it is indeed rare for them to charge forth in such a manner. It is likely a consequence of Yizhe's excessive slaying. At the valley's entrance, the widest path leads directly to the thunderous forest, where a mountain gorge shrouded in dark storm clouds can be seen in the distance. Suddenly, A deafening dragon roar reverberates through the air. 12 dragon-like figures soar forth, with the foremost being a colossal creature exceeding 10 meters in height. Its scales glint silver like lightning, and its wings are adorned with intricate patterns of electricity, while its eyes glow a haunting blue. Yizhe activates his insightful eye, Storm Dragon Commander, Wing of Thunder level, 20 type, Extraordinary Elite Commander attributes, Strength 200, Constitution 200, Agility 180. Spirit 220 skills, Thunder's Dragon Breath, Celestial Punishment Lightning Strike, Lightning Wing Flash, and Elite Commander, a creature only found in high difficulty raid dungeons. In other difficulties, it could even serve as a final boss. All 3 skills deal extensive area damage, posing a catastrophic threat to an average expedition team. You all retreat. Yizhe instructs the other students, who promptly understand the gravity of the situation and, under Lu Qi's guidance, swiftly withdraw 100 meters away. Everyone comprehends the peril of even a single skill's residual impact. Typically, a high-difficulty raid team requires at least 80 seasoned adventurers of levels 7 or 8, equipped with superior skills and gear. Furthermore, these individuals must be organized into various professional groups for coordinated command. Otherwise, they are incapable of tackling high-difficulty challenges. However, Yizhe took a step back alongside the bear, entrusting the confrontation with the boss to the Mandas for a one-on-one duel. Upon witnessing Yizhe's retreat, the commander, Thunderwing, mistakenly interpreted it as fear, and his confidence surged. Despicable human, you have slain so many of my storm dragonkin, and now you wish to flee? Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a ripple in space manifested, and the crimson-eyed Mantis materialized before him. In that instant, Thunderwing was taken aback. He had never encountered such a ghostly ability. However, his astonishment was swiftly supplanted by agony. The bloodthirsty crimson-eyed Mantis raised its blade-like arm, and a dark purple rift sliced through the air like a spatial strike. The void slash severed one of Thunderwing's wings in a single blow. Roar, it was all too swift. Even with his heightened perception and agility, he failed to react in time, accompanied by a wretched scream. Thunderwing lost his balance and plummeted from the sky, observing the devastating impact from 100 meters away. Lu Qi and the other students felt a chill run down their spines. How could a minor boss, capable of inflicting significant damage upon other raiding parties, be so grievously wounded by a single strike? Yet, this blow was merely the beginning. A direct strike to the head, while not fatal, would have inflicted far greater harm. However, the Mantis deliberately targeted the wings, intending to simultaneously eliminate the Dragonian guards behind him. The Reaper triggered, the void slash refreshed. As the Storm Dragon Commander, Thundering naturally commanded various lesser dragons of the Thunder Branch. Accompanying the boss were a dozen small guards, significantly increasing the pressure on opposing raiding teams. Yet, in the presence of the Void Mantis, these Dragonian guards seemed to become mere harbingers of doom for Thunderwing. At that moment, 5 Dragonian guards stood to shield the Mantis, while the remaining 5 rushed to protect Thunderwing. Heh! The Void Mantis emitted a cruel, metallic laugh. As the 5 Dragonian guards charged, the Mantis swung its scythe-like arms, unleashing the Void Slash. The 5 guards were severed in an instant. Storm Dragon Guard slain 5, experience gained, 1,400. Level, 9, 3,700, 7,300. More terrifying still, the Void Slash refreshed. Another dark purple rift appeared, slicing through the right side of Thunderwing as it crashed to the ground. As the right half of its body sustained grievous wounds, 2 Dragonian guards who had rushed to protect it were also slain. Upon vanquishing the Storm Dragon Guardian, an experience of 560 was gained. The Void Slash is ready for refresh. If Thunderwing were to become aware of this ability, he would never dare to summon a Guardian in his next life. Without a Guardian, he might have been able to exchange a few blows with the Mantis. Yet at this moment, he lay grievously injured upon the ground, howling in despair. Why can such a high-damage skill be used incessantly? Thunderwing's 3 skills, although formidable, do not rival this in damage, and their cooldowns are significantly longer. Witnessing this scene, numerous students were compelled to ponder from the depths of their souls, who truly is the boss? As one of the 3 major bosses of Storm Dragon Valley, Thunderwing has been rendered nearly powerless. Even more alarming is the fact that Yizhe's summoned beast appears to exert little effort. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness! Another one is coming." From the depths of the canyon, a stout figure rushed towards the Mantis, causing the ground to tremble. It was an earth dragon, its earthy hue shimmering with electric light reminiscent of thunderous armor, small in stature, yet astonishingly swift. However, The mantis's compound eyes provided a 360 view. Even as the earth dragon approached from behind, it found itself striking at nothingness in that fleeting moment. Void traversal. Yizhe discerned the identity of the approaching adversary. Storm Dragon Commander. Thunderstorm Wyvern level. 20 type. Extraordinary elite commander attributes. Strength 220, Constitution 200, Agility 240. Spirit 130 skills. Thunderstorm armor, Lightning Flash Assault, Shockwave. Another elite commander. However, unlike the Thunderwing, which is a flying dragon, this Thunderstorm Wyvern is a terrestrial dragon, possessing skills predominantly centered around strength. It is exceedingly rare for two such formidable bosses to unite in battle. In a raid, bosses of this caliber are typically confronted by dozens of seasoned adventurers working in concert. Yet, astonishingly, these two bosses have joined forces solely to contend with a single individual, or rather, a summoned beast. For a moment, the students 100 meters away felt as though their worldview had been irrevocably altered. Nevertheless, Yizhe remained unfazed. The earlier anguished cry from the Thunderwing carried a message of distress. This was precisely the circumstance Yizhe had hoped to witness. The ancient phantom's cooldown had just concluded, and with the effect of Battlefield Legend providing a 50 reduction in cooldown time, the bear's skills were rapidly recharging. The Thunderstorm Wyvern let out a thunderous roar, initiating its second assault. In comparison to the Storm Dragon, the Thunderstorm Wyvern stood a mere 3 to 4 meters tall, rendering it somewhat diminutive. However, for the bear, the imposing stature of the Thunderstorm Dragon was significantly enhanced. Yet, this advantage lasted for less than a second. The Ancient Spectre, a colossal prehistoric Iron Eater nearly 10 meters tall, re-emerged. In the face of the Thunderstorm Dragon's thrust, the bear struck with a single paw, sweeping down like the heavens themselves. A terrifying wave of force surged outward. With immense power, that paw drove the Thunderstorm Dragon directly into the ground. Witnessing this scene, the one with the most intricate emotions was none other than the Thunderwing. The faint glimmer of hope that had just begun to blossom was extinguished by the bear's strike. At this moment, the gaze of the Void Mantis shifted back. The Thunderwing's draconic eyes narrowed. It was over. Chapter 41. Double Kill Boss. Level 10. Profession Advancement Quest. At the moment he was targeted by the Mantis, he, on the brink of death, found himself utterly incapable of resisting. In that instant, Thunderwing expended all his energy. Ethereal blue lightning flickered around him as countless bolts of formidable thunder surged outward indiscriminately. This was the Divine Punishment Lightning Strike, his most potent attack skill, completely enveloping the Mantis. However, the Mantis remained immobile, merely observing him with an eerie chuckle. The cataclysmic thunderbolts passed through the Mantis's form as if it were mere illusion, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Within the tempest of rumbling thunder, the Mantis stood serenely. At this moment, Thunderwing was utterly shattered. Not even the most malevolent of demons had ever instilled such a paralyzing sense of dread within him. With this thought, Thunderwing hastily implored Yezha, "Human, spare me. I am willing to aid you in combating the demons." The most astonishing reaction came from Lin Ke and the other students who had perused the strategy guide. Convincing the Storm Dragon clan to oppose the demons seemed an insurmountable task. The failure to persuade the original human race during their annihilation was a testament to this. Yet now, it was evident that strength served as the most effective means of diplomacy. Should Yezha acquiesce, they would gain an elite commander-level warrior on their side. Yet Yizhe clicked his tongue twice, shaking his head, and remarked, "Your early demise would be the greatest assistance to me." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Mantis blade-like arms were raised. A dark purple rift in the void cleaved the dragon from head to tail, ensuring its demise was absolute. Elite Commander slain. Thunderwing, experience gained, 1,600. Level, 9, 5,867,300. The hunter, Crimson-Eyed Mantis, had vanquished a formidable foe, granting it the opportunity for a single evolution of its body parts. With 1,600 experience points amassed, it was evident that this small boss from the hellish dungeon was no trifling adversary. Yizhe was now quite close to achieving his first career advancement. A mere 1,440 experience points remained. If he could slay another small boss, Yizhe's gaze drifted towards the bear's location. However, at that moment, a resounding bang echoed as a lightning-infused earth dragon erupted from the ground. Yet, the Thunderstorm Wyvern opted not to engage in battle. Instead, it fled without a backward glance. What a jest! The Storm Dragon clan never fights in a losing battle. What he initially thought would be an easy task alongside Thunderwing turned out to be a confrontation with two increasingly terrifying monsters. What was there to fight about? The Thunderstorm Wyvern unleashed its skill lightning flash thrust, propelling itself away at blinding speed. Yet, Ise was unfazed. He was well acquainted with the layout of the map. Storm Dragon Valley was divided into 4 zones from near to far: Dragon Valley Frontline, Thunder Forest, Storm Canyon, and Storm Summit. The ultimate boss awaited at the Storm Summit. As the Storm Dragon fled from the Storm Canyon to the forefront of the Dragon Valley, returning for aid proved to be a formidable challenge. This path was perilous enough for the Mantis to claim his life 10 times over. If he were to be slain, it would undoubtedly allow for 2 successive evolutions. With a command from Ise, the Mantis suddenly vanished from sight. The Thunderwing, as an elite commander, could offer opportunities for evolution upon defeat, and it was only fitting that the Storm Dragon would follow suit. At that moment, the Storm Dragon desperately sought refuge back in the canyon. Not daring to pause for even a moment, having sustained grievous injuries from the bear's crushing blow, he was already at a disadvantage in a one-on-one confrontation, especially with his comrades having perished. If he could return to the Dragon King, there might still be a glimmer of hope for redemption. This was the last thought lingering in his mind. Suddenly, the space above the Storm Dragon distorted, a rift in the void cleaving the earth from above. It also tore apart the Storm Dragon's head and body. Severely injured, he could not withstand the onslaught of the Void S strike. Elite Commander, Storm Dragon slain. Experience gained, 1,600. Hunter, Crimson-Eyed Mantis, having vanquished formidable foes, has accrued 2 opportunities for evolution. Ding. Your level has risen to level 10. Talent. You have acquired 1 opportunity for infinite gold attribute extraction. A series of notifications popped up before Ise, yet his primary concern lay with the advancement of his profession. The disparity between a level 0 and a level 1 practitioner was indeed substantial. At this moment, one can observe that an advancement button has appeared in the occupation section of the personal panel. You have reached level 10 and may select from the following tiered occupational tasks. 1. Ordinary advancement. Reward. Growth of 4-dimensional attributes by 2. 2. Advanced advancement. Reward. Summoning beast space increased by 1. Growth of 4-dimensional attributes by 3. 3. Perfect advancement. Reward. Summoning beast space increased by 1. Exclusive skill treasure chest. Refined. Excellent quality. 1. Growth of 4-dimensional attributes by 4. 4. Supreme advancement. Reward. Summoning beast space increased by 2. Exclusive skill treasure chest. Above excellent quality. 1. Growth of 4-dimensional attributes by 5. Upon witnessing the rewards for occupational advancement, Ise could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The summoning beast space and exclusive skill treasure chest. The summoning beast space, needless to say, signifies the number of summoning beasts a summoner can contract, directly enhancing the summoner's potential. Furthermore, the only means to augment the summoning beast space are through occupational advancements and exceedingly rare items. An item capable of increasing summoning beast space can fetch a price of at least 20 million. It is even more costly than a summoner's occupational card. As for the exclusive skill treasure chest, it can randomly yield a summoner's exclusive skill book, equally invaluable. It significantly enhances the summoner's overall strength with a diverse array of types, such as telepathy, gigantism, fusion, and more. For a top-tier summoner, these skills can wield tremendous influence in battle. Although these rewards are enticing, upon viewing the task interface, Ise found himself lost in contemplation. Due to the nature of the advanced quests associated with the summoner profession, which are primarily covered in specialized classes, upon selecting the difficulty level, the tasks are entirely random. He truly could not anticipate what type of challenge he would face. However, given his capabilities, there was little need for excessive contemplation. He resolved to maximize the difficulty. If he could not surpass the current challenges with his present strength, how outrageous would it be to attain the supreme advancement? Moreover, even if he failed to complete the tasks, he could still continue to level up, albeit remaining perpetually at the initial stage. With this thought in mind, Ise decisively selected Supreme Advancement Difficulty. Ding! You have chosen the profession's first-level advancement difficulty, Supreme. You have successfully randomized the Supreme Advancement task, the Advancing Summoner. Upon seeing this title, Ise was left utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he meticulously opened the task description, the Advancing Summoner task content, within any given day. Defeat a first-level or higher warrior, assassin, mage, archer, and swordsman, 5 distinct types of rare professionals in direct combat. Who says summoners shy away? I shall take the initiative. Defeating 5 rare professionals of first level or higher within a single day. This task is indeed worthy of its supreme difficulty. Not only must he overcome 5 first-level adversaries while at 0 stage, but he must also contend with rare professions, Typically, rare professionals hail from affluent backgrounds, and their occupational skills are far from mediocre. For instance, Yuan Xiaoyu's Dark Spirit Assassin is a rare profession within the assassin category. To defeat 5 such rare professionals in just one day. More crucially, where could one find 5 rare professions? Yizhe was engulfed in confusion. However, fortunately, the advancement task did not require immediate completion. It could be fulfilled on any given day. After a moment of silence, Yizhe resolved to devise a plan after conquering the raid. For now, he would focus on swiftly resolving the raid. Yizhe ceased to squander time and began to extract the attributes. Chapter 42, the 10th entry. Absolute Mastery of Lightning Elements. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Fortuitous Star. Fortuitous Star increases the luck of nearby teammates, enhances the probability of acquiring high-quality items during treasure hunts, and provides double rewards when opening chests. Upon reading the last half line, Yizhe was instantly filled with excitement. Receiving double rewards from opening a chest? That is akin to opening a chest twice. Isn't that a bit extraordinary? It is worth noting that some chests can be opened only a handful of times throughout one's lifetime. For instance, the MVP chest from this raid, as well as the exclusive skill chest. With the same tier, others can possess only one exclusive skill, while he can have 2. Contemplating this, Yizhe found himself momentarily breathless. Ultimately, he resolved to bestow the entry upon the squirrel. This is due to its passive aura effect. The squirrel has always remained by his side, capable of augmenting his luck and doubling the effects of chest openings. Moreover, when the squirrel dispatches its shadow clone for treasure hunting, it similarly enjoys the enhanced treasure-finding effect. The bestowal of the Fortuitous Star entry was successful. Summon Beast, Shadow Treasure Sniffing Mouse, Orange Epic. Advancement, Orange Epic. The squirrel possesses a gentle disposition, favoring treasure hunts, and thus, its role has naturally shifted to that of a support. If this momentum continues, who knows, perhaps in the future the squirrel will transform into a bringer of wealth. Akin to a deity of fortune? Yizhe pondered inexplicably. Perched upon his shoulder, the squirrel flicked its tail, a hint of golden hue shimmering amidst the intricate patterns of its fur. At that moment, it was an opportune time to deploy shadow clones to scour the surrounding treasures. With a command from Yizhe, the squirrel eagerly unleashed dozens of shadow duplicates, which scurried forth in a chaotic swarm. The quest for treasures was, of course, aimed at providing sustenance for the bear. The Storm Dragon Valley was abundant in lightning-associated items, following the principle of you are what you eat. It would directly enhance his mastery over lightning elements to a staggering 100. When the time came to confront the final boss, it would be nothing short of exhilarating. Lost in thought, Lu Qi cautiously approached, testing the waters. Zhe, shall we continue to draw monsters with our skills? Having witnessed Yizhe's prowess, they increasingly felt that their primary purpose was merely to facilitate dungeon runs. Yet, the more they perceived this, the more they were determined to contribute in any way they could. Yizhe nodded in agreement. Yes, let us proceed. With that, he opened the panel for the Mantis Hunter and began the evolution process. Armblade 1. Compound eyes, exoskeleton, wings. Only the Armblade had undergone evolution once. Should he explore the evolution effects of the other 3, or continue enhancing the Armblade? Yizhe pondered. The additional level 1 Void Slash attached to the Armblade was undoubtedly the most formidable output skill. The evolutionary effects in other areas remain unknown for the time being. At that moment, the Void Mantis approached with deliberate agility, raising its claws in a frenzied display of intent. Yizhe could not help but chuckle, rest assured. Even without your prompting, I shall evolve my Armblade. The additional attributes of the Armblade lean towards explosive power. Moreover, I must first elevate Void Slash to its maximum level. With 2 opportunities for evolution at hand, I shall utilize them both. Ding. Evolution successful. Current level. Armblade 3. Armblade 3. Strength 60. Damage coefficient 60. Critical hit rate 60. Defense penetration 60. Skill Void Slash level increased by 3. The Mantis's strength surged to 275. The skill level of Void Slash rose from level 7 to level 9. The skill's damage coefficient escalated from 1400 to an astonishing 1800. Now, even if the Thunderwing were to be fully revived, the Mantis could effortlessly annihilate it with a single skill. Presently, the elite commander hardly qualifies as a formidable foe. Only the final boss can be deemed as such. The ultimate boss of Storm Dragon Valley, the Storm Dragon King. Ever since encountering the Red Demon Lion in the Hellish Novice Dungeon, Yizhe has learned not to underestimate any final boss. One cannot dismiss the possibility that they exist in an entirely different realm from the preceding monsters. Now, with the completion of the dungeon drawing near, Yizhe must ensure all preparations are thorough. Bear, let us feast. Yizhe organized his backpack, noting the considerable quantity of equipment that had just been acquired. 3 exquisite items and 10 rare ones. In a group dungeon run, apart from the experience gained. Another advantage lies in the fact that all the equipment belongs to Yizhe. Thus, he promptly decided to feed everything to the bear. The bear, with a gleam in its eyes, observed the 13 pieces of gear presented before it. Yizhe pondered, in truth, you could merely take a bite of each. When the bear consumed a piece of equipment, it was rendered completely obsolete, yet its attributes would be transferred to itself. However, the bear seemed different. It appeared that after ascending from the iron-eating beast bloodline to the Jioli bloodline, its capacity to consume had seemingly improved. An exquisite thunder battle armor was devoured as effortlessly as chewing on a jelly bean, consumed in just 2 bites. The benefits were clear. By consuming the thunder battle armor, it gained 10 to constitution and 10 control over lightning elements. Similarly, by feasting on the hurricane crossbow, it acquired 10 to agility and 7 control over lightning elements. The only dilemma was that there wasn't enough equipment to satisfy its appetite. With each additional item of the same type consumed, the increase in attributes diminished. After a significant boost in attributes, the control over lightning elements surged to an impressive 84, signifying an 84 reduction in lightning damage. Yet the adventure was far from over. After a brief wait, the squirrel's shadow clone returned. Perhaps due to the influence of fortune blessing, it had discovered a rare exquisite spiritual herb in the thunderous forest, rolling thundergrass. This unique herb, encased in a spherical form, crackled with lightning energy, inflicting harm upon contact. In an effort to retrieve it, the squirrel deftly pierced the clump of grass with the crimson demon blade, skillfully avoiding electric shocks as if threading candied hawthorns. Well done. Yizhe affectionately ruffled the squirrel's tail. Meanwhile, the bear boldly grasped the rolling thunder grass with bare hands. The surging lightning struck the bear's body, akin to a gentle massage, utterly painless and soothing, consuming 3 clumps of rolling thundergrass in succession. The bear was enveloped in a shimmering aura of violet lightning, with a mastery of lightning elements reaching an astonishing 106. The bear's potential as a lightning element mage would undoubtedly yield devastating damage. Presently, the lightning-infused strikes barely grazed him, not even causing a scratch. Yizhe couldn't help but smile with anticipation, eager to witness the Storm Dragon King's response. Chapter 43. The Crumbling Storm Dragon King. Yizhe traversed the thunderous forest and the stormy canyon. Following the canyon, he reached its pinnacle, where dark clouds loomed ominously and lightning incessantly descended from the heavens. A colossal dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, stood majestically at the summit of the Storm Dragon Valley, resembling a moving mountain. Humanity? Huh. They have yet to be extinguished? A deep, resonant voice echoed, reverberating like thunder. Upon hearing the Storm Dragon King's tone, Yizhe furrowed his brow. Sensing that the dragon's refusal to aid humanity against the malevolent forces was deliberate. Yet, he soon smiled, declaring, the fate of humanity remains uncertain. But you shall not survive this day. For at that moment, he had discerned the dragon's information through his insightful eye. Storm Dragon King level, 30 type, Epic Storm Dragon Boss attributes, Strength 300, Constitution 300, Agility 300. Spirit 400 skills, Heavenly Thunder Descends, Storm Domain, Wrath of Thunder, Thunderstorm Breath, and Epic Boss of level 30. Among all the adversaries Yizhe had faced, this one undoubtedly ranked as the most formidable. With such a level, attributes, and skills, any other raiding party would meet certain doom. The dungeon that had remained unconquered for so long indeed harbored its reasons. However, as Yizhe had surmised, the Storm Dragon King wielded solely thunder-based attack skills. Yet, at that moment, the Storm Dragon King remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He soared above the dragon's lair, his massive form spanning several dozen meters with a wingspan nearing 100 meters, unleashing a deafening roar. I see you have forgotten how the human race sought my alliance, he proclaimed. The origins of this realm, the dungeon world, remained a mystery to Yizhe, as did the nature of its inhabitants. Yet, from the Storm Dragon King's haughty demeanor, it was evident he had grown accustomed to his superiority over humanity. Yizhe replied indifferently, I merely hope you refrain from seeking my assistance later. Enraged, the Storm Dragon King roared, summoning a torrent of lightning. The bear, undeterred, charged forward like a cannonball, refusing to evade. The previously formidable bolts of lightning, accompanied by an ominous thunder, struck the bear, but seemed to merely groom his fur rather than inflict any harm. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed. The Storm Dragon King, momentarily perplexed, dismissed the incident. He had not unleashed his full might, merely delivering a casual strike, which had been effortlessly countered by the opponent's abilities. Now, with an abundance of magical energy, his eyes blazed like two cores of raging lightning, igniting the skies with a tempest of thunder. Such trivial tactics were futile against overwhelming strength. With a bellowing cry, the Storm Dragon King summoned a cataclysmic force of lightning, tenfold stronger than before, as it rained down upon the bear with the ferocity of 1,000 arrows. At this moment, the bear unexpectedly performed a daring maneuver, raising a middle finger towards the Dragon King. With a resounding roar, a multitude of lightning strikes descended, unleashing a tempestuous wave that scattered debris. As the smoke dissipated, the bear's middle finger remained defiantly upright, utterly unscathed. The Dragon King's eyes widened in disbelief, as if his very perception of reality had been shattered. Impossible. This technique, the heavenly thunder descends, would have left even him, the Dragon King, severely wounded. How could a mere summoning creature of the human race possess such formidable strength? He would likely never comprehend the truth. The bear's extraordinary prowess stemmed primarily from the assistance of other dragons within the Storm Dragon Valley. Without their provision of abundant lightning element equipment, achieving complete mastery over the lightning element would have been exponentially more challenging. One might even say that the Storm Dragon King had been betrayed by his own kin. Now, confronted by the shocked Dragon King, the bear unleashed a strike imbued with the essence of Nine Li's radiance, shattering a large swath of dragon scales. The Dragon King's attributes remained formidable, yet fortunately, Yizhe had previously replicated legendary prestige. With the dual aura enhancements, the bear held a substantial advantage in close combat. Upon witnessing several skills fail to inflict damage, the Dragon King promptly adjusted his strategy, opting for a purely forceful assault. However, in response to the bear's strength, he could only lament his own recklessness. As the Storm Dragon King brought his palm crashing down, the bear summoned the inner strength of Tai Chi, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. With a powerful counterattack that seized the dragon's claw, the Storm Dragon King let out a piercing scream as its right arm was brutally shattered. Although the dragon possessed formidable attributes, the bear's attack bonuses proved to be overwhelmingly effective, upholding the age-old tradition of striking when the enemy is vulnerable. Yizhe commanded the mantis to execute Void Slash to sever its left arm and a portion of its wing. At this moment, the mantis boasted a 60 damage coefficient increase, 60 defense penetration, accompanied by critical strikes. Despite Void Slash being on cooldown, the result was a grievous injury to the Dragon King, rendering it nearly incapacitated. In an instant, both claws lay severed, and its wings were severely damaged, causing the scales of victory to tilt dramatically. The Storm Dragon King held in agony. Why has it come to this? At this moment, its confidence in direct combat waned significantly. Yet, in its defiance, it disregarded the onslaught from the bear and the mantis, desperately attempting to flee back to its lair, even crawling if necessary, not retaliating at all. It solely sought refuge in its nest. Yizhe, without needing to ascertain what lay within the lair, commanded the bear, activate the ancient phantoms and block its path. It must not return. What a jest. Having reached a life-and-death confrontation, Yizhe would not allow the Storm Dragon King to achieve its desires, regardless of its intentions. Even if the dragon sought merely to relieve itself in its lair, that would be out of the question. As the bear transformed into a colossal 10-meter-tall Iron Eater, it effectively obstructed the dragon's escape. The Storm Dragon King let out a hoarse roar. No, Yizhe activated his Eye of Insight, curiously gazing into the dragon's lair to discover what lay within. To his astonishment, he uncovered the greatest secret of the Storm Dragon clan, the Abyssal Blood Pool. Effect: it can heal wounds, refine demonic blood, and with prolonged use, grant a modicum of abyssal power, crafted by the malevolent general of evil, the Blood Sea Demon. No wonder the Storm Dragon clan staunchly refuses to ally with the human race. Have you surrendered outright? Yizhe could not help but feel a pang of regret. The purpose of this substance was simple: to actively beseech the descent of abyssal power. It was akin to willingly seeking the abyss, becoming a lackey for the other side. Unlike the cursed knights of the polluted lands, who were passively tainted by abyssal forces. This was the first time Yizhe had encountered such an overt act of capitulation. Little human, what do you understand? The Storm Dragon King bellowed in fury, only to follow with a voice laced with fear. The power of the abyss is invincible. The march of the abyss is unstoppable. Listening to the chilling tone of the last words, Yizhe remained unfazed and retorted, whether it can be conquered or not, at the very least, let me have the chance to try. As for you, feeble dragon, it would be best not to waste any more air. With that, He summoned the ancient phantasm and brought his foot down upon the Dragon King, bringing it to the brink of death. No. The Storm Dragon King struggled and exclaimed, "You cannot slay me. If you do, the abyssal blood pool will sense my demise. The demon general will immediately dispatch troops to annihilate you. Your death is inevitable." Oh, they will mobilize at once? Yizhe felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated a prolonged wait for the demon army after clearing the Dragon Valley. But it seemed he could provoke an early assault. With a nod, Yizhe declared, "Now, you have no chance of survival." The Storm Dragon King was taken aback. Just as Xiong was about to strike down with his foot, Yizhe swiftly intervened. The Storm Dragon King had momentarily believed there was a glimmer of hope for survival. Little did he realize that Yizhe merely transferred the burden to the Mantis, offering up the head to the creature. In a flash of blades, a wave of exhilarating experience surged into Yizhe's account, defeated the final boss of the Storm Dragon Valley, Storm Dragon King. Experience gained, 9,000. Ding. Your level has increased to level 11. Due to the incomplete advancement quest, you cannot receive additional growth attributes. The hunter, Crimson-Eyed Mantis, has slain a formidable foe and may now evolve one part of its anatomy. Chapter 44. The Fusion of Entries. Instantaneous Emergence. A formidable boss. Yielding 9,000 experience points. Yizhe's joy was palpable, to the point where he questioned his own vision. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable to note that a level 20 elite commander would grant 1,600 experience points. An epic boss at level 30, providing several times that amount of experience, was not surprising. Furthermore, this could be regarded as one of the ultimate bosses of hellish difficulty. If it were another group, they would require at least 80 well-equipped and proficient professionals to besiege it, sparing no expense. The experience gained would need to be divided among the entire team. Yet, here was Yizhe, single-handedly defeating a hellish difficulty boss and reaping all the experience for himself, leaving other students envious and yearning. At that moment, a blood-red notification panel appeared. You have slain the demon insider, enraging the demon general, Bloodsea Fiend. A pursuit will soon commence against you. The conditions for clearing the challenge have changed. Survive for 3 hours. The pursuit of the demon general was unlike that of the demon soldiers and demon lieutenants. The strength of demon generals varied significantly. To borrow terminology from textbooks, there exists a disparity even among generals. Although Yizhe was uncertain of this Bloodsea Fiend's power, he was not prepared to squander a moment and immediately sought to enhance his strength. The demon general was at least on par with the Storm Dragon King. Contemplating the confrontation, it would likely require a stroke of luck. Yizhe first utilized the evolution attempts of the Mantis, continuing with the evolution blade. At this point, it had reached an enhancement level of 4. The level of the Void Slash has ascended from 9 to 10, with its damage coefficient soaring to an astonishing 2,000. Immediately thereafter, Yizhe cradled the squirrel in his arms, taking 2 deep breaths of the Fortune's Favor Lucky aura. With a fervent desire for the 11th attribute, he prepared to draw. If he could obtain a powerful combat-oriented attribute, his battle against the demon general might proceed with greater ease. With this thought in mind, Yizhe embraced the squirrel and reached into the sea of attributes to draw. You have drawn a golden legendary attribute. Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts. Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts. The pinnacle of ancient martial cultivation. This path to martial prowess offers a glimpse beyond the mundane. Ancient martial arts, akin to the mastery of Tai Chi, represents a broader discipline of martial techniques. Yizhe had often heard tales of ancient martial arts, rumored to be preserved within certain families by practitioners of this ancient vocation. Quite commendable. Although somewhat akin to Tai Chi mastery, it is nonetheless a combat-oriented attribute. As soon as Yizhe's words fell, another prompt appeared: detection of a synthesizable attribute. The possibility of synthesis? Yizhe was astonished. Upon inspecting his talents, he discovered a small notation indicating the potential for attribute synthesis. However, given that Blue Star had evolved to this point, he had never encountered anything beyond the legendary tier. Thus, he initially dismissed it. Now, it seemed that he was on the verge of being the first to experience what lies beyond the legendary. Yizhe gazed excitedly at the synthesizable objective: Tai Chi Grandmaster plus Battlefield Legend plus Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts, synthesizable. A triumvirate. And all 3 are combat-oriented attributes. For a brief moment, Yizhe hesitated. Once synthesized, these 3 attributes would vanish. Would the final outcome be stronger or weaker? Yet, such an opportunity. How could one know without taking the plunge? Resolutely, he declared, synthesize. The 3 golden attributes intertwined and blossomed upon the bare, ultimately unleashing an extraordinarily potent aura. The synthesized golden legendary upper-tier attribute, Martial Sage. Martial Sage, the pinnacle of martial arts, where speed and strength reach their zenith, and combat skills transcend into the realm of the divine, reigning supreme on the battlefield. Upon merely glimpsing the name of this attribute, Yizhe felt confident that he had not made a poor choice. Simultaneously, as all three attributes were conferred upon the bear, its imposing presence surged exponentially. Summoned Beast, Jiuli War Beast, Golden Legendary, evolved into Jiuli Martial Sage, Golden Legendary. After this evolution, the bear appeared somewhat leaner. Its muscles, bones, and fur were constantly being invigorated by an internal martial force. Even considering the exceptionally arduous nature of Ascending Star's post-legendary status, this time it had ascended a remarkable 3 stars. The attributes have surged dramatically. Strength, 285-365, Constitution, 256-316, Agility, 263-40, Spirit, 239-299. Skills, 9 Blades Edge Martial Sage's Aura, Legendary, Upper Tier. Experience from the Battlefield Ultimate Martial Way, Legendary, Upper Tier. New skill acquired, Martial Sage's Domain. For an 11th level bear, such attributes are simply astonishing. Though Yizhe does not fully comprehend the upper tier skills beyond the legendary, he can certainly perceive a significant enhancement in their effects. Particularly, the Martial Sage's aura can coalesce externally, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, merging attack and defense seamlessly. The ultimate martial way substantially amplifies martial damage, resulting in unparalleled combat prowess. Furthermore, the newly acquired Martial Sage's Domain is truly terrifying upon activation. The domain allows the Martial Sage to exert pressure on all foes, diminishing their 4-dimensional attributes by an amount equal to 50 of the Martial Sage's own attributes. How fearsome is that? With a current strength of 365, the bear can directly reduce the strength attribute of enemies within the domain by 182. 5. Constitution decreases, transforming a tank into vulnerability. Agility and spirit are likewise affected. In battles within the domain, the Martial Sage reigns supreme. Witnessing such a remarkable enhancement in the bear, Yizhe felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, exclaiming, "Delightful." Meanwhile, he savored a hearty bite of the squirrel. Truly, fortune smiles upon him. At this moment, merely half a minute had passed since the assassination order was issued. Within the dragon's lair, the abyssal blood pool incessantly surged forth with crimson liquid, gradually coalescing into the form of a malevolent demon. Blood Sea Demon, LV35, Type, Infernal General Attributes, Strength 430, Constitution 400, Agility 460, Spirit 430. Special Trait, Boundless Blood Sea, capable of freely manipulating blood for offense, defense, or enchanting skills. Skills. Scanning the information before him in an instant, Yizhe's mind was consumed by a singular thought. They're still pursuing me? Activate the domain and eliminate him instantly. At that moment, the Blood Sea Demon was still in the process of materializing, only half of its form visible. Yizhe could not afford to wait even a moment. A sound of air being torn asunder echoed, as Xiong arrived in an instant. A pattern resembling a Tai Chi diagram illuminated beneath Xiong and the Blood Sea Demon, continuously intertwining and expanding. Martial Saint's Domain. In an instant, an invisible force, akin to a multitude of armies converging, engulfed the adversary like a quagmire. As the domain took effect, the attributes of the Blood Sea Demon plummeted significantly, its constitution dropping to 242. In the blink of an eye, Xiong unleashed a punch while the man is struck with its blade. Martial Saint's Chi, a void-slicing strike. Under the influence of the domain and 2 rapid assaults, the Blood Sea Demon was obliterated and sent flying in less than half a second. As a formidable general-level infernal entity, it had barely revealed itself, only to be annihilated in an instant. You have vanquished the malevolent general of Blood Sea, and the quest survived for 3 hours has been automatically completed. Congratulations on being the first to conquer the Hell Difficulty Team Dungeon, securing your place at the pinnacle of the Chinese Team Dungeon leaderboard. Congratulations on completing Fallen Dragon Valley and earning a reward of 5,000 experience points. Congratulations on being awarded MVP, Most Valuable Player, receiving the coveted Team Dungeon MVP treasure chest as a reward. Chapter 45. Like a 3-year-old child, fishing for the South China Sea tiger shark. Outside the team dungeon, Xia Qing waited alone, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. Over an hour had passed, yet no one had emerged. Within the dungeon, any death would result in an immediate teleportation out. It was a common occurrence for any raid team to experience casualties during their endeavors. Now, however, in an ordinary class tackling the hellish difficulty for over an hour, how could there be no fatalities? How peculiar. Just as she pondered this, a group of several dozen players exited the dungeon. At last, they had emerged. Xia Qing exhaled in relief, her heart easing. Failure was inconsequential as long as there had been no mishaps. Yet, she soon noticed that the group's equipment was extraordinarily sophisticated, with an impressively high average level. Wait a moment. This was the team from Dongwu No. 1 High School. Renowned as the strongest high school in East China, they had come to break the dungeon record. As the team emerged, a throng of teachers and officials from various departments hurried forward to offer their congratulations, creating quite the spectacle. At the forefront stood an official, a man with gold-rimmed glasses and a tailored suit, exuding an air of refined arrogance. Upon seeing him, Xia Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Even Wu Ming, the overall head of East China, has come?" The esteemed Wu Ming stood at the very front, commanding the attention of all the officials from various departments. The team from Dongwu First High School, with a faint smile, applauded and remarked, "Indeed. It appears that your record in the group dungeon will remain at the pinnacle of Eastern China for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Xia Qing and the other onlookers couldn't help but glance at the dungeon leaderboard. Super Large Team Dungeon Clearance Ranking 1. Dongwu First High School, cleared at catastrophe difficulty. Time, 2 hours and 7 minutes, MVP, by way, damage contribution, 24-2. Qifeng Blood Academy, cleared at catastrophe difficulty, time, 3 hours and 20 minutes. They had surpassed the second place by over an hour. How could this record ever be eclipsed? I have heard that Bai Wei possesses the rare class of magic warrior. No wonder he dealt a quarter of the total damage. If I were at Dongwu First High, I certainly would not struggle to conquer even the challenging dungeons. The last speaker, Zhao Xian, regarded his elite class team with increasing disdain upon witnessing Dongwu First High's performance. In response to the commendation from the top figure in Eastern China, Wu Ming, the captain of Dongwu First High, the resolute youth clad in magic warrior attire, Bai Wei, earnestly replied, "Thank you for the praise, sir. Perhaps next time we might challenge hell difficulty." "Indeed, that is quite the spirit," Wu Ming said with a cheerful smile. "In the upcoming national training camp, do not bring shame upon me. This training camp has undergone significant reforms, with rewards deemed the highest in history. Achieving a top rank would be immensely beneficial for you." Upon hearing this, Bai Wei adopted a serious demeanor and quietly assured, "Rest assured, teacher. I am already researching our opponents for the training camp." Few are aware that Bai Wei, the captain of Dongwu No. 1 High School, is a student personally mentored by the esteemed Wu Ming, the foremost authority in East China. With his remarkable abilities and distinguished background, his future seems exceptionally promising. Well, Wu Ming expressed his satisfaction with his student's competence and attitude. However, his gaze suddenly fell upon the entrance to the dungeon, which remained a vivid crimson. He inquired, "Which team is still attempting the high difficulty raid?" "It is the ordinary class from the War Academy, attempting the hell difficulty. They must have made a mistake," explained the dungeon administrator. "The War Academy? That would be one Faping's institution." Wu Ming chuckled at the thought. Have the high school students under our Hunter King management already resigned themselves to failure? Attempting hell difficulty. As he spoke, he noticed a flicker on the dungeon completion leaderboard. In an instant, Dongwu No. 1 High School, which had just claimed the top spot, was usurped. Everyone present seemed to hold their breath in disbelief. The leaderboard for the super large team dungeon displayed 1. War Academy, held difficulty completed, time, 1 hour 37 minutes, MVP. Yize, damage contribution, 102. Dongwu No. 1 High School, disaster difficulty completed. Setting aside the completion difficulty and speed, the sheer fact that someone achieved a 100 damage contribution caused nearly everyone present to rub their eyes in astonishment. Upon a second glance, what? A damage contribution of 100? Is this not a display error? Where is the instance administrator? Hurry and rectify it. The responsible person is still present. Are they unwilling to continue? Who knows whose voice it was that caused the administrator of Qifeng City's raid to break into a cold sweat. Even he subconsciously believed it to be a display error or some kind of bug. With the head of Huadong present, and with such significant implications for his work, the administrator immediately undertook a meticulous inspection, checking 2 or 3 times. The result, however, was that the leader and the instance displayed no abnormalities whatsoever. He uttered this statement with a trembling voice. The entire venue fell silent once more, completing the raid on hell difficulty with a damage share of 100. Can anyone enlighten me on what this actually signifies? A novice practitioner below level 10 single-handedly conquering a colossal raid on hell difficulty. That is akin to a 3-year-old child fishing for a tiger shark in the South China Sea with one hand. I cannot agree. I believe it is more plausible for an elementary school student to perform a shoulder throw on a mammoth. By the way, what sort of place is this war academy? If the ordinary class possesses such formidable strength, how terrifying must the elite class be? Someone suggested this. And the originally astonished Zhao Xian suddenly turned a shade of deep crimson mixed with pallor. He wished to articulate something but found himself at a loss for words. Frustration was palpable. However, it was not just he. Countless individuals were engulfed in a complexity of emotions beyond description, including the students and teachers of Dongwu High. Particularly, Team Leader Bai Wei was fixated on the name at the top of the completion leaderboard. Yi Zhe, only Wu Ming, beneath his golden-rimmed spectacles, displayed a flicker of surprise, though not an overwhelming one. He recalled that the rare occasion when Wan Feiping could boast to him was indeed due to this Yi Zhe. In the distance, Xia Qing stood in utter astonishment, her mouth agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. She felt almost dazed. Initially, when she heard Wu Ming mention her student's self-destructive behavior, a pang of discomfort stirred within her. She was aware of Yi Zhe's formidable strength. Had he been tackling a higher, or even a difficult level, she would have placed her unwavering faith in him. Yet, the current challenge was hellish. At that moment, she found herself caught between laughter and tears. She recognized Yi Zhe's prowess, which ruled out any notion of him giving up, but this was simply too terrifying. She never dared to dream that her student could achieve such remarkable results. Just then, the bespectacled Wu Ming, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached with a warm smile and inquired, "You are the leading instructor from the War Academy, are you not? May I learn more about this student, Yi Zhe?" The gentle demeanor of the top official from the Eastern China war zone sparked envy among the onlookers. Some discerned that Wu Ming was intent on recruiting talent. Numerous officials gravitated towards them, causing Xia Qing, once a solitary figure, to become the center of attention, leaving her momentarily flustered. Suddenly, a robust and swift figure surged towards Wu Ming. "Wu Go, who do you wish to inquire about? Would you like me to provide an introduction?" The atmosphere among the guards of Qingfeng City was initially tense. However, upon seeing the newcomers, they promptly returned to their respective posts, indifferent and powerless to intervene. Wu Ming chuckled. "Oh, isn't this our hunting king?" The two stood in a standoff, with the 6th tier, Wan Feiping facing off against the 5th tier Wu Ming, eliciting astonishment from the surrounding crowd. This was an exceedingly rare sight, one of the top 10 6th tier professionals in the entire nation and one of the 5 regional leaders. Were actually vying for someone? In an instant, students from Dongwu High, including Bai Wei, could not help but envy Yi Zhe. Meanwhile, within the instance, Yi Zhe remained oblivious to the commotion outside. Although the instance had concluded, there was no enforced exit. He was in the process of collecting his rewards, the MVP treasure chest he had longed for, along with a battle robe dropped by the Storm Dragon King. The only issue was the Blood Sea Demon, which, despite being vanquished, yielded no rewards whatsoever. This led Yi Zhe to ponder whether the possibility of the Blood Sea Demon being defeated had not been considered within this instance. Nevertheless, it was not without gains. He noticed that the abyssal blood pool within the dragon's nest had transformed into a special item following the demise of the Blood Sea Demon. Abyssal Curio, Blood Pool Effect, possesses a faint connection to the abyss. Prolonged use may invoke the descent of abyssal power. This. Yi Zhe harbored no doubt that this object, if taken outside, would undoubtedly pose a grave danger. The Blood Sea Demon, which had manifested directly from the blood pool, was a clear indication of the significant issues at hand. Moreover, the abyssal power was exceedingly enigmatic. Should he take it away or not? Chapter 46. Indigestion? Storm robes. Opening treasure chests. Gazing upon the abyssal blood pool before him, Yi Zhe resolutely decided to take it, formulating a strategy for maximum benefit. First, he would consume it, and then he would seize it. This object certainly could not remain in his possession, for its ability to communicate with the abyss implies that the abyss might, in turn, exert its influence upon it. Should it become tainted, the consequences would be dire. It would be best to surrender it in exchange for a desired artifact. Yi Zhe had already identified his choice for this transaction, Wan Feiping. Possessing formidable strength, a broad heart, and a resilient disposition, he was undoubtedly the most reliable confidant. Furthermore, Wan Feiping was no fool. He would surely deliver it directly to the research institute. Perhaps there might even be an opportunity to trade for some items within the treasury of Linyuan City. Yizhe retained a keen interest in several unknown artifacts housed within that treasury. However, before surrendering it, he first needed to let the bear take a bite. With the effect of you are what you eat, Yizhe was filled with anticipation. What would happen if an item imbued with the essence of the abyss were consumed? As the abyssal blood pool transformed into a mere puddle, Yizhe summoned the bear, which promptly took a bite out of the pool, creating a fissure at its edge. You are what you eat. Upon consuming the abyssal blood pool, it was not fully digested, and he gained agility 20, constitution 20. Unable to digest it fully, Yizhe pondered for a moment, realizing the profound essence of the abyssal power was indeed extraordinary. Even the void creatures could only adapt. To fully digest and absorb it seemed beyond the capabilities of this tier. However, the mere fact that it could provide 40 points of attributes without complete digestion was remarkable. If he could somehow synthesize the principle of what you eat is what you gain, perhaps in the future, he might devour abyssal power at will, achieving true invincibility. At that moment, the bear's round face suddenly contorted, and he clutched his stomach, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He dashed to a secluded spot, and the consequences of his previous meal were soon manifest. Yizhe's expression darkened as he observed the bear expelling the undigested remnants in a rather unceremonious fashion. Afterward, he glanced at the abyssal blood pool artifact, noting it was only slightly damaged and still viable for exchanging military merit rewards. He stored the blood pool away and began to examine his current gains. First, he discovered a robe, shimmering with a purple light, dropped by the Storm Dragon King. Given that the dungeon's level was 10, all the equipment obtained was also of that level. Upon inspecting the attributes, Yizhe's eyes gleamed with excitement. Storm Robe level, 10 quality, epic attributes, defense 100, constitution 40, agility 30. Special effect, upon entering combat. Damage coefficient and movement speed increase by 50. This enhancement is influenced by lightning elemental properties. Truly, the equipment dropped by the Storm Dragon King boasted unparalleled quality and attributes. Nearly a 50 enhancement in both damage and speed can be deemed as an extraordinary treasure among the epic ranks, one that is unattainable even for tens of millions. Most crucially, the augmentation is influenced by the attributes of the lightning element. With an exceptionally high lightning attribute, the bear, combined with this storm battle robe. What does this signify? The bear's mastery over lightning now stands at an astounding 106. Upon witnessing the bear return, appearing utterly exhausted, Yizhe promptly adorned him with the robe to test its effects. The bear's physical constitution surged to 356, and his agility skyrocketed to 380. This is already the caliber of a level 30 professional. Moreover, the enhancement from the Storm Battle Robe soared to an impressive 103. This implies that once engaged in battle, the bear's damage and speed would instantly double. Truly terrifying. Subsequently, Yizhe retrieved the MVP treasure chest and opened it. You have unlocked the group dungeon MVP treasure chest. Congratulations, you have acquired 1,000 crystal stones and 1 storm core. Congratulations, you have obtained skill book, Heavenly Thunder Descends, epic. 1,000 crystal stones. This amounts to over 10 million. It was Yizhe's first realization that the MVP treasure chest from Hellish difficulty is so generous, offering 10 times more crystal stones than those from novice dungeon rewards. The storm core is also an epic grade material, capable of enchanting equipment with lightning attributes, equally valuable. Lastly, the skill book contains the most powerful skill of the Storm Dragon King. If sold, it could fetch at least 10 million, or it could be retained for personal use. Just as fate would have it, Yizhe was in search of a mage-type familiar. In summary, a single MVP treasure chest was equivalent to a staggering 30 million in value. Should he choose to sell it, Yizhe estimated that his wealth would rank him among the top 1% in all of China. Yet, the surprises were not over. At that moment, another notification chimed. Fortune smiles upon you effect activated, granting you a second treasure chest reward. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 crystal stones and 1 storm core. Additionally, congratulations on acquiring equipment, Stormwalker, epic. With Fortune smiling upon him, he enjoyed double the treasure rewards and twice the joy. Regrettably, the Fortune smiles upon you effect was a unique aura. Otherwise, Yizhe could have replicated it, amplifying his fortune even further. Besides the additional 1,000 crystal stones and the storm core, he also unveiled dual equipment, namely shoes. Stormwalker level, 10 quality, epic attributes, speed 60, defense 80, agility 50. Special effect, each time you slay an enemy. Increase your agility and damage coefficient by 5 for 20 minutes, with no upper limit. While the attributes were formidable, the special effect might not fetch a high price, as fully realizing the potential of these shoes would require consecutive kills within a mere 20 minutes, a feat exceedingly challenging for the average practitioner. However, Yise's eyes sparkled with excitement. The effect is simply exquisite, perfectly complementing the Mantis. With the combination of Void Traversal, Void Slash, and Reaper, achieving consecutive kills becomes effortless. If one were to eliminate 20 foes in a short span, it would be tantamount to a doubling of both damage and agility. Imagine the prospect of slaying hundreds, even thousands. It would not be an exaggeration to deem this equipment exclusive to the Mantis. Without hesitation, I shall adorn the Mantis with the Stormwalker, significantly enhancing the prowess of both primary battle summons. Observing the 2,000 crystal stones in my backpack, my spirits soared even higher. I am poised to venture forth and sell them for usable gear or materials suitable for the bear. At this moment, the personal rewards generated earlier, the rewards for conquering the infernal difficulty for the first time, finally appeared. Personal performance in Fallen Dragon Valley. Team damage contribution 100, damage sustained 100. Participation rate 100. Completion time, 1 hour and 37 minutes. Congratulations. Your personal evaluation is SSS. You have earned an exclusive reward, Space Stone 1. Summoning Skill Book, Epic 1. Space Stone. Upon seeing this item, I was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. As previously mentioned, items that can open up additional summoner spaces are exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. The Space Stone is a treasure that allows a summoner to have an extra space for their summoned creatures. Just this one item is worth even more than an MVP chest. Yise rubbed his hands together in excitement. Could it be that my fourth summoned beast is on the way? Chapter 47. The fourth summoned beast. The three-tailed fox. Space Stone, upon use. It grants an additional summoning space, exclusively for the summoner. Upon acquiring this reward, Yise wasted no time and utilized it immediately. Ding. The use of the Space Stone was successful. Your current summoning space, 3-4. Indeed, an additional vacant summoning space has appeared. Subsequently, Yise turned his gaze to another reward. It was an epic 6-star summoning skill book. Truly, it was a personal exclusive reward from the raid, providing a comprehensive suite of services, with both space and summoning beasts meticulously arranged. However, had it not been for Yise's SSS-level personal evaluation, such a high reward would have been unattainable. In comparison to all the MVPs of the raid, Yise's rewards were undoubtedly in a league of their own. Even upon seeing this skill book, Yise felt the value of the reward rising even further. Summoning Skill Book. Three-tailed fox. My magical summoner has arrived. Among mage-type summon beasts, the fox ranks above average. The three-tailed fox is documented in biological encyclopedias. Her innate ability, Three Tails, capable of storing up to 3 skill charges. In battle, the same skill can be unleashed an additional 3 consecutive times. She serves as a formidable force on the battlefield. And this singular innate ability elevates the three-tailed fox to the pinnacle of mage-type summon beasts. It is said that above the three-tailed fox, there exist beings of 6 tails and 9 tails, yet none have ever witnessed their presence. Naturally, upon learning of such a summoning beast, Yise eagerly acquired it. Ding! You have obtained the summoning beast, three-tailed fox. Current summoning space, 4-4. Within the previously vacant summoning space, a small, immaculate white fox now resides. Its size is diminutive, measuring approximately 50 centimeters without accounting for its tail. However, its posture is graceful, and its deep, cunning eyes possess an enchanting brilliance. Master, the little fox's voice is sweet, clear, and ethereal, ringing softly like a silver bell. Yise inhaled sharply in surprise. It seems he cannot entirely blame King Zhou. He must now voice his support for him. However, alongside the little fox's beauty, her attributes and skills are equally remarkable. Three-tailed fox quality, epic level, 11, matching the summoner's level, attributes, strength 80, constitution 120, agility 140, spirit 240 talents. Three tails, epic. Heart of the fox spirit, epic. Skills, Foxfire LV5, epic. Shadow Step LV5, epic. Specializing in mental prowess, reaching an astonishing 240 points. Summoning beasts that specialize in a particular attribute often surpass those with a more balanced development, especially among mage types. Yise entrusted the skill Heavenly Thunder descends to the little fox, thereby adding another formidable offensive ability to his repertoire. Thus, his team of summoned beasts began to take shape: a warrior, an assassin, a mage, and a support. Admittedly, compared to elite summoners, Yizei's lineup still left much to be desired. However, he had yet to break through to the first tier, which limited his capacity for summoned beasts. It was imperative to contemplate the advancement task ahead, defeating 5 rare-class first-tier opponents. Upon transitioning to the first tier, he would gain 2 additional slots for summoned beasts and an exclusive skill for summoners. Otherwise, both his own growth attributes and those of his summoned beast would suffer significantly. Outside the dungeon, Wan Feiping and Wu Ming remained locked in a standoff, attracting a throng of onlookers. "Wu, old dog, how many talents have emerged from East Wu City? Yet you still come here to poach?" Wan Feiping snorted coldly, to which Wu Ming merely responded with a serene smile. Who would complain about an abundance of talent? Besides, do you truly believe you can nurture talent? You'd probably kill even a goldfish. Wan Feiping retorted, "You speak nonsense." At that moment, a few bystanders whispered in confusion. Is it really necessary for these two to compete for talent? Aren't we all from Huadong? Yet, such a perspective was rather simplistic. Within Huadong and across the nation, the resources indeed did not warrant contention. However, when it came to the exploration of the abyss and the competition for world dungeons, every endeavor demanded formidable strength. Without exploring the abyss and contending for resources in the world dungeons, from where can one acquire materials? Without resources, one cannot advance in their profession. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that this is the first time I have witnessed Hunter King seizing a newcomer. Indeed, it is the first occasion he has taken an interest in a novice. Goodness, the War Academy has emerged. A voice rang out, prompting the crowd to gaze towards the entrance of the dungeon. There, dozens of students, clad in ordinary gear and of average level, emerged, all radiating joy. Particularly Lu Qi, whose experience skyrocketed to level 7 after clearing the dungeon, has now ascended to a commendable standing. If Yizei were present, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to shout in exultation. Is it truly possible that they managed to clear it with such equipment and levels? They had only reached 6 or 7 after the dungeon, and prior to that, the entire team averaged merely 3 to 4 levels. Let us not forget that these individuals did not engage in combat. There must be a powerful figure capable of soloing. If only Yizei were from our academy, I would promptly introduce my sister to him. You're thinking too small. Someone who can carry a team through a dungeon could easily swap partners every day. My aspirations are greater. I would propose 2 per day. A chorus of discussions ensued, while Zhao Xian in the rear clenched his fists tightly. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the names on the leaderboard. A sight he had not witnessed in a long time. How could this be possible? Yizei was merely a pauper. He was, after all, a bona fide heir to wealth and a summoner of considerable repute. How could such a disparity exist? Many at Dongwu High shared this sentiment. However, at that moment, as Yizei emerged from the dungeon, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Journalists and members of various guilds quickly converged, particularly Wu Ming and Wan Feiping, who stepped to the forefront. Nearby, Bai Wei, a warrior of the magical arts, gripped his enchanted sword, fixating on the spotlighted Yizei, his spirit brimming with combat fervor. A solitary individual, conquering hellish difficulty? Could such prowess truly exist? Or had he employed some clandestine stratagem? At this juncture, Yizei surveyed the throng before him, feeling an overwhelming weight of pressure. Unable to endure any longer, he contemplated retreating into the shadows. The sheer number of people closing in suggested that if he did not depart soon, he would be ensnared here for an eternity. Just then, Wu Ming approached, extending his hand with a smile. "Greetings, Yizei. I am Wu Ming, the regional director for East China. Would you be interested in transferring to another academy? I assure you the resources you would receive." Before he could finish, Wan Feiping suddenly interjected, his colossal hand obscuring Wu Ming's face, leaving his bespectacled visage in disarray. The journalists, equally flustered, discreetly redirected their cameras. Wan Feiping flashed a wide grin at Yizei, exclaiming, "Well done, Yizei. You possess true strength. Do not heed the words of that old dog Wu Ming. I have secured a task for you that I assure you will delight." Chapter 48. Shall I heighten the intensity for the nation's prodigies? Have I been assigned a task? Yizei was bewildered. He could not fathom the intentions of the Lord of Linyuan City, a 6th-tier powerhouse. Nevertheless, he recalled that Wan Feiping had previously mentioned that he would take him to a place once his strength was sufficient. Surely, he wouldn't lead me astray. As Yizei pondered, he noticed the head official, Wu Ming, who had been obstructed by Wan Feiping, stride over to his side. "Everyone, please hold your horses. Follow me into the office first. This is not the appropriate venue for discussion." Upon hearing this, both Yizei and Wan Feiping nodded in agreement. as the throng of reporters and onlookers was indeed overwhelming. These journalists had initially arrived to cover the story of Dongwu No. 1 High School, which was poised to break records. However, they were taken aback to discover an even more formidable expert present, the first to conquer the hellish difficulty. In such moments, any reporter worth their salt could not afford to miss such a sensational story. Consequently, the area around Dongwu No. 1 High School grew relatively quiet, with even the few officials from Chifeng City who had initially been present now crowding toward Yizhe. Even Xia Qing found herself on the outskirts of the crowd, unable to catch a glimpse of Yizhe. As soon as Wu Ming spoke, the crowd immediately parted, creating a path for Yizhe and the two eminent figures. One was a top-tier 6th-level powerhouse in China, and the other was one of the 5 most influential officials in the country. At that moment, no one dared to be foolish enough to obstruct these two individuals. Yizhe followed to a luxurious reception hall, typically reserved for high-ranking officials and elite warriors of Chifeng City. Wu Ming, with cunning intent, led Yizhe inside. Seizing the moment as Wan Feiping closed the door to assertively remark, "Yizhe, it's high time you contemplate your future. I assure you, Dongwu City is a choice you will never regret." At this juncture, Wan Feiping retorted with indignation, "What's wrong with Linyuan City? Its proximity to the abyss far surpasses your sheltered students." Observing the tense standoff between the two, Yizhe felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Nevertheless, he activated his insightful eye, beginning to grasp the underlying reasons for their fierce rivalry. Wu Ming, the head of the East China region, almost epitomized the entirety of East China, while Wan Feiping, in addition to being the lord of Linyuan City, also held the honorary title of commander of the Demon Suppression Army, representing the military faction. No wonder their contention was so fervent. The organizations they represented were entirely distinct. It resonated with Wu Ming's earlier assertion about considering one's future. Aligning with different factions would inevitably lead to divergent paths of development. At this moment, Wu Ming and Wan Feiping finally shifted their focus to the matter at hand. Wu Ming, direct as ever, inquired, "Yizhe, you must have awakened some sort of talent. Haven't you? Talent is a rarity among practitioners, with only a select few capable of awakening it." Upon observing Yizhe's remarkable achievements, both Wu Ming and Wan Feiping immediately deduced the answer. In response, Yizhe candidly affirmed, "Indeed, I awakened my talent during my job change." There was no need for concealment. While the number of gifted individuals each year may be limited, it still surpasses 10,000. After all, this is China. Given the vast population, even a mere 1 probability of talent awakening translates to a considerable number. Hearing Yizhe's confirmation, Wu Ming nodded. Feeling a mix of satisfaction and concern, he was pleased that Yizhe was forthright, yet apprehensive based on decades of experience in the development of professionals. Generally, a talent that appears strong in the early stages often proves to be less effective in the later stages. The adage goes, the stronger the early performance, the weaker the late-stage output. Conversely, the weaker the early performance, the stronger the later stages. This has become an established law regarding professional talents. In that moment, Wu Ming found himself wavering in his judgment of Yizhe's potential. Little did he know that there existed a talent that was strong in the early stages, formidable in the mid-stages, and even more powerful in the later stages, completely defying the established norms of professional talents. However, Wan Feiping was not as encumbered by such concerns. His own talent was similarly potent in the early stages, but waned in effectiveness later on. Yet, he had been fortunate enough to encounter a serendipitous event in the abyss, which ultimately allowed him to achieve the 6th tier. This experience led him to place less significance on the issue of talent. "Yezha, let's set aside other matters for now. If you accept this task, I assure you that your abilities will grow exponentially." Wan Feiping exclaimed boisterously. Beside him, Wu Ming cast a sidelong glance and countered, "Are you truly considering having him join the national training camp? Such haste is unwarranted. Yezha lacks combat experience against top-tier professionals. Pitting him against a cohort of prodigies meticulously nurtured by the nation's most formidable forces is hardly prudent. Furthermore, the training camp operates in teams, and those talented squads are invariably comprised of elite geniuses." As Wu Ming spoke, he failed to notice the gleam of ambition in Yezha's eyes. Talents cultivated by the major factions? Surely, rare professions would abound. His supreme advancement quest, would it not be assured? Yezha cautiously inquired, Are there any individuals of at least 1st tier among those geniuses?" Wu Ming paused, misinterpreting Yezha's intent. He assumed Yezha believed himself invincible below the 1st tier and wished to test his mettle. Such aspirations were not uncommon among prodigies, so he was not particularly surprised. Nevertheless, he swiftly delivered a discouraging retort. Those major factions, particularly in the central Huazhong region, possess resources and dungeons that far surpass those available to ordinary individuals. They even maintain level 9 professionals specifically to assist their own successors in leveling up. Anyone eligible for the training camp will undoubtedly be at least first tier. As he spoke, Wu Ming turned to Yezha, expecting the latter to be stunned or even incredulous. At that moment, Yi Zhe's eyes were brimming with excitement. The advancement task was assured. He had previously been troubled by the challenge of gathering 5 rare first-level practitioners. Now, not only did he not need to gather them, but there were even more than 5 available. Upon witnessing Yi Zhe's unwavering resolve, Wan Feiping regarded him with increased admiration. Ignoring Wu Ming's minor opposition as a 5th-level practitioner, he directly pulled Yi Zhe aside. Subsequently, he set up soundproofing equipment and began a private conversation with him. Yi Zhe, my task for you extends beyond merely participating in the training camp. Allow me to disclose a few details. This year's training camp features a mode akin to a battle royale. Have you played battle royale games before? It is somewhat similar to online games. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe quickly grasped the concept. In his previous life, numerous games followed this theme, such as certain shooting games and knife-fighting games. In essence, the objective of a battle royale is to be the last person standing. Noticing Yi Zhe's nod, Wan Feiping chuckled. What I wish for you to be is not merely a participant in the training camp, but rather an instructor. To be precise, I want you to raise the stakes for the other prodigies in the battle royale. Yi Zhe's expression became peculiar. You want me to increase the difficulty for the nation's prodigies? Wan Feiping elaborated. This was originally a mission for the Demon Suppression Army. In the battle royale, approximately 20 instructors from the Demon Suppression Army will portray the enemies in the instance, intensifying the challenge for the nation's talents. The challenge lies in finding a suitable instructor. One must not be too weak, nor should they be a high-ranking professional. Thus, I believe you would be an excellent fit. High-ranking professionals often exert too much influence on the instances due to their overwhelming capabilities, while those who are too weak cannot effectively contribute to the intensity required. Yi Zhe understood this nuance and did not inquire why he was not allowed to become a trainee in the special training camp. Instead, he first asked, what is the compensation? Wan Feiping elaborated, the trainees in the special training camp are organized into teams of 5. If a team secures first place, each member is guaranteed at least 1 epic 6-star item along with exclusive 6-star gear. As for the instructors, each time they defeat a trainee, they earn 400 military merit points. 400 military merit points. Yi Zhe was instantly filled with excitement, although it may seem modest at first glance. Defeating 20 trainees would yield a staggering 8,000 military merit points. This amount would suffice to select an item from the 3rd-level treasury of the Demon Subjugation Army, which contains treasures ranging from extraordinary 5-star to epic 6-star quality. Should one defeat 40 trainees, that would amount to 16,000 military merit points, sufficient to access the 4th level. The 4th-level treasury comprises only items of epic 6-star quality and above. If one were to defeat even more, Yi Zhe felt a dryness in his throat and cautiously inquired, how many trainees are there in the special training camp? Why do you ask? Wan Feiping looked at Yi Zhe with suspicion. There are a total of 100 spots available, with 20 allocated for each of China's 5 major regions. Despite Wan Feiping's imaginative leaps, he could not fathom the thoughts swirling in Yi Zhe's mind at that moment. It is widely acknowledged how formidable the geniuses nurtured by those powerful factions can be, particularly in the central China region, where those prodigies can effortlessly defeat instructors of higher rank. Moreover, the prospect of 5 such geniuses teaming up is daunting. Wan Feiping then concluded, since this is a simulation, each student you eliminate will grant you 1,000 experience points. Naturally, instructors can also be eliminated by students. My reason for selecting you is primarily due to your lack of experience in team combat, which might put you at a disadvantage. However, if you wish to participate as a student in the training camp and acclimatize yourself to team dynamics, that is certainly an option. I can have Wu Ming assist you in finding a suitable team. So, what will it be? Will you choose to be an instructor or a student? Chapter 49. I shall see which blade can remain unsharpened. Indeed, Wan Feiping's actions exhibited a degree of consideration for Yi Zhe. For in his perspective, although Yi Zhe displayed impressive prowess in the preliminary stages, he lacked experience in team combat. The reality of confronting top-tier professionals is significantly more challenging than facing mere dungeon adversaries. There have been numerous masters of dungeon strategies who, upon encountering elite professionals, found themselves at a disadvantage within mere moments. The reasons are clear. The mindset, techniques, and tactics of professionals are fundamentally distinct from those of dungeon creatures. With Yize's level as a summoner, should he operate solo, it is plausible that his achievements could surpass those attained in a team setting. After stating this, Wan Faping added, "If you are vanquished by a trainee upon entry, fear not, as you shall still receive a subsidy of 1,000 military merits." However, Yize scarcely registered this remark. He interjected, "No need to elaborate. I choose to be an instructor." It was only at this moment that he comprehended the meaning behind Wan Faping's words. The greater the ability, the greater the reward. Although the rewards for securing first place in the training camp squad were commendable, serving as a dungeon instructor held even higher potential. If he were to eliminate 80 members of the training camp, he could secure at least 2 legendary artifacts from the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. Such rewards, are they not akin to becoming a whetstone? It is time to impose some rigor upon the nation's prodigies. Moreover, defeating a student would yield 1,000 experience points, leaving Yize utterly devoid of reasons to decline. What teamwork! There is nothing more exhilarating than single-handedly vanquishing all the prodigies. Although Yize was somewhat uncertain of the exact prowess of those formidable talents from powerful factions, he held unwavering confidence in himself and his summoned beasts. Upon hearing Yize's agreement, Wan Faping's laughter was particularly unrestrained. "Excellent. You possess courage. Once we arrive at the training camp, for every opponent you incapacitate from Wei Zheng or Wu Ming, I shall personally reward you with an additional 200 military merits." Upon hearing this, Yize cast a skeptical glance at Wan Faping. Could it be that he wished for Yize to act as an instructor merely to have him do the fighting? Considering Wan Faping's character, he suddenly found this possibility quite plausible. Observing Yize's peculiar expression, Wan Faping huffed indignantly. "You have no idea how arrogant Wu and Wei are each year. Their arrogance infuriates me. No need for a multitude. Take down one, and let them see that there are indeed talents in Linyuan City. Additionally, it would serve as a means for me to vent my frustrations." Wan Faping glanced at Yize, his tone growing more emphatic. "For each opponent you eliminate from Wei Zheng or Wu Ming, I will grant you an extra 300 military merits." "Deal." Yize immediately responded, sealing the agreement with a firm clap of hands alongside Wan Faping. Observing the exuberant expression on Yize's face, Wan Faping remained oblivious to the potential circumstances that this year's training camp might encounter due to his presence. According to Wan Faping's personal estimation, even if Yize cooperated with other instructors and resorted to cunning tactics, managing to eliminate 3 or 4 opponents would already signify his formidable prowess. At most, he could achieve 5. It was inconceivable that he could surpass that. Just then, Wu Ming entered, his demeanor noticeably displeased. "So, you still allowed him to join the training camp? Which team is he heading to? Do you require my assistance in finding team members?" "Of course, don't even think about joining Bai Wei's team." In response, Wan Faping wore a triumphant smile. "No need for that." "Haha." Wu Ming replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "I hope you don't squander the potential of this soul genius." "There's no need for your concern." Wan Faping was on the verge of departing with Yize when the latter hesitated momentarily and retrieved the abyssal blood pool from his backpack. Now was the perfect moment to relinquish this perilous item. "I found this in the Hell Dungeon." He elaborated on the details of his discovery. A piece of abyssal equipment would significantly aid China's research into abyssal powers. Wan Faping and Wu Ming's expressions grew serious. However, upon hearing Yize recount the origins of the item and the moment he vanquished the Blood Sea Demon, the two exchanged astonished glances. Wan Faping was both shocked and exhilarated, while Wu Ming was filled with profound regret. "Wait, Yize, you vanquished a general-level evil spirit? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Had Wu Ming known earlier, his assessment of Yize's potential would undoubtedly have escalated by another tier. The innate ability to vanquish the demon general at such an early stage is indeed excessively formidable. He immediately pointed at Wan Faping and declared, "Wait a moment. Yize must come to our Dongwu city. Do not hinder his development." Wan Faping, as if having stumbled upon a treasure, responded, "Get lost. Hurry and take your findings to the Research Institute." He tossed the abyssal blood pool to Wu Ming and cheerfully prepared to escort Yize away. This genius from Linyuan City might very well bring some surprises to the training camp. In truth, for an ordinary individual, accompanying Wu Ming to Dongwu City would be the most prudent choice. After all, as a responsible figure, his methods of nurturing talent are undoubtedly superior to those of Wan Faping. However, Yize is different. He requires no cultivation whatsoever. Leveling up is all that is necessary. As Wan Faping departed, he mentioned a reward to Yize, just so. "Since you discovered the demon general's mark during the previous beast tide, In addition to this abyssal artifact, you are entitled to 2 rewards. I shall take you to the treasury. Choose as you please. Chapter 50. The disappearance of the chief of the investigation department? The cursed statue. It must be said that while Wan Feiping may be a bit boorish, he is exceedingly generous with rewards. He even promised Yi that if the treasury of Linyuan City did not yield what he desired, he could accompany him to the treasury of Dongwu City to select items. After all, the abyssal artifact had been entrusted to Wu Ming, who would bring it to the research institute in Dongwu City. Thus, upon hearing Wan Feiping's assurance, Wu Ming tacitly agreed. However, at this moment, Yi still wished to first visit the treasury of Linyuan City. He was quite eager about the unknown materials he had previously encountered. Wan Feiping then suggested, "Let us depart. I advise you to avoid the main entrance if you wish to evade the throngs of reporters." Just as the two were about to leave, Wu Ming gestured for them to glance out the window of the VIP room. A dark sea of reporters from various media outlets awaited them. Within a mere half hour, news of the hell-level difficulty had spread like wildfire. Yi's lips twitched. "Then, we shall take the back door." Given his current prowess, he did not particularly require such notoriety. Rather, being besieged by reporters was quite daunting. Friends who frequently encounter journalists at their doorstep understand the terror it entails, akin to a zombie siege. Wu Ming, as the head of the East China region, evidently possessed greater experience in handling such matters. "I have arranged a special vehicle for you. Your classmates and teachers are also here." Shortly thereafter, Wu Ming led Yi through another door, where 4 hovering vehicles awaited them. Even Wan Feiping could not help but marvel at the professionalism of the arrangements made by the authorities. Xia Qing and the students from the War Academy had long been waiting, their eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement as they beheld the hovering vehicle, akin to children encountering their favorite toys for the first time. Xia Qing, coming from an ordinary background, was experiencing a ride in such a vehicle for the very first time. Upon seeing Yi approach, her face lit up with delight. "Yi, how have you been?" she inquired. She initially intended to ask him about the challenges of overcoming the hellish difficulty, whether he had sustained any injuries. But upon witnessing his current demeanor, so carefree and radiant, she felt as though he had emerged unscathed from the ordeal. Yi leaned in closer, smiling as he replied, "Quite well. In fact, I even managed to secure a rather lucrative task while dealing with the adversaries. What a splendid arrangement." Xia Qing, equally elated, straightened her posture and whispered with barely concealed joy, "By the way, thanks to you, I have officially transitioned to a permanent position. When you have a moment, I would love to treat you to a meal." As Yi's supervising teacher, she had been granted a permanent position by the Ministry of Education shortly after he successfully led the team through the harrowing challenges, without even needing to submit a formal report. Being merely a supervising teacher was already a tremendous honor. Yet Xia Qing was acutely aware that this achievement was largely due to Yi's efforts. Although Yi himself had not anticipated the significant repercussions of his triumph, he surmised it was likely due to Wu Ming's influence. He readily agreed, "That sounds great. Though, I must admit, my schedule is rather packed at the moment." "No matter. You can take your time." This time, observing the interaction between Yi and Xia Qing, not a single male student felt envy or jealousy. Instead, it seemed entirely natural. "Ahem," Wu Ming quietly interjected, suggesting they continue the conversation later, when they could speak more freely. Beside them, 4 sleek hover cars, gleaming in silver, stood ready. These elongated vehicles had transformed their wheels into jet turbines, emitting blue flames. Yi, along with the emotionally complex Xia Qing, boarded the car, accompanied by Wan Feiping and other students. With a resounding boom of blue flames, the hover car shot into the sky, racing like a meteor across the heavens. Compared to high-speed trains, the speed and stability of the hover car were vastly superior. Moreover, as an aerial mode of transportation, it was unlikely to come under attack, especially with a 6th-tier guardian like Wan Feiping on board, providing an immense sense of security. Before long, the outline of Linyuan City came into view. Sitting on the soft, plush seat of the hover car, Yi suddenly cast a skeptical glance towards the city gate. Typically, there were only 4 guards stationed there. But now 2 squads of demon-suppressing troops, numbering 20 in total, were stationed at the entrance. What could have caused such a sudden increase in security for Linyuan City? In response to his observation, Wan Feiping eagerly explained, "There has been an incident in the polluted area on the 17th. The head of the investigation team, along with the escorting personnel, has gone missing. The demon suppression army has dispatched a regiment, both to bolster defensive capabilities and to conduct a rescue operation. Missing? Yizhe was taken aback. He had heard from Lu Boyan that the head of the investigation department was a bona fide fourth-tier practitioner, not to mention the personnel sent for escort. How could they simply vanish? Yet, Yizhe was not merely a worrywart. The contaminated zone on the 17th lay just a few kilometers from that on the 19th. If any issues arose, it could easily affect Lin Yuan City. However, Wan Feiping cheerfully reassured him, there is no need for concern. The Huadong Army's demon-slaying brigade has already been dispatched. In addition to the commander and deputy commander, both fifth-tier practitioners, there are also several fourth-tier practitioners, so they should resolve the situation swiftly. 2 fifth-tier and several fourth-tier. Yizhe felt a slight sense of relief. If such a formidable lineup could not handle the situation, it would indeed be a grave problem, one that could extend far beyond Lin Yuan City. Upon reaching Lin Yuan City, the floating vehicle descended. After bidding farewell to Xia Qing and the others, Yizhe accompanied Wan Feiping to the treasury of Lin Yuan City. In truth, it had only been 2 days since his last visit. Wan Feiping chuckled. You become quite the regular at the treasury. Yizhe could not deny it. The unknown materials he had encountered during his previous visit were finally within his grasp of understanding. As he entered the treasury, his eyes were immediately drawn to the void meteorite. The last time it was observed, its function remained ambiguous. However, this time, Yizhe activated the Eye of Insight, revealing a piece of information within his golden pupils. Void meteorite, an ordinary meteorite from the boundless void, possessing 100 resistance to physical and magical damage. Infused with unstable spatial elements, impervious to non-void creatures. How peculiar. An ordinary meteorite exhibiting such formidable resistance? Is this truly a material originating from the infinite void? Furthermore, the unstable spatial elements. After a brief contemplation, Yizhe opted to withhold his judgment for the moment. With 100 physical resistance, even a bear's bite would likely shatter 2 of its teeth. Yizhe then turned his gaze to the next item. It was a statue of an unknown material, which sparked particular excitement within him. Cursed statue. Inflicts a negative status upon oneself and grants a permanent exclusive skill, quality randomized. An exclusive skill of random quality. For instance, summoners possess a myriad of exclusive skill types, varying in strength. Should fortune favor him, a singular exclusive skill could significantly enhance the abilities of either the summoner or their summoned creature. The cost, however, is a negative status, which could be exceedingly bothersome. Through the Eye of Insight, he discerned that there would be a chance to cancel the effect after using the statue. After a moment's reflection, Yizhe decisively acquired it. Chapter 51. Forging Magical Weapons. Exclusive Skill, Teleportation. Upon witnessing Yizhe acquire the cursed statue, Wan Feiping refrained from uttering a word. Nor did he inquire about its utility. Ultimately, it was Yizhe's personal choice. He largely adopted a laissez-faire approach towards his subordinates, imposing minimal constraints and regulations. Perhaps it stemmed from his own indifference to such matters. Yizhe then turned his attention to other targets, noting that with 2 merits, he could select 2 items, and still have the opportunity to choose 1 more. His gaze was drawn to an enigmatic crystal adorned with purple patterns. Demon Spirit Stone, enshrined with formidable magical attributes. It can be utilized as a material for forging weapons of exceptional quality or higher. The potential to forge weapons of superior caliber is immensely valuable. In the trading houses, the pinnacle of available equipment rarely exceeds the exceptional grade, and it is uncommon to encounter even 2 pieces above that within a year. Moreover, for spell-based weaponry, it is particularly suitable for the fox. Among his summoned beasts, the bear relies on its fists and requires no weapon. The mantis wields its blade-like arms as its weapon, and the squirrel possesses the crimson demon blade. Yet, the fox lacks a weapon. He subsequently inquired of Wan Feiping, Master Wan. Why refer to him as Master Wan? Just call him Brother Wan. Wan Feiping nonchalantly replied, as long as in the special training camp you thoroughly humiliate Wei Zheng and Wu Ming, I wouldn't mind calling you brother. Yizhe's expression darkened considerably. While it was typical of Wan Feiping's character to jest, he might very well have been serious. This incident subtly reveals that this 6th-tier powerhouse had previously endured significant ridicule from the leaders of Huazhong and Huadong. As Yizhe broached the subject at hand, he inquired, Brother Wan, is there a place in Lin Yuan City for weapon forging? I wish to transform this stone into a weapon. Is this your second choice of reward? Wan Feiping asked, intrigued. This is actually a forging material? Upon receiving Yizhe's affirmation, Wan Feiping promptly declared, there is no need for you to search. I shall find someone to forge it for you. It appeared that in an effort to support Yizhe after the training camp incident, he was more than willing to lend a helping hand. This indeed spared Yizhe considerable effort. However, Yizhe had no intention of allowing Wan Feiping to bear the cost alone. He presented additional materials and crystals, asking, Brother Wan, with these supplementary materials, what kind of weapon could we forge? 2 epic storm cores, along with 1,000 crystals. This lavish expenditure left Wan Feiping momentarily speechless. Truly, you are a fortunate one. Having cleared the Hell Dungeon, these materials alone are worth over 20 million. The value was sufficient to purchase a luxurious residence. And Wan Feiping couldn't help but regard Yizhe with newfound respect. After collecting the materials, he confidently asserted, if the crafted equipment falls below an epic 5-star rating, I shall personally ensure the forger's head rolls. Then, he inquired, since it is a spell-based weapon, what type do you wish to create? The staff, the spell book, or perhaps? Upon hearing this, Yizhe pondered the weapon most suitable for a fox. Ah, a magic orb it shall be. Excellent. The training camp commences the day after tomorrow. I shall urgently seek someone to forge it before tomorrow night. Upon exiting the Lord's Manor, the sun had set. Yizhe decided to return home directly to test the effects of the cursed statue. Naturally, in such circumstances, he promptly summoned the squirrel from his summoning space, which was nibbling on a pine cone, and cradled it in his arms. He then activated the statue. The cursed statue, no larger than a hand, emanated a forbidden purple light that enveloped Yizhe. You have been affected by the cursed statue, acquiring the negative status, slowed, cannot be dispelled. Slowed, your agility -30. Movement speed -30. Fortunately, it merely affected his agility and speed, which was not particularly severe for him. With his attributes having been nurtured multiple times, he already possessed 132 points of agility. Even with the deduction, it would amount to merely a trifling figure. Of course, had he been a profession such as an assassin or swordsman, it would have been much harder to endure. Subsequently, Yizhe glanced at the exclusive skill he had acquired. You have been affected by the cursed statue, gaining the exclusive skill, Exchange, Epic. Exchange. Freely swap the positions of the summoner and the summoned beast. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill cost, 50 points of mana. By the heavens, an epic quality exclusive skill. The ability to interchange positions is almost tantamount to instantaneous movement. Yizhe was astonished. When wielded by a skilled player, this ability transcended mere epic quality. It is well known that summoners dread ambushes. Yet if an adversarial assassin were to strike, the instant swap would transform the targeted summoner into a formidable warrior. The thought alone was exhilarating. Furthermore, the cooldown of this skill could be mitigated through equipment and other means. Should the cooldown be minimized in the later stages of the game, the potential for its effectiveness would soar even higher. With this realization, Yizhe eagerly prepared to experiment. Beyond merely interchanging himself with his summoned creature, he intended to test whether 2 summoned beasts could swap places. He set the squirrel aside and summoned the little fox. Ing, the soft, snow-white body of the little fox, resembling a large cotton candy, immediately nuzzled against Yizhe. This was in stark contrast to the squirrel, which was engrossed in gnawing on a pine cone. Swap. As Yizhe activated the skill, the 2 figures swiftly exchanged places. The little squirrel now nestled in Yizhe's embrace, while the little fox took its place beside the pine cone. Fox? Squirrel? Yizhe nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. It was possible to interchange the 2 summoned creatures. This revelation significantly expanded his operational capacity. After waiting a minute for the cooldown to elapse, he instructed the squirrel to send a shadow clone outside the door. He wished to ascertain whether the shadow clone could swap with the summoner's summoned creature, and the result was still affirmative. With the activation of Yizhe's skill, he teleported outside the door, while the squirrel's shadow clone moved onto the bed. This filled Yizhe with excitement. This meant that in the future, when sending the squirrel's shadow clone to scout, upon discovering a target, they could directly swap places. The operational scope had expanded significantly. Truly a remarkable exclusive skill, its effects were indeed impressive. At this stage, with the combination of swap, the spirit contract set shield, and the replication skill, Yizhe's survival capability was maximized. Moreover, the swap could potentially serve as an offensive skill. Yizhe felt quite pleased and, taking advantage of the dimming light, decided to cease all activities and drift into slumber. Seizing the opportunity, the fox, resembling a fluffy cotton candy, burrowed into Yizhe's bed. The following day, Yizhe awoke. He first visited the academy to check on Teacher Lu. As expected, after the investigation department head's disappearance, All responsibilities of the department had fallen solely upon him. Lu Boyan had transformed into a human filing machine. Perhaps, between the options of disappearance and overtime, it was uncertain which was more tormenting. Teacher, what do you think about me taking a trip to the contaminated area number 17? I could also help you search for the department head. Yizhe jested. If you wish to stay alive, do not go. Lu Boyan paused his writing and looked up at Yizhe, saying, according to Chang Jingping, in just one night, the level of demon unrest has surged by 500. The implication is that the emergence of malevolent entities has increased both in quantity and quality by over 5-fold. Is it really that serious? If you wish to level up, it would be prudent to head to Area 19, as they are currently in need of personnel. Upon hearing Lu Boyan's suggestion, Yizhe nodded in agreement. He had initially intended to choose between Areas 17 and 19 as his destination for the day. At the very least, he hoped to elevate his level by 1 or 2 before the special training camp. Chapter 52. The Invitation from South China's Elite. Only a minute? Indeed. Even the polluted land of the 19th should not be underestimated. It is now entirely different from the last time you visited, Lu Boyan cautioned. Noting that the impact of the 17th polluted area had extended to the surrounding polluted lands. In response, Yizhe smiled and said, no worries, teacher. My strength has indeed evolved since our last encounter. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be unaware of my first successful completion of the team dungeon, would you? As he mentioned this just before leaving, Lu Boyan found himself momentarily bewildered. First completion? Which dungeon of such difficulty requires a first completion? He had assumed that with Yizhe's prowess, clearing an advanced difficulty would be manageable, while achieving a hard difficulty completion with some effort would be quite reasonable. Coupled with the overwhelming responsibilities at the investigation department, he had not paid much attention to the dungeons. At this moment, he incredulously opened a news webpage. And the first thing that caught his eye was the report on Yizhe's first completion of the hellish difficulty dungeon. Lu Boyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Another hellish difficulty. In the wilderness outside Linyuan City, a richly equipped man and woman were heading towards the scouting camp. The girl, clad in green and embodying the agility of an archer class, tentatively inquired, is it really all right for us to sneak out like this? If your father finds out. To which the boy confidently replied, we are here for practical combat. What can he possibly say? Another young man with striking blue hair, exuding an air of confidence, remarked, with our prowess, we might even return from the polluted lands with a medal. The girl in green sighed in resignation and then inquired, but what about our teammates? It would be too perilous for just the two of us to venture into the polluted territory. I, Fu Wanjun, am undeniably the foremost individual from South China High School. What is there to worry about? Despite Fu Wanjun's bravado, his body betrayed him. Upon spotting a youth clad in an intricate black robe, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he called out, hey there, buddy, you're heading into the polluted lands too, right? Care to team up? The girl in green cast him a surprised glance and whispered, hey, you can't just recruit a teammate so casually, can you? Randomly picking someone along the way? Fu Wanjun's gaze flickered. He could vaguely sense that the youth possessed formidable mental strength. He was likely either a top-tier magic user or a summoner. The girl in green was slightly taken aback by his observation. She was well aware of Fu Wanjun's prowess in the South China region, and it was indeed rare for someone to be deemed strong enough to warrant his acknowledgement. The individual before them was none other than Yizhe, making his way toward the 19th polluted site. Sensing the considerable strength of the two before him, Yizhe discreetly assessed, Fu Wanjun, level 13, rare profession, Thunderblade. Song Chaoqiao, level 11, rare profession, Windwalker. Moreover, both individuals hail from affluent backgrounds, likely having professional mentors arranged by their families to facilitate their rapid advancement, resulting in such elevated levels of expertise. Even Zhao Xian, the scion of the Zhao Guild, appears insignificant in comparison to these two. Although they are already among the elite newcomers in the South China region, Yizhe still shook his head, expressing his reluctance to form a team. Teaming up with them would yield minimal benefits and lead to a dilution of experience points. As Yizhe turned to leave, Fu Wanjun's frustration manifested as sparks seemingly erupting from his hair. How could this fellow possibly look down on me? I should be the one dismissing him. If we were in South China, he would be begging to team up with me, yet I wouldn't even acknowledge him. Song Chaoqiao sighed and offered consolation. Perhaps he simply doesn't know who you are. Fu Wanjun remained displeased, proclaiming that tomorrow at the training camp, he would secure a top 3 finish, and then he would see who in the nation wouldn't recognize him. Enough grumbling, let us go. Yes. Let us pursue him and demonstrate a speed he could never hope to match. Suddenly, Fu Wanjun was struck by a mischievous idea. Seeking to reclaim some dignity at Yi Zai's expense, Song Xiaoqiao, exasperated, had no choice but to follow. However, in the next moment, Fu Wanjun found himself frozen in astonishment. Yi Zai's figure had vanished instantaneously, leaving behind only a shadow resembling a squirrel. Soon after, the shadow itself dissipated. What on earth is this skill? He has disappeared. There is not even a trace of his presence within several kilometers. Fu Wanjun became increasingly agitated. He deemed it a skill of displacement, cheating. Yet, Yi Zai was not entirely oblivious to their predicament. He had merely dispatched a squirrel to scout ahead and utilized his skill to swap positions, thereby saving some travel time. Upon arriving at the scout camp, he went directly to find the camp leader, Su Feng. The latter, at that moment, was overwhelmed and particularly irritable. Was there yet another emergence of special elites? How long until reinforcements arrived? The monitoring division of Su Feng's scout camp had already entered a state of war. Before them, the monitoring sand table displayed an increasing number of black dots, representing high-level demons. Camp leader Su, Yi Zai greeted. Yi Zai, what brings you here? Su Feng's face lit up upon seeing Yi Zai. Even though he was aware that recruiting Yi Zai was no longer a possibility, it did not diminish his admiration for him. However, upon hearing Yi Zai express his desire to venture once more into the contaminated land, Su Feng sternly refused. Yi Zai, you have no idea, the situation at number 19 is entirely different now. There are nearly 10 more special elites at level 30. It would be far too dangerous for you to go there. So many, Yi Zai exclaimed, not in panic but rather in delight. After completing the dungeon, the additional reward of 5,000 experience had propelled his level 11 experience bar forward by nearly half. With so many special elites around, there was even a possibility that he might level up twice today. Su Feng proposed, the polluted area on the 20th is nearly formed. If you wish to scout, you may go there. No, Yi Zai replied decisively. I am here to serve as a support role. Simply leave all the formidable malevolent entities to me. Support role? Su Feng was momentarily taken aback. You? Previously, when Yi Zai served as a scout, he was issued a distress signal intended for summoning the demon suppression army for assistance. In essence, any powerful malevolent entity encountered by scouts would be dealt with by the support role. Each support role faced formidable foes, which was perilous and exhausting. Hence the scarcity of personnel. Su Feng did not underestimate Yi Zai. However, it was essential for each support role to possess the strength equivalent to at least a third-tier practitioner. Even within the entirety of the 19th polluted area, there were merely 6 or 7 such individuals. After all, in the earlier polluted regions, the malevolent entities were even stronger, necessitating a greater demand for powerful allies. Yet, how strong could Yi Zai be? When he departed from the polluted area a few days prior, he was only at level 7. How much stronger could he have become since then? Nevertheless, Yi Zai merely smiled calmly. There are so many high-level malevolent entities now. I'll find out how capable I am. Without waiting for Su Feng to argue, he turned his gaze to the monitoring sand table, spotting a level 30 elite special entity. Right there. The advantage of having the monitoring department's assistance was that he did not need to seek out the high-level malevolent entities himself, which greatly simplified matters. Yi Zai directed a shadow clone, a squirrel, to move to that position. Before entering the scout camp, he instructed the squirrel to expend half of its mana, thereby creating 60 shadow clones that remained poised in the polluted land. This strategy would allow him to effortlessly switch positions with the advanced evil creature, maximizing his monster hunting efficiency. In an instant, Yi Zai vanished before Su Feng's eyes. Su Feng, perplexed, murmured, He glanced around, ultimately lowering his gaze to discover a shadow of a squirrel on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Zai had already arrived at the location of the special elite. The Cyclopean Lich, LV30, was classified as a special elite, boasting attributes of 200 strength, 200 constitution, 140 agility, and 280 spirit. The number 19 polluted land would not harbor such a multitude of special elites. Thus, they must have surged forth from the nearby areas of 17 and 18 polluted lands. The polluted lands resembled a series of basins, with the evil creatures akin to water. When the capacity of one basin was exceeded, the overflow naturally sought refuge elsewhere. Yi Zai conjectured casually as the martial Saint Bear beside him swiftly unleashed a punch. It was an ordinary strike, yet when imbued with the legendary martial Saint Chi, it transcended the realm of the mundane. The martial Saint Chi is a formidable internal force passively applied to attacks, resulting in damage calculated as strength plus spirit multiplied by 300. Coupled with the attributes of legendary renown, bonded equipment properties, and the storm battle robe, theoretically, even a mere sneeze from the bear could obliterate a level 30 special elite. With a resounding crash, a single punch obliterated the upper half of the one-eyed lich, reducing it to mere powder. The defeat of the special elite, the one-eyed lich, granted an experience reward of 1050. Level 11, 6,110, 13,100. All done. After a brief cooldown of 1 minute, during which Su Feng pondered the significance of the squirrel on the ground, Yizhe suddenly reappeared before him. How do you manage to appear and disappear so mysteriously? Yizhe casually tossed the dismembered half of the one-eyed lich's corpse at Su Feng's feet. Now, can we demonstrate our strength? Upon witnessing the unmistakable remains of a level 30 special elite sprawled on the ground, Su Feng was taken aback. You killed a level 30 special elite in just 1 minute? Chapter 53, The Essence of Martial Arts After Advancement. The 12th entry. A special elite of level 30, even if it can be dealt with, would still require a protracted battle. Just as Yuan Xiaoyu had to exert considerable effort to confront the cursed knight back in the day. Only those exceptional individuals around level 30 could swiftly bring them down. Yet, Yizhe, a newcomer who was merely level 7 just the day before, managed to slay one in merely a minute? Su Feng found it hard to believe. Yizhe wished to convey that the minute was merely the cooldown period for repositioning. The act of slaying the enemy took but a single punch. Nevertheless, witnessing Yizhe's growth and the addition of a formidable ally to the scout camp uplifted Su Feng's spirits. Indeed, I recall that you previously managed to defeat a level 25 elite demon. It is only natural that you have grown stronger since then. With a cheerful pat on Yizhe's shoulder, Su Feng declared, I shall not hold back. Quickly, assign the high-level demons for Yizhe to handle. He instructed the clerks in the monitoring department, a move that aligned perfectly with Yizhe's intentions. In the state of wartime operations, directives were executed with remarkable speed. Before long, a capable young female clerk, around 23 or 24 years of age, approached with a locator. Hello. This device will assist you in locating the target demons in real time. For the time being, you are required to eliminate 8 special elites in the eastern zones 1 to 7, all at level 30. Would that be acceptable? There was a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she spoke. 8 exceptional elites, entrusted with an exceedingly challenging mission, were handed over to a young boy by her. However, there was no alternative. The malevolent forces were overwhelming. Even the distribution of locators was intended to enhance the efficiency of the support warriors. Yizhe accepted them with enthusiasm, nodding, let us start with these. The female clerk pursed her lips, her expression peculiar. Why did it inexplicably evoke a sense of ordering from a menu? This should have been a solemn task of resisting evil. With 8 elite individuals at stake, she had initially inquired, fearing that Yizhe might find the endeavor daunting. Yet, upon hearing him, she felt as though she were a server in a restaurant. Let us start with 8. If it's insufficient, we can order more. Naturally, she would not express such thoughts. Yizhe's willingness to accept was undoubtedly a source of her joy, whether for the sake of the polluted land or the safety of their domain. Once the target was confirmed, Yizhe commanded his shadow clone, Squirrel, to move. Simultaneously, he utilized his spirit contract ring to replicate the bear's skill, martial arts essence. It was not that he yearned to engage in combat personally. Rather, this skill had evolved from battle-hardened, a significant enhancement. Battle-hardened reduces skill cooldown by 50, skill consumption, stamina depletion, and diminishes the effects of negative statuses by 80. Originally, battle-hardened already provided reductions in skill cooldowns and other effects. Now, having evolved into martial arts essence, it not only added increased martial damage but also amplified the existing effects rather than diminishing them. Martial arts essence, a staggering 80 reduction in skill cooldowns, skill costs, and stamina consumption, alongside immunity to negative effects. The exclusive skill exchange has seen its cooldown diminish from 1 minute to a mere 12 seconds. What was once a single-use interval can now be utilized 5 times. The mana cost has plummeted from 50 points to just 10. Remarkably, even the curse of the statue, unremovable curse, slow, has vanished. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yizhe grasped the underlying issue. Although the curse of the statue is indeed unremovable, martial arts essence is a superior attribute. It holds a higher priority. The reduced 30 movement speed and the 30 agility points have returned. Perhaps it would be wise to replicate this attribute indefinitely. How extraordinarily powerful, Yizhe mused. Simultaneously, The shadow clone squirrel took its position. Yizhe exchanged places and commenced his hunt. To the east of the contaminated land, a fully staffed temporary scouting team of 5 was being relentlessly pursued by a special elite, which was none other than a lich. Upon seeing Yizhe approach, a university student in his 20s shouted, "Is support finally here? Damn it, how can it be a child? Stay away. Keep your distance." Although Yizhe was youthful, his strength belied his age. A sudden sound of slicing air heralded the charge of the martial Saint Bear, launching forward like a cannonball. Bear charge. JPG. The mere presence of the martial saint's aura enveloping his body was sufficient to obliterate the necromantic foes into dust. In just a fleeting minute, Xiong had dispatched enemies in 7 different stances. He had defeated the special elite, Evil Hand Lich, earning an experience reward of 1050. Ding. Your level has risen to level 12. Level 12, 3615600. Talent. You have gained 1 opportunity to draw from the infinite golden affix pool. Curiously, these special elites turned out to be all liches. Yizhe murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the 5 onlookers were astounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets at the sight of him effortlessly vanquishing the special elite. Particularly, the boy who had previously shouted approached timidly and said, "Bro, I might have spoken a bit too loudly earlier. I hope you don't mind. Such prowess was hardly that of a mere child." At this point, one could believe Yizhe had somehow returned to his youth. Yizhe waved his hand dismissively and promptly shifted to the next location. The final special elite was yet another lich. He decided to summon the Manas to engage with this one. Meanwhile, Yizhe began to draw his 12th affix. You have drawn a legendary golden affix, Master of Elements. Master of Elements, all elemental skills are automatically maxed. Elemental skills receive the following enhancements: cooldown reduced by 70, cost reduced by 70, range increased by 300, damage increased by 100, and special elemental effects enhanced by 100. Oh, the divine power of a mage. Elemental skills, as the name suggests, encompass fire, water, lightning, and other elemental powers. For instance, Heavenly Thunder Descends granted to the fox is a manifestation of lightning elemental skill, perfectly suited for a mage. Without hesitation, the attribute was directly bestowed upon the fox. The Master of Elements attribute was successfully conferred. The summoned beast, the 3-tailed fox, epic, ascended to legend, enhancing its 4-dimensional attributes by 40 points. Additionally, the skill Fox Fire was elevated from level 5 to level 10, and Heavenly Thunder Descends advanced from level 1 to level 10. With the synergy of the Master of Elements effects, it began to take the shape of a spell cannon. Meanwhile, the final special elite was ultimately defeated by the Mantis. The special elite, Frost Lich, was vanquished, yielding an experience of 1050. 8 special demons, along with the extraction of attributes, consumed a little over 2 minutes. Yizhe felt a sense of elation at this pace. He feared there would not be enough demons to slay. He needed to expedite his tasks. Once again, he shifted positions. Upon seeing Yizhe reappear at the monitoring department, accompanied by the remains of 8 special elite corpses, Su Feng felt somewhat dazed. Has the world changed so rapidly? Just the day before, Yizhe was a level 7 temporary scout, and now he had transformed in such a manner? How could it be that he seemed to rival even a 3rd-tier professional like himself? 2 minutes. 8 special elites? Can you be any more outrageous? When Su Feng uttered these words, an inexplicable sensation akin to the waves of the Yangtze River pushing against the previous ones washed over him. He himself was indeed that preceding wave. Equally astonished was the female clerk who had just assigned the task. Her gaze towards Yizhe transformed entirely. However, at that moment, the monitoring department's alarm blared. Beep, beep, what is happening? Everyone abruptly turned their attention to the monitoring sand table. There, amidst a multitude of dark dots, each as small as chess pieces representing the elite of evil spirits, a nearly fist-sized glowing black dot emerged. Su Feng's eyes widened like bronze bells. His tone laced with disbelief. Why has a demon general appeared in the contaminated zone number 19? Chapter 54, The Evolution of Manus Wings. Are you truly human? The pollution zone number 19, the most recently manifested and the weakest among them, raised a profound question in Su Feng's mind. How could a demon general possibly appear here? Lost in contemplation, he was interrupted by Yizhe, whose delight remained unabated despite his ignorance of the underlying reasons. The black dot representing the demon general on the monitoring sand table resembled a substantial experience package. First, let's report the situation. Yizhe, refrain from acting impulsively. Su Feng commanded decisively, issuing instructions to the clerks. Simultaneously, he rummaged through his backpack and retrieved his weapons, 2 long blades. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, he mused. Call the deputy battalion commander to oversee the monitoring department, and summon 2 Tier 3 members to accompany me. Even though Su Feng was a Tier 3 practitioner, he dared not underestimate the situation. The majority of demon generals resided above level 35 in personal combat. Even as the top contender in the South China region with a rare level 13 profession and fully equipped with skills of at least exceptional grade, he was no match for an equally leveled opponent. Among Tier 3 practitioners, some might possess the capability to challenge a demon general single-handedly. Yet he was uncertain if he could be one of them. Should this demon general exhibit unusual abilities, he might very well need to seek assistance from higher authorities. At that moment, Yi Zhe, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, interjected, Captain Su, there's no need for such formality. I can handle it myself. I have experience. Naturally, he would not wait idly for Su Feng's approval, simultaneously initiating the movement of his shadow clone, the squirrel. Have you encountered the demon general? Su Feng inquired, astonished. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Very well. It is difficult for me to gauge your strength. Together, we must ensure that the defenses of the polluted land on the 19th remain intact. Agreed. Yi Zhe was somewhat taken aback by Su Feng's swift acquiescence. In truth, the demon suppression army was anything but rigid. Even in times of war, anyone with combat capability was expected to contribute, regardless of their identity. At this moment, the polluted land was teeming with an army of liches. At the forefront stood a towering skeletal figure, over 8 feet tall, draped in a tattered robe inscribed with cursed runes, wielding a bone staff and commanding the legions to advance. Not far away, a blue-haired youth and a green-clad maiden were desperately fleeing while fending off the weaker liches. I can't believe this. Why, upon my arrival in the polluted land, do I have to face the demon general? Fu Wanjun bellowed in frustration. Despite being the top student in the South China region, with a rare 13th level profession and an arsenal of equipment boasting at least exceptional skills, he was utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the demon general. The disparity in power was insurmountable. I find the training camp to be simpler. At least I wouldn't have to confront such a terrifying creature as the demon general. As Fu Wanjun lamented, he utilized the wind element from Song Chaoqiao's windwalker profession to accelerate his escape, sprinting at great speed. Here come the officers of the demon suppression army. Song Chaoqiao's expression shifted as she noticed 2 figures rushing towards the demon general. However, upon recognizing them, both Fu Wanjun and Song Chaoqiao wore looks of profound confusion and astonishment. How could it be him? The officer of the demon suppression army was accompanied by none other than Yi Zhe, whom they had encountered just moments ago. Yet, they clearly remembered Yi Zhe's visage. A high school student of their own age. How could a mere senior high school student possibly partake in the battle against the demon general? Fu Wanjun, the foremost student of South China High School, could hardly breach the opponent's defenses. Could it be that he was there to provide support? Perhaps. His mental acuity was commendable. He might indeed be a support-oriented class. No wonder he hadn't teamed up with them. It turned out he was collaborating with the demon suppression army. Fu Wanjun speculated, not forgetting to reassure himself. Indeed, his decision not to join my team surely could not be attributed to any disdain for my abilities. With the arrival of the demon suppression army officer, both felt a noticeable sense of calm. Yet at that moment, the officer himself was far from composed. Summoning the demon general was truly a stroke of misfortune. Su Feng took a deep breath and then muttered a curse under his breath. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhe activated his eye of insight and examined the attributes of his opponent. Lich Commander, LV40, Type, General Level Evil Spirit Attributes, Strength 460, Constitution 460, Agility 400. Spirit 500 Special Trait, Soul Theft Distortion. Deceased beings will have their souls seized by the Lich Commander and twisted into soldiers of the Lich race. Skills, Corruption Aura, Dark Touch. Soul Drain. As an evil spirit reaches the general level, it exhibits a myriad of special traits. The Lich Commander before him, akin to a summoner, belongs to the summoning category. However, it excels in quantity, while Yi Zhe triumphs in quality. Although the current situation, with the overwhelming tide of the Lich army, is particularly daunting, even the third-tier Su Feng appears somewhat lacking in confidence. We must hold them back. Which among the Lich Commander and the others can you contend with? Having witnessed Yi Zhe's prowess in swiftly eliminating special elites, Su Feng harbors a modicum of faith in him. He at least regards Yi Zhe as an equal in combat capability. Otherwise, such a question would not have been posed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yizhe declared, "I will confront the Lich Commander first." However, before Su Feng could respond, the Lich Commander in the distance let out a chilling roar. "Struggle, humans!" Simultaneously, the skeletal staff was waved, and an invisible force of darkness enveloped everything around them. Su Feng's expression grew grave. It was the corruption aura, reducing damage by 30. Corruption aura? Yizhe pondered momentarily, suddenly realizing that he possessed the essence of martial arts. The negative state was imperceptible to him. The mantis, a creature of the void, surpassed all in adaptability, effortlessly acclimating even to the aura of corruption within mere seconds. "Rest assured, I shall take the initiative." With a thought, Yizhe summoned the bear and the mantis concealed within the void. Striking with the most formidable technique, the Tai Chi aura emerged, and the martial saint domain was activated. In an instant, the Lich Commander found himself enveloped by the domain, with attributes significantly diminished: strength minus 187, 5, constitution minus 193, agility minus 205, spirit minus 159, 5. Sensing this ominous power, flames surged within the skeletal eye sockets of the Lich Commander. Guardians. With a single command, countless liches attempted to shield their commander with their bodies. However, upon entering the domain, some liches with agility below 205 found themselves immobilized, their movements rendered null. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. The mantis materialized from the void, coordinating with the bear to deliver a devastating punch. The astonishment on Scout Camp Captain Su Feng's face was undeniable. This marked his first genuine encounter with Yizhe's combat prowess. With this burst of damage, had he been in the same position, there would have been at least a 90% chance of instant demise. The Martial Saint domain, combined with the Martial Saint's vital energy and void slashes, was nearly Yizhe's most powerful combination of attacks to date. The Lich Commander, devoid of any other means of defense, was struck with a single blow that rendered it incapacitated, subsequently cleaved in twain by a rift in the void. The mantis claimed the kill. Having slain the malevolent general, the Lich Commander, experience gained 8,000. The hunter, Crimson-Eyed Mantis, had vanquished a formidable adversary, thus earning the opportunity for a single evolution of a body part. With the demise of the Lich Commander, the remaining Lich Fiends were left leaderless. For opponents of the summoning type, eliminating the summoner first simplifies matters significantly. Observing the experience bar surge dramatically, Yizhe expressed his delight. The Lich Commander dropped 2 pieces of equipment, yet both were level 40, rendering them unusable. A far cry from the more accommodating nature of dungeons. Concurrently, Yizhe opted once again for the Mantis' evolution. The Void Slash was already at maximum level, so it was time to explore the effects of other options: exoskeleton, compound eyes, wings. This time, Yizhe chose wings. Ding. Evolution successful. Current level: Wings 1. Wings 1. Agility 20, attack speed 20, critical damage 20, movement speed 20, skill Void Stab leveled up by 1. The only 2 attack skills, Void Stab, was elevated from level 4 to level 5. As a legendary skill, it remained formidable, though there were few adversaries that necessitated the Mantis to employ a second attack skill. A flash of purple light illuminated the scene, as the Mantis's dark purple crystalline wings elongated slightly, similar to the enhancement of its arm blades. The attributes were likewise inclined towards combat prowess. Yizhe pondered the evolutionary effects of the other 2 aspects. Beside him, Su Feng wore an expression of utter disbelief, involuntarily swallowing hard. In mere seconds, he had obliterated the demon general. Such a feat would leave even a 4th-tier professional feeling ashamed. While he could accept that Yizhe had dispatched 8 special elites in 2 minutes, annihilating a level 40 demon general was utterly incomprehensible. He turned to Yizhe, questioning from the depths of his soul, "Are you truly a newly transitioned novice? No. Wait, are you even human?" Since Yizhe arrived at the scout camp today, Su Feng felt as if his worldview had shattered. Yizhe scratched his head, offering an innocuous smile. Actually, it was mostly just good fortune. Had that demon general been 10 levels higher, I probably wouldn't have been able to finish him off so swiftly. Su Feng responded with astonishment. "What are you saying? Do you genuinely believe that as a novice, defeating a level 40 demon general is a commonplace occurrence?" Chapter 55, The Thunder Clears the Field. The 13th entry. At this moment, apart from Su Feng, both Fu Wanjun and Song Chaoqiao were utterly dazed. Initially, they intended to observe the combat maneuvers of the Demon Suppression Army officers. Yet, what did I just witness? The radiant lightning enveloping Fu Wanjun dissipated in an instant. A character he deemed to be merely a support role, Yizhe effortlessly dispatched the Lich Commander, a foe that even he could not breach in defense. Can this world become any more insane? Surely, we did not offend him previously. Song Qiao inexplicably shivered. Could he truly be of the same age as us? Is he really a high school student? Beside her, Fu Wanjun, who was nearly invincible among high schoolers in the South China region, encountered such an anomaly upon arriving in East China. The two had initially speculated, based on appearances, that Yi was a high school student. However, Fu Wanjun shook his head vigorously, as if in disbelief. Such prowess could not possibly belong to a mere high schooler. It is rumored that certain nature-based skills and equipment can preserve youthful appearances. Perhaps he possesses such abilities. Look, accompanying him is the camp commander of the Demon Suppression Army. It wouldn't be surprising if his rank were even higher. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Fu Wanjun and Song Qiao could not help but indulge in speculation. Yi had inexplicably ascended to a rank above camp commander. Meanwhile, the lingering issues concerning the Lich commander remained unresolved. Upon the demise of the Overlord, the countless Liches under his dominion descended into utter chaos, launching frenzied assaults upon the living. The scene resembled a siege of the undead. Su Feng remained undeterred, determined to notify all temporary scouts and soldiers to enter the tainted land and strive to eliminate the Liches by day's end. No, Yi immediately interjected, ordering a complete withdrawal from the contaminated area. Withdraw entirely? Su Feng regarded him with perplexity. Could he truly contend with this overwhelming horde of Liches alone without succumbing to exhaustion? Yet, in a swift motion, a brilliant light emanated from Yi's hand as he summoned a three-tailed fox. The soft and fluffy creature, resembling a white fox, was raised high by Yi, who confidently proclaimed, "With just myself and this fox, it shall suffice." Of course, the primary reliance was on the fox, his ace in the hole for spells. Su Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, but recalling Yi's previous display of combat prowess, he acquiesced. "Very well, I will first ensure the withdrawal of those within the tainted land. However, should you falter, you must communicate that at once. We cannot allow the Liches to breach the contaminated area." "Rest assured," Yi insisted. His rationale for the withdrawal was the fear of inadvertently harming his comrades. Moments later, upon receiving Su Feng's confirmation, Yi commanded the three-tailed fox to unleash its skill. Heavenly Thunder Descends. It was a level 10, epic quality lightning elemental skill. The full manifestation of Heavenly Thunder Descends, encompassing a circular area with a diameter of 100 meters, covering over 800 square meters. After the Elemental Lord's enhancement of 300 to the range, it does not merely add 3 circular areas, but rather triples the diameter. Now, the Heavenly Thunder's diameter extends to 400 meters, with a total coverage exceeding 120,000 square meters. This is the true essence of Heavenly Thunder. The three-tailed fox reveals a glimmer of purple light in its eyes, as the power of thunder circulates around it, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. With a resounding boom, the sky darkens, and dense clouds gather as the fierce power of thunder rends the heavens, akin to the wrath of a deity striking the earth. The ground fractures, sparks flying, and earth and stone are sent tumbling. As a lich, terrified of thunder, it cries out in agony, its screams intermingling with the explosive sounds of thunder. Experiencing a surge of triumph. One receives 200 experience points for slaying a lich minion, 350 experience points for vanquishing a soul-capturing lich, 625 experience points for defeating a blood skeleton demon in an instant. Dozens of kill notifications appear, evoking an exhilarating sensation akin to mowing down grass. Although the summoned liches possess average strength and yield little experience, their sheer numbers compensate. A single strike of Heavenly Thunder Descends, instantly filling nearly half of the experience bar. Ding! Your level has risen to level 13. Talent. You have gained one opportunity for infinite golden attribute extraction. At the scout camp, Su Feng, Fu Wanjun, Song Qiao, and a group of others gazed in awe at the distant spectacle of celestial thunder, collectively drawing in a sharp breath. The prowess of contemporary high school students is truly formidable. Su Feng, the camp leader, mused silently. The strength of today's officers is indeed impressive. Thought Fu Wanjun and Song Qiao, both high school students. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the initial rumble of thunder faded, a second wave of celestial thunder descended in quick succession. The little fox raised its tail, channeling the skill three tails to accumulate charges. However, this time, the rate of experience gain had noticeably slowed. The liches were scarcely sufficient to be defeated. Yi couldn't help but exclaim. If the fox were to grow stronger, perhaps it could venture into the polluted lands ahead to level up. The pace of experience accumulation was genuinely exhilarating for Yi Zhe. Level 13-12625-18600. This was the state of his experience bar after the third Celestial Thunder. He was merely a third away from another upgrade. Meanwhile, the remaining liches, having been utterly routed, scattered in panic at the sound of thunder. Yi Zhe, feeling no inclination to pursue, decided to return. Camp leader, the liches no longer pose any significant threat. Well done. Su Feng regarded Yi Zhe, inexplicably feeling a sense of aging wash over him. Rest well, I'll take care of the rest. Yi Zhe nodded, being escorted to the lounge by a female clerk who looked at him with admiration. The small white fox perched on Yi Zhe's chest, resembling a baby octopus, murmured, I'm all drained. Though the 3 strikes of heavenly thunder had consumed a considerable amount of magical energy, the reduction provided by the elemental lord meant it was not utterly depleted. Yi Zhe found himself both amused and perplexed, pondering a question. What does a fox enjoy eating? Bears feast on bamboo, squirrels savor pine cones. Should he procure something for the fox as well? As for the mantis, that was a different matter altogether. Its sole desire was to hunt, and it was fortunate enough not to crave human flesh. The so-called lounge was, in fact, a guest house. For in the scout camp, designated spaces for rest were nearly non-existent. Leaning back in the chair, Yi Zhe was enveloped by a sea of golden entries. He commenced the extraction of the 13th entry. You have drawn a golden legendary entry, Treasure Snatch. Treasure Snatch, probability of seizing any one item, equipment, prop, etc. from the target, with odds ranging from 10 to 100. The weaker the target's resistance, the higher the probability of acquisition. Note, no cooldown, but can only be used once on the same target within a 30-minute window. Yi Zhe's expression suddenly became animated. This was not merely treasure snatching. It was akin to robbery. The equipment of professionals, including items within their backpacks, could not be taken away by others unless the owner consented. Even if one were to slay them, the items in the backpack would simply vanish. Yet now, he unexpectedly possesses a miraculous ability to seize treasures from others. Moreover, the weaker the target's resistance, the higher the success rate. This implies that if he can render the target incapable of resisting, success is assured. With this thought in mind, he reflected on the gear he and his summoned beasts possessed. He had a total of 2 pieces of the Spirit Pact set. The bear bore a pair of Crimson Spirit bracers and a Storm Battle Robe. The mantis had a pair of shoes, and the squirrel wielded a dagger. The number of usable and effective items was alarmingly scarce. It is essential to note that a summoned beast can equip no fewer than 5 items. Even the fox's sole weapon had cost him a significant portion of his fortune to forge. Yet now, it appeared he had discovered a new avenue for acquiring wealth and equipment. Yi Zhe could not help but think of the training camp. Those prodigies, nurtured by the nation's most prestigious factions, surely possessed impressive gear. Chapter 56. The Silver Medal. The slaughter continues. Gazing at the treasure hunt entry, Yi Zhe felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Of course, one must exercise a modicum of restraint. Morality, though not paramount, should still be upheld to some extent. After all, this is the special training camp in China. However, should international conflicts arise in the future, the circumstances would be entirely different. As Yi Zhe pondered this, he prepared to hand over the entry to the squirrel. Such matters of treasure hunting should never require the summoner's direct involvement. The treasure hunt entry successfully bestowed its power. Summoned creature, Shadow Treasure Sniffing Mouse Epic, evolves into Shadow Treasure Hunting Mouse Epic. The epic rating increases by 1 star, enhancing all 4 primary attributes by 10 points. Though the squirrel primarily serves as a supportive locator, its attributes at level 13 remain impressive. Strength 173, Constitution 158, Agility 179, Spirit 160. It surpasses even the average level 20 assassin in prowess. Coupled with a repertoire of shadow skills, its combat effectiveness ranks among the elite within level 20 assassins. Yet, when compared to the likes of the Martial Saint Bear or the Void Hunter, truly monstrous beings, it appears merely as a support role. Nevertheless, being an epic 3-star summoned creature, weakness is out of the question. For the majority of summoners, it undoubtedly represents a coveted prize. After a brief interlude, Su Feng hurried over, bringing news that was both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. Yi Zhe is to be awarded the Silver Medal. A high school student has been awarded the Silver Medal, a notion previously unheard of. Yet, in light of Yi Zhe's accomplishments today, the bestowal of the Silver Medal seems entirely rational. Although Yi Zhe has seldom utilized the Bronze Medal, only employing it once during a beast tide, its significance remains substantial. Now, Receiving the silver medal proves to be advantageous rather than detrimental, more than the bronze medal. The silver medal confers the authority to directly command a small demon suppression army unit during times of war. Furthermore, it allows one to be recognized as the nominal superior of the city's guard forces. Additional perks include a 50% discount on military supplies. To Yizhe's knowledge, apart from Wan Feiping, he is the first individual in Lin Yuan City to possess a silver medal. In fact, there are only about 50 recipients across the entirety of East China. Su Feng chuckled jovially, saying, "Yizhe, I wonder if the next time we meet, I shall have to address you as commander?" This remark was laced with humor. As the leader of an independent reconnaissance battalion, the honor conferred by the silver medal merely places him on an equal footing, at least requiring a golden medal to surpass. Yizhe pondered for a moment before responding, "I will strive for it." Su Feng. "Wait, are you serious?" Su Feng's expression became animated. Just a few days prior, Yizhe was a mere temporary scout, and now he seems poised to threaten his own position? However, he quickly set aside his concerns. The awarding of a golden medal necessitates participation in a large-scale battle accompanied by exceptional merit, which is currently a formidable challenge to achieve. For the time being, there is no need for concern. Moreover, if Yizhe truly accomplishes this, Su Feng will genuinely admire him. He received the silver medal presented by Su Feng, which bore a slight alteration in its honorary title, Silver Medal, Rising Star of the Slayers. The silver-white medal gleamed, featuring a soaring eagle intricately carved at its center, surrounded by delicate patterns inscribed with Yizhe's name. Simultaneously, the reconnaissance evading properties were significantly enhanced. "Thank you, Captain Su," Yizhe said with delight as he accepted the badge. It was evident that Su Feng had swiftly arranged for its approval immediately following the completion of his task. Otherwise, it would not have been processed so expeditiously. Su Feng replied, "It is nothing. You were of great assistance today, and I should be the one expressing gratitude." After exchanging a few brief words, Yizhe suddenly received a message and bid farewell to Su Feng before returning to Lin Yuan City. The spell weapon he had longed for was finally completed. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the magic spirit stone materials, it had been entrusted to the only master blacksmith in Lin Yuan City for crafting. Typically, others would still be waiting in line at this point. However, since this was a personal request from Wan Feiping, the crafting process was exceptionally swift. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, Yizhe obtained a gem radiating a captivating blue-violet light, within which mysterious energy seemed to flow, and at its center lay a small, deep blue crystal core. Due to your current level, a growth-type weapon has been specially crafted for you. If you find the special effects of this weapon unsatisfactory, I can have it reforged immediately. Wan Feiping looked at Yizhe, awaiting his feedback. Yizhe was somewhat astonished. He had never heard of a blacksmith being able to reforge unsatisfactory equipment before. He then eagerly glanced at the attributes of the orb: secret magic orb level 13, upgradable quality, epic attributes, spirit 66, casting speed 50. 1 mana recovery upon defeating an enemy. Special effect: each time a skill is released, spell damage increases by 50, lasting 3 minutes, with a maximum of 10 stacks. This special effect is perfectly suited for the fox. Each skill release can enhance damage by 50. For other mages, the number of skills is limited, making stacking rather slow. However, the fox's talent, 3 tails, periodically grants 3 layers of skill charging, allowing for an additional 3 skill releases. This means that the fox can unleash 3 extra skills at the onset of battle, accumulating 150 additional damage. Coupled with the cooldown of the Elemental Lord skill, it will soon reach the maximum of 10 stacks. Moreover, this is an upgradable weapon. If in the future, the fox has the opportunity to evolve into 6 tails or 9 tails, wouldn't it be a lightning-fast accumulation? Yizhe expressed his satisfaction. The weapon is already excellent. "Thank you, Wan Cheng." "Brother Wan, that's great." Unexpectedly, Wan Feiping was even more elated than Yizhe himself, as if he foresaw not Yizhe acquiring a weapon, but Yizhe assisting him in a fierce assault against central and eastern China. "I shall dispatch a vehicle to collect you tomorrow morning for your journey to central China and entry into the special training camp." "Understood." Yizhe responded with a nod before departing from the city lord's manor. Seizing the opportunity, he revisited the exchange. Having expended 1,000 of the 2,000 crystals acquired from the raid to forge his weapon, he still possessed 1,000 remaining. After liquidating them all, he selected 2 skill books for the fox, Ice Shard and Icebound Shackles, both exceptional 3-star ice elemental skills. The former boasted a swift cooldown, ideal for accumulating arcane orb spell damage, while the latter could immobilize adversaries. This not only augmented his repertoire with a crowd control ability, but also furnished him with a means to render enemies defenseless, proving invaluable for treasure acquisition. Upon equipping the arcane orb, the fox's spirit attribute successfully surpassed the 400 mark. Furthermore, she reveled in demonstrating her tail-throwing prowess throughout the evening. The following morning, a Black City Lord's exclusive aircar hovered before Yizhe's residence, eliciting gasps of awe from the surrounding neighbors. As Yizhe boarded the vehicle, Juan Faping casually remarked, "Help yourself to the refreshments in the refrigerator." In contrast to the previous aircar he had traveled in, this city lord's vehicle was considerably smaller but exceptionally opulent. The seating had transformed into 2 rows of sofas, with a portable refrigerator positioned at the center, stocked with an abundance of beverages and delicacies. By the way, the number of instructors for this training camp has been confirmed to be 10. Within the Battle Royale instance, an additional 20 level 30 monster bosses will be introduced. As an instructor, you will possess knowledge of the locations of all bosses and the control over the instance's mechanisms. Juan Faping elaborated to Yizhe. In truth, the role of an instructor in the Battle Royale instance is somewhat limited. Their primary purpose is merely to increase the difficulty for the participants. The essential intent of the headquarters lies in the strategic utilization of the monster bosses and mechanisms. Yizhe took a sip of cola and pondered, "Am I allowed to slay the monster bosses? That is meant for your strategic advantage. Do you understand?" Juan Faping regarded Yizhe with a hint of skepticism, then suddenly chuckled. "You seem quite confident, don't you? Pray tell, how many do you believe you can defeat? Or rather, how many can you eliminate?" In the Battle Royale instance, all participants will engage in fierce combat, yet ultimately only one team will prevail. Due to the instructor's inability to form teams, the final victors will likely be the participants themselves. Chewing on an egg roll retrieved from the refrigerator, Yizhe unhesitatingly raised a finger. 10? Or perhaps an entire team? Juan Faping speculated with keen interest. "Surely it cannot be just one, can it?" Yizhe replied, "I will eliminate them all." Chapter 57. Is he the instructor? On the hovering vehicle, Juan Faping remained silent for a moment. He had thought himself quite audacious, only to discover that the young man before him surpassed his expectations. Indeed, one's environment shapes one's character. It was only fitting that Linyuan City should produce individuals of this caliber, Juan Faping mused contentedly. The luxurious hovering vehicle, designated for the city lord, was not only opulent but also swifter than others. In no time, they soared from Hua East to Linyuan City, arriving at the territories of the Central Hua region. Upon entering Central Hua, the number of hovering vehicles noticeably increased, many of which shared their destination, one of the central cities of the Central Hua region, Longdu. Before long, they reached a mountainous area on the outskirts of Longdu. After passing through a magical barrier, they arrived at their destination, much like the entrance to a super-large team dungeon. This special training camp's grand melee was also akin to a colossal dungeon, albeit in a PvP format. Hundreds of hovering vehicles were stationed nearby, and one could distinctly sense the presence of countless high-ranking professionals. Furthermore, there were numerous students of Leafzay's age, many of whom had already begun their pre-battle sparring. Juan Faping escorted Leafzay to the assembly point designated for instructors before proceeding to a monitoring department. As Leafzay disembarked, his gaze swept over the crowd. Remarkably, all the students present boasted levels exceeding 11. Their equipment and skills were lavish, clearly indicating that they were prodigies cultivated by prominent families to participate in this training camp. Yizhe silently pondered their professions. Warrior, assassin, archer, mage, swordsman, all present. What a splendid place this is. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed nearby, the tremor of power colliding reverberating through the air. Yizhe cast his gaze around, spotting a muscular youth engulfed in flames, with wild crimson hair, clashing with another boy clad in green armor, his expression as calm as a still pond. Quite impressive, Yizhe observed with keen interest. Approaching him was an exuberant young man, seemingly a year or two older than Yizhe. "Are you one of the instructors for this session?" Yizhe turned to find a boy dressed in the standard attire of the Demon Suppression Army, a level 23, second-tier fighter. He nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed. My name is Hu Ming, just like you." Upon receiving Yizhe's confirmation, Hu Ming joined him, both watching the new student sparring. Before long, the muscular boy with the fiery red hair achieved an overwhelming victory. As Hu Ming watched, he couldn't help but exclaim, "These newcomers are truly formidable." "Do you know about Zhu Xiao? It is said he is unrivaled in the Huaxi region, and he is already level 14. The very boy who had just triumphed was the subject of Hu Ming's admiration. Intrigued by his enthusiastic commentary, Yizhe casually inquired, "How did he level up so quickly?" "He has been tirelessly grinding through dungeons," Hu Ming responded. "The ticket for the dungeon cost between 2 to 3 million, and his family has invested significantly, having attempted it dozens of times. The primary reason for this is Zhu Zhao's formidable strength. It is rumored that he is poised to surpass the ace of Central China this year." Hu Ming, ever the conversationalist, leaned in with a conspiratorial tone and remarked, "You may not be aware, but his family hails from a renowned lineage of warriors well known throughout Western China." "Indeed." The majority of the trainees in this special training camp belong to families of considerable influence. Moreover, those nurtured by prominent families tend to surpass the ordinary, qualifying them as talents suitable for this elite program. Yizhe silently nodded, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Why has the battle royale yet to commence? Hu Ming continued, "In fact, the one defeated by Zhu Xiao is no slouch either. From the Central China district, there is one Sen, a level 13 with the rare profession of druid. And then there is that one, the strongest newcomer from southern China, named Fu Wanjun." Just as he spoke, Fu Wanjun, who had recently arrived from the polluted lands, approached the two engaged in their sparring, with his crimson hair and muscles straining against his shirt. Zhu Zhao's fighting spirit was palpable. "Hey, Fu Wanjun, come and have a match. Let me see what kind of strength southern China boasts this year." Zhu Xiao and Fu Wanjun are almost universally acknowledged as the foremost combatants from their respective regions. However, Fu Wanjun merely cast a cold glance and retorted, "Who would compete with a brash fool like you? Once we reach the ancient battlefield, you won't even know how you met your end." His profession, Thunderblade, leans more towards that of an assassin, while Zhu Xiao embodies the archetype of a pure strength warrior. Despite being rebuffed, Zhu Zhao's excitement only intensified. "Good. I await your attempt to slay me." In contrast, Fu Wanjun remained unfazed, simply biding his time for the commencement of the grand battle royale. At that moment, Song Qiao, who had similarly arrived at the training camp, suddenly exclaimed and tugged at Fu Wanjun's arm. "Look over there. It's him, the one from the polluted land yesterday." Fu Wanjun turned his gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Terrifying memories began to assail him anew. The scene from the polluted land, where Yizhe had effortlessly dispatched the demon general, had left an indelible mark on his mind. He has come as well. What is his true identity? At that moment, Fu Wanjun did not take it too seriously, as the disparity in power was too vast. He did not regard Yizhe as a member or instructor of the training camp. However, it was evident that those permitted into the training camp were likely high-ranking officials or leaders from the Chinese headquarters. He simply could not comprehend Yizhe's identity. Zhu Xiao glanced over nonchalantly and remarked, "Oh, the assembly point over there is filled with instructors. Rest assured, the instructors capable of entering the battle royale won't be overly powerful. Their main purpose is to facilitate our training against." Upon hearing the term instructor, Fu Wanjun's mind seemed to explode in a cacophony, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stammered, "He is an instructor? Is this individual capable of vanquishing the demon general truly the instructor they are to confront? How can I possibly feel at ease? Has the headquarters lost its mind? Can we truly withstand more than the demon general?" Chapter 58, Ancient Legacy. The Battlefield Unleashed. "Do you know him?" Observing Fu Wanjun's intense gaze fixed upon Yizhe, the battle-hungry Zhu Xiao inquired with curiosity. The typically stoic Fu Wanjun could not help but raise an eyebrow. "I recognize him, though he likely does not know me." Their encounter had been fleeting, yet the overwhelming aura Yizhe exuded left an indelible mark on him. "Fortunately, I am still young. There will be opportunities to surpass him in the future." Fu Wanjun mused silently, but for now, as they were on the brink of entering the special training camp, how could he confront this formidable being? Fu Wanjun exchanged a knowing glance with Song Qiao, and a sudden realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to shift. Indeed, a high-tier professional like him would surely temper his abilities when facing students like us. Song Qiao nodded enthusiastically. In their minds, the one capable of vanquishing the devilish general, Yizhe, was undoubtedly a high-ranking military professional. If he were to suppress his strength to the first or second tier, then we would have nothing to fear. With this thought, Fu Wanjun felt a significant sense of relief. Of course, had he known that Yizhe was currently at the 0 tier, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. On the other side, within the monitoring point overseeing the instance, Wan Feiping stood alongside two middle-aged men of similar age. One of them sported gold-rimmed glasses, possessing a tall and well-proportioned frame, clad in refined attire. The other, dressed in the dark uniform of the Demon Suppression Army, emanated a profound gaze and a composed demeanor. It was none other than Wu Ming, the head of East China, and Wei Zhong, the head of Central China, both of whom are among the most powerful figures in the nation. However, at this moment, the two were laughing heartily at Wan Feiping, as if it were an annual tradition. Ha! Our hunter brother has truly dared to show up this year. Year after year, he battles. Year after year, he faces defeat. He insists on proving his ability to nurture talent. Wan Feiping cast a sidelong glance at these two, thinking to himself that what he truly wanted to demonstrate was that there are indeed talents in Linyuan City. A smile that was difficult to suppress played at the corners of Wu Ming's mouth beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. His tone, though seemingly casual, carried an inexplicable sense of mockery. Are you referring to that person you forcibly sent to the training camp last year, who was eliminated within half an hour? Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Wan Feiping felt an urge to strike him. Meanwhile, Wei Jing patted his shoulder, offering a word of advice. Talent cannot be forced, you know. Ah, don't say it. This year you truly stumbled upon some good luck. Wu Ming chuckled and teased Wan Feiping. So, tell me, which team have you assigned Yi Zhe to? The trainees in the special training camp were grouped into teams of 5. But the specific team arrangements were determined by the trainees themselves. Although Wu Ming was unaware of the particulars, he was certain that, given Wan Feiping's disposition, it was impossible for him not to have Yi Zhe in the training camp. Wan Feiping remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of triumph. It was the kind of smile that one displays just before playfully teasing a friend. The monitoring department, in which the three found themselves, was as spacious as an airport waiting lounge, with a central monitoring table showcasing the content of the instance, along with the projections of each participant at the entrance. However, upon glancing at the projections, Wu Ming noticed the absence of Yi Zhe. Wan Feiping's smile widened even further. Wei Ming spoke in a low tone. I have also heard that a master of instance raids has emerged from Linyuan City. But do keep in mind, the more prominent one becomes in the special training camp, the more they become a target. Upon hearing these words, Wan Feiping's smile abruptly vanished, and a storm of thoughts surged within him. How outrageous. If they start targeting him, it could become quite serious. Though he had confidence in Yi Zhe, the other prodigies were not to be underestimated. If they were to unite against him, it could indeed spell trouble. Observing Wan Feiping's daze, the other two burst into laughter. Yet, in truth, from a certain perspective, Wan Feiping was overthinking the situation. Within the entire special training camp, very few individuals truly knew or had encountered Yi Zhe. At most, there were only Fu Wanjun and Song Qiao Qiao from South China, and Bai Wei from East China, although the latter was more driven by combat spirit. Aside from these three, there was only one person who was somewhat familiar with Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe, what are you doing here? Yi Zhe, who was idly waiting for the instance to commence, suddenly heard someone call his name from nearby. Turning his head, he saw a short-haired girl, around 1.60 meters in height, exuding youthful vitality, her legs visible beneath her pleated skirt. Dressed in a white athletic top, her skin appeared even fairer and more delicate. Yet a complex expression flickered across her petite and exquisite face. Lu Anren? Upon seeing the charming girl before him, Yi Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you being specially recruited for training at headquarters? Are you also here to attend the special training camp? The headquarters, located in central China, serves as the nation's highest management hub, nurturing exceptional talents across the country. The girl before him, who could be described as Yi Zhe's childhood friend, was indeed one of this year's specially recruited individuals. The short-haired girl, Lu Anren, casually explained, this instance might offer some ancient inheritance rewards, which are rather unique. So the headquarters sent me here. Wait, why do I need to report to you? Suddenly recalling something, her gaze fixed on Yi Zhe. Her demeanor turned sulky. It must be noted that her feelings towards Yi Zhe were quite intricate. As Yi Zhe would put it, still upset? Is it because I stole your man? His face was adorned with playful mockery, seemingly invigorated by teasing her. Lu Anren's anger flared instantly. Her clear eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth, resembling a small creature ready to bite. What do you mean by my man? Clarify that, he's my dad. Indeed. Lu Anren was the biological daughter of Yi Zhe's mentor, Lu Boyan. Although she is his biological daughter, Lu Boyan devoted considerable effort to caring for Yi Zhe, the son of his former comrade, after his retirement. This led the young Lu Anren to feel as though Yi Zhe had usurped her father's attention. Now that she has matured and can comprehend her father's actions, she still feels a twinge of annoyance whenever she encounters Yi Zhe, especially since Yi Zhe excelled remarkably in the humanities, which Lu Boyan frequently used as a benchmark for Lu Anren's education, leaving her feeling inferior. This only exacerbated her frustration. Forget it. There's nothing more to discuss with you. Lu Anren huffed defiantly, turning away and denying Yizhe another word. Hiki. Yizhe couldn't help but chuckle softly. At the same time, he found himself reflecting on Lu Anren's words. The ancient legacy within the instance? Not only had he never heard of it, but there was also no mention of it in any history textbooks. Beside him, upon noticing Lu Anren's departure, Hu Ming immediately approached, exclaiming, "Wow, dude. You know Lu Anren? They say she is a top contender for this year's special training camp championship. The little goddess of Huazhang. Those who were specially recruited as professionals are destined to become at least fifth-tier powerhouses. Do you know what her profession is?" It's said that even the headquarters has kept it under wraps. Of course, Yizhe was aware of Lu Anren's profession. The reason she was specially recruited for training by the headquarters was due to her awakening of a globally rare hidden occupational card. Spatial sorcerer. As a hidden profession, it is even more precious and rare than the already scarce rare professions, with potential ranking at least among the top 20 nationwide. However, Yizhe has not disclosed his thoughts to anyone, particularly not to the loquacious Hu Ming. Otherwise, by the time the training camp concludes, it is likely that the entire nation would be aware of it. At that moment, a voice echoed from the square at the entrance of the dungeon. "All training camp members, please form your own teams. The training camp dungeon, ancient battlefield, will commence in half an hour." The announcement was repeated 3 times. In this brief interval, the entrance to the dungeon quickly filled with assembled 5-person teams. Clearly, the participants had arranged their groups well in advance, not waiting until reaching the dungeon to form their teams. This was particularly true for the top-tier students from various regions. Not only had they formed their teams early, but the prowess of each teammate was also remarkable. Soon, all teams were organized into 5 columns, representing East China, South China, Central China, West China, and North China. Inside the monitoring room, Wu Ming glanced at all the assembled participants, his face a mask of confusion as he turned to Wan Feiping. "Where exactly have you hidden Yizhe?" With 4 5-member teams from each major region, a total of 100 participants, even Wu Ming, a 5th-tier professional, had failed to detect Yizhe. Now, even Wei Zheng had grown curious. Meanwhile, Wan Feiping wore a triumphant smile, increasingly pleased. "Is it any of your concern?" At this moment, in addition to these 3 individuals, several heads from the monitoring department, along with military and headquarters personnel, entered the room. Besides these high-ranking officials, there were specialized data clerks tasked with recording and assessing the trainees' progress. Ultimately, the special training camp, apart from this particular reward, is more concerned with future developmental trajectories. Gathered around the monitoring sand table were 5 heads. Although Wan Feiping was not an official leader, his status and the strength of his 6th tier were on par with theirs. "Wei Ge, aren't you going to discuss this inheritance reward?" asked one of the heads. "Indeed. Wei Ge, what is this ancient inheritance that even we must keep under wraps?" inquired Huaxi and Huanan, a male and female head, respectively. This year's ancient inheritance in the special training camp was news even to these officials, having only been revealed to them the day prior. Wei Zheng, who was responsible for the instance in the training camp, merely smiled and replied, "While researching the ancient battlefield instance, we discovered a legacy from a superlative era that dates back a millennium. Of course, it remains uncertain who will qualify to inherit this legacy. It is possible that even the top performer in this instance may not have the opportunity to claim it." Upon hearing this, the female head from Huanan voiced her confusion. "Wei Ge, hasn't the superlative era only emerged for over 50 years? Where does this millennium-old inheritance come from?" The superlative era marks a new epoch following Blue Star's transition into a universal class-switching era, symbolizing the advent of an entirely new age for Blue Star. Yet, merely over the span of 50 years has elapsed. At this moment, the head of Huaxi pondered aloud, could it be that, indeed, it is not the extraordinary of our world? Wei Yuan nodded in affirmation, stating that it originates from a realm long since obliterated by the abyss. Furthermore, this replica, the ancient battlefield, likely served as the battleground between that world and the malevolent forces. Ultimately, however, it culminated in defeat. The entire world was shattered by the abyss, leaving behind fragments that scattered here, forming the core of this replica. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp resonated throughout the monitoring department. The implications of these few statements are monumental. The inheritance from another world, evolved over millennia of extraordinary development, undoubtedly surpasses their current capabilities by a significant margin. A Blue Star that has only recently entered the realm of the extraordinary for 50 years now stands to gain the legacy of 1,000 years of transcendence. Should anyone acquire this inheritance, It is conceivable that their future prowess could eclipse all on a global scale. It could be said that the future lies within China's strategic arsenal. Yet, a terrifying question lingers. If a world that has flourished for over 1,000 years in the extraordinary has been shattered by the abyss, what fate awaits Blue Star? One shudders to contemplate. In recent decades, the Demon Suppression Army has consistently kept the malevolent forces at bay along the abyssal borders, instilling a sense of confidence among the populace. However, now, everything appears uncertain. Observing the expressions of those around him, Wei Zheng couldn't help but chuckle and wave his hand dismissively. There's no need to overthink it just yet. What I have stated is merely conjecture based on a fragment of evidence, and its veracity remains to be scrutinized. Nevertheless, the leaders present, being astute individuals, naturally discerned Wei Zheng's intent to reassure them. As the esteemed head of the central region, his words in a public forum implied at least an 80% confidence in the matter at hand. However, it was indeed premature to dwell on such concerns at this juncture. Wu Ming interjected to ease the atmosphere. In that case, we from the East must strive even harder for victory. Dream on. Our South is certainly not inferior to anyone this year, retorted another. Our West goal this year is to surpass the central region. As several leaders engaged in discussion, their attention simultaneously shifted towards the projected information of the various regional teams. On the left side of the projection, details of each regional squad were listed, ordered by their average team level from highest to lowest. West Team 1, Captain Zhu Xiao, profession, Beast Blood Warrior. Central Team 1, Captain Duan Tianchen, profession, confidential. East Team 1, Captain Bai Wei, profession, Magic Warrior. South Team 1, Captain Fu Wanjun, profession, Thunderblade. North Team 1, Captain Chu He, profession, confidential. Central Team 2, Captain Lu Anren. Old Wei, isn't it a bit excessive to have so many inconfidential professions? Questioned Wan Faping without reservation. However, Wei Zheng merely shrugged and replied, there's nothing I can do. It's a hidden profession. A hidden profession signifies uniqueness and eludes detection by ordinary means. The training camp tacitly permitted this, refraining from disclosing hidden professions, for confronting unknown abilities is indeed a vital aspect of future battlefields. Wan Faping silently edged back, discreetly capturing this interface with his phone, sending it to Yi Zhe. Yet, this shameless act had long been uncovered by others. Nevertheless, no one paid him any heed, for gathering information on opponents is a task to be undertaken before the onset of battle. Who, like this reckless fool, would sharpen their weapons at the last moment? Ding. Upon receiving Wan Faping's message, Yi Zhe felt a wave of exasperation. I already knew this. Was this all in vain? Even the few confidential hidden professions were already clear to him. Under the gaze of insight, no secret remains concealed. At that moment, the entrance to the instance began to swirl like a vortex, releasing magical energy outward. The myriad ancient runes surrounding the portal began to gleam with light. In an instant, all the qualified trainees from the training camp, along with the instructors including Yi Zhe, vanished without a trace. Chapter 59. You have failed. You have entered the vast instance, ancient battlefield. Your current identity type is Battlefield Guardian. You are in a hostile state against all challengers. Please uphold the glory of the ancient battlefield. In a flash of white light, the scene before Yi Zhe transformed abruptly. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a desolate vista, shattered walls and ruins, encroaching weeds amidst a thick accumulation of blood and dust. The yellow sand swirled in the air, stretching infinitely across the horizon. I am a guardian of the battlefield. Thus, the other trainees must be the challengers. As Yi Zhe spoke, he activated the map interface of the ancient battlefield. The map was overwhelmingly vast. The dot representing Yi Zhe on the map was but a grain of sand in the boundless desert. He found himself utterly alone, as all other guardians, who were the instructors, were scattered randomly across various regions. Moreover, the map displayed only the locations of the monster bosses, concealing the whereabouts of the trainees. Damn, I never anticipated that the challenge would not lie in slaying foes, but rather in locating them. However, this predicament would not persist indefinitely. As time elapsed, or as the number of remaining participants dwindled, the ancient battlefield would teleport everyone to a more confined arena. Yi Zhe understood this well, commonly referred to as shrinking the circle. This mechanism was also instituted to prevent certain teams from hiding in the corners of the map, waiting for others to clash, only to seize a high rank effortlessly. Indeed, to prevent such occurrences, the headquarters has deliberately included the elimination of enemies and bosses as part of the ranking point system. Reflecting on this, Yize conceived a plan. Instead of expending vast amounts of time searching for players, it would be far more prudent to seek out the bosses directly. After all, no one has stated that guardians are prohibited from vanquishing bosses. Moreover, defeating a boss yields experience and points. And he might even encounter other students who are also in pursuit of the bosses. Although he does not possess a student's position, he is capable of perceiving the location of the boss. Resolute in his decision, Yize initially adhered to the customary approach, summoning squirrels and dispatching dozens of shadow clones to scout the area using the most straightforward and unadorned methods. Subsequently, once one of the shadow clones arrived at the boss's location, he executed a direct swap. In a desolate expanse of the ancient battlefield, a team composed of 4 men and 1 woman was rapidly discussing tactics. Where are we currently positioned? In the upper left corner of the map, according to the data. There lies a frontline fortress not far from here. Should we proceed there? It is said that every structure within the ancient battlefield contains reward chests of varying quality. We are not here merely to seize treasure. Although we are Team 4 from North China, with our capabilities, we should at least secure a spot within the top 10. Qianfeng, utilize your tracking abilities to locate any nearby monster bosses. Before we engage in the fray, let us eliminate the boss to seize some points. The one who dominated the conversation within the team was the sole female member. Though she is neither the captain nor the strongest member of the team, she is a specially recruited student majoring in tactics, destined to become a tactician. In elite training camps, where only the most formidable squads assemble, the presence of a tactician is often indispensable. They observe the adversary and devise strategies. The combined prowess of 4 professionals alongside a tactician frequently surpasses that of 5 professionals alone. For instance, akin to the trio of Liu, Guan, and Zhang during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, their achievements were quite limited until they encountered Su Shu and Zhuge Liang. The underlying principle remains consistent. Thus, within such elite squads, the authority of a tactician is often on par with that of the captain. Consequently, upon hearing her directives, the quartet promptly sprang into action, heading towards the location of a formidable monster boss. Guided by a teammate with tracking abilities, they swiftly encountered a level 30 monster boss, a fire demon beast, a rare entity. Renowned for its robust physique and fire-based area skills, they quickly dispersed at her warning. Given that this was a level 30 monster boss, even though they were distinguished players from various regions, caution was imperative. Towering at 5 to 6 meters, the fire demon beast resembled a fiery dragon, adorned with blistering magma scales, exuding an extraordinary aura. Captain, you should first utilize Blink Slash to evade the fire demon's initial wave of skills to mitigate damage. Qianfeng, take this opportunity to stealthily maneuver behind it to control and debilitate. Then the girl spoke rapidly, formulating a plan to minimize losses even against a manageable boss. The team members listened intently, nodding in agreement from time to time. However, in the next moment, the fiery behemoth before them suddenly suffered a violent blow, producing a reverberating sound that shook the ground. The strategist's words faltered. The expressions of the other 4 team members transformed into shock, their eyes widening as if faced with a formidable enemy. They witnessed the imposing level 30 fire demon being obliterated by a bear that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, reduced to scattered remains in an instant. Amidst the whirlwind of chaos, a young man, clad in a flowing black robe, emerged with grace, waving at them. What a coincidence. It appeared that your opponent has now become me. This individual was, of course, Yize. Simultaneously, after vanquishing the level 30 monster boss, his experience points surged significantly. Yet, across from him, the 5 students were expressions of profound dismay. A teacher? How could a teacher possess such strength? Could they discern his attributes and skills? It was impossible. He seemed to have methods to evade detection. Their attempts to probe were thwarted, as the silver medal adorning Yize conferred military-grade stealth capabilities. With no information gleaned, the captain turned to the strategist girl. Can you estimate his level of strength? The tactician girl took a deep breath. The force emanating from that recent punch was powerful enough to annihilate all 5 of us. The others gasped in shock. Outside the dungeon, in the monitoring department, the lower left corner of the screen projected the announcement of a fallen boss. Correspondingly, the footage of the deceased boss within the dungeon was magnified. The one who achieved the first kill of the boss is actually an instructor? This seems to contravene the rules, does it not? An instructor taking down a boss? Although there is no explicit prohibition against it, the last rough retort came from Wan Feiping. Aside from him and Wu Ming, no one else recognized Yize. Assuming he was merely a soldier from the Demon Suppression Army, Only Wei Jing found him somewhat familiar. Wu Ming fiercely pulled Wan Feiping aside and whispered, "Are you insane? You want to make Yizhe an instructor? Do you wish to undermine him? A prodigy of the same age and level as Yizhe. And yet they form a team of 5 to enter the dungeon. To assign Yizhe as an instructor, a sharpening stone for others. Is that not a blow to his self-confidence?" Wu Ming pondered this, but Wan Feiping seemed to possess a deeper understanding of Yizhe's strength. Just wait and see. It remains uncertain who will truly be undermined. Just yesterday, he received news from the front lines. Yizhe had slain the malevolent general and was awarded the silver medal. As the honorary leader of the Demon Suppression Army, he was among the first to know. Subsequently, he issued a direct order to seal the information. As for the reason, Wan Feiping, with a furtive glance towards Wu Ming, proposed a gamble. "Shall we take a chance? Let us wager on a mere whim." He flexed his muscular arm, brimming with the strength of a 6th-tier hunter. Wu Ming adjusted his golden glasses and silently took half a step back. Within the instance, the tactical female strategist pondered briefly before arriving at a conclusion. It seemed to be a strength-based summoned beast. Perhaps if we engage in a tug-of-war, we might find an opportunity. However, seeing Yizhe standing at the forefront, the team leader steeled herself, drawing a short dagger and dashing forward. The male captain's figure abruptly vanished from sight, not truly disappearing, but rather moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. He lunged at Yizhe. Instant slash. Indeed, it was an impressive beheading skill. As the one facing the impending decapitation, Yizhe calmly assessed the situation. At that moment, a mantis materialized before him, effortlessly blocking the opponent's full-force strike with a single arm blade. Clang. Observing the short dagger unable to penetrate further and the ease with which the terrifying creature stood before him, the captain decisively yelled, "Run." Yet, at that moment, not a single soul fled. Instead, they all charged towards Yizhe. A powerful barrage of concentrated fire ensued. The bear stood beside Yizhe, activating the Martial Saint's Qi. With a cacophony of skill collisions, the Martial Saint's Qi effortlessly intercepted all attacks, dissolving the assault in an instant. Indeed, as the captain, he proved competent. He swiftly sought opportunities for a decisive strike, and upon realizing his inferiority, chose to cover his teammates' retreat. "You have passed," Yizhe remarked, eliciting a mix of confusion and surprise from the captain. Passed. Passed. Indeed. How could such a formidable instructor be someone they could defeat? He must be here for an assessment. But what, then, is the reward for passing? The captain, setting aside his dagger, inquired with eager anticipation. Yizhe chuckled softly. "There is no reward for passing. Those who are to be eliminated will be eliminated. However, those who fail will face additional penalties." In the next moment, the mantis's strike severed the captain's head, marking him as the first to be eliminated from the instance. Progress on the advancement task. Warrior 01, Assassin 11. Mage 01, Archer 01, Swordsman 01. This captain, adept in the instant slash, belonged to the rare assassin class. Meanwhile, 1,000 experience points were credited. Yizhe silently calculated the 400 military merits he had secured. This was the reward for his role as an instructor. Alas, if only these individuals were from East or Central China, he could have garnered an additional 300. Yizhe mused casually. However, the remaining 4 members of the opposing team were taken aback. At that moment, when they attempted to flee, they discovered that they were utterly immobilized. The squirrel's binding had firmly ensnared them. Your recent barrage was a waste of your captain's sacrifice. Although commendable in spirit, it lacked any semblance of reason. Especially since this was not a battlefield, but rather a dungeon focused on ranking teams. All of you have failed, Yizhe remarked, finally turning his gaze to a trembling boy. Furthermore, when you concentrated your fire, why did you not attack me? The boy stuttered, his voice quaking, because I felt that I would be eliminated instantly. In truth, it is quite normal for an ordinary person to feel such trepidation when facing a void hunter directly. This sensation is particularly pronounced for assassins, who inherently experience a sense of overwhelming pressure. Yet Yizhe, intrigued, inquired, "Then why did you not flee?" The boy replied candidly, "Because one cannot abandon their comrades in a crisis." Genius. Yizhe could not help but applaud. Haha. This logic is simply transparent. Wan Feiping was the first to burst into hearty laughter. This entire sequence of reasoning, neither attacking nor fleeing, standing frozen in place, can such a psychological disposition truly be deemed talent? The other leaders either smiled faintly or sighed in resignation. Only the leader from Huabei appeared particularly embarrassed. This child has spent the majority of his time grinding in dungeons since his job change, having encountered few formidable foes. In the simulation, his performance was commendable, yet he easily lost his composure when faced with formidable opponents. I will arrange targeted training for him in the future. The head of North China reflected on his shortcomings. Indeed, allowing such an individual into the training camp was a significant oversight on his part. However, Wei Zheng chose not to dwell on this point. Instead, he regarded Yi Zhe with admiration, remarking, "This instructor is quite impressive. Though it is a competitive simulation, he reasonably assesses the trainee's actions, which aligns with my own judgment. If an opportunity arises, he could be assigned as a long-term instructor for the Demon Suppression Army." The position of a long-term instructor in the Demon Suppression Army holds a rank comparable to that of a company commander, representing a notable promotion for an ordinary soldier. Upon hearing Wei Zheng's appraisal, the other heads unanimously nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Wan Feiping smiled with particular delight, exclaiming, "Old Wei, what do you think? This instructor is one I personally recommended. He embodies my teachings." Wu Ming cast a silent glance at him, but refrained from speaking. Wei Zheng looked at Wan Feiping with surprise. "You recommended him? You two are remarkably dissimilar." At that moment, someone suddenly gasped while gazing at the projection. "What is he doing?" "He is stealing the trainees' equipment." The projection revealed 4 team members, their faces filled with shock and helplessness. While a squirrel beside Yi Zhe was deftly snatching equipment from each of them, one by one. How on earth was he accomplishing this? One can seize equipment without the consent of others. What a sinister skill. This is rather excessive, isn't it? Relying on one's strength to snatch away another's possessions? Not only the head of North China, but several members from headquarters also voiced their disapproval. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow and teasingly glanced at Wan Feiping. "Now I truly believe he has inherited your true teachings." The crowd couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Wan Feiping, nodding in unison. "It must have been your instigation." Wan Feiping's eyes widened in anger. "Why is it that they forget my good deeds and instead choose to place the blame squarely on me?" However, he retorted loudly, "What's wrong with taking a bit of equipment? If it were me during my special training, anyone who couldn't surpass me would have to surrender their resources. It's only now that I am being so lenient with these students." The crowd fixated on Wan Feiping and solemnly nodded again. Indeed, it was he who instigated this. There is no doubt. Wan Feiping found himself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. Several officials turned to Wei Zheng, awaiting his decision. However, Wei Zheng merely smiled indifferently. "They've already prepared their justification. What more can we say?" "Justification?" the North China head inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. The instructor's manual stipulates that an instructor is entitled to impose penalties on underperforming students during their tenure. He has not violated any regulations." The crowd exchanged glances, completely unprepared for this layer of reasoning. Primarily, the trainees of the special training camp hail from affluent and distinguished backgrounds. Which instructor would dare to impose punishment upon them? One individual tentatively inquired, "What if those families come to question us? We cannot simply dismiss their concerns, can we?" Wei Zheng gazed at Yi Zhe projected on the screen, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Then let us inform those families. Once this instructor is defeated and eliminated by other teams, he will no longer be an instructor. At that point, we shall seamlessly reclaim the equipment." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in unanimous agreement, exclaiming, "Wei Ji's insight is remarkable." Chapter 60, The 14 Entries, Hunting the Vision. Within the dungeon, Yi Zhe exhibited no mercy, meticulously selecting only the most valuable treasures. Apart from the captain who had been eliminated earlier, none of the remaining 4 members of the team managed to escape. In total, they acquired 3 epic items and 1 exceptional piece. Even though their family backgrounds were relatively affluent, they could not help but feel a twinge of regret. After all, equipment of exceptional quality and above is exceedingly rare in the market, especially those with outstanding attributes which are nearly impossible to procure. Of course, Yi Zhe retained a modicum of morality. He would refrain from seizing exclusive or significantly meaningful equipment. Once the items were secured, the mantis swiftly dispatched them, leading to their elimination. Kill the trialists 4, gain 4,000 experience. Ding. Your level has risen to level 14. Talent. You have gained 1 opportunity to draw from the infinite gold entries. Progress on advancement tasks. Warrior 01, Assassin 11, Mage 11, Archer 01, Swordsman 01. Simultaneously, Yi Zhe silently noted that he had accumulated 2,000 military merits. The experience bar, which had been nearly full, successfully leveled up after vanquishing the infernal beast and 5 trainees. The only regret was that among the remaining four, there was only one mage of a rare class. Initially, there had been an archer class, but it was merely of a high rank. However, this was of little concern. Among the trainees of the special training camp, rare classes were in abundance. Subsequently, Yize commenced the drawing of his entries. The 14th Golden Legendary entry. Ding. You have been bestowed with the Golden Legendary attribute, Predator's Vision. Predator's Vision. This grants an extraordinary sight that enables one to perceive everything, capturing every subtle movement of the prey, and allowing the detection of quarry through all terrains and obstacles. Isn't this a form of X-ray vision? Furthermore, this attribute aligns perfectly with the mantis's compound eyes. One offers a panoramic 360 perspective with an extensive range, while the other penetrates all geographic barriers. No prey can possibly escape. Previously, Yize had to ponder how to locate individuals on such a vast ancient battlefield. Now, that dilemma is effortlessly resolved. Excellent. I shall leave it to the mantis. The attribute Predator's Vision is successfully conferred. Summoned Beast, Void Hunter, Legendary, ascends to Legendary. Yize inquired curiously. Can you see if there are any individuals nearby? The mantis's compound eyes emitted faint red glimmers, revealing its excitement. So many people. At this, Yize couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Indeed, utilizing Predator's Vision to locate individuals on the battlefield is akin to wielding a cheat. Where's the recent squad? Yize eagerly questioned. And the mantis extended its blade-like arm, indicating towards a small hill. Over there are 6 individuals. 6 individuals? A squad typically consists of no more than 5 members. The additional 6th could be a stray from another team or an instructor. However, that is of little consequence. With the direction established, Yize immediately set forth. The current number of remaining challengers, 95-100. Observing the fluctuations in the numbers displayed on their personal panels, the other squads could not help but express their astonishment. In a mere 10 minutes since the dungeon's opening, 5 students had perished, yet no team had accrued any kill points. In Team Huazhong 2, Lu Anren was leading her squad in search of the boss. Upon witnessing the scores of the other teams, she was left in a state of perplexity. 5 individuals had fallen, and yet none of the squads had claimed a kill. Could there be formidable bosses lurking in the ancient battlefield, or perhaps lethal traps? In past dungeons, certain mechanisms, once activated, guaranteed death. However, in a player-versus-player dungeon, such perilous traps should be quite rare. Contemplating this, Lu Anren cautioned, we must exercise caution as well. Lu Anren held a unique position. She was not only the team leader but also the strategist and possessed a hidden class. Thus, despite her average background in the training camp, the other 4 members of her squad heeded her words without question. Let us proceed and secure the points from the monster boss. The true battle will commence once the next layer of the ancient battlefield opens and the map shrinks. As she spoke, Lu Anren inscribed a circular magical array beneath her teammates' feet. In the next instant, they were swiftly transported to another location by the array. Meanwhile, Yize had swiftly arrived at the position of the target squad. Upon the mantis's discovery of its adversary, it promptly utilized void shifting to arrive in close proximity to the target, while Yize executed a positional exchange to join the fray. And the mantis employed a second void shift to converge. Before them lay a vast plain, occupied by 5 students and the instructor Hu Ming, whom Yize had encountered previously. It was unclear whether this was a mere coincidence. Among them, 4 students stood at a distance, leaving only their captain to engage Hu Ming in single combat. This piqued Yize's interest. After all, Hu Ming was a level 23 second-tier fighter, yet the student captain, despite being only level 13, appeared to hold the upper hand in this one-on-one duel. This was the North China second team. Regrettably, it was yet another team from North China. Yize felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to encounter teams from Central or East China. Presently, this North China second team was evidently far stronger than the previous North China fourth team. The captain, a male student of a rare warrior class, boasted an impressive strength. Instructor, it seems your second-tier fighter skills are lacking. The black-haired youth laughed heartily, his fists emanating a faint crimson glow, each strike landing with palpable force. Hu Ming, severely injured, felt a jolt of unease. These new students were alarmingly formidable. He had assumed that the opponent's second team would be less threatening, allowing him to trade blows. To his astonishment, even the first-tier members of this second team could contend with a second-tier fighter like him. Indeed, even within the second team, they were still prodigies among prodigies. With a final, devastating punch, the black-haired youth struck down Hu Ming. Captain, you are incredible. for distant onlookers could not help but express their admiration. The points awarded for defeating the instructor would contribute to their squad's ranking. At that moment, the black-haired youth who had just vanquished Hu Ming turned his head. Upon seeing Yi Zhe on the hillside, his fighting spirit surged, and he grinned. Another one? I wonder how many points this instructor is worth. Within the monitoring department, the projected images had shifted focus from Yi Zhe as other teams commenced their respective battles. Yet, Wan Feiping remained fixated on Yi Zhe, prompting him to summon Wu Ming. What do you say? Shall we place a bet? His opponent was none other than Team 2 from Huabei. Observing Wan Feiping's confidence, even Wei Zheng could not suppress his curiosity. I say, old Wan, the person you brought complies with the instructor's strength requirements, right? Of course. They're undoubtedly below the third-tier profession. In the Battle Royale, instructors merely serve to slightly elevate the difficulty. Overly powerful instructors would undermine the essence of student PvP. Thus, the training camp mandated that instructors be no higher than third tier. Wan Feiping was certainly confident in his assertion. Upon receiving this confirmation, Wei Zheng nodded, while the Huabei representative, who had been quietly seated, stood up. Brother Hunter, how about I take a bet with you? The Huabei representative was a middle-aged man of few words. Yet he held considerable confidence in the students he had brought along, especially since this is his second team. It is several levels stronger than the 4 teams that were eliminated first. At the same time, he hopes to redeem the humiliation brought by the recently eliminated 4 teams. Wan Feiping, welcoming all challenges, exclaimed, "Great. Let me think about our wager." Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted from Yi Zhe's projection. Everyone immediately turned to look. They saw the black-haired captain of the second team, who had just been filled with combat fervor, unexpectedly struck by a bear up close. Delivering a powerful punch, the force of the blow generated a deafening roar, sending the captain flying 100 meters, crashing into a distant hillock. Was that a swift defeat? Someone gasped in astonishment. The person in charge of North China felt as though his heart had stopped, as if that punch had landed directly on his own heart. Oh my goodness! Wan Feiping, in a state of panic, smacked his palm. Couldn't Yi Zhe have waited a moment longer to strike? He hadn't even had the chance to articulate his wager. Chapter 61. Decisive Tactics. The second level of the ancient battlefield unveiled. Within the dungeon, the 4 members of the North China Team 2 were engulfed in terror. Captain. All 4 turned in shock towards the spot where their captain had been sent flying, then immediately cast wary glances at Yi Zhe and the bear. The bear's speed was truly astonishing, even among them. Those with heightened perception could barely register the bear's movement before their captain was already airborne. This was the prowess of a martial saint, a pinnacle of speed and strength. Further augmented by the storm battle rope, swift as lightning. In the very next moment after the team captain's defiant proclamation, he was propelled into the air. However, what piqued Yi Zhe's interest was that this individual, despite taking a direct hit from the bear, had not triggered a kill notification. Quite intriguing. From 100 meters away, atop a small hill, the blasted team captain emerged step by step from the swirling dust and debris, enveloped in a formidable aura of bloodlust. Empowered by this bloodlust, the black-haired youth resembled a vengeful warrior, exuding an astonishing presence. Seeing this, his 4 teammates hurriedly gathered around him. Yi Zhe's pupil shimmered with golden light. Through the insight of his discerning eye, the black-haired youth's health was locked at 1 point. Indeed, a rare berserker class, whose strength escalates as their health diminishes. With the talent Desperate Stand, sustaining a fatal blow reduces their health to a mere 1 point. Truly deserving of the title of captain. Yi Zhe couldn't help but murmur his assessment. This combination indeed possesses remarkable strength. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of this talent that his family purchased a berserker profession card for him. At this moment, the black-haired youth's power, speed, and attack speed surged to their zenith. In such a state, it is likely that the previous Hu Ming would not last a minute. The black-haired youth fixed his gaze on Yi Zhe, exuding an imposing aura. It seems there are formidable individuals among the instructors. He grinned, slowly advancing forward with a bloodthirsty smile. Beside him, the supporting roles promptly bestowed enhancement effects, and everyone stood ready for action. Yi Zhe remained stationary, looking down at him with an indifferent expression. The next moment, the black-haired youth made his move. Blood surged, and his speed reached its peak. However, the direction of his advance was entirely opposite to Yi Zhe's position. Run. At the command, his figure darted forward like a red comet, never pausing for an instant. His 4 teammates wasted no time, turning on their heels and sprinting as if their legs were leaving after images. Huh? Yi Zhe's lips twitched, feeling a bit numb. In the monitoring department, Wan Feiping scratched his head, while the others wore complex expressions. The head of the North China Division cleared his throat awkwardly to mask the embarrassment. Ahem, this is a tactic, a form of strategy. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhong couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it is. A punch from the opponent had inadvertently revealed his ultimate trump card. At this moment, retreating was perhaps the only option left. Wan Feiping wore a look of astonishment. He had come to understand the Berserker class quite well. Escaping at the utmost speed now seemed rather prudent, significantly wiser than the previous Team S actions. Wu Ming, with arms crossed, scrutinized the scene. Moreover, his teammates showed no hesitation in fleeing, indicating that they had contemplated this strategy in advance. Wei Jing jested, by this instructor's standards, it appears the entire team has passed the test. Haha. Observing the second team's captain's decisive retreat, the leader from North China felt a sense of relief. At the very least, it seemed that this second team would not be eliminated, for now. Just as the North China leader contemplated this, the next scene projected before him sent his heart racing once more. The remaining 4 members of the second team had followed their captain's lead, fleeing from Yizhe. In a mere span of time, they had already covered nearly 10 kilometers. What kind of monster was this instructor? How could there be such a vast difference from the previous one? The black-haired youth ran, thanking his stars for his swiftness. Otherwise, enduring another punch would have surely been fatal. Although the Berserker could unleash rapid attacks without sustaining damage after losing a drop of blood, this was predicated upon the enemy and ally being of comparable strength. Clearly, that bear was far beyond the realm of comparable. His teammates shared in a collective sigh of relief. Fortunately, our escape was decisive. By now, he should not be able to catch up. A renowned teammate continuously glanced back, seeing no signs of pursuit. His mind at ease. However, as he turned back, he was confronted by a massive dark purple mantis. Before he could finish his sentence, a rift in the void sliced through the air. This phenomenon impartially affected everyone. Defeated the Trialist 5, gained 5,000 experience. Level 14, 5,275 22100. Advancement task completion. Warrior 1-1, Assassin 1-1, Mage 1-1, Archer 1-1, Swordsman 0-1. Although the North China Team 2 had fled decisively, how could they possibly escape the Void Hunter? Another 5,000 experience points were credited, and simultaneously, the military merits gained from defeating the student reached 4,000. Alas, they had not encountered any teams from Central or East China. Yizhe sighed, then turned his gaze to the advancement task, noticing that only the rare swordsman profession remained. The earlier North China Team 2 was a typical combination of shield warriors, archers, and healers. The captain was of the Berserker profession, which served a similar function to that of a swordsman, so it was unlikely that a swordsman would appear again. Nonetheless, Yizhe felt no disappointment. With the hunting vision of the mantis, the advancement task would be a breeze. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. Yizhe's figure was enveloped by a towering white teleportation beam. Immediately, all figures on the ancient battlefield vanished. The current death toll has reached 20. Chapter 62. Are you alone going to encircle us 10? The conditions for opening each layer of the battlefield vary significantly. In the second layer, the moment 20 trial participants fall, it will immediately commence. The dimensions of this battlefield are reduced to 1/10 that of the first layer. The frequency of combat will evidently surpass that of the previous layer. In the South China team, Song Chaoqiao gazed at the team rankings, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. What is happening? 20 individuals have perished, yet the ranking reflects only 10 individuals' kill points. Any participant slain by the students generates kill points. Conversely, those who are not do not contribute to the score. At that moment, Fu Wanjun felt a chill run down his spine. Even the North China team has fallen so swiftly. It must be that instructor. He undoubtedly did not suppress his strength. A robust, shield-bearing male student inquired curiously, "Captain, we are the South China team. Which instructor could elicit such fear from you?" In that instant, Fu Wanjuan's mind conjured the figure of Yizhe, his tone resolute. That individual is at least a third-tier practitioner. Third tier? That seems excessive. The rest of the team gasped in astonishment. Could this be a trial orchestrated by headquarters? Fu Wanjun pondered for a moment, making a firm decision. It is possible. But if we encounter him now, we must keep our distance. Without the combat strength of 2 formidable teams, we certainly cannot contend with him. On the other side of the ancient battlefield's second layer, 5 members of the North China team sat atop a colossal tortoise, progressing slowly. The enigmatic and discreet practitioner, Chu He, with a refined demeanor, betrayed a hint of irritation. Who is it that is targeting our North China team? Indeed, Both our second and fourth teams were eliminated in a mere 20 minutes. Beside him, a tall maiden clad in a blue robe wore an expression of perplexity. Could it be someone is provoking me? Regardless of who it may be, it is time for North China to retaliate. Chu Hie's expression darkened. He retrieved a scroll from his backpack and unfurled it, revealing a vividly depicted dragon. From this moment on, whoever we encounter, we shall engage in battle. The remaining teammates, equally stirred by the spirit of combat, promptly prepared for the impending conflict. They were not alone. Throughout the ancient battlefield, although the chaos of full-scale combat had yet to commence, skirmishes between teams erupted continuously. It was evident that the number of surviving trial participants would plummet dramatically. Yizhe also perceived this urgency. We must secure those kills. Each trial participant yields a bounty of 1,000 experience plus 400 military merits. Should the student teams turn upon one another prematurely, I would suffer a significant loss. With this thought in mind, Yizhe dispatched the Mantis alone to confront a reconnoitered unit from the South China 4th team. Typically, even against a fully staffed team of 5, the Mantis would find such encounters effortless. Yizhe had replicated the talent hunting vision, accompanied by his remaining summoned beasts. He arrived at a military camp characterized by crumbling walls and ruins. His quarry consisted of no fewer than 10 individuals. 2 fully equipped teams of 5 faced off, with Team West 2 pitted against Team East 3. Yizhe soon identified his primary target, Wang Jingyu, the captain of Team West 2, an exceptionally rare swordsman class. Finally, he was on the brink of advancement. Yizhe made no effort to conceal his presence, which led both teams on the battlefield to immediately recognize this third party. The 2 teams promptly distanced themselves, halting their skirmish. One member of Team East exclaimed in astonishment, "What the heck? It's him. Do you know him? It's Yizhe, the one who ranked first in the team dungeon. I caught a glimpse of him from the crowd that day. Which team is he part of? No, wait. He's a guardian. He's the instructor? Why would they assign a newcomer as an instructor? Isn't that akin to courting death? Perhaps no one was willing to take on the role of instructor." Upon recognizing Yizhe, the members of Team East 3 did not pay him much heed. Their attention remained firmly focused on Team West 2 before them. After all, in their eyes, Yizhe was merely one individual and posed no greater threat than the 5 members of Team West 2. Captain Wang Jingyu of Team West 2 frowned, unable to discern Yizhe's true capabilities. Fortunately, neither team had suffered any casualties thus far. Otherwise, it would indeed have been a loss. Yizhe smiled with satisfaction and said, "Let us take action. Do not allow them to escape." Upon hearing this audacious declaration, the 10 individuals on the field were momentarily taken aback. "You alone intend to encircle all 10 of us?" Yet, in the next instant, they realized that this was no mere jest. A flash of white light erupted as the little fox was summoned. The magic sphere beside the 3-tailed fox radiated an intense purple glow, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding a formidable presence. The heavens roared with fury. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the sky was abruptly torn apart, and colossal, blinding lightning struck down as if it were divine retribution. Captain Wang Jingyu of the Huaxi 2nd team felt his pupils constrict in alarm. A robust young man wielding a massive shield beside him shouted, "Stand close to me." The strong young man raised his shield, which shimmered with a protective barrier, shielding the team from the impending lightning. Simultaneously, the mage and priest continuously cast buffs and healing spells upon him, barely enabling him to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Huadong 3rd team. Their composition was excessively unconventional. Sensing that they would be at a disadvantage in direct confrontations, their ranks were filled with assassins and similar classes. Lacking a guardian, no one could endure the thunderous assault, and there was no time left to flee. "Squirrel, quickly seize the equipment. If we delay any longer, we shall be struck down," Yizhe urged, realizing the urgency of the situation. The thunderstorm unleashed its fury, transforming into countless bolts of lightning that gouged deep craters into the ground, leaving behind a charred landscape. The assassins from the Eastern China Team 3 could not withstand even the second wave of this celestial onslaught. Fortunately, Squirrel possessed the ability of shadow evasion, moving with remarkable speed, and successfully seized 5 pieces of equipment. The trial participants were vanquished, yielding an experience boost of 5,000. In the monitoring department, several high-ranking officials with an interest in Yizhe fell into a contemplative silence. Among them were a bear of extraordinary strength and speed, alongside a mantis capable of instantaneous teleportation. Remarkably, he also possessed a creature with such formidable magical damage. The prowess of these summoned beasts had evidently reached the 3rd tier. The onlookers turned their gaze back to Wan Faping, the Hunter King. Was this instructor truly not a third-tier professional? If I say he isn't, then he certainly isn't. Wan Faping felt a surge of exhilaration, particularly when he witnessed Yize effortlessly eliminate Team 3. He could not help but raise an eyebrow at Wu Ming. At that moment, a senior executive from headquarters concluded, it is only possible that a summoner below the second tier could command such powerful summoned beasts if he possesses extraordinary talent, or is exceptionally skilled in nurturing them. For summoners, acquiring a high-tier skill book is significantly easier than raising a summoned beast to a higher tier. Hence, the specialization of nurturing summoned beasts is rather rare among summoners. The senior executive at headquarters praised, such talent, if brought to the headquarters, may potentially cultivate even more exceptional summoners in the future. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng could not help but chuckle. Wan Faping's expression instantly turned awkward, followed by an outburst of fury. Damn it, Wei Ping, are you trying to poach my people right in front of me? The Hunter King remained composed. I merely believe that this individual would be somewhat underutilized as a training officer. Indeed, old Wan, this instructor's contribution at the headquarters would benefit the future of China, at least more than being in the Demon Suppression Army, right? You're talking nonsense. Chapter 63. Promotion to the first level. Exclusive skill chest. This time, Wu Ming, who typically opposed Wan Faping, refrained from retorting. After all, Wu Ming was one of the two individuals present who knew Yize's true identity. This was his person from East China. It was conceivable that if Wan Faping were to mismanage him in the future, he might still reclaim him. If he were to be sent to the headquarters, wouldn't this talent be entirely beyond his reach? Wu Ming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and calmly advised, all right, enough of the scolding, old Wan. If it doesn't work, let's take action. The individual named Wei Ping from the headquarters promptly fell silent. All right, I won't mention it again. The remaining military personnel and those from the headquarters also quickly ceased their chatter. After all, this was Wan Faping. One could never be certain he wouldn't take action here. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding security personnel let out a sigh of relief. Only Wei Zheng, the head of Central China, smiled, seemingly unfazed, as he continued to watch the dungeon projection with composure. Meanwhile, at this moment, the three-tailed fox's spell damage had accumulated by 50. She initially believed that she could easily annihilate her foes without stacking. However, the 5 members of the Western China second team managed to survive, thanks to their formidable shield bearers. The little fox was infuriated and was about to unleash another wave of heavenly thunder when a piercing sound cut through the air. It was the swordsman Wang Jingyu's void slash, akin to a bullet racing toward its target, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Yize swiftly embraced the fox and in an instant, switched positions with the bear. Bang! The swordsman, rushing forth, was sent flying by a single swipe of the bear. Wang Jingyu stood in stunned silence. In this surprise assault, he had aimed to at least incapacitate either the mage, the fox, or the summoner, Yize. Yet, without even a blink, he found himself facing a bear instead. However, he was offered no time to ponder, as the bear swiftly closed the distance to the severely wounded Wang Jingyu, delivering a powerful punch. To his astonishment, a resonant sound echoed, a clear indication of skill activation. Wang Jingyu managed to block the bear's punch with his sword. At the moment of impact, the long sword emanated a brilliant white light, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Impressive, Yize exclaimed, to achieve a perfect block even while gravely injured. A perfect block occurs when a swordsman successfully defends against the focal point of an opponent's attack, rendering them immune to that damage. Triggering a perfect block demands acute awareness of attack trajectories and exceptional reflexes, representing both the foundation and pinnacle of a swordsman's skill. It was precisely this ability that allowed him to barely withstand the bear's blow. Yet, Wang Jingyu felt no sense of relief. The bear merely tilted its head in confusion before raising its other paw for a second strike. Protect the captain. Upon witnessing this, several members of Team Huashi rushed to his aid at full speed. Notably, the shield-bearing male seemed to gain a speed boost as he approached his comrade, charging forth with his shield raised like a bolt of lightning. As the bear sensed the approach of the shield warrior, he swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The formidable shield warrior, who had been safeguarding the team against the celestial thunder, was sent flying along with his shield. The trial challenger was vanquished, yielding an experience gain of 1,000. Wang Jingyu, the swordsman, felt his pupils constrict once more. It dawned on him that had it not been for the perfect block, a single blow would have cost him several lives. At this moment, within Team 2 of Huashi, only a mage, a priest, and a support remained. No one had anticipated their captain would fall so swiftly. The sole output, the mage, specialized in thunder magic. Her spell struck the bear without any discernible effect. Of course, had it not been for the lightning elemental damage reduction buff she had bestowed upon the shield warrior, the entire team might have succumbed to the celestial thunder. Meanwhile, from an immense distance, the priest cast a damage absorption shield upon Wang Jingyu. The thunder mage, however, had shifted her focus towards Yizhe. Yet, before she could unleash her spell, a knife-wielding squirrel emerged from her shadow. Slice. The crimson demon blade glided across the throat of the thunder mage. Given the squirrel's current attributes, it could effortlessly eliminate a rear-line profession of the same level without even utilizing skills. Upon witnessing this, the other two female team members were taken aback. The support class member, who also served as the team's tactician, swiftly clicked send on the edited message. In the next instant, the shadow clone squirrel appeared behind the two of them, delivering a lethal strike. On the other side of the ancient battleground, the West China Team 1 has just triumphed over a group of trainees. With his fiery red hair and muscular torso exposed, Zhu Xiao's right hand transformed into a colossal tiger claw, snapping the neck of an adversary. Suddenly, a series of beeps emanated from his phone. As Zhu Xiao nonchalantly restored his hand to its original form and unlocked the device, he discovered a terse message. A certain instructor, a summoner, eliminated Wang Jingyu. The summoned beast, a super strength type, and one with lightning magic. The remainder of the message remained unfinished. However, Zhu Xiao comprehended the reason. The tactical specialist from Team 2 had a grayed-out avatar, indicating their departure from the instance. Those outside the instance cannot message those within it. Thus, this was the last intelligence dispatched by Team 2, aware of their impending defeat before their demise. An instructor? Zhu Xiao inexplicably recalled the inquiry made by Fu Wanjun regarding that very instructor before the commencement of the instance. His eyes radiated a fierce glint reminiscent of a tiger's gaze. I am eager to witness the extent of their prowess. Kill Trialist 3, earning 3,000 experience. Kill Trialist 1, earning 1,000 experience. Level 14-15275-22100. Remarkably, among the remaining four, it was the gravely injured swordsman who endured the longest. In the midst of grave injury, he executed 4 flawless blocks in succession before departing. What brought Yizhe even greater joy was the completion of his Supreme Advancement Task. Supreme Advancement Task Dash, the Ascendant Summoner has been completed. Professional rank upgraded, Level 0, Level 1. Your summoning beast space has increased by 2. Current space availability, for 6. The 4-dimensional attributes of the summoner have grown by 5. And the 4-dimensional attributes of the summoned beasts have also grown by 5. You have received an exclusive skill chest 1. You can now contract 2 additional summoned beasts. Upon reading the last line, Yizhe eagerly retrieved the chest from his backpack. The specialized skill chest obtained from the Supreme Advancement Task guarantees that the skills within will be of exceptional quality or higher. Yizhe was particularly excited and proceeded to open it without hesitation. Ding! You have opened the exclusive skill chest and obtained the exclusive skill book, Sacred Shield, Epic. Sacred Shield. All summoned beasts receive a permanent shield that grants immunity to control effects while active. The shield will regenerate 1 hour after being broken. Shield value equals Summoner's Spirit 2000. Upon seeing this skill, Yizhe decisively chose to learn it. This perfectly compensates for the lack of defenses among the summoned beasts. For instance, the three-tailed fox, a mage-class summoned beast, possesses no defensive measures, making it susceptible to danger without Yizhe's presence. Now, with the addition of a shield, there is much more reassurance, along with immunity to control effects. Indeed, the shield value is somewhat deficient, and it relies heavily on Yizhe's mental fortitude. Moreover, the treasure chest gleams once more. The effect of the fortune blessing entry takes hold, granting you a second treasure reward. Ding! You have acquired an exclusive skill book, Skill Enhancement, Super, Legendary. Skill Enhancement, Super, temporarily bestows super enhancement upon any one of your summoned creatures' innate skills. With a cooldown of 5 minutes, only one skill can be affected at a time. Chapter 64. How wonderful it is to think this way. Meanwhile, within the ruins of an ancient battlefield, the South China Team 4, comprised of the top 20 newcomers from the South China region, finds itself in a state of utter despair, known to the outside world as the geniuses of South China. The trio of young men and 2 women now appear utterly dejected, shivering as a chill permeates their beings. Above them, a dark purple mantis, exuding an aura of the exotic and the terrifying, emits a chilling laugh. The sweat-drenched bodies of the five reveal that they have already attempted several offensives, all in vain. The captain of Team 4 pales, his sword hand trembling slightly. What manner of monster is this? After receiving the reward for the second exclusive treasure chest, Yizhe first felt a surge of joy, only to be enveloped by confusion, an exclusive skill of legendary quality. Yet, it merely enhances a skill temporarily. Can this truly be deemed legendary? Among the exclusive skills of summoners, enhancement types are rather commonplace, such as augmenting the attributes of summoned beasts or increasing damage. A typical temporary skill enhancement would barely qualify as exceptional. Yet this skill book reaches the legendary tier, prompting Yizhe's curiosity regarding its effects. Just then, a notification rang out. Void Hunter has slain the Trialist 5, gaining 5,000 experience. Level 14, 20,275 22100. Prior to confronting these 10 individuals, Yizhe dispatched the Mantis alone to engage the South China 4 team in a bid to secure kills. The results revealed that even a standard team, fully staffed with 5 members, could not withstand the onslaught of the Mantis. Here, the term standard refers to a team ranked 4th among countless universities selected from one of the 5 major military districts in the nation. After a brief spatial fluctuation, the Mantis returned. Just in time, Yizhe was preparing to utilize skill enhancement to test the effects of the Mantis' Hunter trait. Skill enhancement, superactivated. Hunter, upon vanquishing a formidable opponent. It allows the evolution of any body part of the Void Mantis. Enhancement, Hunter, super, after defeating a powerful foe. It simultaneously evolves 4 body parts of the Void Mantis and grants corresponding attribute boosts. When enhancing the next skill, the effect of this skill's enhancement becomes void. After slaying a strong enemy, the ability to evolve from initially 1 body part to now simultaneously evolving 4 parts. Furthermore, it bestows the attribute enhancements associated with the evolution of all 4 parts. This nearly quadruples the efficacy of the skill. Truly, it is of legendary quality. It is crucial to understand that the ability to amplify the effects of a legendary skill such as Hunter fourfold yields unimaginable benefits. The only limit is that it can only activate 1 skill at a time. Fortunately, I can exert control myself. When the Mantis vanquishes formidable foes, I can promptly enhance the Hunter effect. Currently, eliminating a powerful opponent and fortifying 4 attributes yields at least an additional 80 points. Yizhe is already brimming with anticipation. I hope this dungeon harbors sufficiently formidable adversaries. However, that hope seems rather tenuous. By dispatching another 15 students, along with the 5 from East China, I shall accrue an impressive 7,500 military merit points, coupled with the previously amassed 4,000 and Yizhe's own 2,150 points. I am on the verge of gaining access to the 4th level of the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. At the very least, a legendary artifact is soon to grace my pocket. Yizhe feels even more invigorated as he once again activates the replicated Hunter's vision. To his surprise, he discovers that 5 individuals are boldly charging towards him. His gaze shifts, filled with astonishment. It appears that a formidable contender has arrived. A sudden fluctuation in space materializes, and 5 figures manifest not far from the military camp. The reconnaissance results must be accurate, right? Indeed, there is only 1 solitary figure in the vicinity. Whether it is a lone wolf from a team or a guardian, regardless of the case, we shall secure the points. At this moment, Lu Anren glances at the team rankings. Her Central China Team 2 is positioned in 5th place, with a chance for advancement. Very well, as it was 5 against 1. The quintet had made no preparations for tactical arrangements. At this moment, Lu Anren donned a flowing cerulean robe, her starry eyes shimmering, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. With a graceful wave of her hand, the forces of space enveloped the 5, transporting them directly to their destination. Upon encountering Yizhe, Lu Anren's calm demeanor was suddenly disrupted. How can it be you? Hearing the startled exclamation from their captain, her 4 teammates momentarily halted their intended actions. Yizhe couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. Although she was the beloved daughter of their instructor, this was still the Huazhong team. Each member warranted an additional 300 military merit points. Swift action would be my final act of kindness. To think you were still a guardian? Lu Anren gazed at him with a complex expression, struggling to comprehend why Yizhe had been appointed as an instructor. Could it be that her father had leveraged his connections? That shouldn't be the case. What benefit could it bring to him? Among her comrades, a slender, fair-skinned youth with long hair scrutinized Yizhe coldly. As a teammate, he had never witnessed Lu Anren display such intricate emotions. The long-haired youth's expression was frosty. Could he be Lu Anren's ex-boyfriend? What other identity could evoke such complicated feelings in her? In the monitoring department. Upon seeing the Huazhong second team face off against Yuzhe, Wei Zheng instantly became intrigued. Turning to Wan Faping with a smile, "What do you say, old Wan? Shall we place a wager this time?" Upon hearing this, Wan Faping, who had always held great confidence in Yuzhe, fell silent. He had witnessed the capabilities of the 5 members of the Huazhong second team and could only conclude that Huazhong truly deserved its reputation as the strongest among the 5 battle zones. The strength of the second team was comparable to that of the first teams from other regions, remarkably formidable. Although Wan Faping's confidence waned, he remained defiant. Retorting, "If you have the ability, let us go one-on-one. What kind of skill is it for 5 to take on 1? Wei Ping from headquarters interjected, "You, as an instructor, would be considered a master even amongst the demon-subduing army. Isn't it a bit shameful to have a group of newcomers face off against one?" Wan Faping scoffed, displaying an air of disdainful dismissal. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere in the monitoring department was filled with exuberance. Meanwhile, in the instance dungeon, Lu Anren had no intention of sparing Yizhe. In her estimation, allowing Yizhe to escape would merely enable other teams to harvest points. And she preferred to seize the opportunity for herself. "Let it be clear, this is the special training camp battlefield. I will not hold back," Lu Anren stated with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Yizhe smiled with delight. "It's wonderful that you think that way." Chapter 65, The Space Sorcerer Versus. The Void Hunter. The martial sage rips apart the mecha. As Yizhe's words fell, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through Lu Anren's heart. A familiar spatial fluctuation emerged behind her. Every nerve in her body tensed instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a spatial teleportation, whisking the 5 of them away to a distance of over 10 meters. The man is struck with a devastating blow, cleaving the ground and leaving a massive fissure. How perilous! It was a summoned beast of the space attribute, and its power seemed extraordinary. Thankfully, Sister Anren was here. I almost fell victim to his ambush. The members of the squad exchanged glances, their expressions growing wary as they regarded Yizhe. The last to speak was a petite girl, around 1.50 meters in height, who gently placed her hand on Lu Anren's back, astonishingly replenishing the magical energy she had expended in an instant. Lu Anren furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on the void mantis. "It shares my affinity for space. I must confront it myself." The long-haired youth beside her, filled with fighting spirit, locked his eyes on Yizhe. "I shall deal with that instructor." "Very well. Be cautious, Long Feng. After I handle this mantis, I will come to assist you." As soon as Lu Anren finished speaking, the battlefield bifurcated. She raised her staff and unleashed a spatial collapse at the mantis's location. Torrents of dimensional power surging forth from the rift in space. Yet, the mantis's form flickered, emerging unscathed. Lu Anren's expression grew solemn. Was she unable to strike? Was it an illusion-type skill? Is Yizhe's summoned beast truly that formidable? Following her awakening ceremony, she was specially recruited into the headquarters. And it was only recently that she discovered Yizhe's profession as a summoner. However, it wasn't until the mantis made its move that she realized Yizhe's summoned beast possessed even greater power. The blade of the mantis flashed, slicing through the air and leaving a streak of white light that landed at the location of Lu Anren. Yet, she instantaneously activated her spatial teleportation, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The ground was once more cleaved open, and this scene unfolded rapidly 5 or 6 times within 2 seconds. As the 2 figures exchanged positions with remarkable frequency. No, his spatial movement is astonishingly swifter than mine. In the initial encounters, Lu Anren, forced into teleportation, still contemplated retaliating with her skills. However, the mantis's ability to traverse the void surpassed her own teleportation speed. This left her with no choice but to teleport repeatedly to escape, utterly incapable of counterattacking. Moreover, she could sense that a single misstep could lead to her immediate demise. The situation appeared rather dire. Anren, who was a hidden profession of the spatial type, was somehow at a disadvantage against a mere summoned beast. Concern rippled through the crowd. The long-haired youth, Long Feng, wore a cold expression and spoke with an air of arrogance. "Fear not, it is my turn to intervene." In truth, given his prowess, even joining Team Huazhong would be more than sufficient. However, he opted for the second team, partly due to his appreciation for Lu Anren's capabilities as a spatial sorceress. On the other hand, it was evident that Lu Anren had captured the attention of the cold and composed Feng. His gaze swept over Yizhe, and he articulated each word with precision. Armored, Apocalypse Battle Armor. With a flourish of his hands, the azure glow of the armor's core pulsated at his chest. The armor materialized around him, coalescing from the core energy into various segments as the chest plate, shoulder guards, arm plates, and leg armor aligned with a crisp metallic clink. In an instant, a towering suit of battle armor, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, emerged. Feng was entirely enveloped in an extraordinary azure-hued battle suit, emanating a terrifying pressure that far surpassed that of a first-tier profession. It turned out he was a rare subclass of mechanic, a battle armor master. At such a young age, he had successfully mastered a battle armor of at least epic 2-star caliber, promising an illustrious future. No wonder even the Hunter King was reluctant to take any risks. Within the monitoring department, the onlookers could not help but express their admiration. Mechanics, particularly battle armor masters, differ from other professions in that their combat prowess primarily derives from their weaponry and armor. The latter, in particular, is an extraordinarily costly vocation. A complete set of battle armor often requires an intricate combination of numerous extraordinary metals, demanding an extravagant expenditure of resources. However, once mastered, the results are remarkably effective. With the Apocalypse battle armor, Feng could now contend on par with third-tier opponents. Upon hearing Wei Zhang's words, the crowd nodded in anticipation. However, Wei Zhang himself did not exhibit any signs of joy. Instead, his expression grew solemn. He observed Lu Anren, who was being relentlessly pushed back by the mantis, and fell into silence. Initially, he believed that with Lu Anren's capabilities as a spatial magician, she could easily dispatch her opponent. Yet now, a summoned beast seemed to possess strength surpassing that of a hidden-class spatial adept. What manner of creature was this, and what type of summoned beast could it be? Even Wei Jing, the head of Huazhang, had never witnessed the powers of a void entity. For a moment, both he and Wan Feiping found themselves enveloped in silence as they watched the projection. As the battle between the two spatial manipulators unfolded, Yizhe himself was taken aback. He was surprised by the quality of Lu Anren's equipment. Despite sharing the same spatial abilities, her attributes and skills paled in comparison to those of the mantis. Theoretically, she should have been defeated in mere moments. Yet, through the sheer power of 7 epic-grade spatial items, she had remarkably managed to endure until now. Truly, she was a key focus of cultivation at headquarters. Yizhe couldn't help but chuckle. His gaze then shifted to the imposing figure of Lung Feng, clad in battle armor, and he couldn't help but reflect. Upon first learning of the armored warrior profession, he had been quite intrigued. Who would refuse a set of battle armor? However, an epic set of armor, not accounting for the rarity of its materials, would cost nearly 100 million. Yizhe promptly declared, "I apologize for the intrusion." As I pondered, the petite girl standing across from me, barely 1.5 meters tall, bestowed upon Cold Maple an extraordinary acceleration buff. In the next moment, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the super engine, the Apocalypse battle armor suddenly ascended. An invisible wave of energy spread out, causing the surrounding air to erupt with explosive sounds, while a conical cloud formation expanded uniformly behind. Even Cold Maple's teammates were taken aback by the spectacle. The Apocalypse battle armor rushed towards Yizhe, propelled by a fierce storm. However, the first words that escaped Cold Maple's lips left him momentarily speechless. "What is your relationship with Lu Anren?" Upon hearing this, the anticipation in Yizhe's expression swiftly transformed into a sigh of resignation. "This battle armor is truly a waste on you. Your teammates are fighting for your chance, and you squander time with such inquiries?" Cold Maple's anger ignited instantly. It seemed that he would receive no answers unless he subdued Yizhe. Once armed with the Apocalypse battle armor, all aspects of strength, speed, and energy received a tremendous enhancement, instilling a sense of overwhelming power. This surge in combat capability filled Cold Maple with an unshakable confidence that he could control everything. Boom! The roar of the Apocalypse battle armor's super engine erupted once more. Yet, in the next heartbeat, what awaited him was a fist the size of a sandbag, a powerful uppercut. Bang! Cold Maple had already reacted. He met the punch head-on with all his strength just in time. However, this was comparable to a Tier 3 Apocalypse armor. Yet before the Martial Saint Bear, it was as fragile as mere paper. With a single punch imbued with Martial Saint's aura, he crushed one arm of the armor, sending sparks flying as he forcefully slammed it against the chin of the Apocalypse armor. Inside the armor, Long Feng felt a sudden darkness enveloping his vision. The cacophony of malfunction alarms and a persistent ringing in his ears intertwined around him. Were it not for the nearly 100 million investment in this epic armor, which provided decent protection, Lung Feng would have already found himself outside the instance. Yet, this was not the end. The bear seized one leg of the battered armor and violently struck it against the ground, accompanied by a sound of metal fracturing the core of the armor. The super energy engine's beam abruptly extinguished. In just 2 punches, the armor was rendered useless. At that moment, it was not only the external monitoring department that was taken aback. Even the 2 teammates from the central Huazhong team held their breath in astonishment. This was the Tier 3 Apocalypse armor. Even if it was not invincible on the ancient battlefield, it was among the strongest. How could it be so easily dismantled in just 2 punches? Inside the monitoring department, the onlookers' pupils dilated in shock, their expressions filled with terror. Was this instructor truly below Tier 3? Even when the bear had swiftly dispatched the earlier teams, no one had felt such profound astonishment. For in their assessment, the bear was presumed to be at the pinnacle of Tier 2, making it reasonable for him to annihilate the top Tier 1 students. But now, to obliterate someone with Tier 3 capabilities? This was simply outrageous. Among the crowd's reactions, it was notably Wei Zheng whose emotional fluctuations were comparatively subdued. The moment he witnessed the Mantis confronting Lu Anren, an unsettling premonition began to take shape within him. Wan Feiping, on the other hand, was overjoyed, akin to a lottery winner, exclaiming, "Incredible! Come on, old Wei, let's place a bet." Yet, it was evident that no one would respond to Wan Feiping's exuberance. All attention was riveted on the projection. After a brief moment of stupor, the remaining 3 members of Huazhong Team 2 found themselves compelled to intervene. Initially, they believed that Cold Maple was virtually guaranteed to prevail and were prepared to assist Lu Anren in dealing with the Mantis. However, the situation had deteriorated to the extent that they had not even managed to make contact. Fortunately, due to Lu Anren's spatial teleportation abilities and the close combat nature of her team, the remaining members, 1 male and 2 females, though not as formidable as Lu Anren or Cold Maple, were still capable fighters, with the exception of 1 support member. Yet, in the next instant, boom, before the 2 combat specialists could act, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. The petite support character, a girl of merely 1.50 meters, turned pale, but at that moment, no one was there to shield her. In a moment of desperation, she transformed her body into an ethereal form, rendering herself invulnerable, and floated upwards like a balloon. Meanwhile, the other 2 lacked such a life-saving skill and could only rely on their equipment to withstand the lightning strike. However, this time, the cunning little fox wielding the magic orb had learned from experience. All 3 of her tails were now in motion. Boom. The second, third, and fourth strikes followed in rapid succession. Each strike inflicted greater damage than the last. Not to mention these 2. Even if 2 exceptionally powerful shield bearers were to replace them, they would still be obliterated. Their team initially had the capability to evade, but Lu Anren was being relentlessly pursued by the Mantis, rendering her unable to assist. The message echoed, "Kill the Trialist 2, gain 2,000 experience. Ding. Your level has risen to level 15. Talent acquired. You have gained 1 extraction chance for infinite gold attributes." On the other side of the battlefield, 2 spatial ability wielders darted through the air. Upon hearing the thunderous roars, Lu Anren inexplicably sensed something amiss. Yet, her entire focus was consumed in dealing with the Mantis, leaving her already fatigued. After a moment's hesitation, she concentrated the majority of her magical energy and activated her professional skill, Spatial Lock. In an instant, the area where the Mantis resided was enveloped by a faint force of law that prohibited movement and barred access to other spaces. The Mantis was confined within a designated realm. However, the reason she had refrained from utilizing this skill earlier was due to significant drawbacks associated with her current professional rank. She needed to exhaust her mental energy completely to sustain the power of the spatial lock. This meant that she and the Mantis were forced into a 1-for-1 exchange. Furthermore, should Lu Anren's mental strength be depleted, the Mantis would emerge, leaving her utterly defenseless. Under the present circumstances, she had no choice but to entrust the chance of victory to her teammates. With the Mantis under control, Lu Anren finally found a moment to catch her breath and silently glanced in the direction of her teammates. In the next instant, her petite face was rarely engulfed in a daze. Where are my teammates?